Yifeng, the handsome campus heartthrob of Shanghai University, thought he had it all, until reality gave him a ruthless slap. On their third anniversary, he prepared a surprise for his girlfriend, Mingyu, only to find her throwing herself into the arms of a rich second-generation heir in a black Audi. Yifeng, let's break up. You're just a penniless loser. Love can't fill a stomach, but he can give me the life I want. Mocked by the rich, abandoned by his love, and humiliated in the streets, Yifeng felt his world collapse. But just as he hit rock bottom, a mechanical voice rang out in his mind, changing his destiny forever. Ding! Host detected. The 100x spending cashback system has successfully awakened. Spend 1 yuan, receive 100 yuan cashback instantly. Chapter 1: The 100-fold Consumption Rebate System. Shanghai, a vibrant city brimming with opportunities, is a bustling metropolis of skyscrapers and traffic. People are busy, striving for their dreams and for a living. Yifeng, a senior at Shanghai University, is the campus heartthrob. Standing at 185 centimeters, with broad shoulders, well-defined muscles, and a handsome, sunny face, he attracts the attention of many women. Today is Yifeng's third anniversary with his girlfriend, Mingyu. He also received his first month's salary from his internship, 5,000 renminbi. He asked his supervisor for 2 hours off in advance and carefully selected a gift to surprise Mingyu. Yifeng rode his electric scooter to the building where Mingyu was interning, waiting for her to get off work. Watching the people emerge one by one, Yifeng observed carefully, afraid of missing her. In the distance, a girl in a white t-shirt and a black knee-length skirt came into view. Her long, flowing hair swayed in the breeze. Seeing Mingyu looking around, Yifeng's mind raced with thoughts. Just as Yifeng was about to approach, a black Audi A6 pulled up beside Mingyu. A man in his 30s got out, and Mingyu, blushing, rushed over and hugged him. In an instant Yifeng froze. Suppressing the urge to hit him, he rushed forward, determined to get to the bottom of things. Mingyu, who is he? Startled, Mingyu quickly released the man. Looking at Yifeng's red-eyed expression, she fearfully clung to his arm again. The Audi man, realizing what was happening, patted Mingyu on the back, reassuring her. You're Yiya's boyfriend, right? No, you should say ex-boyfriend. I'm her boyfriend now. Don't harass my girlfriend anymore, or the consequences will be severe, the Audi man said with a mocking smile. Yeah, didn't we promise to work hard together and get married after graduation? Have you forgotten the vows we made? Yifeng, since you caught us today, I'll make things clear. Let's break up. You can't give me the life I want. Love can't put food on the table. It needs material support, and you're just a penniless nobody. Don't bother me anymore, or my boyfriend will be angry. Kid, get lost. You're not good enough for Yaya. He then pinched Mengyu's butt hard. Go to the car and wait for me. I've booked a hotel. Tonight I'll make you beg for mercy. Watching the two flirt in front of him, Yifeng's heart shattered into pieces. Watching the car drive away and the pointing fingers, Yifeng closed his eyes, letting tears stream down his face. He stood there for a long time, as if bidding farewell to his youth, or perhaps mourning his dead love. Images of the two of them over the past few years flashed through his mind: laughter, sorrow. Let it go. Perhaps he never truly understood her. 3 years of relationship couldn't withstand the temptation of material things. A sharp pain shot through his head. Congratulations, host, you have awakened a 100x spending cashback system. The host will receive a 100x cashback on any purchase. All cashback is obtained through legitimate channels, so please use it with confidence. There's no need to worry about being targeted for exploitation. To ensure the host's spending isn't limited, a Global Bank Supreme Black Card is awarded as a reward. All cashback will be credited to the Black Card account and has already been sent to the host's inventory. Yifeng was startled by the voice in his mind. He immediately opened his inventory, where a card emitting a black light lay quietly. This wasn't a hallucination. He had truly been chosen by the system. As a fan of online novels, Yifeng was no stranger to systems. He had once fantasized about being struck by a system and achieving the pinnacle of life. He never expected the system to actually appear after his breakup today. Excited, Yifeng picked up his overturned electric scooter and headed to a nearby convenience store. "Boss, give me a bottle of mineral water." After scanning the QR code to pay, the pleasant voice indeed rang out. "Congratulations, host, for spending 2 yuan. A cashback of 200 yuan has been deposited into your Supreme Black card ending in 8888. "Boss, give me another box of cigarettes." "Young man, can you pay at the same time after you buy everything? You keep bothering this old man." "Hee, sir, I'm paying attention." "Hee. Congratulations, host, for spending 50 yuan. A cashback of 5,000 yuan has been deposited into your black card ending in 8888. Leaving the convenience store, Yifeng returned to his rented room. Looking at the cramped space, he secretly resolved to work hard to maximize his cashback earnings. A ringing phone interrupted Yifeng's thoughts. He took out his phone and saw it was Yang Dong, his dorm leader from Shanghai University. There were 4 of them in the dorm: Yang Dong, Chengwen, Wang Chao, and Yifeng. They had been roommates since freshman year and were very close. "Hey, what's up? Fourth brother, the second brother, the third brother, and I are at Lao's Sichuan hot pot near the school gate. Hurry up, we're just waiting for you." "Okay, boss, I'll be there in a bit." Lao's Sichuan hot pot was very popular with students because of its proximity to the school and its good food at reasonable prices. It was always packed. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Yang Dong was giving instructions to Qingwen and Wang Chao. "When Lao Si gets here, no one should mention the breakup. Just let him drink and let him vent. Don't let his seemingly carefree attitude fool you, he's incredibly stubborn." "Okay, boss, you know, Mengyu is something else. Lao Si likes her so much, and today he posted a kissing photo on his WeChat Moments with a budget hotel background. He's shameless. Yeah, Lao Si was with her for so many years, and all he ever did was hold hands and hug. I can't believe he went to a hotel with someone else right after the breakup. What a slut! What a waste of Lao Si." Yifeng had already arrived at the door in a taxi, and another round of cashback arrived. He walked into the Lao's Sichuan hot pot restaurant and saw Yang Dong and his 3 friends sitting in the corner. He immediately went over. "Boss, second brother, third brother, what brings you all together today? How's your internship going?" "My internship payday came today, so don't try to take it from me, I'm paying." With that, Yifeng pulled out a chair, sat down, and expertly opened a bottle of beer, filling his glass. The 3 men exchanged bewildered glances. Hadn't the 4th brother checked his WeChat Moments? Didn't he know? The 4 of them downed a drink. The eldest, Yang Chen, said, "Fourth brother, we didn't order too much food. We can add more if you want." Yifeng called over a waiter and ordered another serving of tripe, another serving of duck intestines, and a couple of pieces of mutton. "We're not far from graduation. What are your plans?" Yifeng asked, downing another glass. Yang Dong also drank a glass and said, "My family has arranged everything. After graduation, I'll go directly to a company back home to gain experience." Cheng Wen adjusted his glasses and said, "I plan to go back to my hometown to take the civil service exam. My parents are getting old, and I'm an only child, so I want to go home." Seeing the somber atmosphere after Cheng Wen's speech, Wang Chao chimed in. "Don't worry, your brother Chao isn't leaving. I'm even planning to buy a house in Thompson Riviera someday." The others, watching Wang Chao's antics, laughed and cursed. "Get lost! You think you can buy a house in Thompson Riviera? You couldn't even buy a toilet there if you sold yourself." As time passed, more and more bottles of liquor piled up at the 4 men's feet, and their faces began to flush. At this moment, Wang Chao looked at Yifeng and slowly said, "Fourth brother, did you break up?" "Yeah, just today." "Then why do you look like nothing happened?" "Sigh, what can I do if something happened? I'm glad I saw through this person. Breaking up is a good thing, it's better to cut my losses," Yifeng said slowly. "Come on, let's drink. Let's live for today, worry about tomorrow later." Seeing the alcohol getting stronger, Yifeng excused himself to go to the restroom, went to the counter, ordered another case of liquor, and paid the bill. Congratulations, host. You've spent 650 yuan and received a cashback of 65,000 yuan, which has been deposited into your black card ending in 8888. Back at the table, he gave each of them a bottle of wine, and the four of them reminisced about the past. 4 years of living and working together, and now they were about to go their separate ways, all lamenting the fleeting nature of time. The four of them kept clinking glasses, and the night gradually grew dark. Supporting each other, they sang, "Friends for life, those days are gone, a word for a lifetime of friendship and a cup of wine." It was already past 11 p.m. when Yifeng returned to his rented room. After a hasty wash, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the alarm clock woke Yifeng from his sleep. He rubbed his groggy head, drank a large glass of water, and struggled to get up and wash. After changing his clothes, Yifeng rode his electric scooter to the company. Yifeng greeted the receptionist at the company and went to his workstation. Zhang Tao, another intern, leaned over and said, "Yifeng, did you hear? One of our interns got a chance to be promoted early because of their good performance on the previous project. I overheard the team leader saying outside the restroom that it should be you." "Huh? For me?" "Yeah, you're the most capable intern in this batch. Who else would it be? Okay, if I get promoted, I'll treat you to dinner." Although Yifeng didn't care about being promoted after acquiring the system, he was still very happy to have his abilities recognized. At this moment, Supervisor Wang Gang came out of his office and into the work area. "Everyone, please stop what you're doing. I have 2 announcements to make." Wang Gang saw everyone stop what they were doing and look at him, and nodded in satisfaction. "The first thing is that the company has decided to promote one intern to a permanent position early, and that person is Wang Ziqiang." A murmur arose from the crowd. This Wang Ziqiang, lacking both ability and social skills, was expected to be the first to be laid off. How could he be promoted early? Could the rumors be true, and that Supervisor Wang Gang is really Wang Ziqiang's uncle? Wang Gang coughed twice. "Quiet down. Now, I'll announce the second thing. Because Yifeng offended our client, causing great dissatisfaction, the company has decided to terminate Yifeng's internship early. Yifeng, you can pack your things and leave now." Yifeng stood up. "Wang Gang, everyone says that good-for-nothing Wang Ziqiang is connected to you. Now it seems it's true. A piece of trash with no skills actually got the first permanent position. Do you think we're blind? Whatever, you say I offended the client? Where did I offend the client? I haven't seen a single client in the past month. I'm not taking the blame for this. Pack your things and get out of here right now. This is outrageous." Wang Gang was furious at being exposed by Yifeng. Yifeng quickly packed his things and said to Wang Gang, "Wang Gang, I've wanted to quit for a long time. You old bastard, just you wait, your bad luck is coming." Amidst the pity of the crowd, Yifeng strode away. What a pity. Yifeng is hardworking, responsible, and highly capable. How could he get laid off? I bet Wang Gang did it to make room for Wang Ziqiang. They say a new team will be formed, and the team leader will probably be his nephew. Look at Wang Ziqiang's smug face. It's disgusting. Alright, stop talking. Rank has its power. If they hear this, they might make things difficult for us. After leaving the company, Yifeng found a trash can and threw away his collected belongings. With a system, why would Yifeng work for someone else? Working is out of the question. Time to enjoy life. Riding his electric scooter, Yifeng decided to get himself a new phone. His current one was incredibly slow. He hadn't wanted to upgrade before, saving the money to buy Mingyu a gift. Now he should treat himself better. Seeing a Huawei flagship store by the roadside, he went inside. As soon as he entered, a salesperson greeted him warmly. "Hello, sir, are you looking to buy a phone or tablet?" "Yes, I'd like to buy a phone." "Do you have any recommendations?" "Sir, if you haven't decided on a model yet, you can come to the demo area to try them out." That will make it easier for you to choose. Upon arriving at the demo area, he tried a few phones, pointed to the Huawei Mate 60 Pro, and said to the salesperson, "This one's the one." Just then, a mocking female voice rang out. "Oh. Isn't this Yifeng, the most talented and handsome guy at our Shanghai University? I heard you got dumped by Ye. Haha, look at yourself, so poor and pathetic, how could you possibly be worthy of our Ye? I'd say she should have dumped you a long time ago." Yifeng looked in the direction of the voice and saw Zhang Meng, Meng Yu's best friend, who had often badmouthed him to Meng Yu. A typical gold digger. "Zhang Meng, your mouth still stinks. Remember to brush your teeth before you go out next time," Yifeng retorted, not one to tolerate her. You have no manners at all. After being dumped, what brings you here to mooch off my Wi-Fi? Judging by your appearance, you probably can't afford a Huawei phone." How do you know I can't afford one? I'm here to buy a phone." You're just bragging. Someone as stingy as you, willing to buy a Huawei? You don't know, do you? I was the one who introduced Ye to her boyfriend. How about that? Annoyed? Zhang Meng continued sarcastically. Then I should thank you, otherwise how would I have seen her true colors? With that, Yifeng said to the sales clerk, "Let's go, let's pay." At the counter, including accessories and other products, Yifeng paid a total of 11,000 yuan. Congratulations, host, you have spent 11,000 yuan. A cashback of 1.1 million yuan has been deposited into your black card ending in 8888. Having changed his SIM card and carrying his handbag, he was about to leave. Zhang Meng, watching from the side, was astonished. How could Yifeng afford such an expensive phone? She darted in front of Yifeng, pointing at him and saying, "So, you've been pretending to be poor all along, deceiving Ye. You really are a scumbag. You deserve to be dumped. Have you said enough? If you have, get out of my way," Yifeng said coldly, looking at her. Feeling a chill run down her spine, Zhang Meng instinctively made way. Yifeng walked straight away. Zhang Meng, realizing what had happened, felt humiliated. How could she let Yifeng pass? Enraged, she stormed out the door, cursing loudly in the direction he had left. Yifeng leisurely rode his electric scooter along the street. Checking his balance, he saw that his black card had accumulated 1.2 million in cashback. Earning 1 million a day felt amazing. Arriving at Wanda Plaza, Yifeng began his shopping spree. Entering the Armani store, several sales assistants were leisurely sitting, not even getting up when Yifeng arrived, chatting amongst themselves. Frowning slightly, Yifeng ignored them and started browsing. After a while, he spotted 2 casual outfits and said to the sales assistant, "Bring these 2 outfits to me. I want to try them on." The sales assistant reluctantly approached, giving Yifeng a forced smile and saying, "Sir, these 2 outfits cost a total of 350,000 yuan. Are you sure you want to try them on? Are you afraid I can't afford it?" Yifeng said coldly. "No, sir, I'm just worried about them getting damaged and causing unnecessary trouble. If you insist, I'll go get them for you." The sales assistant's expression clearly indicated that he couldn't afford it. "Go get them," Yifeng said coldly. A short while later, the sales assistant brought the clothes. Yifeng went to the fitting room, changed, and looked at himself in the mirror. Clothes make the man, Yifeng thought, his demeanor instantly elevating. He nodded in satisfaction, took out the black card, and handed it to the clerk. "Swipe it!" The clerk was also surprised. She hadn't expected a card swipe. She had been prepared to have worked for nothing. "Yes, sir." The clerk looked at the black card in her hand, her heart pounding. Although she didn't know the significance of the Global Bank's Supreme Black Card, the materials on the card and the reputation of Global Bank told her that someone who possessed such a card was no ordinary person. After swiping the card, the clerk respectfully handed it to Yifeng with both hands. "Congratulations, host! You've spent 350,000 and received a cash back of 35 million, deposited into your Supreme Black Card ending in 8888. Looking at his skyrocketing net worth, he was overjoyed. Forgetting his previous unpleasantness, he picked up the card and left. Today, he was going to go on a spending spree. Next target, Patek Philippe. Upon entering the store, a salesperson greeted him warmly, a stark contrast to the previous scene, perhaps due to his expensive attire. The salesperson enthusiastically recommended items, and after some consideration, Yifeng selected a Patek Philippe Wraith watch worth 7 million yuan. Afterwards, Yifeng also purchased a Hermes belt and a men's handbag. By the time he left Wanda Plaza, the system's cashback amount had reached an astonishing 1 billion yuan. Standing at the plaza entrance, feeling the warmth of the sunlight on his skin, Yifeng shouted, "Awesome!" The surrounding crowd cast strange glances his way. He hopped on his electric scooter and headed to his next destination, the Mercedes-Benz dealership. When Yifeng arrived on his scooter, the security guards at the entrance were stunned. A handsome young man, dressed in expensive clothes, riding a small electric scooter. Was this how the rich live these days? Inside the dealership, Yifeng went straight for the G-Class. He had loved this car for a long time, dreaming of driving it on a trip with his beloved girl. Standing before the display stand, gazing at his dream car, his face was filled with excitement. Just then, an incongruous voice rang out. Yeah, isn't that your poor ex-boyfriend? Look at that lewd grin on his face. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was lusting after this car, haha. Brother Wang, stop mentioning him. Yeah only has eyes for you now. That penniless bastard must be just loitering around trying to freeload, unlike you who's so wealthy enough to afford a Mercedes. Looking at this shameless duo, Yifeng sighed. He must have misjudged the almanac before going out today, running into these two scoundrels. Miss Saleswoman, do you have this G-Class in stock? Yifeng ignored them and asked the saleswoman beside him. Sir, we have a top-of-the-line G-Class in stock right now. If you buy it, you can pick it up this afternoon, said saleswoman Linny. She had heard everything the two had said to Yifeng. Were they idiots? This gentleman was dressed head to toe in designer brands, especially the Patek Philippe she had inadvertently glimpsed on Yifeng's wrist, worth at least several million. This Mr. Yu was worth at least 100 million. Haha, Yifeng, you actually asked if there are any cars available? Are you kidding me? You just lost your internship. You probably only have less than 5,000 yuan left. And you have the nerve to say you want to buy a G-Class? Do you even have the means? Wang Ying mocked. Yifeng coldly stared at him and said, So it was you who caused this. Who is that bastard Wang Gang to you? Haha, you just discovered it was me who did it? Haha, Wang Gang is my cousin. Let me tell you, if you offend me, Wang Yong, I'll make sure you can't stay in Shanghai. You'd better get back to your hometown. Wang Yong mocked even more brazenly. You think this will deter me? You underestimate me. Without the system, Yifeng wouldn't have this confidence, but now, he feared no one. Underestimate you? Haha, I've never respected you. Do you dare make a bet with me? If I can buy this G-Wagon, you'll kneel down and bark 3 times like a dog. You can't even afford the wheels of a G-Wagon. Haha, I agree. If you buy it, not just 3 times, but 100 barks wouldn't be a problem. But do you have the ability? Yeah, with your poor appearance, how can you compare to Brother Wang? A poor loser. Meng Yu chimed in with a sarcastic remark. Hearing Wang Yong's agreement, Yifeng took out his black card and said to saleswoman Linny, Prepare the contract. Just swipe the card. Linny respectfully accepted the card and said, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment, I'll get it done right away. 10 minutes later, Linny returned to Yifeng with the contract. Mr. Yi, the contract is ready. You can pick up the car anytime after you sign it. After signing, the system notification for the cashback arrived. Congratulations, host! Your purchase of 2.1 million has resulted in a cashback of 210 million, which has been deposited into the black card ending in 8888. Wang Yong and Meng Yu stared in disbelief. How is this possible? How could you afford it? You and this salesperson must be in cahoots. You're definitely conspiring to rip me off. Linny, seeing that the two were clearly trying to cheat, looked at them with disdain. Sir, madam, Mr. Yi did indeed purchase this Mercedes-Benz G-Class in full. I guarantee it with Mercedes-Benz century-long reputation. Besides, with Mr. Ye's wealth, buying a 2.1 million yuan car is a piece of cake. Do you see Mr. Ye's watch? That's a classic Patek Philippe Wraith, priced at a whopping 7 million yuan. Looking at the two standing there dumbfounded, Yi Feng coldly said, "Fulfill your bet. Kneel down and bark like a dog. This is impossible. How could you afford it? Were you lying to me all along? You're clearly so rich, why did you pretend to be so poor? Otherwise, why would I leave you?" Meng Yu's heart was filled with complex emotions. She really liked Yi Feng. He was handsome, strong, and capable, an enviable figure wherever he went. But none of that could fill an empty stomach. For a better life, she listened to her best friend Zhang Meng's advice, abandoned Yi Feng, and chose Wang Yong. But now, it all seemed so ridiculous. She had thrown away a diamond in the rough. Wang Yong, his face flushed red, slapped Meng Yu hard across the face. "Shut up. Come with me." He wasn't going to kneel down and bark like a dog. He desperately needed to escape this humiliating place. "Kid, don't think you can fight me just because you have some money. Things change, we'll see." Having said this, Wang Yong grabbed Meng Yu and fled. Watching the two leave, Yi Feng felt a pang of disappointment. Not disappointment in Meng Yu, but disappointment in his past self. Had he been blind to have chosen such a gold-digging woman as his girlfriend? "Mr. Yi, are we just going to let them go so easily?" Lin Yi felt that these two deserved to be thoroughly humiliated and retaliated against. Let them go. Shanghai isn't small, but it's not huge either. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Driving his beloved G-Wagon, Yi Feng left the dealership, enjoying the beautiful scenery of Shanghai along the way. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Not having to work is fucking awesome! Hee hee, not having to work and still having money is even fucking awesome!" Ring ring ring. Just then, his phone rang. Yi Feng picked it up and pressed the answer button. A pleasant voice came through. Brother, guess who this is?" Yi Feng listened to the voice on the other end of the line with a smile. It was his sister Yi Lin. Since childhood, the two siblings had a very close relationship, and his sister was very dependent on him. "Let me guess, is it our little piggy Lin?" "Ugh, you naughty brother, you're always teasing me." "Oh, right, brother, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" Yi Lin said coquettishly. "Then let's hear the bad news first." Brother, why aren't you following the script?" "There's no bad news, hee hee. The good news is my university acceptance letter." "Guess which university it is?" Could it be Peking University?" "Hee hee, our family has produced a brilliant young woman." "No, brother, you're so silly. I got accepted to Shanghai University." "Hee hee, I'll be able to see you soon, brother." "Aren't you looking forward to your lovely little sister's arrival?" "Not looking forward to it at all." "You little rascal, you're so mischievous. You'll be tormenting me when you get here." "Hey, brother, Mom and Dad are throwing a celebration for my college entrance in a few days. Will you have time to come back?" "Yeah, it's our little princess's college entrance celebration. I'll definitely go." "Yay! Brother's the best. I have to go now, Mom and Dad's calling me for dinner." "Remember to eat too, brother." Yi Feng hung up the phone with a big smile. He doted on his little sister. When they were little, whenever Yi Lin got into trouble and their mother scolded her, she would run behind Yi Feng, sticking her tongue out at their mother with a smug look. He'd been dragged into it many times. Meanwhile, Yi Lin finished her call and ran out of her room. "You little rascal, you're so grown up, still so impulsive. You don't act like a girl at all. Come and eat." Ye's mother nagged Yi Lin as she laid out the food. "Old Yi, come out and wash your hands and eat. You're always busy tending to your plants after work, never helping me out." "Okay, I'm coming." "My wife, you're so capable, I'd only be a burden if I went," Mr. Yi said ingratiatingly. "You old man, all you do is talk. Come on, eat," Mrs. Yi said with a pleased smile. "Mom and Dad, I just called my brother, and he said he'll be coming to my college entrance celebration. Hee hee. You silly girl, your brother's still interning in Shanghai, he doesn't have time to come back. He's just trying to make you happy. When school starts, you'll go to Shanghai too, so don't bother your brother. Mrs. Yi still felt sorry for her son. He was all alone and helpless away from home. As parents, we couldn't help him much, so we could only try not to trouble him. Humph, my brother will definitely come. He never lies to me. You silly girl, everyone says daughters are closer to their fathers, but you've changed that and you're closer to your brother. This old father is heartbroken. Yilin's father teased, watching her pout. Meanwhile, Yifeng was also starting to miss home. He hadn't been home for over half a year since his senior year internship, and he was determined to go back for his little sister's college entrance celebration. Thinking about Yilin coming to Shanghai for university, Yifeng thought it was time to buy an apartment. He still had 1.2 billion in his account, more than enough to buy a house in Shanghai, plus there was a system cashback bonus. He'd go look at apartments tomorrow. Just then, a rumbling sound came from Yifeng's stomach. He'd been so excited buying things all day that he'd forgotten to eat. He took out his phone and saw a highly rated traditional-style restaurant nearby. The reviews were mostly positive, so he decided on this place. He opened the navigation and headed to the traditional-style restaurant, Fengming Pavilion. 10 minutes later, Yifeng arrived at his destination, parked his car, and went to the entrance of Fengming Pavilion. The antique Chinese-style gate was intricately carved with patterns, and 2 golden door knockers swayed melodiously. Entering the restaurant, the rustic tables and chairs, carved screens, and exquisite lanterns, along with landscape paintings and calligraphy on the walls, made him feel as if he had stepped into the prosperous Tang dynasty. The stark contrast between the bustling city outside and the opulent Tang dynasty inside was striking, leaving Yifeng deeply impressed. Indeed, its reputation was well-deserved. Since he arrived early, it wasn't crowded, and Yifeng easily found a table. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" a waiter asked Yifeng. The address, "Sir," startled him. "Sir, not only is the decor of our Phoenix Pavilion in an ancient style, but we also address people in the same way. If you need a waiter, just call for waiter. Yifeng had never encountered this before and found it quite novel, but he quickly composed himself. "Waiter, bring me a few of your restaurant's specialties, and a pot of tea." "Please wait a moment, sir, I'll arrange for the kitchen to prepare the dishes." After ordering, Yifeng quietly watched a graceful woman in ancient costume playing the guzheng in a corner. Her pale green gauze dress and white veil accentuated her delicate and mysterious beauty. Pouring himself a cup of tea and listening to the beautiful music was truly enjoyable. No wonder the ancients often indulged in romance, poetry, wine, and tea. Gradually, the restaurant filled up, and a long queue formed at the entrance. "Senior Yifeng, over here!" A voice caught his attention. Looking in the direction of the voice, a sweet-looking girl in a white t-shirt and blue jeans waved at him. He thought for a moment, but still couldn't place her. Seeing Yifeng looking over, the girl pulled a slightly chubby girl with glasses to Yifeng's side. "Senior Yifeng, I'm Li Xiaona, a sophomore at Shanghai University. This is my roommate Shernan, When we first enrolled, Senior Yifeng was the one who gave the speech to us freshmen. Your passionate speech made many of us idolize you." Li Xiaona looked at Yifeng nervously. She had been attracted to his demeanor and eloquence, but after finding out he had a girlfriend, she hid her feelings deep inside. Recently, after learning of his breakup, her burning emotions could no longer be contained, but she had searched the school for a long time without success. "Oh, you two juniors, what's up?" "Senior Yifeng, we're a little late, and we'll have to wait a long time for a table. Could we share a table with you?" Li Xiaona looked at Yifeng with pleading eyes, her expression saying, "If you don't agree, I'll cry." "Don't stand, sit down. It's your treat today," Yifeng said with a smile. He saw a resemblance to his younger sister, Yilin, in Li Xiaona. Both were equally mischievous and clever. Li Xiaona happily pulled Shernan down to sit. Waiter, please bring us 2 more sets of tableware. Why is no one paying attention to me? Yifeng explained with a smile. This is a traditional style restaurant. We need to speak like people from the past. Li Xiuna looked at Yifeng thoughtfully. Waiter, 2 more sets of chopsticks and bowls. Coming right up, sir. Senior Yifeng, this restaurant is really interesting. I love it. The 3 of them enjoyed their meal happily, and Yifeng thoroughly enjoyed the relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Senior Yifeng, I know there are some things I shouldn't ask, but I still want to know, did you and your senior break up? Li Xiaona clenched her fists, staring intently at Yifeng, a mixture of nervousness, anticipation, and fear. She was worried Yifeng was angry, hoping for an answer, but also afraid that the opportunity would slip away again. Those who have abandoned me, yesterday's days cannot be retained. Those who trouble my heart, today's days are full of worries. Those who are meant to leave cannot be kept, and those who are meant to come cannot be avoided. Yifeng sighed. A relationship of more than 3 years cannot be let go so easily, but he cannot accept betrayal. If he doesn't love you, he can say so, instead of betraying you. Love arises without warning, deepens with time, and fades with a smile, its meaning unknown. Senior, this is something everyone experiences in life. Take it easy, time is the best healer. It can make you forget, and it can also make you meet someone new. Gazing at the figure deep within his heart, all he felt now was heartache. Of the 3,000 ailments of life, only unrequited love is incurable. Yifeng murmured. 2 ounces of 9-leaf Paris polyphylla, 1 mace of cicada nymphs on the winter solstice, decocted with last year's snow, can cure the bitterness of lovesickness. Li Xiaona argued. 9-leaf Paris polyphylla has 7 leaves and 1 flower. Where are the pupae on the winter solstice? How can you collect last year's snow? How can lovesickness be cured? Summer withering is 9-leaf Paris polyphylla. Dig 3 feet into the ground and the cicadas will appear. Snow falls at midnight on New Year's Eve, already a year old. After the time of parting, lovesickness can also be cured. But if lovesickness isn't ingrained, what medicine can cure it? This medicine isn't as bitter as lovesickness. How can it cure the poison of lovesickness? You 2 great talents, how did you get from breaking up to lovesickness? You've gone off topic. Say something a little girl can understand, okay? Consider the feelings of a poor student like me. Hee hee. Sure Nan, seeing the topic veer further and further off course, quickly steered it back. This Li Xiaona is truly troublesome. She clearly likes Senior Yi, yet she insists on talking about lovesickness. This silly girl. Haha, didn't I look incredibly sentimental just now? What's past is past. I'm not that fragile, no need to comfort me, Junior. Yifeng laughed heartily, dispelling his gloom. He hadn't expected to chat so much with the junior he'd just met today. Senior, can I add you on WeChat? Not only did I take your seat today, but you also treated me to dinner. I'll treat you another day. Hee hee. Li Xiaona said happily. She could have split the bill, but letting him pay meant she could ask him out alone next time. The thought made her excited. Yifeng opened his WeChat QR code. After adding each other as friends, Li Xiaona and Yifeng went to pay the bill. After successfully receiving their cash back, seeing it was getting late, he said to the 2 girls, Junior girls, are you going out shopping or going back to school? The 2 girls discussed it for a moment and said, Senior, let's go back to school. It's getting late. Then I'll take you back. Yifeng said, and led the 2 girls away from Feng Ming Pavilion. Arriving at the G class, Li Xiaona looked at Yifeng in surprise. Senior, is this your car? Yeah, I just picked it up today. I heard. That's right, I got dumped because I was poor. Maybe that's fate. In the car, all 3 were silent. Li Xiaona looked at Yifeng's profile through the window's reflection, momentarily lost in thought. Her thoughts seemed to return to their first meeting. That boy with the ever-present smile was so youthful and sunny, like a breath of fresh air. Now, his smile had faded, replaced by a more resolute demeanor. Perhaps this was what growing up was all about. At the school gate, After saying goodbye, Yi Feng didn't leave but returned to his dorm, which he hadn't visited in a long time. Fourth brother, why are you back? What's on your mind? Come tell your brother Chao, cheer me up. Wang Chao teased, looking at Yi Feng, who hadn't been back to the dorm for so long. Qingwen also sat up, looking at Yi Feng. Wait, fourth brother, did you win the lottery? That outfit is all designer brands. It must have cost a fortune. Wang Chao noticed Yi Feng's unusual appearance at this moment. After scanning the area, his eyes fixed on Yi Feng's wrist. Holy crap, a Patek Philippe! Fourth brother, you've struck it rich. Tell me, did some rich woman take a liking to you? Introduce me to her. Wang Chao joked. Get lost, what rich woman? I just fell from the sky while I was walking. Ha! Godfather, you've gone bad. I just checked, your Patek Philippe costs 7 million. Tell us the details? If you don't, Fengxian's longsword is about to drink blood. Seeing the two excited men, Yi Feng didn't know how to explain. He definitely couldn't reveal the system's secret. After a moment's thought, he said, After the breakup, I was packing in my rented apartment and found an old hard drive with 200 bitcoins on it. I just sold it yesterday. Fourth brother, you've already achieved a small goal. It's true what they say, comparisons are odious. You have to treat us. Wang Chao said excitedly, his eyes not filled with jealousy, but with a hint of envy and happiness. Every cloud has a silver lining, fourth brother. This sudden wealth after the breakup proves your time hasn't come yet. Mengyu isn't your true love. At the same time, you must stay true to yourself. Don't squander your good fortune just because you have money now. Qingwen patted Yi Feng's shoulder, offering earnest advice. Second brother, I don't think you should go back to your hometown to take the civil service exam. You should stay at the university and become a teacher. You're always spouting platitudes like a preacher. If I had a small goal, I'd definitely enjoy life and experience the life of the wealthy. Wang Chao disagreed with Qingwen's words. He felt that once you're financially independent, you should enjoy life. Otherwise, there's no point in working hard. Okay, second and third brothers, don't worry, I have my plans. You guys wait here. I'll go to the school's supermarket later, buy some things, and we'll have a couple of drinks. Yi Feng ordered some barbecue on his phone and went downstairs to the supermarket. It wasn't far, just a few minutes' walk. Isn't this Yi Feng? Long time no see. How have you been? Is your internship going well? Supermarket owner Zhao Li greeted Yi Feng with a smile. The two were from the same hometown in Tianjin. Because people from Tianjin are generally very attached to their homes and few wander far from home, they were especially close, and over time they became friends. Brotherly, long time no see. My internship ended early, so I came back to school today. Are you all alone? Didn't your wife come to help? Hey, the little guy's sick. Your wife's taking care of him at home. What do you want to eat? Brotherly will give you a discount. Okay, I'll go pick something to eat now. Soon Yi Feng returned with a bunch of snacks. Brotherly, another case of beer, how much? 158, give me 150. You little rascal, drink less. Come to Brotherly's place sometime, we won't see each other much after you graduate. Yeah, don't worry, Brotherly, I'll come see you after I graduate too, hee hee. I'm off, my dorm buddies are waiting for me. Talk to you later. With the barbecue in hand, Yi Feng returned to his dorm, put the food on the table, and the three young men sat around it, each holding a bottle of beer. The moonlight from the window shone on their youthful faces. As time passed, the slight buzz from the alcohol led the three to start telling their stories. Third brother, fourth brother, actually I didn't want to leave Shanghai, but my parents had me late in life, and I'm the only child in the family. To support my education, they had to work odd jobs. I remember once, my father cut his hand at a construction site. To save money, he had to give up a finger. When I saw that, he was still comforting me, telling me not to worry. At that moment, my heart felt like it was shattering into pieces. I hated that I was growing up too slowly, hated that I had become a burden on the family. From then on, I studied desperately. I knew that only in this way could I change my fate. Sometimes you guys tease me, saying that I'm a big guy from Shandong province, but I'm as stingy as a rich man from Shanxi province. I just know how important money is. It's money my father earned with his finger, and I can't waste a single penny. Now I'm about to graduate, and I want to do my part for this family. I want to go home and take over my father's burden, let him rest, and let him know that his son has grown up, can be his support, and can shelter him from the wind and rain. Seeing Qingwen's tear-streaked face, Yi Feng didn't know how to comfort him. Life is full of disappointments, but few can be shared with others. He raised his glass to Qingwen and said, "Come on, second brother, I toast you. You truly are a man of Shandong province, so responsible. Cheers! Second brother, fourth brother, you always see me laughing and joking. Do you think I'm carefree? That's just a facade. My parents divorced when I was young, and after they remarried, I lived with my grandparents. My classmates always teased me for being an orphan. Ha, it's true, they've never been a part of my life all these years, only providing a cold sum of child support, which my grandfather had to go and ask for. With parents like that, I'm practically an orphan. Later, if anyone laughed at me, I'd beat them up. They wouldn't dare say a word against me anymore. But I also lost my friends. After my grandparents passed away, I gradually became indifferent. Without expectations, there's no disappointment. Without attachments, I can live as I please. But who knew that on that rainy night, a little boy's loud screams couldn't bring back the departing figure in despair?" The three raised their glasses and drank heavily. "Drink today, for tomorrow we may die." Qingwen and Wang Chao put down their glasses, staring intently at Yi Feng, their expressions conveying an unspoken message. Yi Feng, having also put down his glass, fell into his own memories. "My father is an ordinary worker, my mother is a housewife, and I have a younger sister who is 4 years younger than me. My parents sometimes bicker, but they love each other very much. My sister is also very cute, and our family is generally happy. If I had to say what a regret is, it would be this: my best friend, when he was little, was mischievous and always went to play on a suspension bridge not far from my house. One hot summer day, he wanted to go swimming in the river. Since I can't swim, I just watched from the bank. Perhaps the water was too cold, because he got a leg cramp and started thrashing around in the water, shouting my name. I was anxiously waiting on the bank, but there was nothing I could do. I called out to everyone, and it took a long time before someone noticed and pulled him out. Although he survived, the prolonged drowning caused severe brain damage, and his mental age is permanently stuck at 7. After that, I practiced swimming diligently, and now I'm a very good swimmer, but I can't go back to that time and bring him out of his 7-year-old state." The three of them drank cup after cup, sharing their stories. In that moment, they forgot about time and their worries, fully enjoying this joyful time together. Moonlight mingled with scattered raindrops pattered against the windowpane, as if washing away impurities, symbolizing growth and transformation, and witnessing the bond between the three. Looking at the drunken Yi Feng and Wang Chao, Qingwen shook his head, helping them back to bed one by one, murmuring, "It's truly fortunate to have met you all. I wonder if we'll ever see each other again after graduation." A ray of sunlight pierced Yi Feng's face through the curtains in the early morning. Feeling a headache coming on, he struggled to sit up. Seeing the scattered bottles and leftover food on the table, he rubbed his head. He'd drunk too much yesterday. He rummaged around and found a glass, poured himself a glass of water, and gulped it down. The water flowed down his throat and into his stomach, making him feel a little better. Looking at Qingwen and Wang Chao, still fast asleep, he moved quietly, walked to the window, and opened it a crack to let in some fresh air. Dragging his tired body, he returned to the table, put the scattered bottles back in the box, put the leftover food in a trash bag, found a rag, wiped the table, and seeing that he was almost done, left the dormitory with the trash. He tossed the trash aside and headed straight for the cafeteria. Entering the cafeteria, Yi Feng went straight to a window and said, "Auntie, give me a bowl of millet porridge." The cafeteria lady served him the porridge, and Yi Feng took out his phone to pay. Looking down, he realized his phone was dead. He'd drunk too much yesterday and forgotten to charge it. Just as he was feeling embarrassed, a payment success notification broke the awkward silence. "Good morning, Senior Yi Feng. I didn't expect to see you again so soon, hee. Yi Feng looked up and saw a pretty smiling face before him. It was his junior, Li Xiona. "Good morning, Junior. My phone died. Luckily I ran into you, or I would have been so embarrassed." "Oh, my phone died. I was wondering why you didn't reply to my messages yesterday. I thought you weren't paying attention to me, and it made me sad for so long. Senior, let's not stand here anymore. Let's go to that table over there, or the porridge will get cold." The two went to the table, and Yi Feng took a sip of millet porridge. He felt a warm current instantly spread throughout his body, and his strength returned somewhat. Looking at Li Xiaona, who was staring intently at him with her hands supporting her chin, he said, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Li Xiaona blushed deeply and stammered, No, Senior, I just thought your handsome face was a shame you weren't a star. While I consider myself somewhat handsome, being a star is a bit of an exaggeration. By the way, why didn't you go to class today? You've gone astray, little junior," Yi Feng teased, looking at her flushed face. "Senior, you're too modest. You have no idea how many juniors consider you their dream guy. We didn't have classes this morning, only one Taoist magic class this afternoon. I'm a good student, why would I skip class? Senior, you can call me Xiona. Calling me little junior is too formal. Can I call you Brother Feng?" Seeing Li Xiaona looking at him expectantly, Yi Feng nodded in agreement. "Brother Feng, Brother Feng," Li Xiaona called out happily. "Brother Feng, there's a new movie coming out tonight, can you come with me to see it? Please?" Yi Feng thought for a moment, having nothing else to do that evening, and nodded in agreement. "Yay! If my roommates knew that the most handsome guy at our Shanghai University was going to the movies with me, they'd be so envious," Li Xiaona said with a silly, infatuated smile. Yi Feng looked at the excited Li Xiaona with amusement and said goodbye. "Xiaona, I have some things to take care of later, so I'll have to talk to you later. I'll pick you up tonight." "Okay, don't forget, Feng Ji." After they parted, Yi Feng got into his car, found a power bank, and charged his phone. In modern society, it's impossible to get by without a phone. After turning his phone back on, Yi Feng found the phone number of the real estate agent he had previously rented an apartment with and called him. Lu Wei had helped him a lot with the previous rental. "Brother Xiao Wei, this is Yi Feng. Do you have any Thompson Riviera apartments for sale?" "Yi Feng? What, struck it rich? Buying a house?" "Sure I do. I have 2 large apartments in Thompson Riviera, but they're a bit pricey, given its reputation." "Then, Brother Xiaowei, let's meet in front of Thompson Riviera in half an hour." "Yi Feng, are you serious? That apartment is basically over 100 million. You're not kidding, are you?" "Don't worry, Brother Xiaowei, I'll close a big deal for you today." Hanging up the phone, Yi Feng started his car and drove straight there. Arriving at the entrance of Thompson Riviera, watching the sunlight filter through the clouds and scatter across every inch of the complex, Yi Feng felt incredibly excited. Soon he would be a part of this place. At that moment, Lu Wei arrived and, seeing Yi Feng next to his Mercedes-Benz G-Class, quickly went over. "Yi Feng, you've been hiding this well. Driving a G-Wagon, looks like you were just experiencing life before by renting a place. You're quite the player. Come on, let me show you the apartment." Entering the residential complex, lush trees and meticulously manicured lawns created a harmonious scene. In the center of the complex was a spacious plaza with a fountain at its core, the water jets dancing to the rhythm of music, producing a pleasant sound. The complex's facilities were also excellent. There was a gym, swimming pool, children's playground, and various other recreational facilities to meet the needs of residents of different ages. Furthermore, the complex had a 24-hour security system to ensure residents' safety. Led by Lu Wei, the two arrived at the entrance of their destination. Opening the door, they saw a salesperson introducing the apartment to a middle-aged couple, who were surprised to see Yifeng and Lu Wei enter. The middle-aged man was ostentatiously dressed, head to toe in designer brands, with an extravagant gold chain around his neck that screamed nouveau riche. The middle-aged woman was similarly extravagant, her clothes expensive but mismatched, her fingers practically covered in rings, and her face heavily made up, yet still unable to conceal the marks of time. Upon seeing the two of them arrive, the middle-aged woman said sarcastically, "You two are doing something interesting, aren't you? You think we can't afford it? And you've arranged for people to come and view the property at the same time? Sorry, I never doubted your abilities. I'm just asking what's going on." Salesman Chenhai said obsequiously. "Lu Wei, what do you mean? Are you deliberately trying to ruin my client's business?" "Chenhai, you can bring a client, but I can't?" "Hey, Lu Wei, you're such a show-off. You bring a kid to view a property? Are you kidding me? All those designer brands, are they all fake?" Looking at the aggressive Chenhai, Yifeng coldly said, "How do you know I can't afford it? I had Brother Wei bring me here today to buy a house. Kid, you're young but have quite the nerve. Do you know how much this apartment in Thompson Riviera costs? You should go back and work hard for decades to save up for a down payment." The middle-aged man mocked Yifeng. "Mr. Huang, you're absolutely right. These young people nowadays are so ambitious. I think he's just here to take a few photos to show off. Unlike you, you look wealthy and have the means to buy this house." Chenhai flattered the middle-aged man like a lackey, seeing Chenhai's obsequious flattery. Lu Wei's face flushed red with anger. Pointing at Chenhai, he cursed, "You bootlicker, you lackey! Try talking about my friend again, and I'll break your legs." Yifeng, seeing Lu Wei was getting carried away, quickly pulled him back. "Brother Wei, it's not worth getting angry with these nouveau riche and lackeys. It's more satisfying to slap them in the face." Hearing Yifeng's words, the middle-aged woman immediately jumped up. Since becoming wealthy, due to her lack of education and aesthetic sense, she was often ridiculed behind her back, making her hate being called a nouveau riche the most. "You little brat, who are you calling a nouveau riche? Believe me or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. Brother Xiaowei, see that? This is showing his true colors. Not just a nouveau riche, but a shrew too." Looking at Yifeng and his companion laughing heartily, the middle-aged man, Huang Yuwei, coldly said, "Kid, you're pretty arrogant. If you're so capable, why don't you buy this house yourself? Do you have the ability? Are you so sure I can't buy it? If I do, I'll make you bow and apologize to me and my friend." "Fine, if you can't buy it, you'll have to bear the consequences." Lu Wei made a call to the company to explain the situation. Soon after, the company manager arrived with the finance department and the purchase contract. "This must be Mr. Yi, you're so young and promising. I'm the company manager, Sun Ming. It's an honor to meet you. I've brought the contract. If there are no problems, we can sign it," Manager Sun Ming said enthusiastically. As a seasoned real estate manager, Sun Ming's greatest strength lay in his ability to judge character. He didn't look down on Yifeng because of his age. On the contrary, he recognized Yifeng's exceptional qualities from his attire, accessories, and demeanor. Yifeng took the contract, glanced at it, and finding no problems, signed it. Then, he said to Sun Ming, "Manager Sun, would you like me to transfer the money or pay by card?" The Huang couple, standing nearby, laughed mockingly. "Card payment? That's hilarious! This apartment is worth at least 120 million. I really don't know what kind of card you have with such a high limit. Kid, you're overdoing it, haha." Yifeng gave the two of them a cold look and pulled out his supreme black card from his pocket. "Calling you a nouveau riche is no exaggeration. A frog in a well, yet you dare to boast of the vastness of the sky. Manager Sun, swipe your card and let them broaden their horizons." When Sun Ming saw the card, his body jolted violently, as if struck by lightning. He had once had the privilege of seeing this black card on a super-rich person. This was no ordinary card, it represented status and identity. Sun Ming trembled as he took the card, had the finance department enter the amount, and the swipe was successful. Congratulations, host! 120 million yuan spent, 12 billion yuan cashback, deposited into the Supreme Black card ending in 8888. Sun Ming, his hands trembling, returned the card to Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, if it's inconvenient for you to complete the remaining procedures, we can handle everything for you. If you have any needs, please feel free to contact me. I'd be happy to assist you. This is my business card, please accept it. The Huang couple, standing nearby, were filled with disbelief and anger. This is impossible. We've never seen a card with such a huge limit. You must be conspiring to cheat me. Before Yi Feng could speak, Sun Ming stepped forward. Insolence! How dare you speak to Mr. Yi like that? Mr. Yi wasn't wrong when he said you were a frog in a well. Do you know this card? It's the Supreme Black card from Global Bank. There are definitely no more than 10 in all of China. Do you know how difficult it is to apply for this card? This card is only available by invitation, not by self-application, and the invitee must have a minimum cash flow of 10 billion Chinese yuan. I heard me right, cash flow. This card not only allows for huge transfers, it's also a symbol of status and prestige. With Mr. Ye's power, crushing you is like crushing an ant, and yet you dare to be so insolent. The Huang couple collapsed to the ground, whether intimidated by Sun Ming's imposing manner or terrified by Yi Feng's status as the black card holder. They knelt down and begged for mercy. Get lost, don't dirty my place. Seeing the two men back down so easily, Yi Feng had no interest in dealing with them further. Manager's son, do you have any villas for sale? Mr. Yi, you can just call me Xiao Sunday. Given your status, ordinary villas wouldn't be suitable. However, we have a more suitable option. The Shin family in Shanghai is experiencing some cash flow problems and is interested in selling Villa number 6 in the Cloud Realm. If you're interested, I can help you make the contact. The Cloud Villa, designed by a top international master, is not merely a simple residence, but also a symbol of status and prestige. Located in a prime area of Shanghai's new district, it enjoys an unparalleled location and beautiful views. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then let me know when you've made the arrangements. Well, if there's nothing else, we won't bother you any longer, Mr. Yi. Goodbye. After Sun Ming and the others left, Yi Feng admired his new home. A beautiful crystal chandelier hung from the high ceiling, casting a soft light that illuminated the entire space. A floor-to-ceiling window offered unparalleled views, and the walls were adorned with paintings by renowned artists, each stroke showcasing artistic charm. In the center of the living room sat a custom-made genuine leather sofa, soft and comfortable, offering excellent seating. Beside the sofa was an elegant tea table with a high-end tea set, perfect for enjoying tea while admiring the city views. From the living room, there was a spacious dining room. A large dining table easily seated 10 people. A magnificent chandelier hung above the table, adding a touch of romance to the dining experience. The walls were decorated with exquisite murals, adding an artistic touch to the dining environment. Next to the dining room was a modern kitchen equipped with top-of-the-line appliances and equipment, providing convenience for cooking. The kitchen's design was both practical and beautiful, allowing one to enjoy the process of cooking. Looking contentedly at his new home, Yi Feng looked forward to his younger sister Yi Lin's arrival. He was sure she would love it here. Thinking about the time, Yi Feng realized he should go back for Yi Lin's college entrance celebration, and he could also spend some quality time with his parents. Checking the time, Yi Feng figured Li Xiaona should be done with her get-out-of-class soon, so he drove away from Thompson Riviera towards Shanghai University. Arriving at the school gate, seeing Li Xiaona hadn't arrived yet, Yi Feng went to a nearby bubble tea shop and bought 2 cups of milk tea. Most girls would probably like that. On his way back, he saw Li Xiaona standing by her car, looking around. Yi Feng jogged a few steps to her side. Brother Feng, tell me quickly, did you go out to look at pretty girls? Li Xiaona asked playfully, blinking her big eyes. Looking at Li Xiaona's adorable face, Yi Feng couldn't help but ruffle her hair, causing her face to flush instantly. Realizing his actions had crossed a line, Yi Feng immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Xiaona, I didn't mean to. I saw you hadn't arrived yet, so I went to buy 2 cups of milk tea. I didn't know if you liked them. Thank you, Brother Feng. How did you know I like milk tea? Hee, I wasn't angry just now. Getting a head pat from the famous campus heartthrob of our Shanghai University. I wonder how many people will be envious. Li Xiaona secretly regretted her blushing. She'd made Brother Feng so embarrassed. If only she could take a picture, she could preserve that moment forever. Brother Feng, I've already bought the tickets. It's at Wanda Cinema. Hee, let's go. Yi Feng opened the car door, and the two got in. They sped off to their destination in no time. While Li Xiaona was getting her tickets, Yi Feng went to the snack section. The saleswoman's eyes lit up when she saw Yi Feng approaching, and she immediately greeted him warmly. Handsome young man, what would you like to buy? Give me a bucket of popcorn, a big one, please. The saleswoman filled the bucket to the brim with popcorn and handed it to Yi Feng, looking at him with a sly smile, saying, Are you alone, young man? I get off work at 9. If you don't mind, we can have a drink. Yi Feng shuddered. Lady, don't you ever look in the mirror before you go out? He grabbed the popcorn and fled. Li Xiaona saw Yi Feng running towards her with a bucket of popcorn and asked suspiciously, Brother Feng, why are you running? You're sweating so much. Here, have some tissues, wipe yourself off. Yi Feng took the tissues and wiped his sweat. He couldn't say he'd run away because a woman had harassed him. That would be too embarrassing. So he made up a white lie. Xiaona, I was afraid of being late for the movie, so I rushed back. Seeing that Li Xiaona didn't suspect anything, he quickly wiped his sweat. When out and about, boys need to learn to protect themselves. After queuing to have their tickets checked, the two entered the dimly lit cinema. They found their seats in the dim light, and heard the hushed conversations of other audience members around them. As the lights in the theater gradually dimmed and the image on the screen began to flicker, the two became immersed in the movie. The story was about a love story during their student years. They worked hard together, striving to get into the same university. Just as they were about to get married, the female lead unexpectedly passed away. The male lead insisted on completing the wedding, but ultimately died alone and heartbroken. After the movie, Li Xiaona cried uncontrollably. She grabbed Yi Feng's arm, constantly wiping away her tears, and Yi Feng kept comforting her. Xiaona, let's go eat. My stomach's starting to rumble. You need to eat something too, otherwise you won't have the energy to keep crying. Li Xiaona burst into laughter through her tears. Who says you can persuade someone like that? She hadn't expected Feng Ge to be such a straight man. The two didn't go too far, finding a barbecue restaurant in Wanda Plaza to eat at. The charcoal crackled slowly in the grill, and as the slices of meat tumbled and turned, a fragrant aroma soon filled the air. Li Xiaona picked up a slice of beef, placed it on a lettuce leaf, brushed on the sauce, added a few slices of garlic, skillfully rolled it up, and handed it to Yi Feng. Brother Feng, thank you for watching the movie with me today. To show my gratitude, I made you a rolled-up piece of grilled meat myself. Try it, not everyone gets to eat this. Yi Feng took the rolled-up meat and tasted it, nodding earnestly in praise as he looked at Li Xiaona, whose eyes were practically squinting with laughter. Xiaona, it's delicious! Tender and juicy beef, crisp vegetables, and garlic slices, it's a real treat. Most girls don't add garlic slices. Why do you like adding garlic slices? Seeing Yi Feng finish eating, Li Xiaona happily said, I saw that online too. There's a saying, eating meat without garlic diminishes the flavor by half. I tried it later, and it's really true, except the aftertaste is quite strong. Hee. The two slowly savored their food, during which Li Xiaona shared many interesting anecdotes from her life. Yi Feng listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a few words. Xiaona, you keep eating. I'm going to the restroom, I'll be right back, Yi Feng said. Just as he got up to go, Li Xiaona called him back. Brother Feng, wait a minute. Li Xiaona rummaged through her bag, pulled out a pack of tissues, and handed it to Yi Feng. Yi Feng was completely bewildered by the tissues. What did this mean? I was just going to the restroom. Why are you giving me tissues? After standing there dumbfounded for 3 seconds, the two of them reacted. Yi Feng looked at Li Xiaona, whose face was as red as an apple, with a strange expression, took the tissues and said thank you. Brother Feng, don't misunderstand. I just thought you might want to dry your hands after washing them, that's all. Don't overthink it. Li Xiaona wished she could disappear into the ground. It was so embarrassing. How could she have done something so thoughtless? If her roommates found out, they'd laugh at her to death. So shameful. Looking at Li Xiaona's evasive explanation, Yi Feng smiled, turned around, and went to the restroom. This junior was really adorable. Yi Feng straightened his clothes in the restroom before going to the cashier to pay. He successfully received his cash back. On his way back, he noticed a stylishly dressed woman with a refined appearance standing next to Li Xiaona. The two seemed to be arguing. Yi Feng quickly went over and asked the angry-looking Li Xiaona. Xiaona, what happened? Li Xiaona explained the situation, sounding aggrieved. It turned out that the woman was Mu Tong, Li Xiaona's high school classmate. In high school, Mu Tong had a crush on a boy named Jing Bian, but Jing Bian confessed his feelings to Li Xiaona, who didn't accept him. Mu Tong confided in Jing Bian, only to be rejected. Feeling insulted, Mu Tong began targeting and slandering Li Xiaona. Today, she saw Li Xiaona's location on her WeChat moments, and came here to cause trouble. After hearing Li Xiaona's explanation, Yi Feng looked at Mu Tong strangely. This girl was quite pretty, but her thought process was truly peculiar. Oh, Li Xiaona, so this is your boyfriend? He doesn't look that great to me. He's nowhere near as good-looking as Brother Bian. Not only is he handsome, but he's also the heir to the Jing group. Your taste is still as bad as ever. Seeing Yi Feng arrive, Mu Tong spoke sarcastically, but inwardly she was filled with jealousy. Why did every handsome guy like this little bitch Li Xiaona? What did she lack compared to her? Hearing Mu Tong's harsh words, Yi Feng's face darkened. He really wanted to slap this woman, but his upbringing wouldn't allow him to hit a woman. Hearing Mu Tong's mockery of Yi Feng, Li Xiaona immediately flew into a rage and rushed forward to retort. You can say whatever you want, but you're not allowed to talk about my brother Feng. In my heart, Brother Feng is the best, no one can compare. Oh. So you're protecting him now, Li Xiaona. You're really good at pretending. Always acting cute and pitiful, aren't you tired? Consort Hua was right, a bitch is just pretentious. You'd better apologize to Xiaona. Otherwise, don't regret it. Yi Feng said coldly. Apologize? What a joke. Being with a bitch like Li Xiaona, you're no better than her. You two are a perfect match. Ha! Mu Tong's jealousy intensified as she saw Yi Feng protecting Li Xiaona. With a slap, a hand landed on Mu Tong's face. Mu Tong covered her face filled with disbelief. This bitch Li Xiaona actually dared to hit her. After recovering, she charged at Li Xiaona like a madwoman. You little bitch, how dare you hit me? I'll fight you to the death. Yi Feng was stunned by what he'd just witnessed. He hadn't expected Li Xiaona to have such a fierce side. Seeing Mu Tong rushing towards Li Xiaona, Yi Feng quickly stepped in front of her, stopping the crazed Mu Tong. At this moment, the mall's security guards arrived and separated several people. Looking at the onlookers, Li Xiaona looked apologetically at Yi Feng, who returned a reassuring look. Seeing the security guards arrive, Mu Tong knew she couldn't get revenge today. She uttered a threat and slunk away. Yi Feng, after compensating for the damaged goods, left with Li Xiaona. Li Xiaona, head down, followed Yi Feng to the car. She felt she had left a bad impression on him today, and worried that he would never speak to her again. Looking at Li Xiaona, whose head was almost buried under the car seat, Yi Feng found it amusing. You were so dashing just now, how come you're acting like a quail now? Brother Feng, shouldn't I have retaliated? But I really couldn't help myself. I don't care what she says about me, but what she said about you is unacceptable. Brother Feng, in my heart you're the best. Maybe you won't talk to me anymore, but I still want to tell you that I like you. It started from the first time we met. I wanted to confess to you then, but when I found out you had a girlfriend, I backed down and could only watch you silently from afar, suppressing my feelings. When I learned you broke up, I couldn't help but want to get closer to you, finding every opportunity to contact you, hoping you would notice my existence. I'm so sorry for today. I've caused you trouble. With that, Li Xiaona got up and got out of the car. Yifeng pulled her back. He had already seen through this cute junior's feelings. He wasn't stupid. How could he not know her little scheme? Yifeng didn't refuse to spend time with Li Xiaona, even accompanying her to the movies, which meant he liked her too. However, after being betrayed once, he was hesitant to start a relationship again. But now that Li Xiaona was being so proactive, if he pretended not to know, he would truly lose her. Are you leaving without even hearing my answer? Back in her seat, Li Xiaona stared nervously at Yifeng, wanting to say something but afraid to speak, lest she receive a negative answer. I can tell you like me, but let me confess, Xiaona. Will you be my girlfriend? Yifeng said earnestly to Li Xiaona. An excited look appeared on Li Xiaona's face. She jumped from the passenger seat to Yifeng and kissed him passionately. This kiss was 2 years in the making, 2 years of anticipation. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. She felt a sweetness she had never felt before. After a long while, their lips parted, their eyes met, and they smiled at each other. Brother Feng, will you take me back to school? Li Xiaona looked sweetly at Yifeng. From now on, this handsome guy would be her boyfriend. Hee, just thinking about it made her happy. Soon afterward, the two returned to Shanghai University. They walked hand in hand along the campus paths. The moonlight shone on the quiet trees, as if draping them in silver. Li Xiaona twirled around Yifeng, her joyful steps like a dance expressing her happiness. Li Xiaona led Yifeng through every corner of the campus, as if trying to make up for the regrets of the past 2 years. Xiaona, Yifeng, you too. Shernan, passing by, saw the two walking hand in hand and gaped in shock. She knew Li Xiaona liked Yifeng, but had she succeeded so quickly in just a few days? No wonder they say it's like climbing a mountain for a man to pursue a woman, but piercing a thin veil for a woman to pursue a man. Shernan covered her eyes and teased. I didn't see anything, Xiaona. I really didn't see you and Yifeng walking hand in hand. Nan, you're so annoying. You're making fun of me. Watch my scratching dragon claw hand. Li Xiaona let go of Yifeng's hand and rushed over to playfully wrestle with Shernan. Seeing Li Ji's supermarket not far away, Yifeng said to the two, Xiaona, Shernan, let's go to the supermarket to buy some things. Hearing Yifeng's words, the two stopped their playful fight, came to Yifeng's side, and went to the supermarket together. Brotherly, busy as can be, how's your nephew? Feeling better? Zhao Li's eyes lit up when he saw Yifeng arrive with 2 beautiful women. He said happily, Your nephew's much better. Why did you bring 2 beauties today? Is that your girlfriend? Yifeng pointed to Li Xiaona and said, This is my girlfriend, Li Xiaona. This is her roommate, Shernan. Brotherly, I brought your friend today, so you have to give me a discount. You little rascal, when have I never given you a discount? Go and take your girlfriend to choose some snacks. Yifeng led the 2 women to pick out snacks, a few items from this one, a few from that one, and soon the shopping cart was full. The 3 of them pushed the shopping cart to the checkout counter. Looking at the car full of snacks, Zhao Li joked. Yifeng, you really bought a lot. You're quite good to your girlfriend. Brotherly, I didn't know what Xiaona liked to eat, so I just grabbed a few extra things. Besides, there are 4 people in their dorm. It wouldn't be right not to buy more. After paying, Yifeng carried several large bags of snacks and took Li Xiaona back to her dorm. At the dorm entrance, Shernan, quite perceptively, took the bags and went upstairs first, leaving the 2 of them alone. Li Xiaona looked at Yifeng affectionately, hugged him, and whispered, Brother Feng, thank you. I'm so happy today, and your embrace is so warm. Then she ran back to her dorm. Yifeng smiled as he watched Li Xiaona's retreating figure. Sweet love is wonderful. Before, his relationship with Meng Yu couldn't even be called a relationship. It was all one-sided on his part. He was just a complete simp, only having the title of boyfriend. Li Xiona ran back to her dorm, opened the door, and saw 3 girls staring at her with wide smiles. Sun Jingjing and Li Bingbing even reenacted the scene from downstairs. Li Xiaona blushed instantly and ran to her bed, covering her face with the blanket. The 3 girls weren't about to let her off so easily and pulled her up. "Xiaona, tell me quickly, how did you manage to win over our school heartthrob Yi Feng?" Yeah, tell me. He's my dream guy, and you actually managed to trick him." "No way. I'm so cute, why can't brother Feng like me?" "You're just jealous of my talent and beauty, he." The 3 girls, seeing Li Xiaona's smugness, rushed over and tickled her. "Have mercy, you 3 ladies! I'll talk, okay?" Then she recounted what had happened that day. "Looks like your classmate Mu Tong didn't manage to discourage you today. In fact, she did you a huge favor. She really tried to steal a chicken but lost the rice instead," Li Bingbing remarked. "Yeah, Xiona, you're so lucky. If Mu Tong knew, she'd be furious, haha." Sun Jingjing laughed. "Our Xiona has finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. You 2 don't know, do you? She's had a crush on Yi Feng since the beginning of the semester. She even asked me to find out about him. Now her wish has finally come true." Shernan revealed her little secret to the 2. "Humph, so much delicious food can't shut you up. I'm not giving you any." With that, Li Xiaona tried to grab the snacks, and a new round of playful fighting ensued. In Tianjin, Yilin's lips twitched as she watched her parents sitting on the sofa watching TV. These 2 old folks, they argued endlessly about watching TV, and then, after they finished arguing, they'd act like nothing happened and start showing off their affection in front of her. It was truly exasperating. Yilin picked up her phone and sent a message to Yi Feng. "Brother, when are you coming back? I haven't seen you in so long. Your poor sister sees Mom and Dad showing off their love every day. It's almost unbearable for this single dog." Meanwhile, Yi Feng had just returned to Thompson Riviera, lying on his soft bed, grinning foolishly. His phone rang, and he thought it was a message from Li Xiaona, but when he opened it, it was from Yilin. "Little girl, I'll be back in a couple of days. Don't worry, I won't miss your graduation banquet. Mom and Dad, just pretend you didn't see it. I've been there too, as long as they're happy." Just then, a phone call came in. Yi Feng saw the number was Sun Ming's and pressed the answer button. "Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry to bother you so late. I've already made arrangements regarding the Shin family's Cloud Villa, which we discussed last time. The Shin family head would like to invite you to the Cloud Villa tomorrow morning to discuss the details. Would that be convenient for you?" Yi Feng thought for a moment. He didn't have anything planned for tomorrow, so he agreed. After agreeing on a time, he hung up. Hopefully, the Cloud Villa will be a bit taller tomorrow. That would make the cashback very substantial. Yi Feng washed up, went back to bed, chatted with Yilin and Li Xiaona for a while, and then went to sleep. Sunlight streamed through the French windows, illuminating Yi Feng's face with warmth. He gradually awoke, feeling fortunate to be alive again. Opening the curtains, he watched the busy people outside, tirelessly striving for a living. A wave of emotion washed over him. He had once been one of them. Since the system's arrival, his life had undergone a dramatic transformation. He possessed unimaginable wealth and a sweet romance. Money was indeed a good thing. It could solve 99% of the world's troubles. Yi Feng washed up, changed his clothes, and stood before the mirror. Looking at his dashing reflection, he narcissistically muttered, "So handsome." Glancing at the time, Yi Feng went downstairs to leave. He had an appointment with the Shin family head today, and being late wouldn't do. Getting in the car, he turned on the navigation, set his destination to the Cloud Villa, and set off. Having avoided the morning rush hour, the journey was relatively smooth, and he arrived at his destination quickly. Upon seeing Yi Feng arrive, Sun Ming, who was standing at the door, jogged over to open the car door for him, saying enthusiastically, "Mr. Yi, you've arrived! Please wait a moment, I'll contact them right away." Sun Ming went to the security room outside the gate and explained his purpose. After the security guard verified the situation with the Shen family head, he let him through. Following Sun Ming's directions, Yifeng arrived at gate number 6 of the Cloud Villa, parked the car, and Sun Ming rang the doorbell. Soon the door opened, and a little girl of about 10 years old peeked out, her big eyes looking at Yifeng and Sun Ming with curiosity. "Big brother, you're so pretty! Meow Meow likes you so much! Can you play with me?" A figure also appeared at the door, tall and handsome, with deep, wise eyes that looked at the little girl with affection, though the weariness on his face was impossible to hide. "Meow Meow, this is Daddy's friend. Go play for a while. Daddy needs to talk about some work. I'll play with you later, okay?" Shinromia looked at Yifeng with a pitiful expression, slowly nodded, and reluctantly left. Shinhaoren was quite surprised to see Yifeng so young. This villa was worth a staggering 1 billion Chinese yuan. It seemed Yifeng's identity was extraordinary. He then composed himself and said, "This must be Mr. Yi. I am Shinhaoren. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so young. You are truly accomplished at such a young age. My daughter is mischievous, please don't mind. Mr. Shin, you are too kind. Your daughter is very cute, and I like her very much too." Yifeng was also surprised to see Shinhaoren, who was in his early 30s. He had originally thought that as the head of the family, he must be over 50. It seemed he had quite a story to tell. Shinhaoren invited the two into his study, served them 2 cups of tea, and then got down to business. "Mr. Yi, I heard from Sun Ming that you are interested in buying this villa. Have you heard anything about it? This Cloud Villa is the most luxurious villa in the entire city of Shanghai. Our family bought it for 800 million renminbi, and with the appreciation of the land, its current price is over 1 billion renminbi. If Mr. Yi is willing to buy it, I am willing to sell it for 800 million RMB. Yifeng couldn't let him sell at a low price. That was a huge cash rebate. He quickly said, "Patriarch Shen, I, Yifeng, am not one to take advantage of others. Let's agree on 1 billion renminbi." Yifeng then asked Shinhaoren for his account number and transferred 1 billion Chinese yuan. "Congratulations, host! You have spent 1 billion Chinese yuan and received a cashback of 100 billion Chinese yuan, which has been deposited into your Supreme Black card ending in 8888. Yifeng was extremely excited as he looked at the long string of numbers in his global bank account. In all of China, there might be many people with a net worth of hundreds of billions, but very few with a cash flow reaching hundreds of billions. Shinhaoren, standing nearby, was equally astonished upon seeing the payment notification. He noticed the transfer came from a personal account at Global Bank. Such a large personal transfer limit could only mean Yifeng was the owner of a Global Bank Supreme Black card, and this mysterious Mr. Yi must have a very powerful background. Yifeng entrusted the transfer to Sun Ming. He was quite satisfied with Sun Ming. He was efficient, but perhaps a little too obsequious. "Patriarch Shen, I heard from Sun Ming that the Shen family is experiencing cash flow problems. Perhaps I can offer some assistance?" Now that Yifeng held a large sum of money, he also wanted to own some businesses, and besides, he couldn't let such a good opportunity to exploit the system slip by. Shinhaoren's eyes lit up. He knew Yifeng possessed a formidable cash flow and intended to leverage his abilities to save the Shen family. "Mr. Yi, I am a few years older than you, so I will take the liberty of calling you Brother Yi. This is a long story. A few years ago, my Shen family developed smoothly and reached a scale of 50 billion renminbi. All the credit for this is my sister, Shen Haoyue. She has a unique vision and extremely high business talent. In just 2 years, she doubled the company's market value. After seeing my sister's talent, the Fang family, one of the 4 major families in Shanghai, planned to have their good-for-nothing youngest son, Fang Jiping, marry into my Shen family. My father strongly opposed it at the time. During one of Fang Jiping's entanglements with my sister, he was kicked in the genitals and became unable to have sex. Shin family then suffered a crazy revenge from the Fong family. Various industries were suppressed. My father also died of a heart attack as a result. It can be said that Shin family and the Fong family have a deep-seated hatred. Brother Yi, if you help Shin family, the Fong family will definitely hold a grudge against you, so you should think carefully. Seeing Shin Haoran's frankness, Yi Feng no longer had any concerns. He was also very curious about the genius girl, Shin Haoyue. He wasn't afraid of being resented by the Fong family. He had a system, after all. How could he be worthy of it if he was afraid of this and that? Brother Shin, I've decided to invest in the Shin family. How much capital do you need? Shin Haoran's spirits lifted. After saying this, he had no hope that Yi Feng would invest. It would be extremely unwise to go against the behemoth that was the Fong family for the sake of the Shin family. Brother Yi, thank you so much. The Shin family's current market value is approximately 35 billion Chinese yuan. If you invest 10 billion Chinese yuan, I'm willing to give you 35% of the shares. Brother Shin, have the legal department draft the contract. My investment will be available anytime. Shin Haoran hurriedly contacted the legal department to draft the equity transfer contract and sent it to the Cloud Villa. Yi Feng glanced at it, found no problems, signed his name, and then transferred 10 billion Chinese yuan. Brother Yi, thank you so much. Don't worry, I will definitely live up to your trust. At this moment, Yi Feng was puzzled. He had spent 10 billion Chinese yuan, but why hadn't the system reacted? System, why isn't there a cashback? Host, the system provides cashback on consumption. Investment and shareholding are not considered consumption, so no cashback will be given. Why didn't you say so earlier? Host, you didn't ask either. You unfilial son! Tell me, how can an investment or acquisition be considered consumption? Host, your cumulative cashback has reached 10 trillion. After the system upgrade, all your expenses will be included in the cashback calculation. The cashback will be distributed as points. 1 point will be awarded for every 100 million Huaxia coins spent. A points mall will also be opened. Please continue your efforts. After ending the conversation with the system, the three left the study. Seeing Yi Feng appear, Shen Ruomiao rushed over and hugged him. Big brother, have you finished talking to Dad? Can you play with me now? Shen Haoran looked at his daughter and said, Meow meow, Dad has sold this house to Uncle Yi Feng. We need to pack our things and move to another house. Big brother, can I still come here to play in the future? Looking at Shen Ruomiao's expectant face, Yi Feng squatted down and stroked her head, saying, Meow meow, you can come any time. Brother always welcomes you. Brother Shin, no rush, you can pack slowly. I won't be staying here for a while. Big brother, you're so good. Shin Ruomiao kissed Yi Feng on the cheek. After playing with Xiao Ruomiao for a while, Yi Feng said goodbye and left. Back in his car, Yi Feng checked his phone for flights from Shanghai to Tianjin. After some consideration, he chose a first-class ticket for 10 a.m. the next morning. Thinking of his parents and younger sister, whom he hadn't seen for so long, and how he would soon be able to see them again, Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement. He decided to pick out a few gifts first. He drove to Wanda Plaza and familiarly went to the Patek Philippe store. The saleswoman, Mo Qingqing, greeted Yi Feng warmly. He had left a deep impression on her. Last time he bought a 7 million yuan Patek Philippe Wraith, and he was so handsome. She thought, how wonderful it would be if something happened between me and such a handsome young man. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Mo Qingqing, your sales assistant. Welcome back. Yi Feng looked at her, feeling a sense of familiarity. It seemed this same Mo Qingqing had served him last time. He walked up to her and said, Could you recommend 2 watches for me? One for a middle-aged man, and one for a young woman. Mo Qingqing thought for a moment, then led Yi Feng to the display case. Mr. Yi, this Patek Philippe timepiece perfectly suits your requirements. This men's watch boasts a sophisticated and understated design, crafted from the finest materials. It's not only extremely accurate but also shock-resistant and waterproof. The price is 3.5 million Chinese yuan. I'll take this one. Could you recommend a women's watch? Mr. Yi, please come this way. This youthful vigor is specially designed for young women. Its pink exterior exudes youth and vitality, and the Patek Philippe reputation guarantees its quality. This watch is priced at 2.8 million Chinese yuan. Yi Feng carefully examined the youthful vigor watch. It truly suited Yi Lin perfectly, and it also complemented Li Xiaona well. Remembering that he hadn't yet given Li Xiaona a gift, Yi Feng decided to buy two. I really like this youthful vibrancy watch. I'd like two. Please wrap them up for me. Yes, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. I'll wrap them up for you right away. Mo Qingqing quickly brought over 3 gift boxes. The men's watch was in a blue box, and the women's watch was in a pink box. Yi Feng paid by card and left. Mo Qingqing stared blankly at Yi Feng's departing figure. Qingqing, stop looking. Mr. Yi is already far away. A rich young man like him wouldn't even look at us. Sister Zhang, I didn't. I just fantasized. That Mr. Yi was my boyfriend. That captivating face of his is so irresistible, especially with his wealth and influence. Haha, yeah, a handsome and rich young man, who wouldn't like him? Yi Feng hadn't gone far after leaving. He was currently pondering what gift to give his mother, casually browsing when he spotted a jewelry store in the distance. Yi Feng walked over and entered the store. Welcome to Dafu Jewelry, sir. Please let me know what you need, or you can look around first, the salesperson said warmly as Yi Feng entered. Yi Feng was also visiting a jewelry store for the first time and wasn't familiar with it, so he replied, I'd like to buy a jade bracelet for my mother. Could you show me around? Yes, sir, please follow me. Following the salesperson to the booth, Yi Feng was overwhelmed by the dazzling array of bracelets and didn't know where to begin. Seeing Yi Feng's predicament, the salesperson opportunely offered, Sir, look at this bright green jade bracelet. It would be very suitable for a middle-aged woman. With the salesperson's explanation, Yi Feng gained a basic understanding of jade. After looking around, he saw prices ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan. Thinking about his mother's outburst if she found out he'd bought his father a 3.5 million yuan watch and himself a bracelet worth hundreds of thousands, Yi Feng shuddered and quickly said to the salesperson, Do you have any higher quality jadeite bracelets, priced around 3.5 million or more? Sir, please wait a moment. We have an icy jadeite bracelet that fits your requirements. I'll go ask the manager for it. Shortly afterward, the salesperson and the manager carefully brought over a brocade box. The shop manager carefully placed the brocade box in the center of the table, as if afraid it might break at any moment. Hello, sir, this is the icy jadeite bangle you requested. Yi Feng examined it closely. The jadeite bangle had a delicate and warm texture, shimmering with a soft luster under the light. Its transparency was extremely high, clearly showing the internal patterns. At this moment, a woman with a burly face rushed over, grabbed the bangle, and started trying it on. Madam, this gentleman saw the bangle first. The salesperson hurriedly said. Humph, so what if he saw it? He didn't pay. Now that I'm wearing it, it's mine. Tell me, how much? I'll buy it, the woman said arrogantly. Darling, only you are worthy of this bangle. A handsome man in his early 20s said obsequiously. Yi Feng suppressed his disgust at this scene. How could he even call someone darling? It seemed he was probably a kept man. This bracelet is for this lady. I don't really want it anymore. Yi Feng felt disgusted just looking at the fat woman. Why would he want something she touched? But what happened next made him even more disgusted. Little brother, you're smart enough to know what's good for you. Interested in following me? As long as you're strong, I guarantee you can buy a car in a year and a house in 5. Hee, think about it. The middle-aged woman said, even giving Yi Feng a flirtatious wink. At this point, Yi Feng couldn't take it anymore. He dry-heaved into the trash can, then pointed at the middle-aged woman and yelled, You fat bastard, you look like a pig. You're disgusting me. Get out, get out. The middle-aged woman instantly flew into a rage. She hated being called fat and a pig more than anything, and she charged at Yi Feng. Yi Feng dodged to the side, and the middle-aged woman crashed heavily into the wall. The young man immediately rushed over and struggled to help her up. "Honey, are you all right? I was so worried about you. Let me see if you're hurt." The middle-aged woman slapped the man across the face, yelling, "Get him! Beat him so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him." The man was immediately kicked to the ground by Yifeng, and the middle-aged woman, seeing this, became obedient and dared not approach again. "Kid, you're ruthless. Sooner or later you'll fall into my hands." "Oh, looks like you're quite capable. What do you do?" "How could I fall into your hands?" Yifeng asked her with amusement. "Kid, I work in the funeral industry. Scared now?" "Humph." Yifeng immediately jumped aside. This was too damn unlucky. The middle-aged woman kicked the young man, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, twice. "Stop playing dead, come with me right now." Upon hearing this, the young man immediately stood up and tried to leave with the middle-aged woman, but the store manager quickly intervened and stopped him. "Madam, this bracelet costs 3.8 million Chinese yuan. Will you be paying by card or bank transfer?" "What? How can it be so expensive?" Hearing this, the store manager gave a look, and several salespeople surrounded her. The middle-aged woman had no choice but to obediently swipe her card and slunk away. Yifeng then looked at the store manager and asked, "Manager, do you have bracelets of this quality or even higher?" The store manager thought for a moment and said, "Yes, we do, but they're not in the store. They're at the flagship store in Shanghai. We have an imperial green bracelet there, but it costs 100 million Chinese yuan. And if you're interested, I can contact the flagship store to have it delivered, but we'll need to verify your funds. Please understand." Yifeng didn't mind and showed the manager his phone. Upon seeing the long string of numbers, the store manager froze, then quickly ushered Yifeng into the VIP room. Half an hour later, a team of security personnel escorted an exquisitely crafted box to the Dafu Jewelry Wanda Plaza store. In the VIP room, a mature and composed middle-aged man with bright, piercing eyes skillfully opened the box. "Mr. Yi, I am Zhu Mingjie, the head of Dafu Jewelry in Shanghai. Thank you for choosing Dafu Jewelry. This is a glass-type imperial green jadeite bracelet. Please take a look." Yifeng stepped forward. The imperial green jadeite bracelet was almost transparent, radiating a rich green color. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, lying quietly in the box like a work of art. Yifeng immediately recognized its value and decided to take it. Turning to Zhu Mingjie, he said, "Mr. Zhu, I'll take this bracelet. I'll pay by card. This bracelet is simply perfect." Yifeng took out his black card, tossed it to Zhu Mingjie, and continued to examine the bracelet. "Congratulations, host! You've spent 100 million Huaxia coins and received a 10 billion Huaxia coin cashback, which has been deposited into your Supreme Black card ending in 8888. Yifeng took the black card from Zhu Mingjie, picked up the bracelet, and left. Back in his car, he carefully put away the gifts he'd bought that day, leaving only a pink gift box on the passenger seat, and drove to Shanghai University. Arriving at the dormitory entrance, Yifeng sent a message to Li Xiaona. A moment later, Li Xiaona happily ran out and rushed into Yifeng's arms. "Brother Feng, I missed you so much!" Hee hee. After a long while, the two separated, and Yifeng handed the gift to Li Xiaona. "Guess what's inside?" Hee hee, I don't need to guess. I like whatever Brother Feng gives me. The two strolled hand in hand through the campus, enjoying the leisurely atmosphere. Passing a supermarket, Yifeng bought 2 bottles of lemonade, and then the two sat down on a nearby bench. "Xiaona, my flight is tomorrow morning. I'm going home for a few days. Brother Feng, then I won't see you for several days. Remember to think of me when you get home, and don't forget to reply to my messages." Yifeng looked at Li Xiaona and affectionately patted her head. It felt so good to be cared for. "Don't worry, how could I not reply to your messages? You're so cute, I've missed you enough." Li Xiaona smiled and nodded, nestled on Yifeng's shoulder, her face filled with happiness. "Brother Feng, If only I were a little older, if only I were your age, then I could have met you sooner, and married you earlier. Yifeng hugged her waist tightly. This silly girl. Don't worry, I see all living beings as mere grass and trees, but you are the only green mountain I see. No matter what happens in this life, I will never give up on you. The two of them nestled together quietly. Silence spoke volumes. Two hearts drawn close together, more powerful than 1,000 words. As dusk settled, the two exchanged a smile and said simultaneously, "Let's go eat." They both laughed. Some people have known each other for a long time, yet feel worlds apart. Others have just met, yet feel as if 1,000 years have passed. Brother Feng, you have to catch a flight tomorrow, so let me treat you to the cafeteria today. Hee, I've always dreamed of eating at the cafeteria with you, Brother Feng. Hee, I have a big appetite, you'll have to spend money today. The two walked hand in hand towards the cafeteria, drawing gasps of admiration from passers-by. A perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Brother Feng, what would you like to eat? Yifeng thought for a moment and said, I'll have a steamer of xiaolongbao and a bowl of egg drop soup. Please wait a moment, sir, the waiter will be right back. With that, she skipped away. This lively girl. Just thinking about marrying her, life will surely be full of joy. Sir, your xiaolongbao and egg drop soup have arrived. Please enjoy. She then sat down opposite Yifeng and they ate together. Xiaona, do you like xiaolongbao too? Yifeng asked, surprised, looking at the identical food on the table. Shouldn't girls prefer things like snail rice noodles or rice vermicelli? Hee, I wanted to try the food you like, Fengji. It's a pity they don't have Tianjin-style jianbingguizi here, otherwise I definitely would have tried it. Looking at her earnest expression, Yifeng felt a warm glow. After dinner, at least Xiaona's repeated requests, Yifeng could only take her back to her dorm before obediently going home to sleep. He had no choice. He had to catch a flight the next morning. Back in her dorm, Li Xiaona was immediately surrounded by 3 gossipy girls. Xiaona, aren't you going to share your thoughts on the date? Yeah, tell us, did you and your senior kiss? Shirnen noticed the pink gift box she was carrying and her eyes lit up immediately. Xiaona, is this a gift from Senior Yifeng? Open it and see. Under the pressure of the 3, Li Xiaona obediently opened the gift box, revealing an exquisite pink watch. Li Bingbing immediately recognized the brand and exclaimed in surprise, staring at Li Xiaona. Xiaona, this is actually a Patek Philippe. A top-tier luxury watch. Sun Jingjing, standing nearby, immediately took out her phone and started looking it up. Xiaona, this is a new Patek Philippe Dancing Youth watch, priced at 2.8 million Chinese yuan. Xiaona, I didn't expect Senior Yifeng to be such a tycoon. Hee, you have to treat us to something delicious. I want snail noodles with pig's feet. Li Xiaona was also shocked. 2.8 million Chinese yuan. Is Brother Feng really that extravagant? Bing Bing, Shirnan, Jingjing, I think I can't accept this gift. It's too valuable. I want to return it to Brother Feng. I'm not with him for these things. Hearing her words, the 3 nodded, agreeing with her idea. At this moment, Yifeng, lying in bed scrolling through short videos, received a message from Li Xiaona. Brother Feng, the gift you gave me is too valuable. I can't accept it. I want to return it to you. Yifeng looked at the message, feeling troubled. He hadn't expected that his first gift to Li Xiaona would be rejected because it was too valuable. After organizing his thoughts, Yifeng replied, Xiaona, I don't know if you're rejecting the gift or rejecting me. When I chose this watch, my first thought was that it suited you perfectly, not its monetary value. I want to give you everything I find suitable for you. This isn't about money, it's because you're my girlfriend, and I want to share you. Brother Feng, I'm not rejecting you, it's just too expensive. If I accept it, I'll feel like I'm only with you for your money. Xiaona, I understand your character, so I don't think you're with me for money. If you don't accept it, it'll just have to be given to someone else, and you wouldn't want that to happen, would you? Under Yifeng's persistent persuasion, Li Xiaona finally accepted it reluctantly. Women are so hard to understand. I don't want to go to sleep. The next morning, Yifeng got up early, packed his things, took a taxi, and headed straight to the airport. He passed through security smoothly and was guided to his seat by a flight attendant. Yifeng took out his phone, adjusted the angle, took a selfie, and sent it to Li Xiaona. Xiaona, I've boarded. Don't worry. Putting his phone away, Yifeng lay down on his seat to rest quietly. Not far away, several elegant flight attendants in matching uniforms were chatting. Lily, I just spotted a handsome young man in first class. Those deep eyes, that high nose bridge, wow. He's really attractive. If I didn't have a boyfriend, I'd want to pursue him. Are you interested? How about we switch shifts? Sister Hong, really? I'll go check him out later. I love looking at handsome guys. I guarantee you'll be smitten. This young man's clothes look sophisticated. He's probably a rich kid. Lily, you should seize the opportunity. Soon, a feeling of weightlessness washed over them. The plane took off. As it steadily ascended, the view gradually opened up, and the scenery below became visible. Yifeng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, heard footsteps approaching. He slowly opened his eyes, and a delicate yet alluring face appeared before him. Her features were like a finely sculpted work of art, and she greeted him with a warm smile, speaking softly. Sir, hello. Would you like something to drink? We have tea, red wine, orange juice, and cola. Yifeng looked at the somewhat familiar face and tentatively asked, Molly? Molly looked closely at his face, then exclaimed in surprise, Yifeng? Yifeng smiled and looked at Molly, saying, Old classmate, long time no see. Yeah, it's been almost 4 years since graduation, hasn't it? You've made it big. All Armani, you're a tycoon. Don't tease me. By the way, did the school recommend you for an internship? Yeah, I just finished a 3-month internship. I can officially start working after graduation. Old classmate, can I get your contact information? I want to cling to this tycoon's coattails. Hee hee. After exchanging contact information, Molly gave him a glass of orange juice and promised to treat him to a big meal before leaving. Yifeng also fell into deep thought. He and Molly were classmates and even desk mates. During their busy and vibrant high school years, they became best friends, helping and teasing each other. However, Molly's confession to Yifeng was rejected, and coupled with her parents' divorce, she gradually became withdrawn, and their relationship slowly cooled. On the other side, seeing Molly return, Sister Hong approached and asked, Wasn't he handsome? Molly, you should seize the opportunity. Molly smiled bitterly. My feelings were unrequited. He used to be my deskmate, and I confessed to him too, but I was rejected. He said he only considered me a friend. After graduation, we didn't contact each other for 4 years. Now that we've met again, I've let it go. Being friends is fine too. 2.5 hours later, the plane landed safely at Tianjin Airport. Yifeng said goodbye to Molly and left. Stepping out of the airport, the air of his hometown, though not fresh, was filled with nostalgia. Home is the heart of every traveler. No matter where they are, there is always a longing and yearning for home. Composing himself, he got into the car and headed home. Arriving at his doorstep, Yifeng calmed his excited heart and knocked on the door. His mother's nagging voice came from inside. Who is it? It's the middle of the day, and you've come at just the right time. I just finished making lunch. Opening the door, Ye's mother was stunned to see Yifeng standing there. After a moment, she pulled him inside, scolding her eldest son whom she hadn't seen for half a year. You brat, you didn't even tell me you were coming back. Have you grown up? Haven't eaten yet? Come on, I just made egg noodles. Eat this first, I'll see what else I'm making. Seeing his mother about to go to the kitchen to cook again, he quickly stopped her. Mom, no need, I haven't had your egg noodles in ages, this will do. Alright, what do you want to eat tonight? Mom will make it for you. Yilin will be ecstatic to know you're coming back today. You know, she's been nagging me about when you're coming back every day, it's driving me crazy. Ye's mother grumbled, but her face was beaming with happiness. Mom, you don't need to bother, let's go out to eat tonight, it's on me. Your son has struck it rich. Son, aren't you doing an internship? How did you strike it rich again? Ye's mother looked at him with a puzzled expression. Mom, I had some Bitcoin before, and I sold it recently because the price was good. That's not worth much, you can keep it. Mom has money, Mom's treating you tonight. Ye's mother didn't know much about cryptocurrency and didn't take it seriously. Mom, where did my little sister go? That girl, she's always out playing and never helps me with chores at home. Today she seems to have gone to the beach with her classmates. After finishing his egg noodles, Yifeng lay down on the sofa. This was the bed he'd slept in for several years. His house wasn't big, 90 square meters, 2 bedrooms. When he was little, his parents shared a room, and Yifeng and Yilin shared another. As Yilin grew older, Yifeng moved to the sofa. After all, even siblings should avoid any appearance of impropriety. Later, his parents worried that Yifeng wasn't getting enough rest, so they suggested he move into their room. Yifeng refused and eventually got a sofa bed. At night, he could pull out the sofa to make a bed. He currently had over 100 billion Chinese yuan in his account. Tomorrow, he absolutely had to take his parents and younger sister to buy a villa. He also needed to buy a car. Right, a car. Seeing that he still had some time, Yifeng decided to go now and buy the car first. Mom, I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back before dinner. You silly boy, you just got home and you're already out? Be careful. Leaving home, Yifeng took a taxi to Jincheng Luxury Car Mall, a large luxury car dealership spanning 2 floors, each about 5,000 square meters. Inside, there weren't many people, probably because it was a weekday. Yifeng casually browsed around. Yifeng, you're home? You didn't even contact me when you got home. We could have grabbed a drink together. By the way, what brings you here? Planning to buy a car? I'm a salesperson here. Let me know which one you like, and I'll ask my manager for a discount. Yifeng looked at the person and gave him a hug. It was his childhood friend, Wei Liang. I just got home today, and I didn't expect to run into you while I was out for a stroll. Come on, let's walk and chat. I'll show you the cars, or my boss will find me again. Liangzi, what kind of luxury cars do you guys have here? Show me. You know what, there's a supercar that just arrived, an Aston Martin 1-77, one of the world's top supercars. It's incredibly expensive. Come on, I'll take you upstairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, a silver supercar immediately caught Yifeng's eye. Wei Liang introduced. This is the Aston Martin 1-77. It's equipped with a naturally aspirated 7.3L V12 engine, producing a maximum power of 760 horsepower and a maximum torque of 750 Nm. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour in 3.5 seconds and has a top speed of 354 km per hour. Isn't the performance incredibly powerful? What's even more powerful is its price, 50 million Chinese yuan. I couldn't earn that much in several lifetimes. Liangzi, do you have the keys? I want to sit in it and take a look. Yifeng really liked the car and intended to buy it. Xiaofeng, wait a minute. Let me ask the manager. I don't have the authority to drive this car, but I'll try my best. With that, Wei Liang quickly walked towards the manager's office. After waiting a while, seeing that Wei Liang hadn't returned, Yifeng walked towards the manager's office next door. Just as he reached the door, he heard the manager yelling at Wei Liang. Who do you think you are? Showing that car to your friends. Do you know how expensive that car is? You couldn't afford to pay for it even if you sold yourself. This kind of car is not for you nobodies to look at. Know your place and get out of here. Because of him, Wei Liang had been subjected to such a verbal abuse, and Yifeng's anger had reached its breaking point. He kicked the door open. You bastard, try cursing my brother again, and I'll cripple you right now. Seeing Yifeng rush in, Wei Liang immediately grabbed him, saying, Xiaofeng, don't be impulsive, I'm fine. Come with me, we can't afford to mess with this guy. Seeing Yifeng being restrained, manager Wu Fei became bolder. Kid, do you know where you are? Daring to cause trouble again, I think you're asking for it. And Wei Liang, you're fired. Get out of here right now. Hearing that Wei Liang was fired, Yi Feng became even angrier, breaking free from Wei Liang and kicking Wu Fei to the ground. The arguing and fighting on the second floor quickly attracted a crowd of customers. At this time, the security guards from the luxury car dealership also arrived. They were also dissatisfied with their manager, Wu Fei, and had only arrived after Yi Feng had finished fighting. Seeing the security guards arrive, Wu Fei pointed at Yi Feng and said fiercely, "You all get up there right now and beat him up badly. Otherwise, I'll fire you all." The security guards exchanged glances, but none of them stepped forward. The security captain then stepped forward and said, "Manager Wu, the conflict is over now. We have no right to assault customers of the luxury car dealership." Wu Fei's face darkened as he pointed at the security captain, but he didn't utter a single word. A middle-aged man with a serious expression entered the room and asked, "Can anyone tell me what happened?" Wu Fei rushed over immediately, crying, "Mr. Qian, Wei Liang and this kid caused trouble at our Mingshui and even hit me. Mr. Qian, you must stand up for me." The man was Qian Zhongwen, the owner of Mingshui. Despite his refined demeanor, he was once a notorious figure in the underworld, but he later seized an opportunity to clean up his act. Qian Zhongwen looked at Yi Feng and Wei Liang and said, "Young man, I want an explanation." An invisible pressure pressed down on Yi Feng. Steadying himself, Yi Feng met his gaze and slowly said, "Mr. Qian, I've heard of your past deeds, but today I came to buy a car from a friend. This Wu Fei actually insulted me and my friend. That's inappropriate. It's true, hitting someone was my fault, and I'm willing to make compensation." Qian Zhongwen looked at Yi Feng with admiration. So young, yet able to withstand his pressure and speak with reason and evidence. He then looked at Wu Fei. Seeing Qian Zhongwen's gaze, Yi Feng hurriedly explained, "Mr. Qian, this kid wants to see that Aston Martin 1-77. How could he afford it?" I refused. "Young man, is he right? Mr. Qian, you also think I can't afford it? I originally wanted to buy it, but now I don't." Yi Feng looked at Qian Zhongwen seriously. "Young man, are you admitting you're causing trouble? Or are you playing me?" "Playing you? No, I just want to ask Mr. Qian, is your luxury car collection for sale? Name your price, I'll take it." "Young man, this luxury car collection is worth around 1 billion. Are you sure you want it?" At this moment, Qian Zhongwen felt not only admiration but also curiosity. He didn't know where Yi Feng's confidence came from. "Mr. Qian, I'll offer 1.5 billion to buy Mingshui. Are you satisfied with this price?" Qian Zhongwen looked into Yi Feng's eyes, confirming the young man was serious. He asked doubtfully, "Young man, I can see you don't care about Mingshui. Why do you want to buy it?" Yi Feng pointed at Wu Fei and said, "Because of him, I want to get rid of him." "Is it worth it?" "Worth it." Seeing Yi Feng's affirmative answer, Qian Zhongwen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Abeo, break Wu Fei's leg and kick him out of Tianjin." After a scream, Wu Fei was dragged out of Mingshui. Qian Zhongwen smiled and said, "Now you have no reason to buy it, right? I still welcome you to buy cars. Young man, would you like to come to my office for a cup of tea?" "Mr. Qian, wait a moment. I'll have my brother buy the cars for me first, otherwise I'll really be seen as a troublemaker." He then took out a card and handed it to Wei Liang, instructing him to buy a Bentley Bentayga and an Aston Martin 1-77. Afterwards, he and Qian Zhongwen went to his office. After pouring Yi Feng a cup of tea, Qian Zhongwen looked at him and said, "Young man, I admire you. You're a lot like me when I was young, loyal, decisive, and responsible. I know it's unlikely I'll get you to do anything for me, so I'd like to be friends with you." Yi Feng had already intended to befriend him. After all, he was in Shanghai for long periods and couldn't handle his parents' affairs promptly, so he readily agreed. "Haha, from now on I'll call you Brother Yi, you can just call me Brother Qian. If you ever have any difficulties, just tell me. It might not work elsewhere, but in Tianjin, I still have some influence." As a veteran of the underworld who had roamed the land for over a decade, Qian Zhongwen had a keen eye for people. He knew that someone like Yi Feng was no ordinary person, and befriending him now would surely bring rewards later. Little did he know that this very act of befriending him would avert a catastrophic disaster later on. Brother Qian, you're also in the real estate industry. Any good villa recommendations? Little brother, I developed a villa area near Donghu Resort. Go tomorrow, see whichever one you like, I'll give it to you. Brother Qian, I'll just buy it directly, it's not that expensive. That's fine too, you're not short of money. Little brother, don't leave tonight, let's have a drink, I have a bottle of good wine. Brother Qian, I really can't today, I just got back from Shanghai. I promised to have dinner with my parents, I'll treat you another time. Okay, then I'll be waiting. Haha. The two chatted for a while, then Yi Feng took his leave. As soon as Yi Feng stepped out of the office, Wei Liang rushed over. Xiao Feng, you big spender. When did you strike it rich? Here, this is your card. I got lucky today too, thanks to you. These 2 cars alone brought me 1.5 million in commission. Haha, whenever you're free, I'll treat you to a big meal. Okay, after I'm done with this busy period, I'll definitely make you pay. Liangzi, you better perform well. Brother Qian said he's going to promote you to sales manager, so you'd better work hard. Yeah, I'll definitely work hard. You can go ahead and do what you're busy with. I need to tell Xiaohui, this time, the dowry and the house are all taken care of. Yi Feng asked a staff member to help him drive the Bentley home, while he himself sped home in his Aston Martin 1-77. Yi Feng waited downstairs for a while before the staff member finally arrived, parked the car, and Yi Feng scanned a 1,000 yuan red envelope. The staff member left, thanking him profusely. When Yi Feng arrived home, his father was already back, tending to the plants on the balcony. Seeing Yi Feng enter, he immediately came out, patted him on the shoulder, and laughed. You brat, you didn't even tell me you were coming back. I could have picked you up. Yi Feng's mother, who was washing clothes, yelled. You old man, you just finished tending the flowers and you're already patting my son? You'll have to wash his clothes if you get them dirty. Hearing this, Yi Feng's father sheepishly went to wash his hands, which made Yi Feng burst into laughter. A moment later, Yi Lin opened the door and returned. Seeing Yi Feng, she immediately rushed over and hugged him. You naughty brother, you didn't even tell me you were coming back. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone out to play today. All right, I brought you a gift. Want to see it? Yi Lin let go of Yi Feng and hurriedly said. Where is it? Let me see it quickly. Hee, I knew my brother was the best to me. Yi Feng took the prepared gifts from beside the sofa and placed them on the table. His parents gathered around, and Yi Lin's eyes lit up at the sight of the 3 exquisite gift boxes. Brother, is this pink one mine? Hee, I love pink the most, she exclaimed, snatching the box. Dad, Mom, these are your gifts. The elderly couple accepted the gifts, looking at Yi Feng with satisfaction. Their son had grown up and knew how to repay his parents. Yi Lin, standing nearby, had already opened her gift box, taking out the exquisite watch and admiring it. She took several photos to post on social media, wanting to show off her brother's affection. Dad, Mom, you should open it too. Look how beautiful my watch is. Hee. Yi Feng's parents opened their gift boxes one after the other. Yi Feng's father put on the watch, his joy impossible to hide. Yi Feng's mother opened her gift box, revealing a jade bracelet. Mother Yi wore the watch on her wrist, clearly delighted, but quickly took it off, saying, Xiao Feng, this must be very expensive. Mom's getting old, I don't need to wear these things. Return it. Keep the money for your wedding. And Lao Yi, take it off quickly. You're a grown man, why are you still giving things to a child? Father Yi also reluctantly took off the watch and put it back in the box. Just as Yi Feng was struggling to persuade his parents, Yi Lin exclaimed, Brother! My classmate said the watch you gave me is a Patek Philippe, worth 2.8 million Chinese yuan. Yi Lin looked at Yi Feng in astonishment. Not just yours, Dad's is too, and it's even more expensive. Mother Yi looked at Yi Feng nervously and said, Xiao Feng, we can't do anything illegal. Don't worry, it's all legally obtained. Little sister, could you explain Bitcoin to Mom? When Ye's parents learned that a single Bitcoin could be worth nearly 2 million Chinese yuan, they found it unbelievable. Just then, Yilin leaned over and asked mysteriously, Brother, how much did Mom's bracelet cost? A small goal, Yifeng said, then called the family out for dinner. Yilin looked at her mother with stars in her eyes. She was practically a walking small goal. Downstairs, Yifeng called to his parents who were walking out. Mom and Dad, I bought Dad a car this afternoon. Let's go drive there. Brother, which car? Yifeng gestured with his lips. Following the direction of Yifeng's smile, Yilin immediately ran over. Brother, a beetle! Seeing his sister frantically touching the beetle, Yifeng was exasperated. He quickly grabbed her ear, pressed the car key, and a white Bentley Bentayga parked next to them lit up. Yilin looked at him with a wronged expression and said, Brother, it hurts so much. Oh, a Bentley. Brother, can you buy me one too? Okay, I'll buy you one after you get your driver's license. You little brat, you're so young and already want a car? Xiao Feng, you spoil Linlin too much. Yes. Mother scolded. Amidst the playful bickering between mother and daughter, Ye's father drove to Jin Hui Restaurant. Jin Hui Restaurant is one of the top Chinese restaurants in Tianjin, specializing in various cuisines. Whether Chinese or Western, its dishes are all outstanding, and the decor is incredibly luxurious. Upon arriving at the front desk, Miss, could you give us a private room? Sir, there's a minimum charge for private rooms. If you don't have many people, I suggest you sit in the main hall, the receptionist said politely. Let's have a private room. I want a quiet environment. The four of them went to the private room. Yifeng was too lazy to order, so he directly ordered a set meal for 188,888 yuan. Jin Hui Restaurant lived up to its reputation as a top-tier restaurant. The dishes arrived quickly. Looking at the dazzling array of food, Yilin's mouth watered. Ye's mother looked at Yifeng with a reproachful expression, complaining about his wasteful spending, while Ye's father sat there happily. At the table, Yifeng kept putting food on his parents' plates. Mom and Dad, eat more. The food here is really good. Try this Wagyu beef. Mom, have some bird's nest soup too. I'll add more if you like it. Yilin, meanwhile, was stabbing a roast suckling pig hard with a lobster claw, looking at Yifeng with a resentful expression, as if asking why he wasn't putting food on her plate. Mom and Dad, I'm planning to go look at houses with my family tomorrow. I've already made arrangements. It's in the Donghu Resort area. I bought a car so it'll be more convenient for you to get around after you live there. Okay, let's go take a look tomorrow. It's time to pick out a wedding house for you. Otherwise, at your extravagant spending, you'll eventually run out of money. Ye's mother agreed wholeheartedly. Brother, you have great taste. My classmate lives there. It's really nice. There's a resort, an amusement park, and a hot spring hotel. Lots of fun things to do. And it's only half an hour from the city center, super convenient. My classmate also said that the subway is planned to go there, and construction will start next year. You're quite savvy, Mom. I'll transfer some money to you. You're always so reluctant to spend money. Now that your son has money, you can spend it freely. I'll transfer more to you when you're done. After saying this, Yifeng transferred 20 million Chinese yuan to his mother. It wasn't that he didn't want to transfer more, but he was afraid his mother wouldn't be able to handle it if he transferred too much. Yifeng's father, standing nearby, frantically winked at him. Yifeng returned a reassuring look and then transferred 2 million yuan to his father as well. Seeing Yilin looking at him expectantly, Yifeng couldn't bear it and transferred 500,000 yuan to her as well. It wasn't good for a young girl to carry too much money. After dinner, Yifeng's mother wanted to pack up the leftovers, but Yifeng stopped her. He was worth hundreds of billions. How could he let his mother eat leftovers? Back home, Yifeng's parents went to bed early, while the brother and sister sat on the sofa chatting. Brother, I feel like today was all unreal. I'm a little scared. I'm afraid I'll wake up and it'll all be a dream, and you'll still be in Shanghai. I'm also afraid it's real, and you'll get busier and stop caring about me. Silly girl, what are you thinking? How could your brother not care about you? We're blood relatives. If you ever need anything, you must tell your brother. Now I have the ability to help you solve any problems. Thank you, brother. You should get some rest. I'm going back to my room. Yifeng smiled helplessly. This little girl was getting more and more thoughtful. He lay on the sofa, chatted with Li Xiaona for a while, and then fell asleep. He was indeed quite tired today. Early in the morning, Yifeng was woken up by Yilin. He looked at the time. It was only a little past 7 a.m. He said to her helplessly, "Little sister, it's only 7 a.m., keep your voice down. I want to sleep a little longer." "Oh, brother, we're going to buy a big house soon. I'm so excited." "Don't sleep anymore. Look at me in this dress, don't I look pretty?" Yifeng replied without looking up. "Pretty." Just then, Ye's mother came out and pulled Yilin, who was still muttering to herself, away. "Your brother got off the plane yesterday and went straight out without even resting. You go back to your room and let him sleep a little longer." Yilin stuck out her tongue and slunk back to her room. It was past 9 o'clock when Yifeng finally woke up. Urged by Yilin, he quickly washed up, ate breakfast, and the family set off. Ye's father was already waiting in the car. Seeing the three of them get out, he said, "Xiaofeng, this car is really nice. I never thought I'd drive a Bentley in my life, haha. Look at you showing off, you're only doing this because of your son. Hurry up and get in the car, let's get going," Ye's mother said. Yifeng took out another car key and said to his parents, "I'll drive the other one. I bought 2 cars yesterday." Seeing Yifeng arrive at the Aston Martin 1-77, Yilin jumped out of her car, went to his side, opened the passenger door, and plopped down, shouting to her parents, "Mom and Dad, you go ahead. I'll ride my brother's sports car over, Once inside, Yilin looked at the exquisite and luxurious interior and asked Yifeng, "Brother, this car must be very expensive, right? I read online that sports cars cost millions. How much did you pay for this one?" Looking at his money-grubbing sister, Yifeng felt he needed to give her a good talking to. "This is an Aston Martin 1-77, 50 million renminbi. Don't worry about that, little girl. I'll buy you a sports car after you get your driver's license. That way, you won't be easily fooled. I knew my brother loved me the most, Donghu Resort wasn't far from Yifeng's home. It took less than 20 minutes to get there. When he was little, before the resort was built, he and his parents had come here to play and dug up a whole bucket of clams. Donghu villas were situated on the tranquil lakeside, surrounded by lush trees, offering expansive views and allowing one to escape the hustle and bustle of the city and feel the breath of nature. The four arrived at the sales center. Looking at the opulent decor, Ye's parents were somewhat intimidated, while Yilin looked on excitedly. Since it was a villa sales center, there weren't many people. Several glamorous saleswomen were chatting idly together, and no one greeted Yifeng's family upon their arrival. "Brother, come quick! Look at this villa, the location is fantastic. You can see the entire East Lake from the yard. Let's go see it in person," Yilin said excitedly to Yifeng. Reaching the model, seeing the excellent location, Yifeng called out to the saleswomen chatting nearby, "Sales ladies, take us to see this villa in person." The saleswomen looked at him with disdain. They felt taking Yifeng and his group there was a waste of time. Yifeng frowned, about to get angry, when a young girl with a youthful face ran over. "Sir, if you don't mind, I can take you to see this villa in person, but I'm new here and not very experienced yet." Yifeng looked at the girl. She was young, probably a student working summer vacation. Looking at her name tag, he knew her name was Su Yali. "Ms. Su, thank you for showing us." Yifeng beckoned his parents and sister to come and see the house with Su Yali. The salesperson standing nearby scoffed, "Ali, don't bother. They don't look like they can afford a villa. They're probably just here to get freebies." Suyali ignored them and looked at Yi Feng seriously, asking, "Sir, what is your surname?" "My surname is Yi. You look about my sister's age, so you must still be a student. Don't be nervous. Mr. Yi, I am a student working during my summer vacation. Please wait a moment while I go find a sightseeing bus." She then ran to the door, found a sightseeing bus, and drove it to the entrance. The Yi family of 4 got into the bus and arrived at Villa number 8 in Donghu. The villa's exterior featured a simple yet modern design, with white walls that blended harmoniously with the surrounding natural environment. "Mr. Yi, this is the villa you saw on the model. Please come in." Suyali opened the villa door and invited them inside. The villa's interior was equally simple yet modern, featuring high-quality furniture and decorations. The living room was spacious and bright, with floor-to-ceiling windows filling the room with natural light. The bedroom was warm and comfortable, equipped with soft bedding and elegant bedside tables. The kitchen was fully equipped, providing convenient cooking facilities for the residents. The bathroom was spacious and clean, featuring high-end sanitary ware and shower facilities. The villa's garden was equally meticulously designed, with lush greenery and fragrant flowers. Winding paths guided visitors along its length. A small fountain in the center of the garden provided a tranquil and peaceful ambience. "Mr. Yi, this villa number 8 is the largest in the entire Donghu villa complex, boasting the best scenery. It's fully furnished and ready for immediate move-in. From the furniture and appliances to the building materials, everything is of the highest quality. The price is also very high, otherwise it wouldn't have remained until now." Mr. Ye's parents didn't speak, but their eyes revealed their delight. Yi Lin, needless to say, was currently running around the house, touching and looking at everything. At that moment, Yi Feng made the decision. "Miss Su, this is it. Let's go back and sign the contract." Suyali, doubting she had heard correctly, asked seriously, "Mr. Yi, you mean you want to buy this villa?" "Yes, I want it. Let's go back and sign the contract. I'll pay in full." Suyali jumped up excitedly. This was her first sale, and a 50 million yuan deal at that. Now her tuition wouldn't be a problem, and it would greatly improve her and her mother's lives. Realizing her outburst, Suyali blushed and hurriedly explained, "Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry, I'm just too happy. This is my first sale. It's alright, let's go. I'm waiting for you to take us back, but don't get too excited while driving. I don't want to go for a bath in East Lake." Yi Feng joked. The group soon returned to the sales center. Seeing Suyali return, the salespeople's mocking voices rang out again. "Back so soon?" I bet they were stunned by the luxury of Villa number 8. Exactly. They must be incredibly lucky to even catch a glimpse of such a luxurious villa. "Sister Zhang, Sister Zhao, no, Mr. Yi has decided to buy Villa number 8. We're back to sign the contract." The sales staff looked on incredulously, then a surge of jealousy welled up inside them. Soon afterward, Suyali, having prepared the contract, arrived before Yi Feng along with sales manager Wang An. "Mr. Yi, this is Wang An, the sales manager. The contract is ready. Please, let's go to the finance department to sign it." Upon arriving at the finance office, Yi Feng transferred the 50 million yuan payment and signed the contract. "Manager Wang, does Ms. Su receive her sales commission?" Yi Feng asked as he was leaving the finance office. Wang An looked at Yi Feng and said, "Mr. Yi, don't worry, the commission will definitely go to Yali." Yi Feng was worried that Su Yali, a temporary salesperson, might have her sales figures attributed to him by Manager Wang. He admired this self-reliant young woman, so he added, "Manager Wang, I'm friends with your boss, Mr. Qian. I hope you keep your word." After Yi Feng left, Wang An immediately dialed Qian Zhongwen's number. "Mr. Qian, a young man named Yi Feng came to our villa sales center today and bought villa number 8. After he paid, I realized he was your friend, so I didn't offer him the maximum discount. This is my negligence, please punish me." "Oh. Brother Yi is really decisive. He just mentioned it yesterday and went today." "Alright, it's not your fault. It's fine, he doesn't need the money. Has he left? Never mind, I'll call him and talk to him. Wang An wiped the sweat from his brow after hanging up the phone. He almost offended a powerful figure today. At this moment, any lingering resentment he had harbored completely vanished, and he decided to give Su Yali the highest possible commission. Just as Yi Feng was about to leave, he received a call from Qian Zhongwen. Haha, Brother Yi, I heard from my men that you bought that villa number 8 today. That's quite a purchase. It's a villa king. Thanks for supporting me, brother. Brother Qian, you're too kind. I should thank you for reserving such a nice house for me. Brother, do you have time? I'm at the East Lake Golf Course. Interested in playing? Sure, Brother Qian, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Yi Feng told his parents he was going out to meet some friends. His parents drove back, but Yi Lin insisted on coming along, so he reluctantly took her with him. Brother, where are we going? Do I know your friend? Yi Lin asked incessantly, like a curious child. My friend is at a golf course not far from here. You haven't seen him, but you should have heard his name, Yi Feng said with a strange look. I haven't seen him? Who is he? Qian Zhongwen. Brother, is it too late for me to get off now? Haha, you little brat, you're scared now? Too late? The two arrived at their destination, gave Qian Zhongwen's name, and were directed to the green. At the entrance, the muscular man, Ah Bao, whom they had met at the luxury car dealership, was guarding the door. Brother Bao, I've come to see Brother Qian. Mr. Yi, you can just call me Ah Bao. Brother Qian is inside with some friends. Ah Bao knocked on the door, and after hearing a reply, opened it to invite Yi Feng and his companion inside. Upon entering, they saw Qian Zhongwen playing golf with a haggard-looking middle-aged man. Seeing Yi Feng and his companion, Qian Zhongwen smiled and said, Brother Yi, you've come quickly. And who is this young lady? Brother Qian, this is my sister. She heard we were coming to the golf course and wanted to come along. Brother, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Zhang Jiwei, the general manager of Yuanda Investment. Mr. Zhang, this is my younger brother Yi Feng. Don't let his young age fool you. He's incredibly wealthy. Yi Feng shook hands with Zhang Jiwei, and the two became acquainted. Just then, a weak voice reached the ears of the three. A sucker? Yi Feng stared at Yi Lin, his face darkening. Who would say that to someone's face like that? This little girl. Qian Zhongwen, standing to the side, burst into laughter. Yuanda Investment, sucker, haha, that's hilarious. Yi Feng, your little sister is so cute. Old Zhang, you've been having such bad luck lately, maybe it has something to do with your name. Calling you a sucker every day, how can things go smoothly? Zhang Jiwei nodded in deep agreement. At his age, he still believed in these things. Little sister, you've really enlightened me. I always felt something was off, but I couldn't pinpoint why. Looks like I really need to change the company's name. Qian Zhongwen gestured for them to sit down. Yi Lin, sensing they had something to discuss, grabbed a golf club and went to play some golf in the distance. Old Qian, I won't beat around the bush. I'm willing but unable to afford that land in the free trade zone right now. Could you perhaps inject some capital so we can develop it together, or I could just transfer it to you directly? Zhang Jiwei said helplessly. He had spent 3 billion renminbi to acquire that land, intending to build a large logistics and trade center. However, things didn't go as planned. Due to the failure of several major investment projects, his company faced a severe shortage of funds, forcing him to turn to Qian Zhongwen. Old Zhang, your project will probably require an investment of 10 billion renminbi to complete. I can only allocate 3 billion to keep my own projects running, and I think you can only contribute 2 billion. That leaves a 5 billion renminbi funding gap. This is difficult. Zhang Jiwei had provided significant help to Qian Zhongwen when he was laundering his money, and he desperately wanted to help him, but the funding gap was too large for him to handle. Just as the two were at their wits' end, Yi Feng spoke up. Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, don't worry, I'll invest the 5 billion. If it's not enough, I can add more. The two men stared at Yi Feng in astonishment. In Qian Zhongwen's eyes, Yi Feng was so young, his net worth was probably only around 1 billion at most. But this was 5 billion in cash. His net worth was terrifying. Only now did he realize that he had originally wanted to cultivate a good relationship with a rising star. But now he saw that this wasn't a rising star at all. This was already a blazing moon. Brother Yi, how much can you add? Zhang Jue asked in a low voice. 10 billion, I'll think of something else if it's not enough, Yifeng said casually. The two men looked at each other, unsure what to say. This was too extravagant. Finally, they agreed that Zhang Jue would invest 2 billion plus land, taking 40% of the project. Yifeng would invest 5 billion, taking 35%, and Qian Zhongwen would invest 3 billion, taking 25%. Zhang Jue would be responsible for the overall project's progress. Brothers, I'm only responsible for providing the money. I'm not in charge of the project itself. I'm too lazy. I'll just take the profits. Yifeng was returning to Shanghai soon, and he didn't want to waste too much of his energy. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy life? Brother Yi, tonight it's my treat. Let's drink until we drop. Old Qian, you always say you have good wine. I have to try it tonight. After the three of them agreed to meet at Qian Zhongwen's Donghu Hotel that evening, Yifeng and Yilin took their leave. On the way home, Yilin looked at Yifeng with a puzzled expression and asked, Brother Qian doesn't seem as scary as the rumors say. He looks quite refined, like a professor. Yes, Brother Qian was forced by circumstances back then. If he wasn't ruthless, he wouldn't have survived. This is his true self now. Back home, Yilin immediately started bragging to her parents about playing golf, her exaggerated expressions making them laugh heartily. Mom and Dad, guess who I met today? It was Qian Zhongwen, the legendary big shot. Ye's mother looked at Yifeng nervously and asked, Xiao Feng, you met Qian Zhongwen today? How did you meet him? You can't go astray. Yifeng gave Yilin a reproachful look and explained, Mom, I met Brother Qian when I was buying a car. He's doing legitimate business now, so don't worry. Yes, Mom, Brother Qian was so friendly today, as refined as a professor, not at all as scary as people say. Yilin chimed in. Seeing her children's positive feedback, Ye's mother realized she had been worrying unnecessarily. Her children were grown up, had their own ideas, and would have to walk their own paths in life. Seeing that it was almost time, Yifeng set off for the Donghu Hotel. After a smooth drive, a young man approached Yifeng after he parked his car, his eyes shining as he stared at Yifeng's vehicle. Brother, is that an Aston Martin 1-77? It's so cool. There are only 5 of these in China. Can I take a picture? Looking at the overly friendly young man, Yifeng generously tossed him the keys. It's fate that we met. Come on in and take some pictures. You can even drive it around. The young man thanked him profusely, took a few photos inside the car, then started the car and drove around the neighborhood. Brother, aren't you afraid I'll drive off? Seriously, this car's performance is amazing. Let me introduce you, my name is Zhao Peng from Kyoto. Looking at the confidence emanating from Zhao Peng, Yifeng sensed that Zhao Peng's identity was definitely not ordinary. Yifeng from Tianjin. Brother Feng, I'll be going now. If you come to Kyoto sometime, I'll definitely treat you to a big meal. As Zhao Peng left, Yifeng also entered the hotel. Zhang Jue, seeing Yifeng arrive, laughed heartily. Brother Yi, you're late. You'll have to punish yourself with a drink. Qian Zhongwen, standing nearby, chimed in. 1 drink isn't enough, it has to be 3. Haha, I brought 2 bottles of 76 5-star Matai today. Brother, you'd better drink a lot. Yifeng, not wanting to spoil the fun, readily agreed. After the 3 were seated, the waiter began serving the dishes. Yifeng filled his glass, stood up, and said to the 2 men, Brothers, I'm late today. I'll punish myself with a drink. I'll drink this first. Good. Brother Yi is indeed straightforward. Thank you both, Lao Qian and Brother Yi, otherwise I'd have to sell this land off. Enough with the small talk. If you ever need anything from me, Zhang Jue, I'll never refuse. Cheers! After drinking 2 glasses, Yifeng quickly ate some food to calm himself down. It was the first time he'd ever drunk so much baijiu. Seeing Yifeng's discomfort, the two slowed their drinking pace. Brother Yi, I heard from Lao Qian that you'll be returning to Shanghai soon. I've also heard that the Fan family and the Shen family, two of Shanghai's 4 major families, have recently started another war, and it's quite a big one. Do you have any news on that? Hearing Zhang Jue's words, Yifeng knew that Shen Haoran had begun to act, but he didn't know whether the genius girl Shen Haoyue had made a move. Brother Zhang, this is retaliation launched by the Shen family. They received a sum of money, and with Shen Haoyue involved, the Fang family will definitely suffer a significant loss. I didn't expect the Shen family to be able to secure funding, but the Fang family is powerful. I think if the Shen family doesn't get further investment, they might be swallowed up by the Fang family. Zhang Jiwei, a seasoned businessman with extensive experience in business warfare, still didn't have a high opinion of the Shen family. Brother Zhang, don't worry, the Shen family won't lose. At worst, I'll invest in Shen Haoran. I'm also very curious about what Shen Haoyue's methods are to defeat the Fang family. So it was your doing, Brother Yi. The Fang family is in trouble now, but we still need to be wary of their retaliation. Hey you two, on such a beautiful day, instead of drinking and reciting poetry, why are you discussing the Fang and Shen families? Come on, bottoms up! Qian Zhongwen said, raising his glass and downing it in one gulp. The two also downed their glasses. Yifeng, feeling a bit tipsy, looked at his 2 older brothers with unreadable expressions and was quite impressed. Brother Qian, could you reserve a banquet hall at the Donghu Hotel for me the day after tomorrow? My little sister is having her graduation banquet. Qian Zhongwen laughed. No problem at all, don't worry, brother, I'll definitely arrange it for you. Thank you very much, Brother Qian. The 3 drank for a while longer, and Yifeng became completely drunk. Seeing this, Qian Zhongwen simply arranged for him to stay at the Donghu Hotel. At the dinner table, Zhang Jue looked at Qian Zhongwen and asked, Old Qian, this Brother Yi is no ordinary person. Conservatively speaking, his assets are no less than 20 billion renminbi, and that's all cash flow. He's just a bit naive, but he's destined for greatness. Yes, that's what attracted me to him, which is why I befriended him. You, on the other hand, secured an investment so soon after meeting him. Old Qian, I've also investigated Brother Yi. His parents are ordinary people, and he was just an ordinary student before. But in the last half-month, he suddenly amassed astonishing wealth, all from overseas. Brother Ye's background is far from simple. Qian Zhongwen stared at Zhang Jue seriously and said, Old Zhang, let me remind you, don't pry too much into other people's secrets, or you'll easily invite trouble. Just maintain a good relationship with Brother Yi. Don't have any ulterior motives. His purpose in befriending us is simply to take care of his family. Just do that. Old Qian, you see things clearly. I've learned my lesson. I'll punish myself with a drink. Zhang Jiwei raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. The two chatted for a while and then checked into the Donghu Hotel. The morning sunlight shone on Yifeng's face. He slowly opened his eyes, a headache hitting him. Feeling weak, he shook his head helplessly. Yifeng tried to recall the events of the previous night, but his memory was as blurry as if washed away by alcohol. He struggled to the bathroom, looked at his pale face in the mirror, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He washed his face with cold water to try and clear his head. After drinking a bottle of water, he returned to bed, picked up his phone to tell his mother, and then fell into a deep sleep. At the Yi family home, Ye's mother was complaining about her son, while Yilin was happily packing her things. She had insisted on moving to the Donghu villa as soon as she returned home yesterday, and her parents had no choice but to agree. They decided to pack quickly and move there first thing this morning. Mom, my graduation banquet is tomorrow. Have you decided where to go? You little rascal. Your brother just said he's already booked the Donghu Hotel for you. Are you happy now? Your brother spoils you too much. Hurry up and get ready. I still need to let the relatives know the address for tomorrow's banquet. Looking at the packed belongings, Ye's mother felt a headache coming on. She had initially thought it wouldn't be much, and that Ye's father could just drive it away. But now, with so many bags and bundles, especially Ye's father's pile of flowers and plants, Ye's mother felt like hitting him. Finally, to avoid being dragged into the mess, Yilin found a moving company online. The moving company arrived quickly, carrying the packed boxes downstairs one by one. Ye's mother greeted the neighbors downstairs. Meiwan, are you moving? Yes, Xiaofeng earned some money outside and insisted on buying me a bigger house. I couldn't stop him no matter what I said. Sigh, kids these days are so disobedient, they don't even know how to save money for their weddings. Ye's mother complained, but she couldn't hide the smug look on her face. Your children are so filial, you should be secretly happy. Your family has raised 2 students from prestigious universities. You'll be set for life from now on. As long as the children are doing well, that's enough. Sister He, I'll have to go now, Olji is calling me. Come visit sometime. He left the home he'd lived in for half his life amidst envious glances. Arriving at the Donghu villa, Ye's mother directed the movers to put their belongings in the living room. Ye's father arranged his flowers and plants in the yard, then sat in the gazebo, admiring the plants. He looked utterly content. He imagined gathering with some old friends, a pot of tea, sipping tea while admiring the flowers. Wow, that kind of life sounded so appealing. Ye's mother's call interrupted his thoughts, and he reluctantly got up and went back into the villa. Seeing Mr. Yi return, Mrs. Yi said, Old Yi, hurry up and move the clothes upstairs to the 2nd floor. You can work on your flowers after you're done. Yilin, on the other hand, chose a room on the 3rd floor, placed the dolls she had brought on the bed, arranged her own photo on the bedside table, and after finishing her work, lay on the soft bed, occasionally laughing out loud. Around noon, Yifeng woke up again, feeling a bit better, and got up to wash up. Driving away from the Donghu Hotel, as he passed the residential area, Yifeng's eyes lit up when he spotted a breakfast cart. He hadn't had jianbingguizi, a type of Chinese crepe, in a long time and was really craving it. He got out of the car and went to the cart, saying to a woman in her 40s, Sister, give me a set of jianbingguizi and a bag of breakfast milk. The woman skillfully made the jianbing, and soon Yifeng took the finished product, scanned the code, paid 10 yuan, and returned to his car. Smelling the familiar aroma, he took a bite with a look of pure enjoyment. It was just as he remembered. After being away for so long, he still craved this. After quickly finishing his meal, Yifeng drove to the Donghu villa, wondering if his parents had finished preparing. Upon arriving at the villa, he found his father tending to his flowers. Seeing this, Yifeng joked, Dad, how about I buy you some land? You can start a flower farm. Confucius once said, knowing is not as good as liking, and liking is not as good as enjoying. Dad, you can definitely do it well. His father's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. I'm too old for that. I'll just keep some flowers in the yard. Seeing the change in his father's expression, Yifeng knew he was interested. It seemed he needed to prepare a surprise for his father. Yifeng's mother, who was watching TV in the living room, quickly beckoned him over when she saw him return. Xiaofeng, I don't object to you drinking while you're out, but you must drink in moderation. Otherwise, something bad might happen. And you absolutely mustn't drive after drinking. Don't worry, Mom, I know what I'm doing. Mom, I'd like to hire 2 housekeepers, one for cleaning and one for cooking. What do you think? Yifeng's mother knew her son was just trying to comfort her, but she felt she was healthy enough to refuse. Son, I'm still healthy enough. I don't need a housekeeper for now. We can find one when I'm older and can't work anymore. You're graduating soon, so hurry up and get married and give me a grandson. Yifeng's mind flashed to Li Xiona. His mother would definitely like her, and Yilin would probably become her best friend. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but smile. Yifeng's mother gave him a knowing look, and before she could ask any questions, Yifeng had vanished. Yilin opened the door upon hearing footsteps, only to see him rushing up to the 3rd floor. She asked, her face full of confusion. Brother, what's wrong? Is Mom going to hit you? No way, If anyone's going to hit someone, it'll be me. Hearing Yilin's question, Yifeng said irritably, Don't talk nonsense. Mom would never hit anyone. Tomorrow's your graduation banquet. I'll buy you some clothes. Hearing his words, Yilin showered him with flattery, urging him to hurry up and leave. The brother and sister drove to Yansha town. Unlike typical shopping malls, each brand had its own independent European-style store. These stores connected like a miniature town, with clearly defined areas, making it easy to find what you needed. Plus, there were seats everywhere, a real boon for men. Yifeng immediately dragged Yilin to the clothing section. He didn't want to accompany his sister to explore the entire town. Hey girl, do you have a favorite brand? I don't want to go in and look at them all. Yilin thought for a moment, then said coquettishly, Brother, I don't know which brand to choose either, just come with me and take a look. Reluctantly, Yifeng could only become a tool to accompany her. The two arrived at Prada. The sales assistant wasn't very enthusiastic at first, but when they saw Yifeng enter, they immediately greeted him warmly. As a sales assistant in a luxury store, they had a good eye and immediately recognized that Yifeng's Armani outfit was expensive. Welcome to Prada, sir and madam. Please let me know if you need anything, and I will be happy to assist you. Yifeng pointed to Yilin and said, Pick a few outfits for her. Then he found a place to sit down. Yilin was overwhelmed by the choices. Every item seemed beautiful, and she was unsure how to choose. Just then, a sales assistant introduced her outfit. Miss, this is a new spring set this year. It suits you perfectly, youthful and vibrant, especially since your skin is so fair. It would look absolutely stunning on you. Why don't you try it on and see how it looks? In a short while, Yilin tried on 3 outfits, all of which she liked. Just as she was wondering which to choose, a young woman who looked like a student entered the store, surprised to see Yilin there as well. Yilin? What are you doing here? Yilin frowned as she looked at the person who had arrived. It was her classmate, Jingguogua. The two didn't get along very well, and Yilin was puzzled as to why Jingguogua was always comparing herself to her, whether it was studying, dressing up, or even making friends. If she couldn't win, she would spread rumors to slander her. I came with my brother to buy clothes, is that a problem? Yilin said irritably. Brother? More like a sugar daddy. I heard your brother hasn't even graduated yet. Can he afford Prada for you? I heard you were showing off your Patek Philippe watch on social media the other day. I thought you just found a picture somewhere to show off, but it seems that was a gift from this sugar daddy too. I never thought our class's top student, Yilin, would be someone's sugar daddy. Hearing Yilin being slandered like this, Yifeng slapped Jingguogua across the face, coldly saying, Apologize. Covering her throbbing cheek, Jingguogua was filled with disbelief. She had actually been hit. Even her parents had never hit her before. Today, she had been slapped because of Yilin. Looking at Yifeng with resentment, she said, You dare hit me! Do you know who my sugar daddy is? You just wait. She picked up her phone, made a call, and began to cry. Yilin looked at Yifeng with some worry and said, Brother, why don't we leave? Don't stoop to this crazy woman's level. Yifeng shook his head. He knew that if he didn't teach Jingguogua a lesson today, she would definitely retaliate against Yilin in the future. He couldn't stay by Yilin's side forever. If she got hurt because of this, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Soon after, a portly middle-aged man came to Jingguogua's side, comforted her for a few moments, and then shouted loudly, Who dares to hit my goddaughter, Chintai? Show yourself if you have the guts. Yifeng walked up to Chintai and said coldly, I did hit her, so what? Your mother. Young Master Yi? What are you doing here? Seeing the man's appearance, Chintai broke out in a cold sweat. How had that bitch Jingguogua offended this man? This was someone who was on friendly terms with Master Qian. You know me? Yifeng asked suspiciously. He had never seen this man before. Young Master Yi, I'm the general manager of Donghu Hotel. You and Master Qian got drunk at dinner yesterday, and I took you to rest. Don't you remember? Chintai said cautiously, afraid of offending Yifeng. He had blacked out yesterday and had no recollection of how he got to the hotel. Tell me, how should this be resolved? Although Chintai recognized him, he still wanted to teach Xingguogua a lesson. Xingguogua! Come here and kowtow to young Master Yi to apologize. Chintai dared not protect his adopted daughter anymore. He didn't want to go down with her. Xingguogua was terrified. She knew who Master Qian was, and immediately knelt down to apologize. Young Master Yi, Lin, I was wrong, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have slandered you. I'm worthless, I'm not human. Xingguogua apologized, while slapping herself. Seeing Xingguogua begging for mercy, Yifeng lost interest and waved his hand, letting Chintai take her away. Chintai felt like he'd been granted a pardon and slunk away with Xingguogua. Meanwhile, the shop assistants watched Yifeng nervously, afraid of doing something to displease him. After all, he was a friend of Master Qian, and they couldn't afford to offend him. Seeing this, Yifeng lost interest in shopping any further. He had the shop assistant pick out 2 of the latest handbags, which, along with the 3 outfits Yilin had tried on, were packed up. After paying, he left with Yilin. Brother, that was so satisfying. That Xingguogua always picks fights with me at school. Let's see if she dares to spread rumors again. Looking at the smug Yilin, Yifeng ruffled her hair and said, All right, she definitely won't dare again. Remember, if anything happens, tell me. Your brother will stand up for you. On the other side, Chintai glared fiercely at Xingguogua, wishing he could devour her. This idiot almost got him to offend Yifeng. She's utterly useless and only good for making things worse. Xingguogua! If you're looking for trouble, don't drag me down with you. If you ever dare offend young Master Yi and Miss Yi again, I'll sell you to Myanmar. Xingguogua was terrified. She couldn't understand how Yilin, an ordinary person, and Yifeng, a student, could be on such good terms with someone as powerful as Master Qian. She had offended Yilin before. Would she face retaliation? Fear filled her entire body. Leaving Prada, as the siblings prepared to go home, a dessert cart caught Yilin's attention. Brother, I want to eat egg waffles. Will you buy them for me? You silly girl, if you want some, just go buy them. You're not short of money. No, the ones my brother buys are tastier, hee. Yilin pleaded. Hearing his sister's words, Yifeng had no choice but to lead her to the dessert cart. Boss, 1 strawberry egg waffle, 1 takoyaki, and 2 lemon teas, please. Okay, young lady, there are 2 more egg waffles ahead. You can rest at the table over there for a while, and I'll call you when they're ready. There were 4 simple plastic tables and chairs next to the dessert cart. The 2 found an empty seat and sat down. Brother, how are things going with you and your girlfriend Mingyu? We've broken up. Ah? Broke up? Brother, don't be sad. I think you two should have broken up a long time ago. Although I've never met her, judging from your photos and the way you interacted, I think she didn't like you. She just kept you as a backup, the kind she could discard at any time. Yifeng sighed. Even his own sister could see through him. How could he have been so blind to take her indifference as a test? Brother, don't sigh. You're so handsome, I'll introduce you to a few girls later. Your little sister already has several beautiful girlfriends. Little girl, your food is ready. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Yifeng quickly got up to get it. He didn't want to hear his sister continue. He scanned the code to pay, placed the food on the table, and seeing Yilin about to say more, Yifeng quickly said, Stop, no need to say anything more, I have a new girlfriend. Hearing this, Yilin's eyes brightened, and she was about to continue asking when a weak voice interrupted her. A cute little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, stood beside her and said, Big sister, I want to eat egg waffles. Seeing the little girl's adorable appearance, Yilin immediately felt a surge of sympathy, imagining a bunch of abandoned children. She then handed the egg waffle to the little girl, telling her to eat slowly and that she would buy her more if she wanted more. Yilin turned her head and whispered, Brother, look at this little girl, isn't she abandoned? She's so pitiful, why don't we take her home? Yifeng looked at her as if she were an idiot. Her imagination was just too vivid. Look at the little girl's clothes. Although they're not big brands, they're very clean and tidy, which shows her parents love her very much. And look at the way she eats, taking small bites, which means she's well-mannered and doesn't look like she hasn't eaten in a long time. She must have just been separated from her parents. Yilin nodded in agreement, and gave an awkward smile. Brother, you're so observant, I didn't even notice. Turning to the little girl, she put on what she thought was a gentle expression and said, Little sister, what's your name? Why are you here all alone? The little girl stopped what she was doing, looking at Yilin as if confirming she wasn't a bad person. She glanced at the egg waffle in her hand, as if she had made a big decision. Sister, my name is Neo. I came with my dad today. He just got a phone call. I was playing here while waiting for him, and then I saw these egg waffles and came over. At this point, Neo seemed to realize something and burst into tears. I lost Daddy. What? I lost Daddy. How am I going to explain this to De Huang? De Huang loves Daddy the most. Yilin asked. Neo, who is De Huang? Is he your grandpa? No, De Huang is my dog, he's super cute. Neo said earnestly. Yilin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Children's thought processes are truly unpredictable. Neo, can I help you find your dad? Okay, thank you, sister. You're so beautiful and kind. De Huang and I will thank you. Oh, Neo is such an honest child, I love you so much. Listening to their conversation, Yifeng suppressed a laugh. His little sister was like a child, a real character. Neo, where did you get lost from your dad? Yifeng asked gently. Neo lowered her head and thought for a moment. Big brother, I only remember a big Mickey Mouse and a big drum next to it. I was playing there, and a brother was playing the drum. I got scared and ran away, and then I couldn't find my way back. Yifeng thought for a moment, but couldn't recall anything. He went to the map of Yansha town nearby and looked at it carefully. It should be in the square between the clothing and food areas. Besides, the town's service center was there. He could ask the staff for help. Little sister, let's go to the square to help Neo find her dad. Neo must have gotten lost from there. Yilin led Neo and followed Yifeng towards the small square. Sister, it's here. It's this Mickey Mouse. I was playing here just now. The three of them began searching the vicinity, looking everywhere from the shops to the restrooms, but they couldn't find Neo's father. Neo's eyes gradually reddened, tears welling up in her eyes, almost spilling over. The sight of her made the siblings very distressed. Don't cry, Neo, your brother has another way. Big brother, what other way do you have? Daddy's lost, will he go hungry? Will he be angry with Neo? Neo shouldn't have run away, wah. Don't cry, Neo, let's get more people to help you find your daddy, okay? Seeing Neo gradually stop crying, the brother and sister took her to the service center in Yansha town, explained the situation to the staff, who took it seriously, comforted Neo for a few words, and then contacted the town's broadcasting system via walkie-talkie. The staff told Neo they would use the public address system to find her father, and soon the town was filled with announcements searching for Neo's father. Shortly afterward, a man around 35 years old, wearing a blue shirt and black trousers, rushed over. When he saw Neo, a look of relief crossed his face. He quickly went to Neo's side and hugged her tightly. Neo, I'm so sorry, it's all Daddy's fault. I didn't realize you were missing. I'm so awful. Please forgive Daddy, okay? Neo was also very excited. In her heart, which was different from that of other children, she was surrounded by love. Perhaps it was deliberate love, perhaps it was genuine love, but it didn't matter. Daddy, Neo lost you. Don't cry, Daddy. I found you, didn't I? If Daddy had been lost, not only would Neo have been very sad, but De Huang would have been very sad too. Watching Neo's father hug her tightly, Yifeng was also touched. A man in his 30s, with white hair sprouting like bamboo shoots after rain, perhaps he was a man with a story. Dad, it was the older brother and the pretty older sister who helped me find you. They were so good to Nyo Nyo. They not only gave her egg waffles, but also helped her find her dad. Nyo Nyo loves them so much. The man approached the brother and sister, bowed deeply, and solemnly said, "Thank you both for helping me find Nyo Nyo. I, Yiwoohan, have no way to repay you. Please accept my bow." Seeing Yiwoohan's seriousness, Yi Feng stopped his sister from intervening and accepted the bow himself. "Brother Yi, I, Yi Feng, cannot accept such a great gift. Nyo Nyo and my brother and I have a special connection. Today is also a matter of fate. I wonder if Brother Yi has some time? Let's find a place to chat for a bit. We have no way to repay your great kindness today. Everything is up to you, Brother Yi." The four of them arrived at the Donghu Hotel. The hotel manager, Chen Tai, immediately went to greet Yi Feng upon his arrival. "Young Master Yi, you've arrived. I'm so sorry for offending you today. Please make yourself at home. I'll arrange everything as an apology." Seeing how humble he was, Chen Tai knew that if he didn't accept, Yi Feng wouldn't be at ease. After all, Yi Feng was Brother Qian's subordinate, and there was no need to hold a grudge over such a small matter. So he said, "Manager Chen, let bygones be bygones today. My friends and I are just having a simple meal. Just arrange a private room for us." Hearing Yi Feng's words, Chen Tai felt relieved. He was afraid Yi Feng wouldn't accept. "Young Master Yi, don't worry, Old Chen, will definitely arrange everything properly today." The four of them went to the private room, and soon after they sat down, the dishes were served one after another. Seeing the various top-notch dishes on the table, Nyo Nyo's eyes lit up. She had never seen many of the ingredients before. Seeing this, Yiwoohan looked embarrassed, while Yilin tactfully came to Nyo Nyo's side, and the two of them ate with great enjoyment. Seeing the reserved Yiwoohan, Yi Feng spoke up. "Brother Yi, shall we have a drink? I don't usually drink, but today, thanks to your great kindness, I'll risk my life to keep you company." As they clinked glasses and the two became quite tipsy, Yi Feng asked the question that had been on his mind. "Brother Yi, I have 2 questions, but I'm not sure if I should ask them." Yiwoohan paused, his chopstick still in his hand, and said slowly, "Brother, you want to ask why Nyo Nyo's mother speaks to me in such an archaic style, right?" Yi Feng nodded. Since meeting Nyo Nyo today, she hadn't mentioned her mother at all, only her father and De Huang. Besides, someone in his 30s like Yiwoohan shouldn't speak like an ancient person. While not using classical Chinese phrases, he still sounded like someone who had stepped out of history. After a long silence, Yiwoohan spoke. "Brother Yi, have you ever heard of martial artists?" Yi Feng shook his head, but a storm raged within him, as if a door had been opened, and what lay within was overturning his worldview of the past 20 years. "Brother Yi, do martial artists really exist? Why have I never heard of them?" "Not having heard of them doesn't mean they don't exist. Families with centuries-old lineages often have martial artists, they're just unknown. Like centuries later, when parrots and tigers become extinct, leaving only a passage in a book, in China there is a bird, 7-colored, that speaks human language. In the mountains dwell a giant beast, resembling a cat, with the character, king, on its head, as large as an ox, the king of all beasts. Would people then also believe that what the book says is false?" Yi Feng nodded in agreement. He wouldn't have believed it either. Nyo Nyo's mother and I were martial artists. In a conflict, her mother was severely injured and passed away. Afterwards, I faded out of the martial arts circle and just raised Nyo Nyo alone. At this moment, Yi Feng, while grieving for his unfortunate fate, was also drawn to the word martial artist. He had dreamed of being a chivalrous knight-errant, wielding a 3-foot sword and roaming the world. "Brother Yi, could you tell me about the levels of martial artists?" "If it's inconvenient, that's fine." Yiwoohan looked at him earnestly. He had already said a lot today and didn't mind saying a little more. Martial artists are simply divided into 4 realms: external strength, internal strength, acquired, and innate. Acquired is also called Grandmaster, and innate is called Great Grandmaster. The world of martial artists is far more cruel than the normal world. "Brother Yi, I advise you not to get too involved." Yifeng calmed down. As an ordinary person, if he were to participate in the world of martial artists, even 800 lives wouldn't be enough. It was better to just focus on the immediate rewards. Brother Yi, what do you do for a living now? Well, I work as an investment manager at an investment company, but I was just notified of my layoff today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone missing without even noticing. Hearing Yi Wuhan's words, Yifeng immediately perked up. This was a martial artist, and to become an investment manager, his abilities must be exceptional, a rare talent indeed. Brother Yi, would you be interested in working for me? I can offer you 2 options. 1. Become my full-time bodyguard, with an annual salary of 5 million Chinese yuan. 2. I plan to establish an investment company, which you will be fully responsible for, also with an annual salary of 5 million Chinese yuan. You can consider it. Don't worry about Neo. I love her very much. I can have my parents help take care of her, or we can hire someone to look after her. Yi Wuhan was tempted. His weakness was Neo. He had been laid off because taking care of her had taken up too much of his energy, which displeased his boss. But he didn't regret it, because his daughter was his everything. Brother Yi, I want to go to the investment company, but I have one request. I hope I can bring Neo with me while I work. I don't want to miss out on her growth, otherwise I'll have to give up. Yifeng thought he was making some kind of condition, but it turned out to be this. He immediately agreed and transferred 20 billion Chinese yuan to Yi Wuhan with a wave of his hand. Brother Yi, please take this money to set up a company and invest in projects. However, I hope to acquire as many companies as possible through full acquisition. Before the system upgrade, investments wouldn't offer returns, but acquisitions are different. They offer generous returns and can accelerate the system upgrade. Yi Wuhan was speechless with shock upon seeing the payment notification. A full 20 billion Chinese yuan, just transferred to him like that? Wasn't he afraid he'd run off with the money? Composing himself, he said earnestly, "Thank you for your trust, Brother Yi. I will certainly not fail in my mission. As for setting up the company, Brother Yi, you can arrange it yourself. Don't worry about the funding. This 20 billion is just the first batch. More funds will be injected later." After discussing some details, seeing that Neo was getting sleepy, the two stopped talking and ended the meal. Yifeng had originally planned for the two to stay at the Donghu Hotel, but seeing his parents refuse, he didn't insist. He booked a room for himself and Yi Lin and went to rest. After all, the graduation banquet was also being held there tomorrow, so he wouldn't go home. Lying in bed, Yifeng stared at the ceiling and murmured, "System, you said martial artists exist, so do the legendary gods and Buddhas also exist?" Host, no existence exceeding the strength of this plane has been detected. After the system upgrade, will the shop include items related to martial artists or cultivators? Host, the system shop is all-encompassing. If you can think of it, it has it. The shop contains countless top-tier items from various planes. Please upgrade the system as soon as possible. Hearing this, Yifeng became even more curious about the upgraded system shop. Looks like he'd have to work hard to get cashback. The next morning, Yifeng woke up somewhat puzzled. Why hadn't Yi Lin come to call him for the graduation banquet? That wasn't like her. After washing up, he left his room, still wondering. A waiter outside immediately approached him and said, "Mr. Yi, Manager Chen asked me to inform you that the graduation banquet is being held in the Chaoyang Hall. Miss Yi has already gone there. Would you like to go now?" So Yi Lin had already gone. No wonder she hadn't bothered him this morning. He nodded to the waiter and was led to the Chaoyang Hall. Inside the banquet hall, soft lighting illuminated the carefully decorated environment. Colorful ribbons and balloons hung on the walls, creating a festive atmosphere. There were 4 tables on each side, set with exquisite tableware. At the front was a large screen displaying a bright red couplet. First line, "A scholarly family nurtures outstanding talents." Second line, "Success in the imperial examinations glorifies the family." Horizontal scroll, "Academic achievement." Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. It seemed Chen Tai was quite capable. Just then, the phone rang. Yilin's voice came through the phone as soon as he answered. Brother, if you're up, hurry down. The relatives will be here soon, and Mom and Dad are downstairs too. They're just waiting for you. Okay, I'm coming down now. When he got downstairs, 2 buses arrived at the hotel entrance. Yifeng and his parents went to greet them. Friends and relatives got off the buses one after another, and the family of 4 greeted them warmly. At that moment, one sarcastic voice after another rang out. Oh! Meiwan, I never expected your family to hold a graduation banquet at the Donghu Hotel. How much did that cost? It's always better to be down to earth. If you try to put on a show of wealth, you'll only end up crying later. Ye's mother, Wang Meiwan, was the youngest of several siblings, with 2 older brothers and 3 older sisters. The speaker was her eldest sister-in-law, Li Fingxia. Ye's mother's face was extremely grim, but she suppressed her anger and beckoned them upstairs. Yifeng frowned. He had disliked his aunt since childhood. She was a sharp-tongued, snowbook woman who always talked about others to elevate herself. Xiaofeng, I didn't expect you to be back. You're graduating soon. Are you planning to come back or stay in Shanghai? The speaker was Yifeng's eldest brother, Yichang. Yifeng's father had 6 siblings. He was the 4th oldest, his eldest uncle Yi Yuanshan, second uncle Yi Yuanhe, third uncle Yi Yuanhu, father Yi Yuanhai, great uncle Yi Yuanxing, and aunt Yemo. Unlike his maternal grandparents' side of the family, the Yi family on this side had always had a good relationship, without any conflicts. On the contrary, they were very close. Big brother, I just happened to have nothing to do, so I came back. I was planning to go back after Xiaolin's college entrance banquet, and I plan to develop my career in Shanghai from now on. 4th brother, it's been over half a year since I last saw you, you've gotten even more handsome. Hee hee. Yifeng looked at the person who had come in. It turned out to be the old man's sister Yiting. This little girl might seem gentle most of the time, but if anyone offended her, she'd really chase them home with a brick. Ting ting, when has your brother ever not been handsome? Let's not chat at the door anymore, let's go upstairs. Seeing everyone going upstairs, the 3 of them arrived at the Chaoyang Hall. There was an extra small table and a hotel staff member at the entrance, probably someone arranged by the hotel to collect gifts. Originally, after Yifeng transferred 20 million, Ye's mother didn't plan to collect gifts for this college entrance banquet, but she reluctantly agreed after being persuaded by relatives. At this time, the people in the hall were already seated. The host on the stage was praising Yilin's hard work, making Yifeng feel embarrassed, while Yilin listened with great pride. After a long wait, the host finally finished speaking, and the waiters promptly brought out various delicacies to each table. At this moment, Yi Wuhan, leading Niu Niu, entered the hall. Yilin quickly ran over, grabbed Niu Niu's hand, and led her to the reserved table, saying to Yifeng, Brother, I've invited Niu Niu. Let's sit here and eat with Brother Yi and Niu Niu. Meanwhile, Ye's mother, Li Fingxia, was causing trouble again. Looking at the table laden with fine food and wine, she was filled with jealousy. Why should Wang Meiwan get to put on such a show? Oh dear Meiwan, I heard you moved. Did you sell the house? It's just a graduation banquet. If you're short on cash, just find a decent place. There's no need to sell the house. Look, this table alone must cost at least 10,000 yuan. And this wine is mitai. We all know each other, right? So what if you got into university? These days, even university graduates don't have jobs. What's the use? Unlike my Wang Jiadong, who didn't go to university, but is doing quite well now. He's doing interior design for Yuanda Group and earns millions a year. By the way, waiter, how much is this table of food? I'd like to arrange a few tables sometime to discuss marriage with Jiadong's girlfriend's family. Your aunts can come too. You rarely have the opportunity to eat at hotels of this caliber. Madam, this table, excluding drinks, costs 88,888 Chinese yuan. If you want to book, you can pay a deposit first, and I'll reserve it for you in advance. Everyone at the table stared at Ye's mother in disbelief. This graduation banquet must have cost 800,000 Chinese yuan. Meiwan, are you crazy? Spending so much money, are you really going to sell the house? Are you going to starve? Don't worry, sister. Xiaofeng made some money in Shanghai. He arranged this graduation banquet. Neither Lao Yi nor I contributed, and we didn't sell the old house. Xiaofeng even bought us a new one. How could that be? How could a student who hasn't even graduated afford a house and such an expensive graduation banquet? He must have gone astray. I've heard many students get brainwashed after graduation and join pyramid schemes. You have to be careful. He might come and try to get us to buy products or make investments, then run off with the money. Li Fingxia said with absolute certainty, as if she had witnessed it herself. In her eyes, no one but her son, Wang Jiadong, could get rich. Ye's mother's face also turned cold. She didn't want to argue with her sister-in-law, but she was pushing her luck. Just as she was about to explode, the door was pushed open, and two middle-aged men walked in, each carrying a suitcase. The newcomers were Qian Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei. Brother Yi, we're not late, are we? Haha, it's all old Zhang's fault, he insisted I wait for him. Otherwise, we would have arrived much earlier. Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, come and sit down, our table hasn't even started yet. Yi Feng greeted them warmly. Brother Yi, wait a moment, let us pay our gift money first. Please don't refuse, it's a matter of courtesy, otherwise we won't sit at the table. The two opened the box and placed it on the table, revealing a box full of money. Zhang Jiwei, chairman of Yuanda Group, gift money 888,888. Qian Zhongwen, chairman of Fuyu Group, gift money 888,888. Hearing their names, the guests were all incredibly shocked. These were two big shots from Tianjin, especially Qian Zhongwen, whose reputation was well known. Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, you've already given me a huge favor by showing up, and you've even given such a generous gift. Please have a seat. I also have something to discuss with you too. Li Fingxia, standing to the side, was also incredibly flustered. She had offended Ye's mother quite a bit, and now she forced an awkward smile, trying to ingratiate herself with Ye's mother. Meiwan, I didn't expect Xiaofeng to be so capable. Please don't take offense at what I said earlier. I see Xiaofeng has a good relationship with Boss Zhang of Yuanda Group. Could you put in a good word for Jiadong? After all, Jiadong is your nephew. Ye's mother continued eating, ignoring Li Fingxia. She knew this woman too well. Even if she helped, Li Fingxia would still badmouth her behind her back. It was better not to help at all. At the other table, Yilin obediently greeted Brother Qian and Brother Zhang before starting to eat with Niu Niu. Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, I'm planning to set up an investment company, with Yi Wuhan, who's sitting next to me, in charge. I'd appreciate your help, brothers. At this moment, Qian Zhongwen looked at Yi Wuhan. Their eyes met, and Qian Zhongwen felt a jolt. Fine beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He knew that Yi Wuhan was no ordinary person. He was very likely a martial artist of considerable skill. This Brother Yi was truly remarkable. Brother Wuhan, I'm Qian Zhongwen. If you need any help in the future, just say so. I, old Qian, will never hesitate. Zhang Jiwei looked at Qian Zhongwen in confusion. When had old Qian become so easy to talk to? Especially to someone he was meeting for the first time. Mr. Qian, it seems we're kindred spirits. You don't need to be nervous. I've distanced myself from that circle and am now just an ordinary person. From their conversation, Yi Feng deduced that Brother Qian was likely a martial artist, but not as strong as Yi Wuhan. Brother Qian, do you have any office buildings for sale? I'm planning to buy one for my investment company. Yi Feng inquired. Qian Zhongwen then looked at Zhang Jiwei and asked, Old Zhang, haven't you been wanting to sell your Jinhui building? How about it? Why don't you just sell it to Brother Yi? Sure, if Brother Yi is interested, I can transfer it to you later. There's no use for the Jinhui building if I keep it. Brother Yi, when you get back, please coordinate with Brother Zhang. Don't let him suffer a loss. Brother Zhang has helped us a lot, Yi Feng said. He wasn't short of money, and he couldn't lower the price for the system's cashback. Yifeng's parents approached, each holding a wine glass. Yifeng immediately stood up and introduced them. Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, these are my parents, Yi Yuanhai and Wang Meiyuan. Mom and Dad, this is President Qian and President Zhang. President Qian, President Zhang, thank you both for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my daughter's college entrance celebration and for such a generous gift. My wife and I toast you both. The couple then downed their drinks. Qian Zhongwen and Zhang Zhuwei also stood up, toasted, and said with smiles, We've been too kind, Brother Yi and sister-in-law. We just feel a connection with Brother Yi and Yi Lin. Yi Lin, overhearing their conversation, muttered softly. Brother Qian and Brother Zhang called Dad and Mom big brother and sister-in-law, and me brother, and little sister, so we're supposed to call Mom and Dad big brother and sister-in-law? Yifeng rolled his eyes at Yi Lin. What was this girl thinking all day? No wonder Mom always scolded her at home. Seeing the two seated, Yifeng apologized and then pulled Yi Lin along to toast his parents. The family arrived at the Yi family's table. Ye's parents first expressed their gratitude, and after a drink, the eldest uncle, Yi Yuanshan, remarked, Fourth brother, it feels like just yesterday the children were all grown up, even Lin Lin is about to go to university. We've all gotten old. Big brother, yes. We've all gotten old. I remember when you used to take me bird nesting, and now 40 years have passed. Yifeng was also pulled over by his 3 older brothers. Little Feng, I didn't realize you were so secretive, knowing such important people, said the eldest brother Yi Chang, patting his shoulder. Yeah, that's how he's always been, keeping everything hidden. He always surprises everyone at crucial moments, added the second brother Yi Hua. That kid's also incredibly stubborn. When he was little, he'd get beaten up but never begged for mercy. If I hadn't caught him, he would have held out the whole time, said the third brother Yi Lin. Listening to his 3 older brothers' complaints, Yifeng was also filled with helplessness. It wasn't that he didn't want to complain, he had only recently become a relative of them. Seeing his parents toasting the next table, Yifeng quickly followed, otherwise he didn't know how long he would be teased. The next few tables went smoothly, but as expected, trouble arose at his maternal grandparents' table. Just as Yifeng's parents finished thanking them, his aunt, Li Fengxia, jumped out. Xiao Feng, I see you're quite familiar with Boss Zhang from Yuanda Group. Your cousin Dong is doing interior decoration for Yuanda Group's properties. Why don't you put in a good word for him and ask him to give him more work? That's much more practical than a few nice words of thanks. At this point, Ye's mother's face had darkened. She couldn't take it any more and pointed at him, saying, Li Fengxia, have you no shame? Are you never going to stop? You've been barking insults since you arrived. Thanks? What do you have to thank me for? If it weren't for my deceased elder brother, I wouldn't even bother with you. All you do is gossip about this and that. If you don't want to be here, take your money and get out. Hearing this, Li Fengxia wouldn't have it. She sat down on the ground and started throwing a tantrum, crying and complaining that her husband had died early, and now she and her child were being bullied by her sister-in-law. Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn to her, Li Fengxia became even more agitated. Yifeng's face was icy, and he said through gritted teeth, Aunt, I advise you to leave right now, or believe me, I'll make sure your son can't get a single job at Yuanda Group, or even in the entire city of Tianjin. Li Fengxia immediately stopped what she was doing, dusted herself off, and slunk away, cursing as she took back her gift money. Seeing the whispering people, Ye's mother felt extremely ashamed and left early. Yifeng returned to his table. Qian Zhongwen glanced at him, then lowered his head and slowly said, Should I teach her a lesson, or make her disappear? Yifeng shook his head and said, No need to trouble you, Brother Qian. I can handle this little thing. Besides, they're all relatives, there's no need to be so ruthless. Soon afterward, the guests took their leave, and Qian Zhongwen arranged for a hotel bus to take them home. Yifeng also returned to the Donghu villa in a car arranged by the hotel. Seeing his aunts and uncles' families there, Ye's mother's mood improved considerably. Mom, are you feeling better? If you're still angry, I'll go teach her a lesson. Forget it, I'll let it go for your uncle's sake. Just keep in touch less in the future, sighed Ye's mother. She felt a pang of sadness whenever she thought of her eldest brother. He had taken great care of them when they were young, working early to support his younger siblings. He had suffered a lot in his life and passed away before he could enjoy his retirement. Thinking of this, Ye's mother added, Xiaofeng, try to help your cousin Dong if you can. After all, your uncle only has one son. Yifeng nodded, agreeing. At that moment, his uncle's youngest son, Wan Xiushui, ran downstairs and rushed into Yifeng's arms. Brother Feng, I haven't seen you in ages. By the way, I saw a piano upstairs just now. Cousin, can you play? Little handsome, I can't play, but there's a great place you've probably missed. I'll take you there. Yifeng led him to the basement level, which was divided into 3 areas. In the middle was a row of liquor shelves, storing various domestic and international wines, and several refrigerated cabinets held all sorts of beers and cocktails. To the left was a karaoke room that could accommodate about 10 people, fully equipped with top-notch lighting and sound effects, and regularly updated and inspected by a professional every 3 months. To the right was a small cinema that could seat 20 people, equipped with massage chairs for the most comfortable viewing experience. Yifeng took 2 cans of cola from the refrigerator, handed one to Xiao Shui, and said, You can sing on the left, and watch a movie on the right. Which do you want to go? Wan Xiao Shui opened the cola, took a sip, thought for a moment, and said, Brother Feng, can I watch Spoony Bears for a while first, and then go sing some karaoke? Yifeng laughed. You little rascal, you want both? Okay, I'll put on Spoony Bears for you first. Remember to come find me upstairs when you're done. After playing Xiongde for Xiao Shui, Yifeng returned to the living room. Seeing that only Yifeng came up alone, his mother asked, Why are you back alone? Where's Xiao Shui? He's watching a movie downstairs. He'll come up to find me when he's done. Is there a TV downstairs? Ye's mother asked, puzzled. Mom, haven't you been downstairs? It's not a TV, it's a small movie theater, a karaoke room, and a wine cellar. You should really take a look around this house. Hearing this, the family became interested and went downstairs. A little while later, Xiao Shui came up with a long face. It turned out that after they went downstairs, they saw the movie theater had changed to a Chinese war film, so Xiao Shui was forced to leave. Yifeng's lips twitched. They were really a bunch of old children. Helpless, Yifeng took him to the study on the 3rd floor and put Xiongde on the computer for him. Congratulations, host! You've spent 2 billion Huaxia coins. The 200 billion Huaxia coin cashback has been deposited into your Supreme Black card ending in 8888. The sudden system notification startled Yifeng. Thinking back, it must have been after the graduation banquet when Yi Wuhan dragged Zhang Jiwei to complete the paperwork for the Jinhui building. That brother Yi was truly decisive and efficient. He picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and found Li Xiaona's name. Xiaona hadn't contacted him for the past 2 days. He wondered what she was busy with. Xiaona, have you been busy these past few days? Don't you miss me? After sending the message, he received a reply shortly. Brother Feng, I think about you every day, but you must have important things to do at home, so I didn't dare bother you. Hee hee, I was so happy to receive your message today, because you were thinking of me too. Hee hee. Silly girl, just contact me if you miss me. I've almost finished what I did here, and I'll be back in a couple of days. I'll treat you to a big meal when I get back. Okay, Brother Feng, I also want to eat at Feng Ming Pavilion. That's our lucky place. Okay, wait for me when I get back. After hanging up, seeing that it was almost dinner time and her mother and the others hadn't come up yet, she called Chen Tai. Old Chen, this is Yifeng. Prepare a meal for 20 people and deliver it to Villa number 8 in Donghu. Young Master Yi, don't worry, I'll arrange it immediately. It will be delivered within half an hour. Chen Tai finally felt relieved. He had been worried about Yifeng's retaliation, especially after today's banquet. Master Qian had personally attended and brought generous gifts. If young Master Yi had mentioned it casually today, he'd probably be on a train to Siberia to dig potatoes by now. After hanging up, Qingtai immediately instructed the kitchen to prioritize preparing Yifeng's meal. Then he personally drove 2 staff members to Villa number 8. After scrolling through short videos for a while, the doorbell rang. Yifeng opened the door and saw Qingtai. He asked, puzzled, "Old Chen, why did you come in person? You could have just sent someone over." Qingtai, while directing the staff to place the dishes on the first floor table, said, "Young Master Yi, it's all right. It's my pleasure to serve you." Yifeng understood his meaning and said, "Old Chen, the previous misunderstandings are all in the past. I didn't take them to heart, so you don't need to worry." "Thank you, young Master Yi. I will definitely remember this lesson. I won't disturb your meal any longer. Goodbye." Yifeng, looking at the already laid out food, called out, "Xiao Shuai, come down for dinner." Then he went downstairs to call his mother, aunt, and uncles up as well. Just as they were about to start eating, Yilin's voice came from outside the door. "Brother, come out quickly. Dad has drunk too much. I can barely hold him up." Yifeng hurriedly came out to take his father, asking, "Where have you been again?" "Well, Dad insisted on going to Uncle's after this." Once there, he reminisced about the past. "Brother, you wouldn't believe it, Dad told a lot of embarrassing stories from his childhood. Haha, when we were little, Grandpa asked Dad to scratch his back, and Dad actually crawled on the ground searching for ages, then asked Grandpa where his back was. Haha, Grandpa got so angry he gave him a good beating with a stick." Yifeng almost burst out laughing. His dad had this side to him too? To avoid being laughed at to death, he quickly sent Yilin off to eat, then helped his father up to the elevator on the first floor and took him to his room on the second floor to rest. Back in the dining room, Ye's mother asked, "How's your dad? How much did he drink today? That old man, doesn't he know his age? Still drinking like that?" "Mom, don't say anything. Dad's in a good mood today, so just leave him be. You can deal with him properly tomorrow when he wakes up." Yilin, always eager for drama, chimed in. After dinner, it was already dark outside, and it had started to drizzle. Ye's mother said to them, "Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, and older brother, why don't you stay here tonight? There are plenty of empty rooms upstairs, enough for us." Yifeng also chimed in. "Yes, you and my mom don't see each other often. Why don't you stay here tonight? I'll turn on the karaoke later, and you can have some fun. When you're tired, go upstairs and rest." After Ye's mother and Yifeng took turns persuading them, the group finally agreed to stay. Ye's mother led them upstairs to assign rooms, while Yifeng went downstairs, turned on the karaoke, cut a fruit platter, grabbed some drinks, and returned to his room. Back in his room, Yifeng took out his phone and called Ji Wuhan. "Brother Wuhan, you're really fast. You finished everything at Jinhui building so quickly. I just saw that Lao Zhang wasn't too drunk, so after we finished, I took him back to the company to get the paperwork done. By the way, did you call to ask me to do something?" "Yes, there's something I need to take care of. There's a flower base in Jincheng about 5 kilometers west of Donghu Resort. Have you heard of it?" "Yes, I have. It's supposedly the largest flower planting base in Jincheng. Are you thinking of buying it, brother? That's not cheap. I'd conservatively estimate 5 billion renminbi. Brother Wuhan, I want to buy it and give it to my dad. Money is no problem. You can go ahead and acquire it. I'll transfer another sum to you later." "Okay, I'll contact Lao Qian later. He knows people in this area. I'll try to get it as soon as possible." After hanging up, Yifeng transferred another 50 billion renminbi to Yi Wuhan. Looking at the 230 billion renminbi still lying quietly in his account, he couldn't help but sigh that his spending speed was still too slow. He still needed to get over 9 trillion renminbi back to upgrade the system. With Yi Wuhan in Tianjin, it seems I need to return to Shanghai as soon as possible. I wonder how fast that genius girl Shenhao spends money. I need to find a way to bring her under my control. A rummaging sound caught Yifeng's attention. A burglar had broken in. Impossible. The security at Donghu Villa wasn't just for show. Going downstairs, he saw Ye's father rummaging through the refrigerator. He looked hungry and was looking for something to eat. No wonder he hadn't eaten dinner. He must be starving now that he was sober. Yifeng quietly approached his father from behind and gave him a sudden pat on the back. His father jumped back a few steps, then breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yifeng. "You little rascal," he said. "Scared me to death. I thought it was your mother. By the way, where's your mother? Why isn't she home? Has that old woman gotten a little carried away lately? Why isn't she home this late?" Yifeng took out his phone and said to his father, "Dad, what did you say? I didn't quite catch that." Seeing Yifeng's actions, Yi Yuanhai pretended to be clueless and said, "I said, where did your mother go? I miss her so much." Yifeng, seeing his father's reaction, stopped teasing him. "Dad, Mom's downstairs singing with Uncle and the others." "Singing? I didn't hear anything. You're teasing me again, aren't you?" Sighing, Yifeng had no choice but to lead his father downstairs. Seeing the wine cellar and karaoke room, his father's eyes lit up. "You brat, why didn't you tell me about this great place sooner?" He then pushed open the door and joined them. Yifeng looked helpless. "You guys move here and don't even bother to look around?" The next morning, Yi Wuhan, with Nio, headed straight to the Tianjin flower base. Qian Zhongwen had already made arrangements for him yesterday, and they were scheduled to discuss the details at 9 a.m. After identifying himself to the security guard, Yi Wuhan was led into the meeting room. "Mr. Yi, welcome. Please have a seat. I've been looking forward to your arrival ever since I received Mr. Qian's call yesterday. I didn't expect you to be so young," Huang Jinchang said warmly. "Mr. Huang, let's not beat around the bush. Name your price for this flower base. Old Qian came to you. I believe you won't ask for an exorbitant amount." Huang Jinchang had calculated the price yesterday, 5.5 billion for the entire base, but he wanted to negotiate further. After all, nobody hates money. "Mr. Yi, the Tianjin flower base was built from scratch by me. To be honest, I really don't want to sell it, but Mr. Qian came to me, so I have to give him face. How about 6 billion renminbi?" Huang Jinchang looked at Yi Wuhan nervously, afraid that he had asked for too high a price and displeased him. "Mr. Huang, prepare the contract." Although the price was a bit high, it was still within a reasonable range, so Yi Wuhan agreed. After all, Yifeng, that tycoon, said he would acquire the flower base at all costs. "Congratulations, host, you have spent 6 billion renminbi and received a cashback of 600 billion renminbi, which has been deposited into your Supreme Black card ending in 8888. A system notification woke Yifeng from his sleep. Seeing this large cashback, Yifeng immediately perked up. It seemed that Yi Wuhan hadn't made a mistake in choosing him. In just 2 days, he had already received 800 billion renminbi in cashback. At this moment, his phone rang, and Yi Wuhan's voice came through the line. "Brother Yi, the Tianjin flower base has been acquired, and you can have Uncle Yi take over at any time. Brother Wuhan, you're so efficient! Let me transfer another sum to you. I'm going back to Shanghai tomorrow. You can worry about Tianjin." With that, Yifeng transferred another 100 billion Chinese yuan. He hoped Yi Wuhan would spend the money soon, so the system upgrade cashback would be enough. "Brother Wuhan, I'll come over and visit in a bit." Downstairs, he saw his parents chatting with Yi Lin. The relatives had already gone home. "Mom and Dad, I'm planning to go back to Shanghai tomorrow. Your graduation certificate should be ready by now. It's time to go back," Ye's mother said. "Brother, I want to go to Shanghai with you too. I want to see what university is like there. It's so boring at home." Yilin looked at Yifeng pitifully, while constantly glancing at her mother, as if seeking her opinion. "All right, stop pretending. Go ahead, but don't cause your brother any trouble," Ye's mother said with a smile. "Dad, let's go out for a bit. I need to talk to you about something. Father Yi left the house with a puzzled look. Just as he was about to ask where they were going, Yi Feng said, Dad, drive with me. I'll take you to a nice place. The Jingqing flower base wasn't far from Donghu Villa, and the father and son arrived in 10 minutes. Upon arriving at their destination, Father Ye's eyes lit up. As a seasoned flower enthusiast, he knew this place all too well. Xiao Feng, are you buying me flowers? You're such a thoughtful son, always thinking of your dad. Big brother, Grandpa Yi, you're here. Come on over, the flowers here are so pretty. Nio Nio ran over excitedly. Yi Feng squatted down and picked up Nio Nio, making her laugh. Hearing Nio Nio's laughter, Yi Wuhan also came out. Uncle Yi, Brother Yi, come and visit our flower base. Yi Yuanhai looked bewildered. Our flower base? Then, as if remembering something, he looked at Yi Feng excitedly. Dad, from now on, you'll be in charge of this place. Do you like this gift? I love it. I love it so much. Ha! After the initial excitement, Ye's father calmed down. Xiaofeng, can I do it? I enjoy growing flowers and I'm quite good at it, but I'm afraid I won't be able to handle large-scale planting. That would be a waste of these flowers. Hearing Mr. Ye's concerns, Yi Wuhan reassured him. Uncle Yi, don't worry. All the technical staff here have been retained. There are dedicated personnel responsible for large-scale planting and maintenance. Hearing this, Mr. Yi was also relieved and happily accepted this incredible gift. He ignored them and took Nio Nio to admire the flowers and plants. Looking at Yi Wuhan's attire, Yi Feng said helplessly, Brother Wuhan, I know your character. You don't like accepting favors. How about I give you a raise? Let's make it 20 million a year, bonuses aside. You're the CEO of Huanyu Investment Company now, so it's time to change your clothes, and your old Volkswagen Santana should be replaced too. Otherwise, people will think our company isn't very capable. We'd also like to get a secretary and assistant to help you with some work and take care of Nio Nio. This isn't a suggestion, it's an order. Go and take care of it this afternoon, and buy Nio Nio a few outfits too. Just use the company's accounts. Brother Yi, really, there's no need. You should know that we martial artists don't care about these things. You're a martial artist, but Nio Nio isn't, right? You have to think about Nio Nio. She'll be starting school soon, and you don't want her to be looked down upon by her classmates, do you? Brother Wuhan, please don't refuse. If you refuse again, it means you don't consider me a brother. All right. In the end, Yi Wuhan could only agree. He could disregard his own feelings, but for Nio Nio's sake, he had to accept. He would remember this kindness forever. Why Yi Feng drove back alone, while his father stayed behind, unwilling to leave the beautiful sea of flowers. After booking 2 plane tickets to Shanghai online, Yi Feng returned to the villa. Seeing several suitcases piled in the living room, Yi Feng asked his mother, Mom, are we having relatives come to visit? Why so much luggage? His mother replied irritably, It's because Yilin wants to go to Shanghai with you, she's bringing all this. Yilin, carrying a large plush toy, came down from the elevator and immediately said to Yi Feng, Brother, is there anything else I need to bring? This is my first time leaving Tianjin. I don't know if I've prepared enough. Yi Feng was speechless. It seemed like she was moving the whole house there. He walked over and tapped Yilin on the head, saying, You little brat, why are you bringing so much stuff? I have everything there. Put it all back. Just bring 1 set of clothes. Yilin covered her head, looking at Yi Feng with a wronged expression, and reluctantly carried the luggage back piece by piece. Only you can handle Lin Lin, Xiaofeng. Keep a close eye on her in Shanghai, don't let her go astray. Ye's mother instructed Yi Feng. Don't worry, Mom. With me here, she won't cause any trouble. Don't let Lin Lin's lively personality fool you, she's actually quite independent and knows what's right and wrong. She's just very dependent on her family, which makes her seem a bit naive. Homecoming is always fleeting, especially as people grow up and rush around, leaving home only a distant memory, guiding their way forward. At Tianjin Airport, with Ye's parents' reluctance, Yi Feng and his mother boarded the plane to Shanghai. Brother, this is my first time on a plane. I heard they offer free food and drinks, hee hee. I'll definitely try them all. Yilin chattered incessantly like a lark. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you. A voice interrupted Yi Feng's thoughts. Molly, I didn't expect to run into you again. Sister Molly, hee hee, it's me, Yilin. Do you remember me? We met when my brother took me to play when we were little. Little Yilin? So many years have passed, that little girl has grown into a beautiful young woman. Hee hee, Sister Molly, you're the real beauty. You're so pretty you must have many suitors, right? Molly glanced at Yi Feng and slowly said, No, I still prefer one person. The plane is about to take off. Little Yilin, fasten your seatbelt, or you might fall. 2 hours later, the plane landed safely, and the brother and sister took a taxi away. Brother, where are we going now? You have to show me around properly. You little rascal, all you ever think about is playing. Let's go home first, then I'll take you to see Shanghai University. Soon after, the two arrived at Thompson Riviera. Yilin's eyes lit up when she saw the name of the residential complex. Brother, you don't own a house here, do you? I've seen it online, and houses here are incredibly expensive. You like it? If you do, I'll buy you one when you get married. Ugh, I'm still a little baby. But brother, when are you going to take me to meet your future sister-in-law? Last time you only said half of it, you didn't even finish. Let's go home first. We can see each other when we go to Shanghai University later. Outside the door, Yi Feng registered Yilin's fingerprint and iris scans for convenience. The two went to the room. Yi Feng put down his luggage, grabbed the car keys, and was about to call Yilin when he saw her looking around like a curious child. Brother, I love that big round bathtub in the bathroom so much. Hee hee, and this huge floor-to-ceiling window, it's so beautiful. My dear brother, can you grant your cute little sister a small request? Can I have your bedroom? I love that room so much, hee hee. This little rascal, wanting to take over his room on her very first day. Since she was his own sister, Yi Feng had no choice but to agree. Yay! I knew my brother was the best to me. Hee hee. Seeing Yilin's happy expression, Yi Feng smiled too. Lin, are you planning to stay here or in the dorms when school starts? Yilin thought for a moment, then said seriously, Brother, I still want to stay in the dorms. After all, a university experience isn't complete without living on campus. I can come back to stay on weekends, hee. Okay, whatever you want. Find some time to get your driver's license. I'll buy you a car when you come back, it'll be more convenient. Don't worry, brother, I'll definitely get my license as soon as possible, hee hee. I need to choose carefully, I'll make you spend some money. Okay, you can pick whatever you want then. Now let's head to Shanghai University. As Yi Feng drove past a flower shop, Yilin stopped him. He looked at her questioningly. Brother, are you going to see your wife empty-handed? What else? You're such a clueless straight man, I don't know how you even managed to win her over. Get out of the car and go buy her a bouquet of roses. Yi Feng suddenly realized, and immediately got out of the car and went to the flower shop next door. The shop owner was a woman around 30 years old, not particularly beautiful, but exuding an intellectual charm. Seeing a customer enter, she greeted him warmly. Young man, are you buying flowers? Boss, I'd like a bouquet of red roses, Yi Feng said. Looks like you're buying them for your girlfriend, young man. Just a moment, they'll be ready soon. The shop owner deftly brought out a bouquet of bright red roses from the shop, saying, Young man, these are freshly arranged roses. May you and your girlfriend be as loving and long-lasting as these blooming roses. Yi Feng thanked her, scanned the QR code to pay, returned to his car, handed the roses to Yilin in the passenger seat, and drove to Shanghai University. Upon arriving at Shanghai University, Yi Feng held the roses in one arm, while Yilin held his other arm. Brother, Shanghai University is so beautiful. Look at that library, it's so cool. And those teaching buildings are so modern. And those toilets, let's not talk about the toilets. Seeing Yi Feng's face gradually darkening, Yilin wisely stopped talking. Yifeng was a little thirsty, so he took Yilin to the supermarket. The owner, Zhao Li, was leisurely listening to music when he saw Yifeng and said with a smile, "I haven't seen you in a while. Looks like you've been quite busy lately. And who is this?" Seeing the slightly puzzled look in Zhao Li's eyes, Yifeng knew he had misunderstood and began to explain. "Brother Li, this is my sister Yilin. She'll be a student at Shanghai University soon, so I brought her to meet you beforehand. You little rascal, you scared me. I thought you'd change girlfriends. Anyone who sees this bouquet of roses will misunderstand." Unbeknownst to Yifeng, he and Yilin were seen by Li Xiaona's roommate, Shernan, on campus. In the girls' dormitory, Li Xiaona was lost in thought. When will Brother Feng come back? He's been gone for so many days. I wonder if he misses me. Judging by the time, he should be back by now. Shernan rushed into the dormitory, unsure how to explain what he had just witnessed to Li Xiaona's infatuated expression. After composing himself, Shernan decided to tell her. "Xiaona, I just saw Senior Yifeng at school." "What? Brother Feng is back? Where is he?" Li Xiaona exclaimed excitedly, about to leave when Shernan grabbed her arm. "Xiaona, listen to me. I just saw Senior Yifeng with a girl and a bouquet of roses at the supermarket entrance. Don't get excited, maybe I'm mistaken. Xiaona, wait for me." Li Xiaona ran quickly to the supermarket entrance, and seeing Yifeng and his girlfriend sitting there, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Yilin looked at Li Xiaona with suspicion and said to Yifeng, "Brother, that girl is so strange, she's crying while looking this way." Yifeng turned around and saw it was Li Xiaona. He immediately ran over, but was stopped by Shernan just as he was about to get close. "Senior Yifeng, I never thought you were such a scumbag. Xiaona likes you so much, and you're two-timing her. How can you face Xiaona? What's the point of you pretending to be nice here now? Go be with your girlfriend. Xiaona, let's go. He's not worth your sadness." Yifeng was also in a bind. He quickly stopped Li Xiaona, and just as he was about to explain, Yilin ran over and said, "Brother, isn't this my sister-in-law?" "Brother?" Li Xiaona's expression froze as she looked at Yifeng. Before he could speak, Shernan said, "Little girl, what a lame excuse. You've been found out. You said you're siblings, but how do you explain the roses? You say he's your brother, how do you prove it?" Yilin, despite her usual naivety, was unusually shrewd at this moment. Pointing to the roses on the table, she said, "Those roses were bought by my brother for my sister-in-law. As for siblings, that's even simpler. Brother, give me your ID." She took out her own ID from her bag and handed it to Li Xiaona along with Yifeng's ID. "Sister-in-law, look, the addresses on our ID cards are the same, aren't they? We're siblings from the same parents." Yifeng secretly gave Yilin a thumbs up. Explaining this would be a real hassle. Li Xiaona looked at the two siblings awkwardly. She knew she had misunderstood. Shernan, realizing he had lied, apologized and fled. "Sister-in-law, come, let's sit over there. Don't stand here." The three sat down, and Yifeng placed a bouquet of roses in front of Li Xiaona. "Xiaona, these are roses for you. I don't know if you like them." Accepting the roses, Li Xiaona looked happy, then whispered, "Brother Feng, Lin, I'm sorry I misunderstood earlier." "Sister-in-law, it's okay, don't worry about it. Do you have time this afternoon? Let's go shopping, and I'll pay, hee." The atmosphere among the three gradually became harmonious. When she learned that Yilin was also about to enter Shanghai University, Li Xiaona was even happier. She could learn more about Brother Feng from her, and also get along well with her future sister-in-law. Seeing them chatting happily, Yifeng booked a table at Feng Ming Pavilion for that evening on his phone. Just after booking, Shen Haoren called. "Brother Yi, you've invested so much money in my Shen family, haven't you even bothered to check on the progress?" "Brother Shen, I only did this because I trust you. Besides, it's not much money. Why did you suddenly decide to call me today? The Cloud Villa is all ready. You can move in any time. Also, the Qin family, the #1 family in Shanghai, is hosting a charity gala tomorrow night. Are you interested, brother? Yi Feng wasn't really interested in the gala, it was just a lot of mutual flattery. But he was interested in spending money. Brother Shin, I'll definitely attend tomorrow night. Okay, I'll send you the address in a bit. See you tomorrow night. Shortly after hanging up, Shinhaoren sent an address, Shanghai Pearl Hotel. Brother, are you going to a banquet tomorrow night? Can you take me and Xiana with you? I've never been to a banquet before, okay? Sure, let's go together tomorrow night. Seeing Yi Feng agree, Yilin jumped up happily and pulled Li Xiaona to go buy a dress. Yi Feng drove the two women to Wanda Plaza. The three headed straight for the luxury goods section, first going to the Armani store, intending to choose a suit for Yi Feng. The sales assistant immediately greeted Yi Feng warmly. She had witnessed Yi Feng's extravagance last time. Mr. Yi, welcome to Armani. What can I do for you? I will be happy to assist you. Glancing at the somewhat familiar sales assistant, before Yi Feng could speak, Yi Lin interjected. Take us to see some suits. The sales assistant led the three to the suit section, pointing to a black suit and introducing it. Mr. Yi, this latest suit is handcrafted by Ferrando Armani, one of Italy's top designers, using the finest materials. It's not only incredibly comfortable but also perfectly accentuates your proportions, making it ideal for a tall man like you. Brother, go try it on. I've never seen you in a suit before. Yi Feng took the suit from the salesperson and headed to the fitting room. After changing, he came out of the fitting room and looked at the stunned Li Xiaona and Yi Lin, saying, What are you two standing there for? What do you think of this suit? Brother, I just realized how handsome you are in a suit. It's blinding. What's that saying again? Like jade on the road, a peerless gentleman. Li Xiaona laughed. Yes, that's it. Yi Feng looked at Yi Lin seriously and said, That's right, definitely blind, a single dog. Li Xiaona burst into laughter. Yi Lin looked at Yi Feng with displeasure. Xiaona, aren't you going to do anything about your son, Fengzi? How can he talk to his own sister like that? Alright, you two should pick out a couple of dresses too. Yi Feng quickly changed the subject. In the end, Yi Lin chose a backless dress, which made Yi Feng's eyelids twitch. If his mother found out, she'd come all the way from Tianjin to Shanghai to give him a lecture. Li Xiaona, on the other hand, chose a very conservative dress, but it matched Yi Feng's suit perfectly. Yi Feng asked the shop assistant to put together a handbag for the two of them, picked out a few pieces of jewelry, paid, and left. Brother, how did you and Sister Xiaona meet? Yi Feng looked at Yi Lin mysteriously and said, Want to know? I'll take you somewhere in a bit, and you'll find out. Brother, I've noticed. You don't care about me anymore since Xiaona came along. You've been keeping it a secret from me. Yi Lin pouted. Li Xiaona quickly stepped forward to comfort her. You silly girl, the place we're going to later is where Xiaona and I officially met. Seeing it for yourself is much better than me telling you. Yi Feng said speechlessly. TCH, you really don't care about me anymore. You don't even comfort me. Xiaona is so much better. He then made a face at Yi Feng and started chatting with Li Xiaona. Soon afterward, the three arrived at Fengming Pavilion. A long queue had already formed at the entrance. After verifying his information with the waiter, Yi Feng was led to his reserved table. Brother, Sister Xiaona, this place is so beautiful, so antique. Look at that young lady playing the guzheng over there, she's so ethereal. Did you meet here? It's wonderful, like stepping back in time. Lin, this is where I first officially met Brother Feng, and we even shared a table. My roommate and I shared a table with him. Li Xiaona said happily, perhaps because she hadn't taken the initiative back then, she wouldn't have gotten what she wanted now. The way they address people here is quite special. If you call a waiter, they won't respond. You have to call a shower, a type of waiter, for them to come. Why don't you try it? Yi Lin's eyes lit up. She had only heard of this kind of address on TV. She never expected to experience it herself today. Shower, bring me 2 jin of wine and 5 jin of beef. Yi Lin said boldly, standing on her stool. Yifeng's face darkened. He knew his younger sister would cause trouble. He glared at Yilin and said, "What's going on in your head all day? Waiter, bring us a few specialty dishes, a pot of Longjing tea, and 2 glasses of orange juice." Yilin retorted, "That's how they order food on TV. Especially when I step on the stool, isn't that impressive?" "Impressive, my foot. Can't you be a little more ladylike? How will you ever get married?" Yifeng said irritably. Li Xiaona watched the siblings bickering, feeling a warm glow. As an only child, she had always envied others who had loving older brothers, who could bicker, care for each other, and freely act spoiled. She vowed to give Feng Ji many children someday, and the thought made her blush. "Xiaona, what are you thinking about? Your face is all red, hee. Tell me, are you laughing at me too? Confess, or I'll show you what a formidable future sister-in-law is like. Watch my dragon claw hand for grabbing breasts." Watching the two playfully bickering, Yifeng laughed heartily. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. "Oh, isn't this Yifeng? Being a pretty boy is great, managing to pick up 2 girls at once, tsk. Young ladies, your taste is terrible. What's so great about a poor, unemployed guy? These days, looks don't pay the bills, you need money too." The newcomer was Wang Gang, Yifeng's former supervisor during his internship. Yilin stared at Wang Gang like he was an idiot. Where did this guy get his confidence? Calling her brother a poor guy. "Wang Gang, you're like a persistent ghost. Being ugly is one thing, but coming out to disgust people is just wrong. I'd almost forgotten about you, you piece of trash, but you're making me come and deal with you." Yifeng thought this guy might have something wrong with his head. "You? Deal with me? You think too highly of yourself, kid. Do you even have the ability? You really think you're something special? In my eyes, you're just dog shit," Wang Gang said disdainfully. Yilin couldn't hold back anymore and unleashed a torrent of abuse on Wang Gang, making him turn black with anger. At this moment, the owner of Fengming Pavilion arrived with several security guards after seeing the argument. "Gentlemen, I am Zhou Muyao, the person in charge of Fengming Pavilion. If you have any conflicts, please don't argue in Fengming Pavilion, otherwise I will have to ask you to leave." Yifeng looked at Zhou Muyao and said, "Mr. Zhou, is your Fengming Pavilion for sale? Name your price." Wang Gang almost laughed until tears streamed down his face upon hearing Yifeng's words. "Yifeng, you're really asking for trouble. You're overdoing it. You want to buy Fengming Pavilion? That's laughable. Do you even know the value of Fengming Pavilion? At least 80 million Chinese yuan. With your penniless appearance, you can't even afford a table." Yifeng ignored Wang Gang and continued to Zhou Muyao. 100 million Chinese yuan. "Sir, I have no intention of selling Fengming Pavilion. Please don't joke like that." Zhou Muyao didn't believe Yifeng could buy Fengming Pavilion. "Haha, Yifeng, you're acting like a clown. Keep performing. If you can buy Fengming Pavilion, I, Wang Gang, will crawl out of here today." 150 million Chinese yuan. Yifeng continued. "Mr. Yi, it's not that I don't trust you, but I don't want to sell Fengming Pavilion. I built this place from scratch. I have an emotional attachment to it. Don't want to? Then it's not that it can't be sold, Mr. Zhou. 200 million Chinese yuan, and you'll continue to manage Fengming Pavilion from now on." Zhou Muyao was quite satisfied with this price, but he still doubted whether Yifeng had the financial strength to buy it. "Mr. Yi, if you can really come up with 200 million Chinese yuan, then Fengming Pavilion is yours." Yifeng asked Zhou Muyao for an account number, transferred 200 million, and then quietly watched him. After receiving the bank transfer notification, Zhou Muyao respectfully said, "Boss, from now on, Fengming Pavilion belongs to you. What are your orders?" Yifeng looked at the terrified Wang Gang beside him and coldly said, "Help him fulfill his promise." At this moment, Wang Gang finally realized what was happening. He couldn't understand how that poor kid he used to bully could come up with 200 million renminbi to buy Fengming Pavilion. It didn't make sense. Just as he was about to run away, 2 security guards came up to him and pushed him to the ground. He glared at Yifeng with resentment and crawled out of Fengming Pavilion in humiliation. Boss, is there anything else you need? Zhou Miao said respectfully. He understood that Yifeng's power must be terrifying to spend 200 million renminbi to buy Fengming Pavilion just to vent his anger. From now on, you'll be the manager here. You'll still be in charge of Fengming Pavilion. I won't get involved. Also, everyone's bill is free today to celebrate Wang Gang crawling out. After Zhou Miao left, he announced that the entire meal was free, which caused a stir among the crowd. Fengming Pavilion wasn't exactly cheap, and this meant they could save a considerable amount of money. Someone with ulterior motives also posted about it online, causing quite a stir in Shanghai. Brother, you were so cool just now! The way Wang Gang crawled out was hilarious. He looked like a giant turtle. It cracked me up. Yilin exclaimed exaggeratedly. Li Xiaona looked at Yifeng with adoration. What woman wouldn't want to see her man so powerful and imposing? Xiaona, Lin, let's eat. Don't let unimportant people spoil our fun. The three began to enjoy their meal. Yifeng kept putting food on Li Xiaona's plate, which greatly annoyed Yilin, who eventually became his only food-serving tool. When they were almost finished eating, Yilin said mysteriously to Li Xiaona, Xiaona, how about we go to my brother's place for a while? My room is gorgeous, and we're attending a charity gala tomorrow night. It wouldn't be appropriate to bring our dresses to school. Okay, I also want to see what Brother Feng's house is like. I've heard boys' houses are all messy. I wonder if I'll find Brother Feng's smelly socks. Hee hee. Seeing Li Xiaona agree, Yilin winked at her brother, as if to say, hurry up and thank your cute little sister. The three left Fengming Pavilion and sped towards Thompson Riviera. Upon arriving at their doorstep, Yilin had Yifeng register Li Xiaona's fingerprints and iris scans, ostensibly so Xiaona could easily visit later. Her real purpose was obvious. Xiaona, come with me. I'll show you my room. I went to great lengths to get this from my brother. Yifeng watched Yilin pull Li Xiaona away with a helpless smile. He'd thought his little sister was creating opportunities for him, but instead she'd left him in the living room. He could only lie on the sofa and scroll through short videos. He opened Douyin, TikTok, and looked at his old username. Maple Snow Night Returnee. Thinking about it now, it was a little funny. Anyway, it was just a name, so he let it be. A video suddenly caught Yifeng's attention. It was the video of what had just happened at Fengming Pavilion. The comments were mixed. Some praised his generosity and extravagant spending, while others accused him of being unreasonable and unforgiving. He watched for a while and then skipped the video. A live stream appeared, showing a pretty girl singing. Yifeng recognized her. It was Fang Qi, his college classmate. There weren't many viewers, less than 50, and the gifts were pitifully few, just a few scattered lollipops. Streamer, you can't sing like that. You need to jump around and show off your figure. Yeah, streamer, with your impressive cleavage, it'll be incredibly voluptuous when you jump. Those two upstairs are perverts, confirmed. Little sister, sing 18 touches, and I'll send you rockets. At that moment, a PK invitation appeared on the screen, and soon a sexy, alluring woman appeared. She actually got a PK with Sexy Cat. She's a big streamer with 2 million followers. Streamer, you'd better catch this windfall. This is Cat, ranked 9th in the singing and dancing category. Little Chi-Chi, can we start a PK? A sexy voice came from the live stream. Fan Chi knew that opportunities to connect with top streamers were rare, and this was a chance. A great opportunity to gain followers and fame. Hello, Sister Cat, we can have a PK battle, Fan Chi said excitedly. Alright, let me tell you the punishment first. The loser has to remove their makeup on the spot and turn off the beauty filter. Little Cat didn't think she would lose. How could a complete newbie like her possibly beat her? So the punishment was extremely harsh. Okay, Little Cat, let's begin. The PK started, and Little Cat began a sexy dance, with alluring movements and seductive eyes. Rockets, sports cars, and other gifts poured into the live stream, and soon the two had a significant lead in points. Xiao Chi-Chi's live stream, however, was incredibly quiet, with only a few lollipops and hearts. System, can I get cashback for gifts during the live stream? Host, to prevent malicious cashback, live stream gifts are not eligible for cashback. Yifeng had hoped to find a quick way to get cashback, but alas, he had a huge amount of wealth, so achieving a small goal was no problem for him. After recharging 10 million Chinese yuan, Yifeng started to act. After all, they were classmates, and he planned to give them a hand. Maple Snow returns home, sends 10 carnival gifts. Maple Snow returns home, sends 50 carnival gifts. Maple Snow returns home, sends 100 carnival gifts. Xiao Qiqi's score immediately surpassed Sexy Cat's, and the viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Wow, a pro has arrived. I'm in awe. 100 carnival gifts in one go. Pro, do you need any accessories? Professor Maple Snow, you're amazing. You single-handedly wiped out 50,000 people on the other side. Sexy Cat also noticed the anomaly. Seeing herself overtaken, she panicked. If she turned off the beauty filter and removed her makeup, her image would be completely ruined. She pulled down her clothes, puffed out her chest, and boldly struck various sexy poses, enticing the viewers in the live stream. Sexy Cat's actions caused her score to rise continuously, eventually leading to her overtaking the leader. Yifeng then unleashed another series of actions. Maple Snow returns at night, sent 200 carnival gifts. Maple Snow returns at night, sent 500 carnival gifts. Maple Snow returns at night, sent 1,000 carnival gifts. Xiao Qiqi's score completely crushed Sexy Kitten. The opponent had no intention of resisting, but Yifeng didn't stop. Maple Snow returns at night, sent 1,300 carnival gifts. Maple Snow returns at night, sent 1,600 carnival gifts. Maple Snow returns at night, sent 2,000 carnival gifts. Yifeng only stopped after sending 10 million huaxia coins. By this time, Xiao Qiqi's live stream viewership had risen to over 10,000, and her fan count had reached 50,000. Xiao Qiqi kept thanking Yifeng. She never dreamed that a single PK would attract over 100,000 viewers and generate over 10 million huaxia coins in gifts. After deducting the platform's share, she still earned 5 million. On the other side, Sexy Kitten's face was extremely pale. She knew she was finished. She deeply regretted proposing the punishment. Seeing the words, "remove makeup," flooding the chat, she felt like dying. Helpless, she could only turn off the beauty filter and begin removing her makeup. Holy crap, this isn't Sexy Kitten at all. This looks like a puffy old lady. Haha, Choo Choo Baby is missing. I thought it was a joke, but I've seen a real-life version. Didn't you guys notice the top spender ran away? I wonder what the top spender's psychological trauma is like. This time the streamer's image has been ruined, but she really dared to remove her makeup. I admire her courage. Seeing the various sarcastic comments in the live stream chat, Yifeng found it pointless and left the stream. At this moment, he noticed that his follower count had increased from over 100 to 80,000, and his private messages were flooded with messages, mostly from people trying to curry favor and ask him to visit their live streams. Some even sent him private photos. Fan Qi also sent him a private message saying she wanted to treat him to a meal to thank him in person. Yifeng didn't reply, simply exiting the app. Looking at the darkening sky, he figured Xiaona wouldn't be leaving today. It was a pity her first visit wasn't a romantic getaway for just the two of them. Yilin was there as a third wheel. Brother, Xiaona isn't leaving today. She's staying in my room. We're going to have a good chat tonight, so please don't bother us. Seeing the two emerge from the room, Yifeng asked, "Do you need me to prepare another blanket for you?" "Brother, I'll get it from the guest room in a bit." "Hee, don't forget to take Xiaona back to school tomorrow morning." With that, Yilin pulled Li Xiaona to get the blanket and went back into the room. "Xiaona, there's a big bathtub in the bathroom. I'll fill it up first, and we can take a bath together later. Hee. I'll close the door first, otherwise it won't be good if that perverted brother comes in." "Brother Phone won't come in. He's always been a gentleman, how could he be a pervert?" Li Xiaona explained. She and Yi Feng seemed to be the only ones who had ever initiated a hug or kiss. Brother Feng had never done so. Was she not charming enough? What are you thinking, Xiao Na? Don't you want to sleep with me? You want to sleep with my brother? Hee hee. You little Yilin, how dare you flirt with your future sister-in-law? Watch my breast-grabbing dragon claw hand. A scene of passion unfolded, but unfortunately Yi Feng couldn't see it. He was currently showering in the bathroom outside. Unlike the room Yilin had taken over, his room didn't have a separate toilet and bathroom. After showering and drying his hair, Yi Feng, wearing knee-length shorts and shirtless, went to the living room, took a bottle of soda water from the refrigerator, and lay down on the sofa to watch TV. Half an hour later, the two women finished showering, but Li Xiaona awkwardly discovered that Yilin's pajamas were a bit too small for her. The buttons on the top were almost about to pop open. Yilin looked at Li Xiaona, then down at herself, and sighed, saying, Xiaona, how did you mend this? It's so big. Look at me, I'm so tiny. I guess I must have taken after my dad. Lin, don't worry, it'll grow bigger. Let's go see what Brother Feng is doing. The two went to the living room and saw Yi Feng watching TV. They sat down, and just as Li Xiaona sat down, the top buttons finally gave way and, by sheer coincidence, hit Yi Feng in the face. Yi Feng was completely bewildered. Where did this hidden weapon come from? He picked it up and saw it was a button. He looked at the two women. Yilin was clutching her stomach and laughing hysterically, while Li Xiaona's face was flushed red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Yi Feng. Bro, how does it feel to be slapped in the face by a button? You're in for a treat. Ha! Yi Feng then realized that these were the buttons on Li Xiaona's blouse. His girlfriend was a real gem. He was going to be in for a treat. No, his child was going to be in for a treat. Li Xiaona glanced at Yi Feng's burning gaze and gradually calmed down. Her boyfriend admired her so much. What was there to be shy about? Bro, quickly wipe your drool. It's almost dripping onto the sofa. Should I excuse myself for a moment? Yilin said inappropriately. Yi Feng quickly averted his gaze, coughing twice to cover his embarrassment. This Yilin was so oblivious. Should he send her back to Tianjin? Brother, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Yilin said innocently. Li Xiaona was also sizing up Yi Feng. His upper body was muscular, and his six-pack abs were clearly defined and well-defined. If only his skin were a little darker. Xiaona, what are you daydreaming about? Are you embarrassed? Let's go back to the room and let him be alone. Ignoring Yi Feng and Li Xiaona's resentful looks, she pulled her back to the room. Yi Feng had no choice but to return to his room, deciding to go to sleep. Back in the room, Yilin lay on the bed and asked, Xiaona, what do you think of my brother? He's great. Sunny, cheerful, responsible, and incredibly handsome. Li Xiaona said earnestly. Haven't you noticed his biggest flaw? Li Xiaona shook her head. My brother's biggest flaw is that he's not good at expressing himself. He's very passive. Like when you two are together, he pays attention to details, always doing things silently without expressing them. I believe he hasn't said I love you, right? He hasn't hugged you first, has he? Actually, it's not that he doesn't love you, but his actions might make you feel that he doesn't. He probably doesn't even realize this himself. Xiaona, if you want to be with my brother for the long term, you need to be bolder and tell him what you're thinking directly. Don't expect this pig to be able to read a girl's mind. Li Xiaona agreed wholeheartedly, saying, Lin, you're absolutely right. If you say he loves me, he's never held my hand or hugged me first. If you say he doesn't love me, you gave us both the same watch, which shows you consider me one of your closest people. And the table we ate at today was the table where we officially met. He pays great attention to details, but they're easily overlooked. It seems I need to be more proactive in the future. The two chatted for a while about Yi Feng's childhood anecdotes before falling asleep. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room, Li Xiaona tiptoed out of bed, careful not to disturb the still sleeping Yilin. She cautiously went to the bathroom, gazing at her rosy cheeks in the mirror and grinning foolishly. After washing up, she went to the kitchen with anticipation to prepare breakfast, her first time cooking for Yifeng. Li Xiaona busied herself in the kitchen, her movements practiced and elegant, as if every step had been carefully calculated and rehearsed. The flames flickered, shimmering on the pan. She carefully poured in oil, then gently cracked in a few eggs. The eggs sizzled and crackled quickly in the pan. She stirred them gently with a spatula, ensuring even heating. Soon, the aroma filled the entire room, an enticing fragrance that made one's mouth water. She then took some fresh vegetables from the refrigerator, shredded them, and added them to the pot. The vegetables instantly turned a vibrant green under the high heat, creating a striking contrast with the golden eggs, making them look both delicious and tempting. Finally, she took a piece of bread from the cupboard and baked it in the oven. Soon, the aroma of the bread filled the room, mingling with the scents of the eggs and vegetables to create a unique breakfast aroma. Once everything was ready, Li Xiaona served breakfast on the table. Yilin, drawn out by the aroma, immediately brightened up at the sight of the prepared breakfast, but then noticed something was missing. She quickly grabbed 3 cups and filled them with milk. "Now it's perfect," Yilin said proudly. "Knock, knock, knock." A knock sounded at the door. Yifeng opened it to find Yilin excitedly saying, "Brother, get up. Xiao Na and I made you breakfast, hee hee. It's absolutely delicious." Yifeng was also looking forward to it. Besides his mother, no one had ever made him breakfast before. He quickly got up and went to the dining room. At the table, a plate of delicious-looking fried egg sandwiches was laid out before him, golden eggs, vibrant green vegetables, and perfectly toasted bread. "Brother Feng, come and have breakfast." Li Xiaona smiled sweetly. "Yes. Sit down and try it, give me your feedback," Yilin quickly added. Yifeng picked up the sandwich and took a bite. The aroma of the eggs and vegetables burst in his mouth, each bite filled with happiness and satisfaction. A warm feeling welled up inside him. This must be what it felt like to be loved. At that moment, he wanted to hug Li Xiaona tightly. "It's delicious, thank you all. This is the happiest day of my life." Hearing Yifeng's praise, Li Xiaona felt a surge of joy. Being affirmed and recognized by her beloved made her incredibly happy. "Brother, try the milk I poured for you, it must be delicious too. Praise me too," Yilin quickly added, hearing Li Xiaona's praise. Yifeng's eye twitched. This girl, just pouring milk, is it really necessary to make such a fuss? But seeing her expectant eyes, he reluctantly gave her a compliment. The 3 of them happily finished breakfast. Yifeng then took Li Xiaona back to Shanghai University. While Yilin didn't go with him, she planned to go out and have fun on her own. As Yifeng was about to leave after dropping her off at her dormitory, Li Xiaona said, "Brother Feng, can you hug me?" Yifeng turned around and hugged her tightly. "Xiaona, you're so wonderful. It's through you that I've truly felt what love is. It's so sweet. I'm so lucky to have met someone as wonderful as you." He then kissed Li Xiaona passionately. The two embraced and kissed so intensely that they seemed to forget time. The whole world seemed to consist only of the 2 of them, their hearts close together, speaking volumes beyond words. "Ahem, you two, please be careful. Look, there's a crowd gathered at the entrance." Seeing the growing crowd, the dormitory supervisor had to remind them. Li Xiaona blushed instantly and ran back to her dormitory without looking back. Yifeng thanked the dormitory supervisor for reminding him and hurriedly left as well. Back in her dormitory, Li Xiaona was surrounded by her roommates, who all smiled mischievously. "Xiaona, you didn't come back yesterday. Did you stay with Yifeng?" "Yeah, come out honestly. I just saw a couple kissing passionately downstairs." Faced with her roommates' questioning, Li Xiaona had no choice but to say, "I did stay at Feng's house yesterday, but I stayed with his sister Yilin." "Don't talk nonsense. Then you didn't go to Yifeng's room last night? Tell me, isn't Yifeng amazing? Did he conquer you? Jingjing, what's going on in your head? It's not what you think at all. Feng is a gentleman. I just chatted with Yilin in the same room for a long time. Nothing happened. Don't talk nonsense, Li Xiaona explained. Seeing their disbelieving expressions, she didn't explain further, letting them think what they wanted. Yifeng was driving towards the Cloud Villa when a woman in her 30s greeted him after he parked. She possessed a mature charm, her demeanor elegant and composed. Her smile was warm yet subtle, making one feel at ease and comfortable. Mr. Yi, my name is Bai Jia, and I'm the housekeeper of Villa number 6 in the Cloud Villa. Welcome back. Sister Bai, you can call me Yifeng or Xiaofeng. I'll be relying on you for care from now on. Could you briefly introduce me? Taking care of you is our responsibility. There are 3 people in the villa responsible for cleaning, 2 cooks, 2 gardeners, and myself, making a total of 8 people responsible for your daily life. The total cost is 2 million Chinese yuan per year. Yifeng took out his phone and transferred 20 million Chinese yuan to Bai Jia. Sister Bai, from now on, everyone's salary will be doubled. I won't be staying here often, so please take care of the daily expenses and salary payments. Bai Jia stared blankly at Yifeng. This was too generous. A double raise right after arriving, and so friendly too. Work should be easy from now on. On behalf of everyone, I thank Mr. Yi for his generosity. I will definitely do my job well to repay your trust. The 2 entered the villa, and Bai Jia announced Yifeng's decision. All the staff were overjoyed. Their salaries were already quite high, and doubling them made them even more substantial. Yifeng, Mr. Shen left you 2 invitations before he left. They're in the study now. Would you like to take a look? Sure, please take me to get them. The 2 went to the study. 2 invitations were on the table. Opening them, they were, as expected, for a charity gala hosted tonight by the Qin family, the most powerful family in Shanghai. Yifeng put the invitations away and asked Bai Jia, Sister Bai, are you staying at the villa? Yes, everyone except me is staying on the 1st floor. If you find it inconvenient, I can arrange accommodation outside. No, staying here is quite nice. It's convenient if anything happens. Sister Bai, why aren't you staying here? My husband and I live in the suburbs. I have a room here too. I stay here when he's away on business. Yifeng, are you staying here tonight? I'll arrange for the chef to go buy the ingredients beforehand. Sister Bai, I have something to do tonight, so I won't be staying here. After showing Bai Jia around the villa, Yifeng drove away. He still had to pick up Li Xiaona for tonight's banquet. Driving along the campus of Shanghai University, Yifeng received a call from Wang Chao, the 3rd oldest in his dorm. 4th brother, what are you busy with? We've been tagging you in the dorm group chat for ages, and you haven't said a word. Tomorrow's graduation day, and the eldest said we're having dinner together tonight. Don't tell me you're busy. You'd better crawl here tomorrow, even if you have to. If Wang Chao hadn't said it, he would have forgotten that he was graduating tomorrow. He quickly replied, 3rd brother, don't worry, I'll definitely be there tomorrow. I'll drink you guys under the table. You're just pretending. You're always the first one to pass out. Okay, don't forget tomorrow. I'm hanging up now. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng was silent for a moment. 4 years of university life had flown by like a dream, and it was already coming to an end. During these 4 years he had made 3 good brothers. They studied together, played together, and shared each other's joys and sorrows. Now university life was about to end, and everyone was about to embark on a new journey. He wondered if they would ever see each other again. Why Yifeng shook his head, trying to stop thinking about it. Even though he was reluctant, he had to face the separation. Arriving at the dormitory building, he sent a message. Soon after, Li Xiaona came running down cheerfully and skillfully got into the passenger seat. Brother Feng, you seem a little unhappy? Nothing, it's just graduation tomorrow, a little sentimental. Okay, let's go back and change. While you're at it, ask if Yilin is home. If she's not, we'll go pick her up. Li Xiaona nodded and picked up her phone to call Yilin. Sister Xiaona, you're done with get out of class? What's up? Brother Feng asked if you're home. If not, we'll come pick you up. Don't forget we have a charity gala tonight. I really forgot. You guys go home first. I'll just take a taxi back now. See you later. Hearing that he didn't need to pick up Yilin, Yifeng drove straight back to Thompson Riviera. After returning home, the two went to their respective rooms to change clothes. Yifeng went back to his room, found the suit he had bought yesterday, quickly changed into it, poured himself a glass of water in the living room, and sat on the sofa to wait quietly. Soon after, Li Xiaona, now changed into her evening gown, entered the living room and asked Yifeng, "Brother Feng, am I beautiful?" Turning her head, bathed in the setting sun, she wore a pure white dress, resembling a blooming lily. The sunlight bathed her in a golden halo, making her even more dazzling. Her smile was warm and sweet, like the spring sunshine, bringing endless warmth and joy. At this moment, Yifeng was deeply captivated. A slight flutter in his heart made him involuntarily step forward, embrace her slender waist, and softly say, "Xiaona, you are so beautiful. This moment will be etched in my heart forever." Their eyes met, their hearts pounding. Their gazes locked, as if time had stood still. He slowly approached her, and she closed her eyes, awaiting that sweet moment. Their lips gently touched, feeling each other's breath and warmth. At this moment, they seemed to merge into one, feeling each other's burning love. However, this tranquility was shattered by a sudden sound. Yilin's footsteps echoed in the living room. Curious, she peeked out and witnessed the scene. Yifeng and Li Xiaona froze, a hint of embarrassment flashing across their faces, as if interrupted from a dream. Yilin stood in the doorway, eyes wide, staring at them in astonishment. A subtle awkwardness filled the air, as if time itself had stood still. "Brother, Sister Xiaona, you can continue. I didn't see anything. I can't see anything at all." Then, pretending to be blind, Yilin groped her way into the room. Yifeng sighed softly and said to Li Xiaona, "Looks like we should send this girl back to Jingcheng." The two exchanged a smile, feeling both embarrassed and sweet. Li Xiaona straightened Yifeng's clothes and called out to the room, "Lin Lin, it's almost time to leave. You need to hurry." Yilin peeked out and, finding nothing as she had imagined, walked out confidently. "Brother, Sister Xiaona, I'm all better now, let's go." The three drove to the Oriental Pearl Hotel. Yifeng parked the car, opened the door for Li Xiaona, and gentlemanly helped her out. Li Xiaona took his arm, and the two walked towards the Oriental Pearl Tower. Still inside the car, Yilin was filled with questions. That was it? She was still in the car. That awful brother who forgot his sister for a pretty face. She'd tell Mom. She quickly got out of the car and chased after the two. Yifeng handed over the invitation, which the security guard checked and let them through. Shenhouren saw Yifeng arrive at the banquet hall and immediately greeted him warmly. "Brother Yi, it's been several days. I've missed you dearly. Come, let me introduce you, this is my sister, Shenhaoyue." Yifeng sized up this legendary business prodigy. Her face was exquisitely sculpted, her brows and eyes exuding confidence and power. Her eyes were bright and piercing, seemingly able to see through everything. Her high nose bridge gave an impression of determination and decisiveness. Her lips were slightly upturned, displaying confidence and composure. Her facial features were well defined, with smooth lines, radiating a commanding presence. She was tall and slender, her every movement brimming with confidence and strength. Wherever she stood, she was an undeniable presence. The two shook hands lightly. "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your help to the Shen family." "Haoyue thanks you in return. Miss Shen, you're too kind. I also hit it off with Brother Shen at first sight." Yifeng turned to Shenhouren and said, "Brother Shen, this is my girlfriend, Li Xiaona, and her younger sister, Yilin." The two women called out, "Brother Shen," and then quietly stayed beside Yifeng. "Brother Yi, you've been so close to me today, it's bound to attract the Fong family's attention. Be careful." "Congratulations, host. You've spent 3 billion Chinese yuan. A cashback of 300 billion Chinese yuan has been deposited into your Supreme Black card ending in 8888. It seems Brother Wuhan has made his move again. He's truly my lucky charm." Before Yifeng could finish his reflection, Another notification sounded. Congratulations, host! You've accumulated 1 trillion Chinese yuan in cashback, triggering an additional reward. Congratulations, host! You have received 1 marrow cleansing pill, 10 basic defense talismans, capable of withstanding a Grandmaster level martial artist's full force attack for 10 minutes, and the Chaos True Scripture, introductory chapter, which can be cultivated to the Golden Core realm. Yi Feng's heart was churning with turmoil. The reward items had opened up a new world for him, a world of cultivators. Would he one day be able to fly on a sword? Would he achieve immortality? Brother Yi? Brother Yi! Shenhaoren called out twice when he saw Yi Feng lost in thought. Worried that Yi Feng might be frightened, he was about to offer some words of comfort when Yi Feng snapped out of his reverie and said, Brother Shen, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about something and got distracted. Don't worry, if the Feng family dares to lay a hand on me, I won't hesitate to make them disappear from Shanghai. Hearing this, the Shen siblings were both shocked. Could Yi Feng really have the power to destroy the Feng family? That was a behemoth with assets exceeding 200 billion renminbi, and also possessed extremely strong social connections. Brother Yi, let's go over there and rest for a bit. The group went to a rest area in a corner of the banquet hall. Seeing that the three had something to discuss, Li Xiaona pulled Yi Lin away to sample various delicacies. Shenhaoren looked at Yi Feng somewhat awkwardly and said, Brother Yi, the Feng family's attack was forced to temporarily halt due to interference from various forces. Although it has eroded some of their assets, the impact on the Feng family is not significant. Yi Feng also knew that a large family was not so easily defeated, and his investment in the Shen family was only 10 billion, which was insignificant to him, whose net worth had exceeded 1 trillion. Yi Feng took a glass of red wine from a passing waiter and looked at the Shen siblings, saying, Brother Shen, I don't care about these things, and you don't need to feel guilty. Then Yi Feng looked at Shen Haoyue and said, Miss Shen, I'm thinking of setting up an investment company in Shanghai. Would you be interested in being the CEO? Shen Haoyue's eyes lit up. The Shen family wasn't allowing her to fully utilize her talents, and seeking revenge against the Feng family was just a pipe dream. She desperately needed external help, but few dared to confront the Feng family directly. Most were afraid of them, which limited her in every way. Mr. Yi, I don't know the size of your company. You should also know that if I become the CEO, I will definitely face suppression from the Feng family, Shen Haoyue said calmly. Yi Feng understood her concerns, but these weren't problems for him. He didn't need to make money, as long as he could spend money freely and easily collect cash back. Wasn't that appealing? The initial investment is 200 billion Chinese yuan, with no upper limit on subsequent investments. Furthermore, I won't interfere with any of your investments, and your compensation will be an annual salary of 100 million Chinese yuan plus 5% of the company's profits. Shenhaoren, standing to the side, gaped in shock. Yi Feng was unbelievable. A cash flow exceeding 200 billion was top tier even in the entire country. No wonder he dared to say that if the Feng family targeted him, he could make them disappear. Brother Yi, if Haoyue joins your company, I wonder if she could help my Shen family target the Feng family? Shenhaoren asked cautiously. Yi Feng laughed heartily and said, Brother Shen, as I just said, I won't interfere with any of Miss Shen's investments. You can rest assured about that. Mr. Yi, thank you for your trust in Haoyue. I will certainly live up to your expectations. After the three agreed on some details, Yi Feng directly transferred 200 billion Chinese yuan to Shen Haoyue, giving her full authority over the company's establishment. At this moment, the sound of arguing nearby caught their attention. Seeing that the people arguing were Yi Lin, Yi Feng immediately went over and asked her. Lin, what happened? Yi Lin said angrily. Brother, they're bullying us. Xiaona and I were eating here, and they actually pushed Xiaona aside, saying we were delaying their photo shoot. I was so angry that I talked back, and when Xiaona pulled me away, they tripped her. Yi Feng quickly went to Li Xiaona's side to check on her. Fortunately, she wasn't seriously injured, just her arm was a little red. After comforting Li Xiaona, Yi Feng looked coldly at the three women in front of him and slapped each of them. 3 screams echoed throughout the room, drawing everyone's attention. How dare you hit us? The 3 of us are internet celebrities with millions of followers. I'm going to expose you. Just wait to be cyberbullied. That's right, we have to post this scum online and ruin his reputation. Shinhaoran and his sister arrived at this moment, and said to Yi Feng, Brother Yi, should I handle this? This kind of internet celebrity is like a toad, they don't bite, but they're annoying. No need, I can handle it. Apologize now. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your control. Yi Feng's cold voice rang out. He was truly furious. Oh! What arrogance! I never knew there was such a person in Shanghai. Birds of a feather flock together, and someone who hangs out with trash like Shinhaoran must be trash too. Fang Jiping! How dare you be so disrespectful to Mr. Yi? Shinhaoran shouted. Yi Feng, still wondering where this fool who loved offending people had come from, realized it was Shanghai's #1 eunuch. He gave Shinhaoran a strange look and continued. So it's Eunuch Fang. A pleasure to meet you. I've truly broadened my horizons today. I never imagined that after so many years since the Qing dynasty fell, I would still have the honor of appreciating your esteemed presence. The crowd erupted in murmurs. This young man is courting death, daring to bring this up in front of young Master Fang. Does anyone know this kid's background? So arrogant, slapping the Fang family in the face like that, he's ruthless. Isn't this the big shot who recently went viral online for buying Fengming Pavilion for 200 million? What kind of big shot is he? 200 million is nothing in front of the Fang family. I think this kid is dead. Fang Jiping stared at Yi Feng with bloodshot eyes. This was his eternal pain. No one in Shanghai dared to speak to him like this. Suppressing his murderous intent, he coldly said, Kid, you're the first person to dare say that to my face. You're dead. Not only you, but your family too. I won't let a single one of them go. I'll make them suffer a painful death right before your eyes. Yi Feng's gaze also turned cold. It seemed the Fang family had no reason to exist anymore. You're courting death. Your only support is the Fang family. I wonder if you'll be begging for mercy like a dog without them. How you launch a full-scale attack on the Fang family. Destroy them at any cost. Mr. Yi, I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. I've wanted to destroy the Fang family for a long time. Shinhao Yue said excitedly. Her chance for revenge had finally arrived. The crowd parted, and 3 young men approached. The man in the middle looked at the tense Yi Feng and Fang Jiping and said slowly, Mr. Yi, is that right? And you, Fang Jiping, please give the Qin family some face and don't cause trouble at my Qin family's banquet. Otherwise, I'll have to ask you both to leave. Fang Jiping snorted coldly and turned to leave. It seemed the Qin family and the Fang family weren't on good terms either. Yi Feng shrugged and didn't say anything. After all, he felt a little guilty for causing such a commotion at someone else's banquet. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out to him. Brother Feng, what brings you to Shanghai? I almost didn't recognize you. Yi Feng turned around and saw that the one on the left of the 3 young men looked very familiar. After a moment's thought, he realized it was Zhao Peng, whom he had met in Tianjin. Zhao Peng, I didn't expect you to be in Shanghai too. I thought you had gone back to Beijing. I'm just here because I heard there was a charity event and came to join in. Let me introduce you. These are my 2 cousins, Qin Tian and Qin Lang from the Qin family of Shanghai. So you are young Master Qin and second young Master Qin. It's an honor to meet you. I am Yi Feng from Tianjin. Yi Feng introduced himself. Seeing that Yi Feng and Zhao Peng knew each other, the 2 men's expressions softened. After all, no one would be friendly to someone who caused trouble at their own banquet. Since Brother Yi and Brother Peng know each other, why don't we go upstairs for a chat? Qin Tian invited. I'll follow your lead, then I'll trouble you. Yi Feng then followed the 3 men to a reception room upstairs. Pushing open the door to the reception room, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted out. Led by Qin Tian, the group arrived at a massive golden nan tea table, a work of art standing quietly in a corner. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, gleaming with a subtle sheen, as if telling a story of 1,000 years. Yi Feng examined it closely, growing more and more fond of it with each look. "Brother Yi, you also like this tea table?" Qin Tian asked with interest, noticing his engrossed gaze. Realizing his interest, Yi Feng said sheepishly, "No, not at all. I'm just interested in all things beautiful." "Haha, Brother Yi, you're truly a remarkable person. I thought you also enjoyed tea ceremony. It seems I was disappointed." Qin Lang laughed. Qin Tian glared at Qin Lang, then picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for each person. After taking a sip, he said, "Brother Yi, you must be the one who invested in the Shen family, otherwise the Shen family wouldn't have the resources to fight the Fang family. You said before that you wanted to destroy the Fang family, but the Shen family alone isn't enough. I wonder if Brother Yi has any backup plans?" "Young Master Qin, to be honest, I don't have any backup plans, I just have a lot of money. If 10 billion isn't enough to destroy the Fang family, then 100 billion will do. If 100 billion isn't enough, then 1 trillion will do. I don't believe the Fang family can withstand it." Hearing Yi Feng's boastful words, the three were stunned. This was too ruthless. He was just throwing money at them. What kind of background did Yi Feng have? Was he the godson of a wealthy man? "Brother Feng, you're not joking, are you? How much money is going to be poured in? My dad always says I'm a spendthrift. Compared to you, I'm nothing. Brother Feng, how about you tell me how much I'm worth and take me in?" Zhao Peng said obsequiously. "Brother Yi, forgive my intrusion, but I don't know which reclusive family you come from. Looking across the entire China, I haven't found a Yi family or clan with your strength. If it's inconvenient to reveal it, then so be it," Qin Tian said solemnly. Yi Feng didn't explain. He couldn't explain. The system's secrets couldn't be revealed. Maintaining mystery was best. "Brother Yi, may my Qin family participate in dealing with the Fang family?" Qin Lang asked cautiously. "Sure, I'm not too interested in those businesses. My interest is in spending money to buy things," Yi Feng said nonchalantly. As long as it didn't interfere with his cashback collection, it didn't matter. "Haha, thank you very much, Brother Yi. Please support me at the charity auction later," Qin Tian said happily. "Brother Qin, don't worry, I'll definitely be there. My biggest hobby is spending money, haha. Brother Yi, I'll have to excuse myself now. I need to arrange some good items for you to enjoy." Seeing Qin Tian leave, Yi Feng also took his leave and returned to the banquet. Li Xiaona and Yi Lin immediately gathered around when Yi Feng returned, carefully checking him over, worried he might be injured. "What are you two doing?" "I just went to have a cup of tea. Is it really necessary to go this far?" Yi Feng said helplessly. "Brother, are you really all right?" "Xiaona, and I thought you were hurt." "Brother Feng, I'm sorry I've caused you trouble." "What are you saying?" "You're my woman. It's only right that I stand up for you when you're being bullied. Don't always be so cautious. Remember, I'm here for you. No one will let you suffer." At this moment, the Shen siblings arrived. Yi Feng instructed them that the Qin family would also take action against the Fang family, and reiterated to Shen Haoyu to shower the Fang family with money. He told her to contact him immediately if she needed more. "Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the charity auction is about to begin. Please proceed to the upstairs hall." Hearing the host's voice, Yi Feng and his companions went to the hall. The charity auction venue was decorated solemnly and elegantly, filled with an artistic atmosphere. A neat auction table stood on a raised platform at the front of the hall, with 5 tables below it, and rows of seats behind the tables. People gradually took their seats, anticipating the upcoming auction. Promotional posters for the Qin Family Charity Foundation hung around the venue, featuring photos of beneficiaries and their stories, conveying the message that the auction's purpose was not merely to raise funds, but also to spread love and hope. Yi Feng and his companions, initially seated in the back, were warmly invited by Qin Lang to a table at the front. Seeing the envious glances from those behind them, Yi Feng smiled, It seemed he had to do his part to support the Qin family today, otherwise, he wouldn't have been worthy of these seats. At this moment, the auctioneer appeared on stage, dressed in a formal suit, holding the gavel. He addressed the seated guests in a clear voice. Thank you to all the distinguished guests for attending this charity auction, and thank you to the Qin Family Charity Foundation for your concern for women and children in mountainous areas. Mr. Qin Tian and Mr. Qin Lang have offered many valuable items for auction and have stated that all proceeds from this auction will be used to improve the lives of women and children in mountainous areas. Please give them a round of applause. Enthusiastic applause erupted in the hall. The Qin family's long-standing commitment to philanthropy was evident to all, otherwise, so many people wouldn't have attended this charity gala. Thank you for your applause. Just now, Mr. Qin Tian and Mr. Qin Lang announced a further donation of 100 million renminbi to help women and children in mountainous areas. Thank you for your generosity. Now I declare the auction officially open. Please welcome the first item, a Qin Dynasty Kangxi period polychrome butterfly pattern vase. Starting price, 2 million renminbi. Each bid must be at least 100,000 renminbi. The Qin Dynasty Kangxi period polychrome butterfly pattern vase is 44 centimeters high, with a mouth diameter of 12 centimeters and a foot diameter of 13 centimeters. It has a flared mouth, short neck, full shoulders, and tapers towards the base, ending in a ring foot. The entire body is decorated with polychrome enamels on a white glaze. The neck is decorated with bands of ri heads, brocade patterned flowers, and dots. A band of ri patterns on a brocade patterned ground encircles the junction of the neck and shoulder. From the shoulder to the foot, colorful butterflies flutter, interspersed with dragonflies. The base has a double blue and white circle enclosing a lingji mushroom. The painter uses delicate brushstrokes to depict the butterflies in groups of 3 or 5, sometimes clustered, sometimes scattered, achieving a masterful depiction of life. Listening to the auctioneer's introduction, the audience began bidding. Shanghai Huai Group bids 3 million Chinese yuan. Shanghai Huali Group bids 4.5 million Chinese yuan. After several rounds of bidding, Shanghai Huai Group finally won the first item for 6.5 million Chinese yuan. Thank you, Mr. Chun of Huai Group, for your support of charity. We wish you continued success in your business. Now, please welcome the second item for auction, the Tiffany Heart of Eternity necklace. Starting bid, 80 million Chinese yuan, minimum increment, 5 million Chinese yuan. The Heart of Eternity was designed and crafted by the renowned designer Landis Raphael. It features a rare 37.6 carat pink diamond as its centerpiece, complemented by 18 1.2 carat pink diamonds, making it an absolute gem. The allure of jewelry to women is undeniable, and all the women present stared longingly at the Heart of Eternity. Yi Feng asked softly, "Do you like it?" Li Xiaona and Yi Lin nodded simultaneously. Yi Feng said affectionately to Li Xiaona, "Then it's yours. I hope you'll wear it when you marry me." Then he turned to Yi Lin and said, "If you like it, look at it some more, otherwise you might not see it again." Just as Yi Lin looked at Yi Feng with a resentful expression, someone made a bid. 200 million Chinese yuan. The bid came from Ren Hongmei, Shanghai's richest woman. Her excited expression revealed her love for the treasure. "Sister Hongmei, my wife also loves this Heart of Eternity. Sorry, I'll pass. 250 million Chinese yuan." As a well-known doting husband in Shanghai, Qi Guangming was determined to get his hands on the Heart of Eternity. Seeing Ren Hongmei and Qi Guangming make their bids, many women in the audience showed expressions of frustration, while the men breathed a sigh of relief. The price quickly soared to 500 million Chinese yuan, and Yi Feng knew his time to bid had come. 1 billion Chinese yuan. Yi Feng announced the price. The entire room fell silent, everyone staring at him in disbelief. The 500 million bid was already nearly double the initial offer. This 1 billion bid silenced everyone present. Any higher bids? 1 billion for the first time. 1 billion for the second time. 1 billion for the third time. Congratulations, Mr. Yi, on successfully acquiring this rare treasure. May your love be as eternal as this heart of eternity. Yi Feng had no interest in the subsequent items and didn't participate, instead chatting idly with Li Xiaona. Yi Lin watched the two of them sullenly, still angry that Yi Feng had upset her earlier. Our auction is drawing to a close today, and I've felt everyone's support for charity. Now please welcome our final item, the Patek Philippe Dragon Watch. The starting price is 10 million renminbi, with each bid increasing by at least 500,000 renminbi. This Patek Philippe Dragon Watch was specially commissioned by Patek Philippe for Puyi, the last emperor of China. It is engraved with his English name, Henry. During his exile, this watch entered Russia and eventually found its way to China. Due to its rarity and historical significance, it truly deserves to be called a historical artifact. Although the Patek Philippe Dragon Watch is very significant, the audience wasn't particularly interested. Yi Feng decided to bid on it as a souvenir, holding up 5 fingers to the auctioneer. Mr. Yi bids 50 million Chinese yuan. Thank you for your support of charity. Yi Feng shook his head and slowly said, Auctioneer, you've misread. I didn't bid 50 million Chinese yuan, I bid 5 billion Chinese yuan. This, Mr. Yi, you said 5 billion Chinese yuan? The auctioneer couldn't believe the number. After confirming several times and receiving confirmation, he finally brought down the gavel. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your dedication to charity. I deeply admire you. Please give Mr. Yi a warm round of applause. Amidst thunderous applause, the charity auction concluded successfully, raising a total of 9.23 billion renminbi. Yi Feng alone contributed 6 billion renminbi. Reporters in the audience frantically snapped photos. Tomorrow, Yi Feng's name would surely resound throughout Shanghai and even the entire country. After completing the payment backstage and receiving their cash back, Yi Feng and his companions were invited to the reception room by the Qin brothers. Brother Yi, thank you so much for your support. Today's charity auction will be remembered in history, and on behalf of countless women and children, I thank you for your charitable act. Qin Tian exclaimed. Brother Feng, you're so cool. I finally understand the difference between us. You spend your money wisely, while I'm a complete spendthrift. If I were to spend 5 billion renminbi on this Patek Philippe Dragon Watch, I reckon my dad would break my legs, regardless of whether it was a charity auction or not. Zhao Peng's words made Yi Lin laugh uncontrollably. You silly girl, watch your image. What will you do if you can't get married? Yi Feng said speechlessly. Hee, Brother Feng, I think Yi Lin has a great personality, very genuine. I think we could become sworn brothers. Ouch. Cousin, why did you hit me? Qin Tian, seeing Zhao Peng's increasingly outrageous talk, smacked him on the neck. If you can't speak properly, shut up. I think your uncle hasn't hit you enough. If you keep talking nonsense, see how I deal with you. Then he turned to Yi Feng and said, Brother Yi, this guy is just a goofball, don't mind him. I'll teach him a lesson later. Brother Qin, no need for that. I can take a joke. If it were always so formal, I'd be bored to death. Yi Feng laughed. Even Zhao Peng, who had been keeping a distance, chimed in. Exactly. Look at my brother Feng, and then look at you, always acting like an old fogey. What's the fun in life? Seeing Qin Tian's bulging veins, Yi Feng quickly took his leave. Zhao Peng, good luck to you. Yi Feng was driving towards Thompson Riviera when a large truck came hurtling towards his G-Class. Yi Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly, swerving sharply to the right to avoid the truck, but even with all his might, he couldn't escape being hit. Soon afterward, the sirens of ambulances and police sirens echoed across the road. Yi Feng gradually regained consciousness and hurriedly looked at Li Xiaona and Yi Lin in the back seat. Seeing that they were both unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at himself, he found that apart from a slight fever in his chest, he was otherwise fine. Yi Feng unbuttoned his suit jacket and found that one of the basic defensive talismans in his pocket had turned to ashes. He realized that the talisman had saved his life. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. When the police saw Yi Feng wake up, they immediately called paramedics to check on him. The doctors were surprised to find that all three were unharmed, given the severe damage to the vehicle. They could only attribute it to a miracle. After the two women woke up, the three were taken to the police station for questioning. The police reviewed the surveillance footage from the scene. Yi Feng and the other two were found not responsible. The truck driver was deemed fully responsible for drunk driving and running a red light, and since the driver died at the scene, the case was closed. Yi Feng called Qin Tian. "Brother Qin, I need your help." "Brother Yi, you're too kind. Just tell me what's wrong, and I'll do my best." Yi Feng briefly explained the situation and expressed his suspicions. Half an hour later, Qin Tian arrived at the police station, picked up the three of them, and took them back to the Pearl Hotel. He arranged for them to stay in the presidential suite on the top floor. Yi Feng escorted the two women back to their room and then went to the reception room where Qin Tian had previously taken him. After inviting Yi Feng to sit down and pouring him a cup of tea, Qin Tian slowly said, "Brother Yi, the driver who caused the accident received a transfer of 5 million Chinese yuan 2 hours ago from an anonymous overseas account. If I'm not mistaken, it's likely the Fang family has targeted you." Yi Feng's expression was icy. He took an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Qin Tian. "Brother Qin, could you please deliver this envelope to Yi Wuhan, the head of Jincheng Huanyu Investment?" "Thank you." "Don't worry, Brother Yi, I'll arrange for someone to deliver it right away. I guarantee it will be delivered first thing tomorrow morning." After seeing Yi Feng off, Qin Tian looked at the envelope in his hand, suppressing his curiosity, and called over a subordinate, instructing him to deliver it immediately. Back in his room, Yi Feng comforted the two women, not telling them the truth. It was best to keep them away from these dark aspects of life. Yi Feng took out 2 sachets, each containing a basic defensive talisman. "Xiaona, Lin Lin, you two must carry these 2 sachets with you at all times, remember that." The two girls carefully put away the sachets and nodded seriously. "All right, don't overthink it, you two get some rest." Yi Feng returned to his room. Recalling the car accident, he felt a chill run down his spine. He wasn't yet capable of protecting himself and his family. If it weren't for the basic defensive talisman, he, his sister, and Li Xiaona would likely have perished on the spot. He had to deal with the Fang family as soon as possible. He picked up his phone and dialed Shen Haoyue. "Haoyue, this is Yi Feng. From now on, launch a full-scale attack on the Fang family, regardless of the cost. I'll transfer some funds to you later. Do everything in your power to destroy the Fang family." Shen Haoyue was startled. Although she already had a plan, destroying the Fang family at any cost would overturn many of her plans. Something serious must have happened, otherwise Yi Feng wouldn't be so resolute. "Mr. Yi, what happened?" Yi Feng hesitated for a moment before saying, "I was in a car accident just now. The Fang family made their move." "Mr. Yi, don't worry, I'll arrange it immediately." After hanging up, Yi Feng transferred 800 billion Chinese yuan to Shen Haoyue. In the room, Yi Feng took out the marrow-cleansing pill that the system had rewarded him with that day. Looking at the 3 crystal-clear pills in the jade bottle, he considered whether to take them. Cultivating immortality might be a broad road to success, or it might be a path of no return. After pondering for a long time, Yi Feng took off his clothes and resolutely poured out 1 pill and swallowed it. A sharp pain shot through him shortly afterward, large beads of sweat streaming down Yi Feng's forehead. His body felt like it was being gnawed at by a million ants. The pain nearly made him faint. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, trying to scream, but no sound came out. Time ticked by, and the excruciating pain gradually subsided. A layer of black crystals had formed on his body, and a warm current surged within him. He felt his strength steadily increasing, and his meridians becoming stronger and more resilient. Suddenly he stood up, and the black crystals shattered instantly, revealing a smooth, delicate body in the room. Yi Feng suppressed his excitement, sensing the changes in his body. He discovered that not only had his strength increased, but all 5 senses had been greatly enhanced. Yi Feng flushed away the black crystals formed from impurities in his body down the toilet. He had to clean himself up. The smell was too pungent. His body was now spotless, but he still took a shower. Perhaps it was just psychological. After rinsing, Yifeng returned to his room and lay on his bed, calling out to the system. System, learn the Chaos True Scripture. Yifeng felt a sharp pain in his head as a flood of information rushed into his mind. This cultivation technique was based on chaos. Cultivators could master the power of chaos by practicing the Chaos True Scripture, thereby reaching extremely high realms. Through the information, he also learned about the major realms of cultivators: Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, deity transformation, body integration, tribulation transcending, and great ascension. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he circulated his cultivation technique through a full cycle, only to find that his spiritual energy had increased by a mere sliver. Reluctantly, he had to abandon further cultivation. In this era of declining spiritual energy was far too scarce. If it weren't for the effects of the marrow cleansing pill, he wouldn't have reached his current peak Qi refining strength. He forcefully suppressed the urge to continue taking the pill. Yifeng began to ponder, wondering where he stood among the martial artists. It seemed he would have to have a chance to discuss this with Brother Wuhan. The next morning, his phone rang, waking Yifeng from his sweet dream. Picking up the phone, he immediately answered when he saw it was Yi Wuhan calling. Brother Yi, someone delivered an envelope this morning, saying it was sent by someone you arranged. Hearing that the envelope had arrived, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. This was a basic defensive talisman he had prepared to protect his parents from the Fang family's potential harm. It seemed Brother Qing was very efficient. Yifeng would remember this favor. Brother Wuhan, there are 2 defensive talismans in the envelope. Please deliver them to my parents as soon as possible and tell them to keep them with them at all times. Yi Wuhan was greatly shocked. Defensive talismans. Those were the tools of cultivators. Since the pre-Qin period, due to the scarcity of spiritual energy, cultivators had gradually disappeared from this world, and martial arts began to flourish. It seemed that many secrets still existed in this world. Brother Yi, don't worry, I'll take care of it right away. Brother Wuhan, are you a martial artist friend? I'd like to hire a few bodyguards at a high price. Money is not a problem, Yifeng asked tentatively. He knew the chances were slim, but he still wanted to try. After a moment's thought, Yi Wuhan slowly said, Brother Yi, it's not that I don't want to help you, but martial artists don't value money that much. Acquiring wealth is very easy for them. What they value is improving their strength, for example, through elixirs, weapons, or rare and precious materials. Brother Yi, do you know the corresponding martial arts realms for cultivators? Yifeng asked expectantly, wanting to know the martial arts realm corresponding to his current peak Qi refining stage. The specific comparisons aren't very accurate. I only know that the foundation establishment stage for cultivators roughly corresponds to the acquired realm, which is the Grandmaster realm. Yifeng understood that his peak Qi refining stage was probably equivalent to the peak inner strength stage. Satisfied with the answer, Yifeng ended the call. He still had to go to school today to pick up his graduation certificate. Although it didn't mean much to him now, it was at least the result of 4 years of hard work and held significant meaning. After washing up and changing, Yifeng noticed that Li Xiaonao was still in poor condition, probably still shaken by yesterday's car accident. Yi Lin, on the other hand, seemed completely unaffected. The 3 of them prepared to head to Shanghai University. Since Yifeng's G-Wagon was no longer drivable after yesterday's accident, they had to take a taxi. Arriving at the gates of Shanghai University, facing the familiar campus, an indescribable reluctance welled up inside him. 4 years had flown by, and the paths he had walked, the sights he had seen, and the experiences he had had all flashed through his mind like vivid scenes. Now, as he was about to say goodbye, a pang of sadness welled up in his heart. Li Xiaonao sensed his emotions and squeezed Yifeng's hand tightly, whispering, Brother Feng, don't be sentimental. Graduation isn't just an end, it's also a new beginning. Composing himself, Yifeng took Li Xiaonao's hand and strode towards the campus, leaving Yilin standing alone, bewildered in the wind. His phone rang. It was Yang Dong, the dorm leader. "Fourth brother, where are you?" "We're all here except you." "Big brother, I'm at school." "Where are you guys?" "I'm coming to find you." "We're all in the school auditorium." "Hurry up and come over." Hanging up, Yifeng grabbed Li Xiaona and Yilin and rushed towards the auditorium. Being late for the graduation ceremony wouldn't be good. As soon as Yifeng entered the auditorium, he saw Wang Chao waving at him. He immediately walked over, and seeing the three of them looking at him strangely, he realized what was happening. He was still holding Li Xiaona's hand, and scratched his head sheepishly, saying, "Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Li Xiaona, and that pouty little girl is my sister, Yilin." "Haha, fourth brother, good taste. Your wife is beautiful, and your sister is very cute too. Let's get acquainted. I'm Yang Dong." "Fourth brother, I didn't realize you were such a good liar. You had a girlfriend and didn't tell us?" "Hello, ladies, I'm Chungwen." "Yeah, fourth brother, it's one thing to keep a beautiful girlfriend a secret, but to hide such a beautiful younger sister is just not right." "Hello, I'm Wang Chao." After introducing themselves, the group found seats. The four brothers changed into their graduation gowns, and the school leaders and teachers on the stage were already seated. As the host announced the start of the graduation ceremony, enthusiastic applause erupted throughout the hall. First, the principal delivered a speech, reviewing the school's development over the past few years, affirming the graduates' efforts and achievements, and expressing high hopes for their future. Next, a graduate representative spoke, sharing his academic experiences and insights, expressing gratitude to his alma mater and confidence in the future. Following this was the awarding of degree certificates. The graduates went up one by one to receive their certificates, their faces beaming with bright smiles and their eyes shining with determination. "Brothers, we've graduated. Nobody's allowed to run away tonight. I've got the arrangements. We're drinking until we drop," Yang Dong exclaimed excitedly. "No problem. Boss, where are we going? It can't be anything too cheap." "Haha. Yeah, boss, you'd better prepare some good wine." Seeing his brothers so happy, Yifeng decided to invite them to his place. "Boss, second brother, third brother, come to my place tonight. I've made all the arrangements. Give your little brother a chance." Yang Dong was about to refuse when Wang Chao interrupted him. "Boss, let's rip off fourth brother tonight. He didn't even tell us he has a girlfriend. We need to teach him a lesson, otherwise he won't tell us when he's in trouble." "Yeah, boss, I think third brother's right. Let's take him down today. Fourth brother, get ready to bleed." "Haha." Seeing his brothers agree, Yang Dong didn't insist. After all, they'd known each other for 4 years, so there was no need for formalities. "Three brothers, I'll send the address to the group later. See you at 6 p.m. tonight." After agreeing, they all left. Yifeng first informed Bai Jia, telling her to prepare a dinner party for his friends and to be ready to receive them. He also gave her the 3 men's names so she could contact security to let them through and avoid any misunderstandings. Then Yifeng sent the location to the group and told them to just tell the security guard their names. "Brother, where did we go? I've been with you all morning. How are you going to make it up to your cute little sister?" Yilin asked, coming over after he finished his call. Looking at his lively little sister, Yifeng decided to tease her. "Well, seeing how hard you've worked today, let me treat you to lunch at the cafeteria." Seeing Yilin's face change like a Sichuan province resident, Li Xiaona, who was drinking water, immediately spat it out. "Cough, cough, cough. Brother Feng, stop teasing your little sister. Look at her expression, it's so cute." Yifeng also said with a smile. "Let's go to the cafeteria to grab something to eat first, then we'll go by the car. I prepared a gift for Linlin before, but I haven't given it to her yet." After returning from Tianjin, Yifeng contacted Lu Wei, the salesman he was on good terms with, and bought the same apartment in Thompson Riviera, putting it in Yilin's name. He had Sun Ming deliver the property certificate to the Cloud Villa, and he'd give it to her tonight. The group ate a quick bite and then set off in a taxi. The three arrived at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Colorful balloons and banners fluttered in the wind outside, and the store was bustling with people. It seemed there was an event going on today. Seeing the sales staff busy introducing vehicle performance and special offers to customers, Yifeng remembered Linny, the saleswoman who had served him last time. He went to the front desk and asked the receptionist, "Is Linny here today?" The receptionist gave him a strange look and said, "Linny has been fired." Yifeng asked in confusion, "Fired? Wasn't her performance very good? How could she be fired?" The receptionist whispered, "It seems that a customer kept complaining about her, and this customer has a lot of connections, so the boss had to fire Sister E. Now she's gone to the Feichi luxury car mall across the street. I heard that customer keeps going there to cause trouble for Sister E." Having understood the gist of the matter, Yifeng decided to go there to see what was going on. The three of them entered the Feichi luxury car mall and saw a man verbally abusing Linny. Those around him, perhaps intimidated by the man's power, dared not intervene. Yifeng immediately stepped forward. Seeing the man's appearance, he was instantly enraged. It turned out the man was Wan Yong. Yifeng kicked him, knocking him to the ground. He had only managed this by controlling his strength. Otherwise, with his peak chi refining stage power, he could have easily killed him. "Wan Yong, you're a disgrace to men! If you've got the guts, come after me! What kind of man bullies a girl like that?" Wan Yong, who was lying on the ground groaning, was filled with hatred upon seeing Yifeng. He had been looking for Yifeng to avenge the humiliation he suffered at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, but had not been able to find him. That's why he came to cause trouble for the salesperson who had spoken up for Yifeng. "Yifeng! You little bastard, how dare you kick me? Do you really think I, Wan Yong, am easy to bully? I let you off last time, but believe me, I'll make you kneel down and bark like a dog today," Yifeng said coldly. Wan Yong looked at Yifeng with disdain. He had someone investigate Yifeng before and found that he was just an ordinary college student from a modest family. Although he didn't know why Yifeng could afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, he couldn't possibly compare to Wan Yong. "Yifeng, stop pretending! Watch how I deal with you today! Brothers, get him!" Wan Yong's three henchmen charged at Yifeng, fists waving. Yifeng smiled dismissively and delivered 3 kicks. The 3 men were all sprawled on the ground. Wan Yong stared at the 3 men in disbelief. How could Yifeng be so good at fighting? When did he learn kung fu? At this moment, he hated the henchmen who had investigated Yifeng. Such important information hadn't been reported. Seeing Yifeng approaching, Wan Yong immediately knelt down and started barking like a dog. Yifeng was stunned by this scene. This wasn't how things were going. Shouldn't he have refused to back down even if beaten to death? "Master Yifeng, I've finished barking, can I leave now?" Wan Yong said, trembling. You're quite something, kid, you know how to bend and stretch. Get lost!" Wan Yong turned and ran out, not even glancing at his 3 brothers lying on the ground. "Mr. Yi, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, I would have had to change jobs again today," Linny said gratefully. She had been bullied by Wan Yong for several days and was even considering leaving Shanghai and returning to her hometown. "Don't mention it. Ultimately, this is all because of me. I should be the one apologizing. Now let's get to your job. Introduce me to some cars." Yifeng felt quite guilty towards her and wanted to buy her a few more cars today to make amends. "Okay, Mr. Yi, would you like to look at sports cars or sedans?" "Let's take a look at both, I'm going to buy several cars." Linny led Yifeng and his companions to the luxury car section. Entering the exhibition area, rows of exquisitely crafted cars immediately caught their eye. They sat there quietly, yet exuded an irresistible allure. Their lines were smooth and elegant, as if meticulously sculpted by an artist. The car logos gleamed, showcasing the brand's prestige and glory. Not far away, on a separate display stand, a car with sleek lines, like a meticulously crafted work of art, caught Yifeng's eye. He quickly stepped forward, stroking the pure black body, his eyes revealing his delight. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately introduced. Mr. Yi, this is the Bugatti Night Elf, part of the Bugatti Night series under Volkswagen. Every car in the Night series is unique. It's equipped with an 8.0 LW16 turbocharged engine, capable of producing 1500 horsepower, and accelerates from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.4 seconds. In terms of design, its handcrafted carbon fiber body, seamlessly integrated windshield, and 3D printed wheels all showcase its uniqueness, hence its price tag of 150 million Chinese yuan. Yi Feng waved his hand, interrupting Lin Yi's continued introduction, and said, I'll take this car. Let's go look at the others. Looking at Yi Feng's relaxed demeanor, Lin Yi felt that he spent less than 150 million yuan as if it were 15 yuan. Was this the world of the super rich? Buying things without ever looking at the price, only whether they liked them. Brother, come here quickly. Look how beautiful this car is. Why don't you give it to Sister Xiaona? She has a driver's license, hee. She can teach me when we get back. Yulin's voice came from not far away. The group approached, and Lin Yi introduced. This car is a Maserati Quattroporte, it's equipped with. Before Lin Yi could finish introducing it, Yi Feng said, No need for introductions, I'll take this one too. Xiaona, don't refuse, or I'll be heartbroken. Yes, Sister Xiaona, it's so beautiful, you can't refuse. You'll have to teach me to drive when we get back. Yilin also chimed in. The brother and sister swallowed her words of refusal and finally agreed. Lin Yi showed the three of them several more cars, and in the end, Yi Feng bought a Bugatti Night Elf, a Maserati Quattroporte, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Porsche Cayenne, and a Mercedes-Benz S350. Mr. Yi, you're incredibly wealthy. It feels like you're shopping at a market, buying whatever catches your eye, unlike other customers who need to think for a long time. Lin Yi exclaimed. It was the first time she'd encountered someone buying cars like this. Haha, you'll get used to it. Remember to let me know if you get any top-of-the-line luxury cars in the future, Yi Feng said with a smile. Although he used many cars regularly, he bought them more as a way of repaying Lin Yi for the insults she received from Wan Yong. After paying by card and receiving the system cashback, Yi Feng and his companions drove off with the Bugatti Night Elf and Maserati Quattroporte, while the remaining cars would be delivered directly to the Cloud Villa. Xiaona, I'll send you my location. Follow the navigation. I'll drive slowly ahead and wait for you. Remember, safety first, nothing else matters. Yi Feng instructed Li Xiaona. He wasn't sure how good Xiaona's driving skills were and was worried about potential problems. Brother, I'm sharing a car with Sister Xiaona. Please drive slowly ahead. The two luxury cars slowly drove along the road, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Holy crap, a Bugatti. When did one appear in Shanghai? This isn't just any Bugatti, it's a Bugatti Night Elf, the only one of its kind in the world. But why is he driving so slowly? These top-tier supercars are supposed to be floored for maximum thrill. Brother, you don't understand. If a supercar isn't fast, it's either a noob or a show-off. He's fishing. Can't you see the fish on the sidewalk are practically drooling? Brother, you see things clearly. I never would have guessed. What do you mean, see things clearly? I did that kind of thing back in the day. Never mind, I'm going back to my manual labor. Amidst the envious glances of passers-by, the three finally arrived at the Cloud Villa. After parking, Yilin immediately jumped out of the car. Brother, this place is so beautiful. Are we eating here today? Is this a private restaurant? Judging by the ambience, it must be very famous. Xiaona, have you heard of it? Lin, I haven't heard of it either. Since Brother Feng brought us here, let's just follow his arrangements. Li Xiaona didn't know either. She checked the app, but there were no restaurants listed nearby. Just listen to Xiaona. Follow my arrangements. You'll definitely have a worthwhile trip today. There are also many entertainment facilities inside, and a swimming pool. You'll definitely love it, Yi Feng said confidently. He had spent a lot of money to buy this place, and it was fully equipped with all sorts of facilities. Upon arriving at the main entrance, Bai Jie, leading a group of staff, was there to greet the three of them. Yi Feng noticed that there were a few more people than last time, and after a moment's thought, he understood that these must be waiters specially arranged by Bai Jie for this banquet. Welcome home, Mr. Yi. The banquet is almost ready and can begin at any time, Bai Jie said respectfully. Sister Bai, our friends haven't arrived yet. We'll have to wait a little longer. Yi Feng heard the system notification as soon as he finished speaking. It seemed Shen Haoyue had begun her operation against the Fang family. Congratulations, host, for spending 76 billion huaxia coins, receiving a cashback of 7.6 trillion huaxia coins, which has been deposited into your Supreme Black card ending in 8888. Congratulations, host, your cumulative cashback has reached 9 trillion huaxia coins. Additional rewards include 1 system space, 20 breakthrough pills, 50 spirit gathering pills, 5 detoxification pills, 5 marrow cleansing pills, the complete chaos sword technique, 10 intermediate defense talismans, 10 intermediate attack talismans, and 100 top-grade spirit stones. Items have been stored in your system space. Wow! This is amazing! With these resources, not only will Yi Feng's strength increase significantly, but he can also cultivate several experts. System, can this system space hold living beings? And please explain how to use these top-grade spirit stones? Host, at this stage, the system space cannot hold living beings. You need a space core to upgrade the system space before you can. Spirit stones are divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade spirit stones. The exchange ratio for each grade is 1 to 100. They can be directly absorbed and converted into spiritual power during cultivation. After ending the conversation with the system, Yi Feng led the 2 women into the villa. Brother, this place is much more luxurious than the Donghu Villa in Tianjin. There's even a swimming pool in the yard. It's so nice. Yi Lin chirped excitedly around Yi Feng like a lark. Brother Feng, is this the kind of private kitchen you read about in novels, specializing in customized meals? Li Xiaona asked curiously. Didn't you hear Sister Bai say welcome home? I bought this place before, and Sister Bai is the housekeeper. You two can come here anytime you want. Yi Feng looked at Bai Jie and continued. Sister Bai, where are the things Sun Ming sent earlier? Bai Jie respectfully replied. Mr. Yi, they're in your study? I'll get them for you. Right away. No need, I'll go myself. By the way, a few cars will be delivered soon. Please receive them. There's a Cayenne and a Mercedes. Keep them for your daily use. With that, Yi Feng led Li Xiaona and Yi Lin to the study. Brother, did you really buy this place? It's so luxurious. By the way, where's the gift you prepared for me? Let me see it. Yi Feng walked to the desk in the study, picked up a file folder, opened it, glanced at it, and handed it to Yi Lin. Brother, what's this? Yi Lin asked, puzzled. Just open it, and see for yourself. Yi Lin opened the file folder and found a bright red property certificate lying quietly inside. She eagerly took it out, opened it, and immediately beamed with joy. Brother, you're so great. I love you to death. Hee, now I, Yi Lin, am a little rich girl worth over 100 million. Ha ha. Lin, where is the house? You look so happy. Li Xiaona asked quickly, seeing Yi Lin's excitement. It's an apartment in Thompson Riviera, right above yours, brother. Sister Xiaona, would you consider moving in with me? Otherwise, I'll be so lonely. Can you bear to leave your lovely sister-in-law all alone? Yi Feng suddenly realized he'd shot himself in the foot. He'd only wanted to get rid of this third wheel so he could have some alone time. But he never expected this third wheel to try and take his precious daughter away. That wouldn't do. Little girl, are you trying to steal my girlfriend away? Looks like I need to reconsider whether I should give you this house. No, brother, you misunderstood. What I meant was, I really can't make this up. Tell me what to say. Seeing Yi Lin's expression, Li Xiaona chuckled. I think I'll stay at school. It's not good if my family finds out I live off campus. Xiaona, your family is also from Shanghai. When would be a convenient time for me to visit your parents? Yifeng said earnestly. At this moment, Li Xiaonao was very excited. Yifeng's words warmed her heart. His willingness to say this meant he was serious about their relationship and respected her. Brother Feng, let me discuss it with my parents and then give you an answer, okay? Okay, whatever you say. I like you so much. Just then, there was a knock on the study door. Yifeng went to open it, and it was Bai Jie. Mr. Yi, your friends have arrived. Hearing that Yang Dong and the others had arrived, Yifeng immediately went downstairs to greet them. He had just reached the bottom of the stairs when he heard Wang Chao's voice. Fourth brother, what kind of place have you found? I thought I came to the wrong place. Eating here like this must have cost a fortune, right? You're going to bleed today. Fourth brother, this place is something else. This doesn't look like a private restaurant. What's going on? Yifeng looked at the group and said, Boss, you're right. This isn't a private restaurant. I bought it recently, you could say it's my home. Make yourselves at home and eat as much as you want. Chengwen then chimed in. Fourth brother, I just checked. This Cloud Villa district is the most luxurious area in Shanghai. Each villa here costs over 800 million renminbi. Are you being kept? This almost made Yifeng choke. He might be handsome, but he wasn't about to be kept. He earned his money through hard work and by constantly farming Cashback. Sigh, I originally planned to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but all I got in return was distance. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm a trillionaire, I'm laying my cards on the table. Get lost. You've even memorized your lines? Even if you were the leader of China, you'd still have to serve your brother Chow well today. Ha ha ha, the group laughed together. Their friendship wouldn't change because of their different statuses. After arranging the dinner for Bai Jie, Yifeng took the three of them to the wine cellar on the second basement level. Three brothers, pick whatever you want to drink tonight. Plenty. The three men were momentarily overwhelmed by the dazzling array of Chinese and foreign liquors on the shelf. In the end, they all chose Matai. As Wang Chao put it, northern men aren't used to foreign liquors. They prefer our own Chinese Baijiu. It's strong. If you can't get drunk, what kind of drinking is that? The four men returned to the restaurant carrying 2 bottles of 1976 Matai and 2 cases of Adidas beer. Wang Chao glared at Yifeng and grumbled. You rich bastard, so extravagant. This is the first time I've ever seen a villa with an elevator. I'll get you drunk today. I'm not bragging. If you guys get me drunk today, I'll change my mind, Yifeng said arrogantly. As a peak chi refining cultivator, it would be embarrassing to be drunk by ordinary people. The group took their seats, their mouths watering at the sight of the various delicacies on the table. Hey, fourth brother, the food is really good. This lobster and abalone are just what Brother Chow wants. Oh, and 2 more boxes of caviar, please. But something's missing, haven't you noticed? Yifeng glanced at the various rare delicacies on the table and slapped his forehead. He quickly told Bai Jie to prepare some cucumber salad and fried nuts. How could they drink without these 2 dishes? Brothers, today we graduate. We'll be going our separate ways and won't see each other much anymore. Let's have a drink. To our enduring brotherhood, Yifeng proposed. The 4 men raised their glasses and drank them down, exchanging smiles. They each refilled their glasses, but seeing Yang Dong about to raise his again, Wang Chao quickly stopped him, saying, Boss, slow down. If we keep drinking like this, we'll all be passed out. Let's eat something first. This table full of delicious food is too good to pass up. Yang Dong, seeing Wang Chao's comment, put down his glass and chuckled. I think you're just being greedy. Oh, and I forgot to tell you guys, I'm getting married later this year. Remember to come. Slightly tipsy, Yang Dong patted Chingwen on the shoulder and said, Second brother, how's your civil service exam going? If your chances aren't great, come with me to the northeast. We can take our parents with us. We might not become rich, but we'll definitely be doing well. Chingwen was touched, but he couldn't bear to leave his hometown. His parents were unlikely to go with him. After all, as people get older, they miss their hometown the most. Eldest brother, I want to go home and try taking the civil service exam. Our parents in Shandong province are obsessed with getting civil service jobs. Don't worry, I'll ask you guys for help if I have any difficulties later. None of you can escape me. Wang Chao, who was eating a king crab leg, looked at Yang Dong with a resentful gaze and said, Eldest brother, why don't you ask me? Maybe if you asked, I would have gone with you. Get lost. You've already decided to stay in Shanghai. What's the use of asking you? Besides, fourth brother is in Shanghai too. Would you be stupid not to latch onto this powerful figure? Yang Dong teased. Yi Feng picked up his wine glass and drank the wine in one gulp. Boss, you've called on me. Let me say a few words. Please forgive me if I say anything wrong. We've been together for 4 years, supporting each other without ever parting ways. I feel this is a gift from heaven, a brotherhood we chose ourselves. I'm making this clear today, no matter who you are, if you encounter any difficulties and don't tell me, I'll rebel. I'll slap you all. Yi Feng deeply valued these brothers. Brotherhood was a tacit understanding, a strength to weather storms together, a warmth to support each other in times of trouble. They might have different personalities and backgrounds, but they found common ground in each other. They had laughed, cried, and struggled together, experiencing life's ups and downs. When one needed help, they would lend a hand without hesitation, no matter the obstacles ahead. Their friendship transcended blood ties, geographical boundaries, and interests, becoming an unbreakable emotional bond. Even as time passed, their friendship remained unchanged, their trust and understanding unwavering. Third brother, why don't you come help me? I've opened an investment company in Shanghai. Think about it, Yi Feng said earnestly. Top students from Shanghai University are highly sought after, especially his own brother. If Wang Chao were trained under Shanghai Yue for 2 years, he'd definitely be able to handle things on his own later. Fourth brother, I'll be counting on you from now on. Try to arrange a pretty young lady for me. I don't even have a girlfriend yet. Wang Chao's internship wasn't going well. He was often bullied by his superiors. Since Yi Feng mentioned helping him out, he readily agreed. Haha, there really is a young lady, and a real beauty at that. It all depends on whether you have the ability to win her over. I'll take you to meet her tomorrow, and you'll be working directly under her. Haha, don't worry, you have no idea how charming your brother Chao is. Watch how I conquer my beautiful boss. Haha, everyone, cheers. May I find my other half soon? Amidst the clinking of glasses, all 3 except Yi Feng were slightly tipsy, but none wanted to leave the table. Perhaps they feared that if they left, they might not see each other again. Parting is always bittersweet. Who knows when they'll meet again? Seeing the 3 drunk and passed out on the table, Yi Feng refused Bai Jia's help and helped them back to their guest rooms one by one. In Shanghai, in an old-fashioned manner, a gloomy-faced old man was loudly reprimanding a middle-aged man below. The old man was Fang Hongye, the head of the Fang family, and the middle-aged man was Fang Jiping's father, Fang Zhongyi. Do you know that the Fang family's assets shrank by nearly 1/3 in a single day? 136 out of 200 downstream suppliers have stopped supplying us. Tell me why. Fang Zhongyi was drenched in sweat. He was terrified of his father, especially since this whole mess was caused by his youngest son. Father, we've probably been attacked by the Shen family. Fang Hongye, his face contorted with rage, roared. Should be? Is this how you do things? The Fang family has suffered such a huge loss, and you can't even determine who did it. What use are you to me? How could I have such a useless son like you? With that, he grabbed a teacup from the table and threw it at Fang Zhongyi. Fang Zhongyi didn't dare dodge, letting the teacup hit him, the scalding tea wetting his face, but he dared not utter a sound. At this moment, a shrewd and capable woman pushed open the door and entered. Her eyes were sharp as an eagle's, her attire smart, and she exuded an aura of undeniable power. She strode confidently towards Fang Hongye. This woman was Fang Zhongyi's younger sister, Fang Ningwei. Father, the situation has been investigated thoroughly. Shen Haoyue of the Shen family launched this attack. She has completely acquired 136 downstream suppliers, and she is currently negotiating with other suppliers. This number will increase soon. Furthermore, she has acquired over 15% of our Fang family's shares in the financial market. Fang Hongye's face grew increasingly grim. He abruptly stood up, staring intently at Fang Mingwe like a predatory tiger. This is impossible! How could the Shen family, a mere second-rate family, have such financial resources? Tell me! What exactly happened? Fang Mingwe glanced at Fang Zhongyi with sympathy. She dared not conceal anything from her grandfather in his rage. Father, at the charity gala held by the Qin family yesterday, Jiping had a fierce conflict with a young man named Yifeng. Moreover, Yifeng is very close to the Shen family, and it's almost certain that this young man instructed Shen Haoyue to target our Fang family. Furthermore, my investigation revealed that Yifeng was in a car accident that night, which was likely arranged by Jiping. I also discovered through some connections that a huge amount of money had entered Shen Haoyue's account, probably 1 trillion Chinese yuan. Old Master Fang slumped into his chair as if all his strength had been drained. 1 trillion Chinese yuan, that was 5 times the Fang family's total assets, enough to easily destroy the entire family. His voice trembled as he asked Fang Mingwe, "Is there any way to save the Fang family?" Fang Mingwe shook her head. Faced with this situation, she truly had no other choice but to cut her losses. "Father, I suggest we sell all assets, divest all shares, and emigrate as a family. If we delay, the Fang family will be left with nothing." Fang Zhongyi, standing nearby, immediately objected. "I disagree. As one of the 4 great families of Shanghai, how can our Fang family retreat without a fight?" Old Master Fang angrily retorted, "Shut up. Our Fang family has fallen to this state because of your good-for-nothing son." Then, turning cautiously to Fang Mingwe, he asked, "Mingwe, if I personally escort Jiping to apologize to Yifeng, will there be any chance of a change in the situation?" Fang Mingwe didn't answer immediately. After a moment of serious thought, she said, "Father, I think it's not impossible, but you have to be prepared to give up Jiping, and at an unimaginable cost." "All right, Mingwe, make the contact. Tell them I'll personally apologize tomorrow." With that, old Master Fang waved for the two to leave. At that moment, he felt himself age considerably. He couldn't believe that at his advanced age, he would have to apologize to a young man just to have a chance to save the family. Outside the door, Fang Zhongyi looked at his sister with displeasure. He couldn't understand why the Fang family, with so many allied families and even official help, would have to grovel and apologize. Fang Mingwe noticed his displeasure and said, "Brother, as I said before, Yifeng was in a car accident last night. The photos show the car was severely damaged, but the people inside were completely unharmed. Don't you understand?" Fang Zhongyi, understanding his sister's words, trembled as he asked, "Could he be a martial artist?" Fang Mingwe nodded, saying, "I suspect he's a martial artist from a reclusive family, and his cultivation level should be at the Grandmaster level. Brother, we should be thankful that they only used conventional methods against the Fang family, instead of attacking directly. If Father cannot obtain forgiveness tomorrow, the Fang family is destined for destruction." Fang Zhongyi stood there stunned for a long time. By the time he came to his senses, Fang Mingwe had already left. He hurriedly contacted his eldest son, Fang Jiwei, instructing him to keep an eye on Fang Jiping and not allow him to go anywhere. In the cloud-top villa, after seeing the 3 off to rest, Yifeng returned to his room. He took out a bottle of breakthrough pills from his system space. He planned to break through to the Foundation establishment stage that night. Yifeng opened the bottle of breakthrough pills. 5 crystal-clear pills emitted a strong spiritual energy. He quickly poured one out and swallowed it. As time passed, he gradually felt a powerful force gathering within his body. His meridians began to feel slightly hot, as if being pierced by a scorching current. His breathing became rapid, and his heart pounded, as if it would leap out of his chest. Suddenly, a violent tremor ran through Yifeng's body, as if something was cracking. He felt a powerful force erupt from his dantian, breaking through the restraints and instantly boosting his cultivation. Yi Feng took a deep breath, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him. His heart was filled with excitement. He knew he had reached the foundation establishment stage, marking a significant step from a mortal to a true cultivator. His physical attributes, mental strength, and perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had all been greatly enhanced. His divine sense could now extend 100 meters, perceiving everything around him. It felt like a high-definition camera, clearly seeing everything within that 100-meter radius. Yi Feng's divine sense swept over Li Xiaona's room. Her exquisite curves made his heart flutter. Wow, so big! How come I didn't notice before? He thought. Suppressing the rising blood from his nose, he continued his observation. When he saw the black birthmark on Li Xiaona's left calf, a strange sense of familiarity washed over him. Yi Feng tried his best to recall, but he had no recollection. Yet, the familiarity couldn't deceive him. It was as if it were a long-awaited promise. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and his divine sense abruptly stopped. Yi Feng recovered after a while, and the dizziness gradually subsided. It seemed his strength couldn't support prolonged use of his divine sense. Feeling slightly better, Yi Feng slowly said, "System, use the Chaos Sword technique." This time, due to his increased strength, Yi Feng only felt a slight stinging pain before completing the memory inheritance. The Chaos Sword technique is a mysterious sword technique originating from ancient times. Its power is extremely formidable. Upon reaching perfection, one can control the power of chaos, creating and destroying all things with a single strike. While the Chaos Sword technique possesses immense power, its cultivation conditions are extremely demanding, requiring vast amounts of resources. Fortunately, the most critical condition, a wisp of chaotic energy, perfectly complements his technique, showing the system's thoughtfulness. Immediately afterward, Yi Feng retrieved a bottle of spirit-gathering pills from his system's space and examined them carefully. Each bottle contained 30 pills, providing cultivators with a large amount of spiritual energy. It could be used not only for daily cultivation but also to replenish spiritual energy during battle, making it an essential pill for the early stages of cultivation. Yi Feng swallowed 3 pills and, feeling the surging spiritual energy, quickly began circulating his cultivation technique to absorb it. Yi Feng circulated his cultivation technique, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy. The wisp of chaotic power within his dantian gradually strengthened, growing from the size of a hair to the thickness of a little finger. The 3 spirit-gathering pills were finally absorbed after he broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Feeling the increase in his strength, Yi Feng was extremely excited. His strength was now comparable to a peak grandmaster. He wondered what Brother Wuhan's strength was. He would help him improve his strength next time they met. Congratulations, host. You have spent 35 billion huaxia coins. A cashback of 3.5 trillion huaxia coins has been deposited into the Supreme Black Card ending in 8888. Congratulations, host. Your cumulative cashback has reached 10 trillion huaxia coins. The system trademark has been activated. Cashback will no longer be issued in cash. You will receive 1 point for every 100 million huaxia coins spent. The system is now upgrading and is expected to complete in 1 hour. Hearing the system notification, Yi Feng was extremely excited. He had finally unlocked the system shop. It seemed Shen Haoyue's targeting of the Fang family was going very smoothly. He could go and find out the details tomorrow. The system upgrade would take some time, so Yi Feng used his divine sense to check on Li Xiaona for a while longer before going to sleep. The next morning, Yi Feng woke up excitedly and opened the system shop. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Browsing the shop's items, the first thing he saw was currency exchange. 10 billion Chinese yuan were worth 1 point, the same ratio as before. After that, there were all sorts of pills, cultivation techniques, and weapons, with prices ranging wildly from a minimum of 10 points to 1 billion points. He'd have to buy the entire Blue Star to exchange for that. Browsing through these items, Yi Feng felt he wanted to buy everything, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough points. Then he noticed the space core needed for the system space upgrade, but the price made his eyelids twitch. 1,000,000 points. Yifeng sighed. It seemed he needed to speed up his spending, otherwise, seeing so many good things and not being able to afford them would be incredibly frustrating. At this moment, Yifeng discovered an item he desperately needed: Shadow Guards. The Shadow Guard possessed the strength of a beginner grandmaster. He could easily blend into the shadows of any environment, whether bustling city or secluded mountain forest, becoming an invisible ghost. His figure appeared and disappeared in the interplay of light and darkness, making him difficult to spot even for the most discerning eyes. This was absolutely what he needed right now. Looking at the price of 200 points, he decided to work hard to earn points and equip his parents, Yilin and Li Xiaona, each with a shadow guard. After all, his family's safety was paramount. Yifeng scanned the villa with his divine sense. Li Xiaona was already up and washing up, while Yilin was still fast asleep in bed. Yang Dong and the other two showed no signs of waking up. It seemed they would sleep until at least noon. Seeing Li Xiaona leave her room, Yifeng withdrew his divine sense and stepped outside. "Brother Feng, you're up so early? You guys drank so much last night, I thought you wouldn't get up until noon." Looking at that beautiful face, Yifeng's mind flashed back to yesterday's events, and he could no longer control himself. He pulled Li Xiaona close and kissed her. After a long silence, their lips parted, and looking at her flushed face, he said, "Xiaona, you're so beautiful. I feel like I like you more and more. Brother Feng, I like you too. I'm so happy with you. By the way, exams are coming up soon, so I won't be able to spend the next few days with you. You're not allowed to miss me, okay? Otherwise, I'll make you cry," Li Xiaona said playfully. Yifeng hugged her affectionately and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll think about you every day. Don't forget what I told you to do." Li Xiaona looked at him questioningly and asked, "What did you tell me to do?" "I don't remember." "You silly girl, you forgot I said yesterday I was going to visit your parents. You forgot something so important." Li Xiaona stuck out her tongue. She really had forgotten. It was the weekend. It looked like she had to go home. "Brother Feng, I'll go home and tell Mom and Dad today. Hee, I'm off now." With that, Li Xiaona left happily like a nimble little rabbit. Li Xiaona drove the Maserati Quattroporte that Yifeng had given her towards the suburbs. On the way, she called her mother. "Mom, your lovely daughter is home today, aren't you happy? My good daughter, you finally remembered you have a home. What would you like to eat? I'll tell your dad to hurry up and buy groceries to cook for you." "Mom, no need to prepare anything special. I have something to tell you when I get home, hee hee. Okay, be careful on the road. We'll talk when we get home." Yifeng was eating breakfast at that moment. Yilin came downstairs to the dining table, picked up a small steamed bun, stuffed it into her mouth, and mumbled, "Brother, where did Sister Xiaona go? I went to her room to look for her, but she wasn't there. Xiaona went home today, she just left. Is something wrong?" "Nothing much. It's the weekend. And I wanted Sister Xiaona to go shopping with me for some clothes, but since she's home, I'll have to go by myself." Yilin then expertly rubbed her fingers together towards Yifeng. Yifeng's lips twitched. This girl was practically his daughter now. He sighed. What could he do? She was his own sister. He had no choice but to transfer 20 million Chinese yuan to her via his phone. After receiving the money, Yilin skipped away, making his eyelids twitch. He'd have to send this girl back to Tianjin to torment his parents when Xiao Na had her vacation. After quickly finishing breakfast, Yifeng called Shen Haoyue. "Haoyue, how's it going? Is the money enough? If not, I'll transfer you some more?" Shen Haoyue on the other end of the line rolled her eyes. Did Yifeng overestimate the Fang family, or underestimate her own abilities? If such a huge sum of money couldn't handle the Fang family, she might as well just kill herself. "Mr. Yi, rest assured, everything is going smoothly, and the funds are plentiful. With such a large sum of money, I'm confident I can not only take down the Fang family, but even acquire Penguin." Yifeng's eyes lit up. That's right, how come he didn't think of that? No wonder it's Shin Hao Yue. Hee, how many points would he get from acquiring Penguin? Hao Yue, it seems I was short-sighted. You're right. After dealing with the Fong family, let's prepare to acquire Penguin. Don't worry about the funds, just let me know if you need more. Shin Hao Yue felt like slapping herself. She had only said it casually, and Yi Feng had actually taken it seriously. That was 10 cents. It wasn't so easy to acquire. Before she could speak, Yi Feng continued. Hao Yue, do you have time at noon today? I'd like to put my friend under your wing for some training. Don't worry, you'll still be in charge of everything at the company. You don't need to worry about him being my friend, just give him a good beating. After a moment's hesitation, Shin Hao Yue said, Mr. Yi, I've acquired a building to serve as the headquarters for Huanyu Investment. Let's meet there at noon. I'll send you the address later. Hanging up, Yi Feng soon received a location, Qingji Building in the financial street of Shanghai's new district. He checked the distance with his phone's navigation. It was manageable, about half an hour's drive. Around noon, Yang Dong and the other two finally woke up. They were utterly incredulous to see Yi Feng sitting on the sofa, leisurely scrolling through short videos. Fourth brother, I remember you drank quite a bit yesterday, didn't you? How come you seem perfectly fine? Yang Dong asked, puzzled. Yeah, it turns out fourth brother is always the first to get drunk. This time he's really got some guts, managing to get the three of us drunk. Sigh, I've embarrassed Shandong province. Chengwen chimed in. How dare you two talk to my boss like that? It's not normal for President Yi to get the three of us drunk, hee. Fourth brother, when are we leaving to meet my beautiful boss? Wang Chao's words immediately drew a beating from Yang Dong and Chengwen. Third brother, you ungrateful bastard. How was our massage technique? Comfortable? Fourth brother, you'd better give this kid a good beating, otherwise he'll fall for a honey trap sooner or later. Watching the three playfully bickering, Yi Feng laughed and said, Don't worry, third brother's good days are over. His boss is a powerful woman. Where are you two going later, boss? I'll give you a ride. Knowing he was taking Wang Chao to see Shin Hao Yue, the two refused. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. Yi Feng called to Wang Chao and prepared to head to Qingji Building. The two arrived at the parking garage, and Wang Chao stared wide-eyed at the black supercar gleaming in the sunlight. Fourth brother, is this the legendary Bugatti? Holy crap! You're so extravagant. What model is it? Never mind, I'll look it up myself. With that, Wang Chao took out his phone, opened an app, found the car recognition function, and after a few clicks, finally found the answer. After the two got into the car, Wang Chao slowly said, Fourth brother, I thought that since you were in the mining business, you were already at the top of the social ladder. Who knew you were the real wolf in sheep's clothing? You, a rich guy living in a villa and driving a supercar, actually stole my instant noodles when we were in school. You didn't even leave me a single sausage I was saving. Yi Feng, seeing his resentful look, comforted him. Brother Chao, it's my fault. I'll buy you a case of instant noodles and a case of sausages later so you can eat your fill. If that's not enough, I'll buy you more. Amidst laughter and conversation, the two quickly arrived at Qingji Building. As Yi Feng parked the car and was about to get out, Wang Chao stared intently at the building entrance, exclaiming, Fourth brother, look! There's a beauty over there. Her figure, her looks, at least a 95 out of 100. Especially those long legs. I'm drooling. If I could marry her, I'd kneel on a washboard every day. Following Wang Chao's gaze, Yi Feng saw Shin Hao Yue standing there. He looked at him strangely, intending to play a trick on him. Brother Chao, I think with your charm, you'll definitely win her over with a single move. Go for it. Charge for love. I support you, brother. Seeing Yi Feng's words, Wang Chao perked up, tidied his hair, and got out of the car to walk towards Shin Hao Yue. Yi Feng, meanwhile, secretly observed from inside the car. He chuckled. If Wang Chao knew this beautiful woman was his future boss, his expression would be priceless. Yi Feng used his divine sense to observe the two. When he saw Shin Haoyue's expression worsen and she seemed about to attack, he rushed over. He suddenly remembered Shin Haoran saying that Shin Haoyue had kicked Fang Jiping into a eunuch's body. He hurriedly approached the two men. Haoyue, this is my friend Wang Chao. He'll be learning under you from now on. Wang Chao, this is Shin Haoyue, the CEO of Huanyu Investment. Learn diligently from CEO Shin. Wang Chao's face flushed and paled by turns, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Fourth brother, you tricked me. Yi Feng pretended not to hear, and looking at Shin Haoyue, whose expression was also not good, he said gently, Haoyue, it's quite hot outside. Why don't we go inside and talk? The Qingji building has 23 floors. Led by Shin Haoyue, the two arrived at the CEO's office on the top floor. Seeing Shin Haoyue's still gloomy face, Yi Feng had no choice but to apologize. Haoyue, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make a joke and let you know Wang Chao's personality. He's a bit impulsive, so you'll have to be strict with him in the future. Shin Haoyue's expression gradually softened, and he invited the two men to sit down. Mr. Yi, let's leave it at that for today. Please don't make jokes like that again. I don't like them. Let's get down to business. I've already acquired 142 of the Fang family's downstream suppliers, and they've all terminated their cooperation with the Fang family. As of now, I've acquired 17% of the Fang family's shares, and their assets have shrunk by a third. If the plan goes smoothly, it should deal a devastating blow to the Fang group in about a week. To completely destroy the Fang family, it will take at least a month. Haoyue, you've done a great job. What are the company's next plans? Shin Haoyue thought for a moment. Huanyu Investment Company had just been established, and there was still a lot to prepare. If she hadn't transferred some people from the Shin family, she wouldn't have been able to complete so many acquisitions. Mr. Yi, the company is still short-staffed. I've already hired headhunters to recruit. For legal matters, I've reached an agreement with Buyuan Law Firm, one of the top 3 law firms in Shanghai. They will handle the company's legal issues. The same applies to finance. We've reached an agreement with Tongda Accounting Firm. The company should be officially established in about 2 days. Haoyue, you've worked hard. I suggest that if possible, we acquire both firms completely to form the company's legal and finance departments. We should also consider raising salaries a bit, as talent is hard to come by. Mr. Yi, I understand. I'll do as you say. I'll arrange for Wang Chao to work as a cleaner for a month. You don't mind, do you? Yi Feng ignored Wang Chao's protests and agreed to Shin Haoyue's arrangement. Haoyue, when I came here, I saw 2 residential buildings not far away. They shouldn't be for sale yet. If you have time, contact them and let's buy them as employee dormitories. We can stipulate that if an employee works for 15 years, the property rights will automatically transfer to that employee. No problem, I'll arrange for someone to contact them right away. Shin Haoyue called his secretary and instructed him to contact the developer immediately, and also to take Wang Chao to the cleaning department to report for duty. Seeing the resentful look in Wang Chao's eyes as he left, Yi Feng was helpless. He had promised that Shin Haoyue would be fully in charge of the company, and he couldn't go back on his word. In the Tianhe residential complex on the outskirts of Shanghai, several middle-aged women were chatting in the garden. A slightly plump woman with a black mole on the corner of her mouth said mysteriously, Last week, I saw old Zheng's daughter from Building 5 drive home in a BMW 5 Series. I later found out it was a gift from old Zheng's future son-in-law. Old Zheng's family is really smug now. Their daughter married a rich man. The plump woman touched a mole on her lip and said disdainfully, Smug? Give me a break. Old Zheng's future son-in-law is 2 years older than old Zhang himself. He was so angry he almost had a heart attack. Oh my, this is big news. No wonder old Zheng's family hasn't been out these past few days. They're too ashamed to show their faces. Yeah. These kids these days are really something, always thinking about getting something for nothing. Yang Qing, your Xiaona isn't a child anymore. You have to keep a close eye on her. These kids haven't experienced hardship. Don't let her go astray. Yang Qing was Li Xiona's mother. After sending her husband off to buy groceries, she came out to chat with people. Yang Qin said dismissively, "My Xiaona isn't that kind of person. She listens to us both. She even said she'd come home to see me today." Just as they were chatting, Li Xiaona drove up to the residential area. After parking the car, she saw her mother chatting in the garden, so she went over to call her mother to come home. Seeing the mother and daughter leave, the woman with the mole curled her lip and said, "Look at how confident Yang Qin was just now. I didn't expect her to be proven wrong so easily." The car her daughter drove back is a Maserati, worth at least 2 million renminbi. I only recognized it when I saw a woman drive one on a blind date last time. Haha, looks like there's going to be some fun at the Li family's house today. I wonder if Yang Qin will still be embarrassed to show her face tomorrow. What will she call a son-in-law older than herself? The son-in-law will call her mom, and she'll call him brother? Haha, just thinking about it makes my stomach hurt. Back home, Yang Qin stared intently at Li Xiaona. She had seen her daughter drive back, but there were too many people in the garden, so she was too embarrassed to ask. Back home, her face darkened as she demanded, "Xiaona, how did you drive back? Where did you get that car? If you've done something bad outside, believe me, I'll break your legs." Li Xiaona looked completely bewildered. What bad thing had she done? She had no idea. "Mom, what's wrong? Don't you know your precious daughter? What bad thing could I do? That car was a gift from my boyfriend. I came back today to tell you about it." At this moment, Li's father, Li Changlin, also returned home from grocery shopping. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the mother and daughter, he asked in confusion, "Yang Qin, what's wrong? My precious daughter just got home and they're already arguing?" Yang Qin looked at the puzzled Li Changlin and was furious. She said angrily, "Your daughter has a boyfriend. Don't you care at all? Having a boyfriend is normal, isn't it? Xiaona isn't young anymore. When we were her age, we were already married," Li Changlin said nonchalantly. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Yang Qin grew even angrier. "You old fool, what do you know? Xiaona drove home in a car worth over 2 million today, saying it was a gift from her boyfriend. Wait until you bring home a son-in-law older than you, then let's see if you'll still be laughing." At this moment, Li Xiaona finally understood why her mother was so angry. It was a misunderstanding. Thinking of Feng Ge being mistaken for someone in their 50s, she couldn't help but laugh. Yang Qin pointed at her daughter, her face contorted with rage, and said, "Laugh. You still have the nerve to laugh. Let me tell you, Li Xiaona, I don't agree. If you want to acknowledge me as your mother, return the car immediately and cut off all ties with him." Seeing her angry mother, Li Xiaona forced a smile and explained, "Mom, you've misunderstood. How could I possibly date an old man? My boyfriend is my senior from university, 2 years older than me. He just graduated from Shanghai University." Li Changlin, relieved by his daughter's words, said to Yang Qin, "Old woman, you're really something. You haven't even figured things out before you get so angry. If we didn't know better, we'd think Xiaona had committed some serious crime. You should spend less time with those old women. All you do is gossip." Yang Qin realized she had misunderstood and quickly sent Li Changlin off to cook. "Xiaona, you too. You didn't even explain things to Mom properly, making me worry for so long. Come tell Mom what you think of your boyfriend." Li Xiaona was speechless. "Mom, you didn't even give me a chance to explain. You started scolding me the moment I walked in. Well, how should I put it? Yi Feng is very handsome and very capable, hee. I came home today because Feng asked me to ask when you and Dad are free. He wants to visit you too." Li Changlin then peeked out from the kitchen and said, "Anything's fine with me, whatever's convenient for you." Yang Qin glared at him, annoyed, and continued to Li Xiaona, "You two can arrange the time. If your dad is busy, I'll have him take time off." Seeing her parents agree, Li Xiaona felt relieved. "Mom, after I finish my exams and have my vacation in a few days, how about I bring Feng to our house?" Yang Qin nodded, agreeing to her daughter's idea. Xiaona, let me know in advance when you're coming so I can prepare. Also, you have to take Yifeng for a walk around the neighborhood. Li Xiaona was a little confused. Why did she have to take him for a walk around the neighborhood? Was her mother trying to show off? Yang Qin looked at her and said, Don't you understand? Those old women are already spreading rumors about you driving back today. Your dad's right, I'll avoid them from now on, they're always gossiping. Soon after, Li Chaolin prepared dinner and called the mother and daughter to eat. Inside the Fang family manor in Shanghai, old Master Fang hurriedly asked his daughter, Mingwei, as she entered, Mingwei, have you found out where Mr. Yi is? Fang Mingwei looked at her anxious father and slowly said, Father, I just received news that Mr. Yi is currently meeting with Shen Haoyue at Qingji Building. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go right away. Fang Mingwei stepped forward and stopped old Master Fang. Father, are you ready? This trip might require sacrificing Jiping and the Fang family's assets will likely be surrendered. I think it's better to sell all assets and go into seclusion abroad. Old Master Fang sighed and said, How could I not know that? I've also sent people to investigate Mr. Yi. All the information shows he's an ordinary person, but how could an ordinary person have such strength? You may not know, but Mr. Yi has a subordinate in Tianjin named Yi Wuhan. Your uncle Yin told me that Yi Wuhan possesses the strength of the peak of internal energy. He alone could destroy our Fang family. We can't escape, we can only seek peace. Hearing old Master Fang's words, Fang Mingwei stopped objecting. She knew Uncle Yin, the head of a martial arts family with a nearly 300-year history, even in his 70s, only possessed the strength of the late-stage inner strength realm. This showed her suspicions were correct. Mr. Yi definitely possessed Grandmaster-level strength. In the CEO's office of Qingji Building, Shen Haoyue was explaining the next steps to Yifeng when a knock sounded at the door. After receiving permission, Shen Haoyue's secretary entered and said, President Shen, Old Master Fang and Fang Mingwei are downstairs and request a meeting with you and Chairman Yi. Shen Haoyue glanced at Yifeng, and seeing that he didn't object, she told her secretary to go down and bring them up. Yifeng asked with some confusion, I thought you wouldn't see them. Is it because of Fang Mingwei? That's right. If Fang Hongye came by himself, I wouldn't see him. But I can't refuse Fang Mingwei. She and I used to be best friends, and after that incident, it was thanks to her mediation that my Shen family ceased to exist long ago. I hate the Fang family, but I don't hate Fang Mingwei. Shortly afterward, there was another knock on the door, and the secretary brought old Master Fang and Fang Mingwei into the office. Fang Hongye looked at Yifeng respectfully and said, Mr. Yi, you are indeed a man of exceptional talent and ability. The Fang family has offended us greatly before, and I have come to apologize. Please, Mr. Yi, show leniency and forgive our family. He then bowed deeply to Yifeng. Yifeng raised an eyebrow and said coldly, Old Master Fang, you think you can just make me let your Fang family go with a few words? It's too easy. If I didn't have some skills, I would have been dead by your Fang family long ago. Fang Hongye knew he couldn't be forgiven so easily, and sighed. Mr. Yi, the car accident was caused by Fang Jiping alone. My Fang family was unaware of it. Fang Jiping is downstairs now, and you can do whatever you want with him. My Fang family won't interfere. Furthermore, I'm willing to offer 90% of the Fang family's assets as compensation. Yifeng glanced at Shen Haoyue, who nodded, knowing she had no objections, and continued, Old Master Fang, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I wouldn't do something like murder and robbery. Mr. Yi, rest assured, my Fang family is willing to sell 90% of our assets to you for 1 Chinese yuan. As for Fang Jiping, he'll be going fishing on a yacht tomorrow. As you know, the sea is rough, and accidents can happen. Yifeng was quite satisfied with Fang Hongye's attitude, but what did 1 Chinese yuan mean? Wasn't this hindering his points accumulation? So he proposed his own solution. Old Master Fang, I'll acquire all of your Fang family's assets at the original price, but you must donate 90% of the funds to charity, otherwise the consequences will be severe. After saying this, Yifeng asked Shen Haoyue to calculate the Fang family's assets. Soon after, Shen Haoyue and Fang Mingwei brought a detailed asset list, approximately 130 billion Chinese yuan. Yi Feng generously had Shen Haoyue transfer 140 billion Chinese yuan, feeling quite pleased with himself. 1,400 points were in his pocket. Yi Feng opened the system shop and purchased 4 shadow guards, ensuring his family's safety. However, he overlooked the fact that there were still people present. 4 men and 2 women, dressed in black, suddenly appeared in the office. Their chilling aura startled the 3 people present, rendering them immobile. Yi Feng was also visibly embarrassed, but he quickly recovered and shouted, "Shadow guards! Conceal your presence and hide!" The 4 figures vanished from the room in an instant. After they disappeared, the 2 women collapsed to the floor. Yi Feng quickly helped them up and sat them on the sofa, saying to the swaying old Master Fang, "I'm so sorry, my lack of discipline has disturbed you all." Old Master Fang barely managed to steady himself, thinking to himself, "What kind of lack of discipline is this? This is a warning, telling me not to have any ulterior motives." But he still said ingratiatingly, "Mr. Yi, it's all right. Your men probably sense danger, which is why they suddenly appeared. Please be careful." Fang Mingwei, who had recovered somewhat, cautiously asked, "Mr. Yi, your men are incredibly strong. I wonder if they have reached the Grand Master realm?" Yi Feng didn't hide anything and nodded, saying, "All the shadow guards are at least at the Grand Master level, so the Fang family had better not try anything funny, or you'll definitely regret it." Hearing Yi Feng's threatening words, the father and daughter dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction and hurriedly took their leave. At this moment, Shen Haoyue's face was pale and weak. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar Yi Feng, she murmured, "Mr. Yi, is this the power of a martial artist? It's terrifying. For a moment I felt like my body was being torn apart. You also know about the existence of martial artists? Logically, with the Shen family's strength, they shouldn't have any contact with martial artists. Does the Shen family have some other background? I know a little. My father once told me that when he was young, he knew a martial artist who could smash through a tree as thick as a person's embrace with his bare hands." Yi Feng nodded. This must be an internal energy martial artist. Haoyue, the world of martial artists is cruel. If you can avoid contact, do so. Your current task is to arrange the manpower to take over the Fang family's assets. If there are any problems, you can call me. Also, take good care of Wang Chao for me. Don't let him keep doing the cleaning, or I'll be driven crazy by his nagging. I have to go now." Leaving Qingji Building, Yi Feng had just gotten into his car when he received a call from Xiaoping. "Brother Feng, what are you busy with? Let's go out and have some fun tonight. I found a great place these past few days. Interested in relaxing together? What kind of great place could you possibly take me to? It's not some kind of brothel, is it?" Yi Feng said with a laugh. "Brother Feng, you underestimate me. I'm just extravagant, not vulgar. I wouldn't stoop to such places. I'm talking about something like an ancient brothel. That's the same thing. You little brat, believe me or not, I'll tell Brother Qin to deal with you." "Brother Feng, that's boring. Why are you complaining? I think you might have a misunderstanding about ancient brothels. High-class brothels only sold art, not sex. The ladies there were all extraordinary women skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and literature. Of course, if you were exceptionally talented and could conquer one of them, then something might happen." Hee hee. Hearing Zhao Peng's words, Yi Feng became interested and decided to go and see for himself. The two set a time, with Zhao Peng picking him up that evening. Yi Feng then drove back to the Cloud Villa. Yi Feng leisurely lay on the sofa. Bai Jia thoughtfully brought him a cup of hot tea before leaving. He wondered how Xiao Na was doing at home. What gift should he prepare? Yi Lin's shout broke Yi Feng's thoughts. "Brother, come help me! There's too much stuff, I can't carry it all." Looking at his sister carrying bags and packages, Yi Feng was speechless. How did she even get into Shanghai University? He quickly stepped forward and took some of the bags. Lin, why didn't you have them delivered all this stuff here? Are you stupid to carry it all back yourself? Yilin looked at him questioningly, blinking, and said, Is that possible? Nobody told me. I should have bought more. I still have so much to buy. Yifeng ignored her, having Bai Jie help her carry the things upstairs, while he went to his study. Upon arriving at his study, he summoned his shadow guards, and 4 figures immediately appeared before him. To make it easier to name them Shadow 1 through Shadow 4, Yifeng looked at the 2 middle-aged men, Shadow 1 and Shadow 2, and said, You 2 must immediately go to Jincheng to protect my parents. Remember, they must not be harmed in any way. Shadow 1 and Shadow 2 bowed and then disappeared into the darkness of the room. Shadow 3 and Shadow 4 were assigned to protect Yilin and Li Xiona. Around 6 p.m., Bai Jie knocked on the study door. Mr. Yi, there's a gentleman named Zhao Peng outside looking for you. He says he has an appointment with you. Should we invite him up? No, we're going out. I'll just go downstairs. Seeing Yifeng arrive, Zhao Peng excitedly said, Brother Feng, I've booked a spot. Let's hurry up and go. Haha, that place will definitely make you want to stay forever. Yilin, who was sneaking a bite to eat in the kitchen, immediately rushed over and said, Zhao Peng, where are you taking my brother? Can I come with you? I don't know any fun places to go. Zhao Peng boasted. Yilin, I've discovered a great place. Not only are there beautiful women everywhere, but they're also incredibly talented. It's like an ancient brothel. Yifeng looked at Zhao Peng with a dark expression. This terrible teammate. Why did he have to blurt everything out, especially in front of his own sister? He's going to get me killed. Yilin stared intently at Yifeng and said, Brother, you've really grown bold. You actually want to go to a brothel. Do you believe I won't tell Mom and Sister Xiaona? Humph! I never thought you were this kind of person. At this moment, Zhao Peng realized he might have said something wrong and quickly explained to Yilin. Yilin said suspiciously, I feel like you 2 are trying to fool me. No way. I'm going today too, otherwise I won't believe it, and I'll tell Mom and Sister Xiaona. Humph! In the end, Yifeng had no choice but to take her with him. The brother and sister got into Zhao Peng's car and headed to a manor on the outskirts of the city. The 3 arrived at the manor, a secluded paradise far removed from the hustle and bustle of the city. The bright moonlight bathed every corner of the manor, as if veiling it in mystery. The manor was brightly lit, warm light streaming through the windows, contrasting sharply with the surrounding darkness, like a lighthouse shining alone in the quiet night. A gentle breeze stirred, tinkling the wind chimes on the window panes, producing a melodious sound that brought pleasure and comfort. The 3 arrived at an exquisite 2-story building. The plaque above the entrance was carved with the characters for brothel, and below it was a couplet. First line, melodious music conveys refined sentiments. Second line, graceful dance reflects the moonlight. Horizontal inscription, boundless romance. Zhao Peng led the brother and sister to their reserved private room on the 2nd floor. Opening the window offered a panoramic view of the elevated platform on the 1st floor. The 3 had barely sat down when a table of delicious food was brought out. Yilin, while eating, remarked, Brother, this brothel doesn't look like what I imagined. Before Yifeng could reply, Zhao Peng explained, Yilin, you've been misled by TV dramas. The kind where a group of beautifully dressed women rush in as soon as a customer walks in, that's a brothel. Not a brothel. A brothel is a refined place where talented men and women compose poetry, discuss music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. You might not believe it, but some of the most beautiful courtesans in ancient times weren't just stunningly beautiful. They were also highly accomplished scholars. Do you think they would so easily give themselves to others? Yilin nodded thoughtfully and stopped asking questions, focusing on her food. Yifeng and Zhao Peng chatted and drank together. As night fell, a couple dressed in ancient costumes came onto the platform on the 1st floor. The woman sat beside a guqin, a 7-string zither, while the man stood beside her, holding a xiao, a type of vertical flute. The zither's music flowed like a gentle stream, clear and melodious, while the flute's sound was like a secluded orchid in a valley, elegant and refined. A duet of the smiling, proud wanderer, laughing in the wind, resonated from the high platform, reaching everyone's ears. The zither led the way, the flute complementing it, the two harmonizing to create a scene brimming with the spirit of the martial world, immersing the audience completely. Yilin stopped eating and went to the window, looking down with a look of rapture. After the piece ended, the two didn't leave but instead played A Laugh in the Vast Sea. Listening to this music, Yi Feng hummed along. This brothel was indeed interesting. They actually played such a piece full of the spirit of the martial world. After the performance, a woman dressed in a horse-faced skirt, exuding a heroic air, stepped onto the stage. Thank you all for coming to our brothel tonight. I am your host, Xie Shaoqing. After 2 duets on the qin and xiao, you should all know today's theme. Yes. Today's theme is Jianghu, the martial arts world. Let me ask you a simple question first. What is Jianghu? Yilin, standing by the window, shouted loudly. I know. I know. Commander Zhang said, Jianghu isn't just about fighting and killing. Jianghu is about human relationships and social interactions. Xie Shaoqing looked up at the second floor and agreed. Thank you for your answer, beautiful young lady. That's right. China has always been a society based on human relationships. These 2 words permeate our entire history. There's the profound friendship between Bo Ye and Ziqi, and the brotherhood of the Peach Garden Oath. Now, let's compose a poem on the theme of Jianghu. If any poem catches the eye of my young lady, she will grant us an audience. The crowd below immediately began to murmur. Everyone said that Miss Hua Ling of the brothel was incredibly beautiful, but they had never seen her before. Today, they were fortunate enough to see her in person, and they were extremely excited. Yilin looked at Yi Feng and asked, Brother, as a top student from Shanghai University, why don't you compose a poem to compete with this courtesan? Stop it already. If I dare to see that courtesan, you'll be flying off the streets with your tattling. I want to live a few more years. Yilin gave her, you know what's good for you. Look, and continued watching the performance downstairs. Zhao Peng then approached Yi Feng, looking at him ingratiatingly, and said, Brother Feng, why don't you write a song for me? I want to go see that courtesan. After a moment's thought, Yi Feng murmured, Let me borrow a couple of ounces of ink from the mortal world, to write of all the love and evil in the martial world. I'll take another lamp from Mount Ling, and forget the past, for youth has faded. Having said this, he began to drink his wine, while Zhao Peng, as if he had found a treasure, went to the table, picked up a brush, and quickly wrote down the poem. Yilin also came over, commenting on the poem on the Xian paper. Brother, you know what, Zhao Peng's skill isn't that great, but his ink painting is really quite good. Zhao Peng scratched his head sheepishly and said, Yilin, you flatter me. This is nothing special. Fengji's poem is much better. Hee hee. Yilin took the poem and handed it to a staff member outside the door, then quickly returned, saying, Pengji, look how much my brother and I have helped you. How are you going to thank us? Zhao Peng didn't mince words, saying generously, Whether we see the courtesan or not, how about I arrange for us to go to Macau for a few days tomorrow? It's not like China there. There, as long as you have money, you're God. Yi Feng was also intrigued. He had never been to Macau before, and his impression of it was only from a few gambling movies filmed in Hong Kong. Yilin, standing to the side, was extremely excited. Yay! Let's set off first thing tomorrow morning. I used to aspire to be a female gambling saint. Unfortunately, my mom ruthlessly crushed my ambitions during my studies. Yi Feng laughed heartily. He remembered how, after watching a Stephen Chow movie as a child, Yilin secretly used her allowance to buy 3 dice and practice with the family's water cups. Perhaps she was too young then, as she broke several cups, earning a beating from her mother. In the end, her mother confiscated the dice and took them to play mahjong. The singing and dancing downstairs subsided, and Xie Shaoqing returned to the stage. Friends, my young lady has read all the poems you wrote. Now, please congratulate Mr. Zhao Peng on the second floor for getting the opportunity to meet her. Whispers rose from the crowd downstairs. Does anyone know who this Zhao Peng is? There's no such person in Shanghai, right? And not in nearby Hangzhou or Suzhou either. Which kid got incredibly lucky to meet Miss Hua Linger? If I find out who it is, I'll definitely teach that kid a lesson. His friend next to him immediately reminded him. Are you crazy? That's the young master of the Zhao family in Beijing, and related by marriage to the Qin family, the #1 family in Shanghai. When people learned Zhao Peng's identity, they dared not speak anymore, fearing retaliation. In the private room on the second floor, Zhao Peng was overjoyed, dancing with excitement. Seeing this, Yi Feng quickly urged him to go and meet her. Brother Feng. I'm off. Hee. Everyone says Hua Linger is a beauty of unparalleled grace and as wise as Zhuge Liang. I never thought I, Zhao Peng, would get to see her face today. I'll have plenty to brag about when I get back to Kyoto. Upon opening the door, a man with a cold expression stood before Zhao Peng. Looking up, he recognized him as Han Xiaoqing, the young master of the Han family in Kyoto. While the Zhao and Han families were of similar strength, the difference in their status was vast. Han Xiaoqing was the future heir to the Han family, while Zhao Peng was merely a notorious spendthrift. Zhao Peng, I didn't expect you to be in Shanghai too. Everyone says you're a spendthrift, but I never thought a good-for-nothing like you could win Miss Hua's favor. I advise you to get lost. Miss Hua isn't someone you can covet. Han Xiaoqing said coldly. He knew some of Hua Linger's background from his family. She was backed by a reclusive sect with terrifying power. That's why he had come all the way from Kyoto hoping to establish some connection with her. Humph. Han Xiaoqing, you're really arrogant. Miss Hua wants to see me, so what? I'll go see her, what can you do about it? Go ahead and bite me if you dare. Zhao Peng didn't hold back and immediately retorted sarcastically. Yi Lin, standing to the side, laughed so hard she almost fell over, clutching her stomach and saying, Haha, Zhao Peng, I never thought you were so good at both wasting money and arguing. Han Xiaoqing was now furious, his face turning purple. As the young master of the Han family, he was someone others looked up to wherever he went. When had he ever been so humiliated? Uncle Feng, teach these two fools a lesson. A middle-aged man suddenly leaped out from behind Han Xiaoqing, charging towards Zhao Peng and Yi Lin. Yi Feng coldly watched the two, making no move. A late-stage external force martial artist trying to harm Yi Lin, protected by Shadow 3, was simply delusional. Just as the middle-aged man was about to reach Yi Lin, a black shadow flashed past, and with a muffled thud, the middle-aged man crashed heavily into the wall, coughing up blood. The others stared in surprise at the suddenly appearing figure. Before they could speak, Yi Feng ordered, Shadow 3, cripple his arm! A black shadow flashed, and Han Xiaoqing screamed as his left arm was severed, hanging limply at his side. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his venomous eyes were fixed on Yi Feng, wishing he could tear him to pieces. Yi Feng looked at him disdainfully and said coldly, You should be glad your guard didn't try to kill me, otherwise neither of you would have left this room. Remember, my name is Yi Feng. If you're ever dissatisfied, you can come find me any time. Although Han Xiaoqing was unwilling, he had no choice but to help the middle-aged man leave in a disheveled state. Yi Lin looked at her brother with admiration and said, Brother, you were so cool just now. Who was that woman in black? Was she your friend? Yi Feng looked at his sister, completely puzzled. Most girls would have been terrified and cried in this situation, but Yi Lin seemed quite excited. Was she really that oblivious? This is the bodyguard I've assigned to you, named Shadow 3. She'll handle anything that threatens you. But be careful, Shadow 3 can kill. If you don't want to witness bloodshed, don't put yourself in dangerous situations. Yi Lin nodded, not out of fear, but because she didn't want to trouble her brother. Zhao Peng, standing nearby, was looking at Yi Feng with an ingratiating expression, which made Yi Lin feel uneasy. She quickly said, Don't look at me like that, or I'll have Shadow 3 deal with you. I know what you mean, but I don't have many Grandmaster-level bodyguards, so don't even think about it. Zhao Peng was so shocked by these words that he didn't know what to say. Grandmaster-level guards. And not many? Are you sure you're not joking? The Zhao family, one of the top families in the capital, has a history of nearly 1,000 years, and even their strongest martial artist is only at the peak of inner strength. Brother Feng, lower-level ones are fine too, I'm not picky, No, hurry up and go see your courtesan. Otherwise, I'll have Shadow 3 throw you over there. Zhao Peng walked slowly, looking back every few steps, until Shadow 3's figure slowly appeared before he fled in panic. After leaving, Zhao Peng, led by Xie Shaoqing, arrived at a quaint courtyard. The courtyard was dimly lit, and a woman in white, her face veiled, sat gracefully at a stone table. Zhao Peng tried hard to see the woman's face clearly, but it remained elusive, like looking at flowers through a fog. He sat down at the table, the faint fragrance emanating from across the room stirring his heart. Hua Linger, unfazed by this, poured a cup of tea and gently pushed it towards Zhao Peng, saying softly, "Young Master Zhao, please have some tea. I have some questions, could you please answer them? Miss Hua, please speak freely. Zhao Peng will answer to the best of his ability. As far as I know, poetry is not your forte. How did you manage to compose such verses today? To be honest, Miss Hua, this poem was written by my brother Feng. He had no intention of competing, so he gifted it to me. Could it be Yi Feng, the young master who has a close relationship with young Master Zhao? Indeed, brother Feng is truly a dragon among men. Miss Hua, if you have the chance to meet him, you will surely gain a great deal. Young Master Zhao, I am a little tired today, so I will take my leave first. Please forgive me. Please take your leave, Mississippi. I will take my leave. Now. After Xie Shaoqing escorted Zhao Peng back, she returned to the courtyard and respectfully said to Hua Linger, "Holy Maiden, young Master Zhao has been escorted back. Is there anything else you require?" Hua Linger is the current Holy Maiden of the 100 Flowers sect, sent by the sect master to gain experience and discover talent. I am very curious about that Yi Feng now. Go and investigate him. Xie Shaoqing agreed and bowed before leaving the courtyard. On the other side, Yi Feng noticed that Zhao Peng's condition seemed off upon his return. He immediately pointed to Zhao Peng's forehead, channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into him, and shouted, "Wake up!" Zhao Peng's eyes gradually regained their light, and he came to his senses. "Brother Feng? Wasn't I having tea with Miss Hua? Why are you back?" Yi Feng knew he had been bewitched. It seemed this Miss Hua was no ordinary person, she was probably a cultivator as well. He wondered if it was due to her cultivation technique or her constitution. "Zhao Peng, Xie Shaoqing brought you back. Don't think about it anymore. We should go back." Yi Lin also chimed in. "Yes, I'm really looking forward to our trip to Macau tomorrow." Zhao Peng decided to stop thinking about it, and the three of them quietly left. At the first hospital of Shanghai, Dean Xi Jingyang was leading a group of orthopedic specialists, intently examining an X-ray. The X-ray showed an arm with more than 10 severed joints. Xi Jingyang asked solemnly, "How's your research going? Is there any way to save young Master Han's arm?" No one dared to answer. They knew that even if such an injury could be treated, a full recovery was impossible. Given the Han family's background, they were likely to face consequences later. Therefore, everyone remained silent. Xi Jingyang understood their concerns and returned to the dean's office alone. After thinking for a long time, he took out his phone and dialed the Han family's number. "Patriarch Han, this is Xi Jingyang. I'm very sorry, but our capabilities are limited. Young Master Han's injury is too severe. If we rush into surgery, it may lead to future disability in his left arm. What are your opinions, Patriarch Han?" Far away in Kyoto, Han Feli's face was icy as he slowly said, "Understood. I will arrange for someone to bring Shaoqing back to Kyoto. Before that, you must ensure Shaoqing's condition does not worsen, or you know the consequences." After hanging up the phone, Han Feli's wife hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Feli, How is Xiaoqing? Not good, but don't worry, I have a plan. Xiaoqing will be alright. Go and prepare now. Xiaoqing will arrive at the airport in about 2 hours. I'll go and fetch Elder Qi now. Elder Qi, whose full name was Qi Yuanshan, came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. His family possessed generations of medical books and secret formulas, as well as unique medical skills. He was renowned for his superb medical skills and high moral character, and was considered a treasure of Chinese medicine. In a 3-courtyard Sihiyuan, traditional courtyard house, within Kyoto's Second Ring Road, a sprightly old man was sipping tea while instructing a young woman on various pharmacological knowledge. This man was none other than the renowned traditional Chinese medicine master Qi Yuanshan and his granddaughter, Qi Jingyin. At this moment, a young man approached and said, "Grandmaster, Patriarch Han requests an audience." Qi Yuanshan put down his teacup, somewhat puzzled. He hadn't heard that anyone in the Han family was seriously ill. Why had Patriarch Han come in person? "Please invite Patriarch Han to the reception room." Old Master Qi went to the reception room, and soon after, his grand disciple arrived with Han Fuli. "Master Han, your visit so late at night is deeply regrettable. Please forgive my lack of hospitality." Han Fuli dared not presume, repeatedly saying, "Not at all." Elder Qi was not only a physician but also a martial arts master with an extensive network of connections. Even the most powerful figure in China held him in high esteem. "Elder Qi, my late-night visit is truly for a request. My son, Xiaoqing, has offended a martial artist, resulting in the loss of his left arm. I implore you, Elder Qi, to save him." He then bowed deeply. Elder Qi frowned slightly. Martial artists generally wouldn't attack ordinary people, and a future heir to a family would certainly be protected by martial artists. It seemed Han Xiaoqing's injury was serious. However, considering his relationship with old Master Han, he agreed. "Master Han, please lead the way. I will accompany you." Han Fuli was overjoyed. Elder Qi was not so easily invited. Many important figures found it extremely difficult to even see him. I will forever remember Elder Qi's kindness. Qi Yuanshan hurriedly left the room, his steps urgent and firm. He quickly crossed the corridor to the storage area. He picked up the medicine box in the corner and checked that all the medicines were there. Then, he carefully picked up a brocade box beside it, gently stroking its exquisite patterns. After doing this, Qi Yuanshan took a deep breath and followed Han Fuli to the Han family home. At that moment, the Han family finally brought Han Xiaoqing home. When they witnessed their son's pained expression, Han's mother felt a heart-wrenching pain. She tightly grasped her son's hand, her eyes filled with tears, unable to suppress the resentment and hatred she felt for the person who had hurt him. Every subtle expression, every faint groan, pierced Han's mother's heart. She couldn't understand how such a heartless person could be so cruel as to inflict such harm on her beloved son. Anger surged within her like a tidal wave, and Han's mother secretly vowed to make that murderer pay. "Xiaoqing, bear with it. Your father has gone to fetch Elder Qi. Don't worry, Elder Qi will definitely be able to heal your arm." Han Xiaoqing's face was deathly pale, his bloodless lips trembling slightly. His voice was low but firm as he said, "Mother, don't worry, I can endure it. But, how is Uncle Fang now?" "Humph. Don't worry about that good-for-nothing. He couldn't even protect my son. He deserves to die." Just then, Han Fuli, frantic with worry, led Qi Yuanshan home in a hurried rush. His steps were unusually hurried, and upon arriving at their doorstep, the two, barely catching their breath, rushed straight into the house. When Han's mother saw old Master Qi, it was as if she had seen a last straw. A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, and without hesitation, she rushed forward, tightly grasping old Master Qi's clothes, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Old Master Qi, please, you must help our Xiaoqing." With that, Han's mother couldn't help but burst into tears. Han Fuli rushed forward, forcefully pulling his mother, Li Xinyue, aside, saying, "Xinyue, step aside. Don't obstruct Elder Qi's examination of Xiaoqing's injuries." Li Xinyue staggered slightly as she was pulled away, but she didn't resist, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Xiaoqing lying on the bed. She knew this wasn't the time to argue, her son's safety was paramount. Han Fuli, meanwhile, stared intently at Elder Qi, hoping to glean some information about Xiaoqing's injuries from his expression. A tense atmosphere filled the room, everyone held their breath, anticipating a clear diagnosis from Elder Qi. Elder Qi examined Han Xiaoqing's injured arm with a grave expression, his brow furrowed. After a thorough examination, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the injury appeared quite serious, there was still room for recovery. It wasn't entirely incurable. Judging from the condition of the arm, it could be inferred that the attacker had clearly held back. If the arm had truly been crippled, the attack would have caused far more horrific consequences. Thinking of this, Elder Qi couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity about this mysterious martial artist, who could be so ruthless yet also merciful. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoqing, lying on the hospital bed, was deathly pale, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly enduring immense pain. Qi Yuanshan solemnly employed his family's medical techniques, his movements skillful and precise. He gently lifted the injured arm, carefully examining the location of the broken bones. Then, he took out a ball of purple ointment emanating a mysterious aura from a brocade box he carried. This was his family's secret medicine, the purple crystal bone-regenerating ointment. Qi Yuanshan gently applied the purple crystal bone-regenerating ointment to Han Xiaoqing's arm. The ointment, as if alive, quickly penetrated the skin and bonded tightly to the bone. As time passed, the ointment gradually took effect. The shattered bones began to reconnect, radiating new life. Throughout the process, Qi Yuanshan was completely focused, not daring to slacken in the slightest. He knew the preciousness and miraculous power of the purple crystal bone-regenerating ointment, but also understood that only with careful treatment could its maximum effect be achieved. Every movement was so cautious and meticulous, as if he were sculpting a priceless treasure. After completing the treatment, Qi Yuanshan let out a soft sigh of relief, a relieved smile appearing on his face. He slowly stood up, straightened his clothes, and then nodded to Han Fuli and Li Xinyue, indicating that everything was over. Han Fuli gratefully grasped Qi Yuanshan's hand, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Thank you so much, Elder Qi. You are truly a great benefactor to our family. Without your help, Xiaoqing's arm would certainly be ruined." Li Xinyue, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward, her face beaming with joy and gratitude. She said softly, "Mr. Qi, thank you so much for saving Xiaoqing's arm. We will never forget this kindness." Qi Yuanshan smiled and waved his hand, saying modestly, "No need to be so polite, it's just my duty as a doctor." With that, he turned and walked towards the door, his steps steady and composed. Han Fuli and Li Xinyue escorted Qi Yuanshan to the door, expressing their heartfelt gratitude once more. Back in the room, the couple looked at their son, whose complexion was gradually improving, and asked softly, "Xiaoqing, what exactly happened? Please tell us the whole story in detail." Han Xiaoqing dared not conceal anything and recounted the entire incident. Upon hearing this, Han Fuli was secretly overjoyed. Feng Kai was a powerful expert at the late stage of external strength. Such a formidable figure couldn't even withstand a single move from the enemy's guard. Just how powerful must the enemy be? Thinking of this, Han Fuli couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. After giving Han Xiaoqing a few words of advice, he pulled Li Xinyue away. Back in his room, Han Fuli looked at Li Xinyue with a serious expression and said solemnly, "Li Xinyue, I must solemnly warn you, you absolutely must not retaliate against that person." His eyes revealed a firm and resolute determination, as if he had already made up his mind. Li Xinyue was taken aback by these words. She had originally been thinking about how to teach the person who had harmed her son a lesson, but now, after Han Fuli's words, she said with some resentment, "So my son's injuries were for nothing? The other party is at least a master of internal energy. If you want to destroy the Han family and your Li family, then go ahead and take revenge." With that, Han Fuli turned and left without looking back. The next day, near noon, Yi Feng and his companions arrived safely in the bustling metropolis of Macau. As an international metropolis, Macau boasts towering skyscrapers, bustling streets teeming with traffic and people, a vibrant scene of activity. The three of them stood on the street, soaking in the city's unique atmosphere and energy. Yilin, meanwhile, looked around curiously, her eyes filled with a desire to explore the unknown world. Zhao Peng suggested that the three of them go to the Macau resort, which features a large casino, shopping mall, and upscale restaurants. Yilin immediately responded enthusiastically to this idea, and they decided to set off right away. The three of them took a taxi to the Macau resort, a resort situated on a scenic seaside, surrounded by lush greenery and a refreshing sea breeze. Upon exiting the car, they were immediately struck by the resort's grandeur. The towering buildings and spacious courtyards exuded luxury and comfort. Zhao Peng offered to check in so his brother and sister could relax first. He took their luggage and headed to the resort's front desk. While waiting for Zhao Peng, Yilin wasn't idle either. She pulled Yi Feng along to admire the resort's garden, enjoying the colorful flowers and lush greenery, and occasionally hearing the sound of distant waves. After Zhao Peng finished checking in, Yilin tugged at Yi Feng's arm and said, "Brother, I'm a little hungry. Treat me to a big meal." Hee hee. At the mention of food, Zhao Peng perked up. "Brother Feng, Yilin, I know a really unique local restaurant. Let me take you there." Led by Zhao Peng, they arrived at an elegantly decorated restaurant and ordered several local specialties. Soon, delicious dishes were served one after another. They began to savor the fresh seafood, the tender steak, and the flavorful local specialties, with Yilin thoroughly enjoying the meal. Yi Feng, looking at the empty table, smiled and asked, "Would you like me to order some more?" You ate everything, and the other tourists kept staring. Yilin rubbed her stomach, satisfied, and said, "No need, I can't eat any more. My tummy is going to explode if I eat any more." Zhao Peng, on the other hand, glared at the other tourists, looking like a complete scoundrel. Yi Feng looked at them, sighed helplessly, and shook his head, then led them back to the resort hotel. The three returned to the hotel. Yilin tugged at Yi Feng, pleading, "Brother, take me to the casino tonight. Let the people of Macau see what the god of gambling in Tianjin is like, and watch me dominate." Zhao Peng, hearing this, his eyes lit up as if he'd found a kindred spirit. He immediately leaned close to Yilin, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, "Yilin, I didn't expect you to be in this business too. To tell you the truth, I'm known as the gambling demon of Kyoto. Today, if we join forces, we'll definitely wipe them out." Yi Feng, watching the two boast so shamelessly, was speechless for a moment, then turned and walked towards his room. Back in his room, Yi Feng went to the French windows, drew the curtains, and began circulating the Chaos True Scripture on his bed. Seeing the negligible amount of spiritual energy, he took out 3 spirit-gathering pills and swallowed them. The effects of the spirit-gathering pills remained powerful even after his breakthrough to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Just 3 pills caused his spiritual energy to surge dramatically. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began circulating his spiritual energy according to the Chaos True Scripture. Once the technique was activated, Yi Feng felt warm currents flowing through his meridians, as if countless streams of spiritual energy were converging into a great river, surging ceaselessly within him. His aura gradually became steady and powerful, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. As time passed, Yi Feng's cultivation level steadily improved. He could clearly feel his meridians expanding and his stored spiritual energy increasing. This feeling filled him with immense excitement and exhilaration. As the spiritual energy contained in the spirit-gathering pill gradually receded like the tide, Yi Feng was still quite far from the late stage of foundation establishment. Without hesitation, he swallowed 2 more spirit-gathering pills. The effects of the spirit-gathering pill erupted once more within Yi Feng, who felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and began to exert all his strength to break through to the late foundation establishment stage. Finally, after repeated attempts, Yi Feng felt a powerful force burst forth from within him, as if breaking free of the shackles that bound him. His cultivation level instantly increased, reaching the late foundation establishment stage. He opened his eyes, sensing the vast spiritual energy within him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Just then, a crisp knock sounded at the door. Yifeng closed his eyes slightly, and his powerful divine sense instantly surged forth, covering the entire room like an invisible net. He immediately sensed that standing outside was his younger sister, Yilin. It seemed that this little one could no longer contain her excitement, and was eager to try her luck at the casino. Yifeng couldn't help but sigh softly to himself, thinking, "This little girl is really impatient." He slowly got up, walked to the door, and opened it. Yilin stood there, her face full of excitement and anticipation, her eyes fixed on Yifeng, as if urging him to hurry up and act. "Why are you so impatient already?" Yifeng asked with a slightly teasing smile. "Oh, brother, I'm just curious. I've only ever seen casino scenes in movies before, never had the chance to experience it myself. Today I finally have the chance to feel that exciting, intense atmosphere firsthand. Of course I'm eager," Yilin explained, grabbing Yifeng's hand and dragging him outside. Led by Zhaopeng, the three quickly arrived at the casino in the resort. The moment they stepped inside, Yifeng and Yilin were deeply stunned by the extremely luxurious and dazzling scene before them. A smartly dressed, smiling server keenly noticed the three distinguished guests. He immediately approached them and enthusiastically guided them to the chip exchange area. With the server's assistance, Yifeng successfully exchanged chips for a full 2 million. Yifeng carefully placed 10,000 chips into his pocket, then smiled at Yilin, whose eyes were shining with excitement, and said, "You two gambling gods, please begin your spectacular performance." No sooner had he spoken than Yilin eagerly rushed to the nearby American-style roulette table. She grabbed a $1,000 chip, and without hesitation, placed her bet on the number 4. "My lucky number is 4! Let me try my luck today!" Yilin stared intently at the spinning roulette wheel, her eyes gleaming with confidence and excitement. The experienced dealer skillfully spun the roulette wheel, and the small black ball seemed to come alive, bouncing merrily across its surface. All eyes were fixed on the tiny ball, and time seemed to freeze. Finally, the ball slowly came to a stop, settling on the number 27. Seeing this, Yilin frowned slightly, muttering, "Humph, this gambling saint is just testing the waters. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Let's go, Zhaopeng, let's play the dice game, that's my specialty." With that, she grabbed Zhao Peng's arm and enthusiastically headed towards the dice area. Looking at the audacious and boastful Yilin, Yifeng smiled helplessly and followed. This time, Yilin actually bet 10,000 chips on a triple. Zhao Peng, standing to the side, was dumbfounded, inwardly marveling. Truly a gambling saint! Daring to bet on a triple right off the bat. As the dealer uncovered the dice cup, Yilin lost again, unsurprisingly. But she wasn't about to give up, and bet on 6 more rounds of 3 of a kind. Zhao Peng watched in disbelief, thinking to himself, "When it comes to spending money recklessly, I admire no one more than Yilin." Gradually, Yilin's chips dwindled, and her face grew increasingly pale, like an eggplant wilted by frost. The fiercely competitive Yilin wasn't about to give up. She dragged the two back to the baccarat table, secretly determined to win. "This time it's a 3-way battle. I refuse to believe I can't win." Without hesitation, Yilin pulled out 50,000 chips and slammed them heavily onto the player's table. After gaining the right to deal, she crumpled the cards vigorously, and then slammed them onto the table. 19 points! Banker 13 points, player 19 points, player wins. The dealer's words had barely faded when Yilin jumped for joy, shouting triumphantly, "See that? This gambling saint was just testing the waters. Now watch how I sweep through the enemy ranks." However, her good fortune didn't last long. Before long, Yilin had lost all her chips. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at Yifeng, hoping he would exchange them for more. Yifeng immediately saw through her irrationality and, without hesitation, used a wisp of his spiritual energy to shoot towards Yilin's head. In an instant, Yilin seemed to awaken to her senses, filled with remorse. She looked down at Yifeng and whispered, "Brother, I'm sorry!" Yifeng gently stroked her hair, comforting her. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. That's the nature of gambling. I brought you here today to teach you to control your desires and never become addicted. Losing is okay, don't take it to heart. Yilin nodded obediently, lowering her voice to reply. Brother, I understand. I won't do it again. But I'm still not happy. That was all money, and it's all gone in just half an hour. Yifeng smiled slightly, looking at Yilin's worried face, and comforted her. Don't be sad. Cheer up, and see how I help you win it back. Have you forgotten? I still have 10,000 chips in my pocket. Yifeng led the two back to the American roulette wheel. With a gentle wave of his hand, the 10,000 chip landed steadily in Zone 0 like a precise arrow. As the roulette wheel spun, a barely perceptible stream of spiritual energy silently flowed into the black ball. Yilin's heart ignited like a flame. Watching the ball bounce around in the roulette wheel like a dancing sprite, finally landing in Zone 0, her excitement was palpable. Brother! We won! It's 35 times the bet! You're amazing! Yifeng smiled, gently placing the thick stack of chips he'd won into Yilin's hand, then turned and walked towards the dice area. His steps were steady and confident, as if everything was under control. This time it was even easier. Yifeng simply used his divine sense to scan the dice, and the numbers were clearly visible. He directed Yilin to place her bets, each one precise and accurate, and before long they had won back the entire 2 million chips they'd lost. Standing to the side, Zhao Peng stared at Yifeng with utter admiration, his eyes glued to him. He exclaimed excitedly, Brother Feng, you're amazing! With your gambling skills, even the legendary god of gamblers would have to admit defeat. Yifeng's lips curled into a slightly mocking smile. He replied, You too, one calling himself the saint of gamblers, the other the demon of gamblers, how could I possibly be qualified to teach you? Besides, there's nothing new here. Do you know of any other fun places? A mysterious glint flashed in Zhao Peng's eyes. He lowered his voice and said, Brother Feng, have you ever heard of jade gambling? I recently heard about a really exciting jade gambling place upstairs. Hearing Zhao Peng's words, Yifeng's interest was piqued. It's said that even immortals can't judge jade by its appearance. He wondered if his divine sense could see the jade inside a rough stone. The atmosphere at the jade gambling market was completely different from that of a casino. There was no noisy commotion, only the occasional tapping sound and hushed conversations. Yifeng, Yilin, and Zhao Peng walked to the jade stalls. On the table lay pieces of jade rough of various shapes, lying there quietly, as if waiting for their destined owner. Yilin looked at the rough stones, a sense of curiosity rising within her. She reached out and gently touched one, feeling its cold, hard texture. She turned to Yifeng and asked, Brother, why are there stones for sale here? Before Yifeng could speak, Zhao Peng interjected. Yilin, these aren't ordinary stones, they're jadeite rough. You know jadeite, right? It's an extremely precious gemstone, known as the king of Eastern gems. These jadeite rough stones are uncut. They might contain priceless jadeite, or they might just be an ordinary stone. Whether you find good jadeite depends entirely on luck and your own discerning eye. Seeing Yilin's eager expression, Yifeng couldn't help but laugh. He knew this girl was about to show off her skills again, so he simply said, Go ahead and choose. Just buy whichever rough stone you like. Hearing her brother's words, Yilin jumped up excitedly. She began selecting rough stones, tapping and patting them here and there. Yifeng watched, exasperated. This wasn't selecting rough stones, it was more like buying watermelons at a market. He couldn't help but remind her. Lin, this isn't how you select rough stones. You need to carefully observe the color, texture, and patterns. These are crucial for judging the quality of jadeite. Yilin stopped what she was doing and carefully examined the rough stones before her. She tried to glean some clues from their surfaces but found nothing. She shook her head in disappointment. Brother, I can't tell. They all look the same. Yifeng scanned the rough stones on the stall with his divine sense. He discovered that his divine sense could penetrate the surface of the rough stones and see their internal structure. There was no jade in any of the stones on the stall, so he said to Yilin, "These rough stones aren't meant for you. Let's go to another stall. Just choose whichever one you like." Yifeng's divine sense slowly swept across the entire area. His gaze passed through each stall, and among them, the rough stones on one stall particularly caught his eye. They were colorful, like nature's palette, radiating an alluring luster. Yifeng's heart stirred, and he led Yilin and Zhao Peng over. At the stall, Yilin's eyes were immediately drawn to a rough stone the size of a watermelon. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, like a gemstone polished by time, radiating a captivating luster. Yilin squatted down, carefully observing the rough stone, as if she could sense the mysterious power it contained. Yilin pointed at the rough stone and said firmly, "Brother, I want this one. I don't know why, but I just like it." Yifeng smiled slightly, his divine sense probing into the rough stone once more. A moment later, he opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing within. Indeed, the rough stone contained a fist-sized piece of red jadeite, vibrant in color, pure in texture, and priceless. He nodded, indicating that Yilin could purchase the stone. Then, he also selected 3 rough stones. The stall owner looked at the 3 customers before him, his heart filled with joy. He had run the stall for many years and had seen many buyers, but a purchase of 4 jadeite rough stones at once like today was rare. These 4 rough stones were incredibly valuable. He cleared his throat and began calculating the price. After some calculation, he arrived at a satisfactory figure. 3 customers, 4 rough stones, totaling 3.5 million. Hearing the price, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. He knew the quality of the jade inside the rough stone. Even if the price were 10 times higher, he would have bought it without hesitation. After transferring 3.5 million to the stall owner, the transaction finally concluded. The 3 of them happily borrowed a small cart from the stall owner and slowly walked towards the stone-cutting area. Zhao Peng's sharp eyes quickly locked onto the stone-cutting master. After some haggling, both parties reached an agreement, and the stone-cutting work officially began. The first stone to be cut was naturally the one Yilin had carefully selected. The stone-cutting master was focused, his movements gentle and cautious. He carefully placed the rough stone on the cutting machine and secured it firmly. With a deafening roar, a dazzling red light suddenly erupted from within the rough stone, like a rising sun, mesmerizing and breathtaking. "It's glass-type red jadeite!" The stone-cutting master exclaimed in shock, his voice like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. The people who had been busy with their tasks nearby were drawn over, quickly crowding the area. "My God! Such high-quality red jadeite! I've never seen anything like it in my life!" Exclamations erupted from the crowd, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they had witnessed a miracle. Looking at the astonished faces and mouths agape, Yifeng thought to himself, "If a few more pieces of top-quality yellow and purple jadeite come out later, I wonder how crazy they'll get." He raised his arm and gently waved his hand, signaling for quiet. "Gentlemen, please be patient. There are still 3 rough stones left to cut. We can discuss them after all the cutting is complete." As Yifeng finished speaking, the previously noisy crowd gradually quieted down. The stone-cutting master took a deep breath, steadied himself, and began a new round of cutting work. Time passed slowly, and about half an hour later, the 3 rough stones were finally completely cut open. What was revealed before everyone was a crystal-clear, top-grade purple jadeite, a vibrant, top-grade yellow jadeite, and a piece of icy jadeite, though slightly inferior in quality, still of superior quality. Instantly, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. "What incredible luck! All 4 rough stones turned out to be gems. Even the worst one is an icy jadeite. Indeed! Such rare, top-quality red, purple, and yellow jadeite all from the same person, it's unbelievable." I even doubt my eyes. I must be dreaming. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to film something like this. Someone muttered, as if waking from a dream. At that moment, a chubby middle-aged man, as nimble as a fish, squeezed through the crowd, a fawning smile on his face, and said, I'm Huan Yuwei, the general manager of Hualong Jewelry. Are you interested in selling these jadeite pieces? Don't worry, price is absolutely no problem. With that, he magically produced a business card and handed it to Yi Feng. Yilin stared warily at Yi Feng, as if he were a thief who might steal her treasure, fearing he would sell such beautiful jade. Yi Feng shook his head helplessly. He wasn't short of money. Why would he even consider selling jade? He said to Huang Yuwei, Mr. Huang, I'm truly sorry, I have no intention of selling these jade pieces. Please forgive me. Huang Yuwei looked regretful, as if he had lost something precious, and said, All right then. If you change your mind and wish to sell these jade pieces at any time, please contact me. The three of them, carrying 4 precious jade pieces, slowly left the rough stone market under the envious gazes of the crowd, heading towards a nearby hotel to rest. At that moment, the rough stone stall owner watched their departing figures, filled with remorse. He quickly returned to his stall, carefully putting away the rough stones he had once treasured, deciding to personally cut them open to see if he could salvage some of his losses. Meanwhile, as if drawn by an invisible force, the surrounding crowd surged towards the stall owner's booth. In the blink of an eye, the rough stones on the stall were sold out. Those who managed to buy stones were overjoyed, their faces beaming with smiles, while those who missed out were filled with regret and despair. Those who bought stones eagerly headed to the stone-cutting area, jostling each other to begin cutting. However, the results were deeply disappointing. Only a very few were lucky enough to cut out some jadeite, but its quality was far from impressive. Just then, the stall owner joined the stone-cutting effort. He nervously watched the cutting machine in his hands, and with one slice, a piece of crystal-clear, egg-sized, icy jadeite was revealed. This surprise overjoyed the stall owner, leaving him almost speechless with excitement. Back at the hotel, Zhao Peng stared intently at Yi Feng, making him extremely uncomfortable and giving him goosebumps. Yi Feng shook his head helplessly, then took out the icy jadeite from his pocket, tossed it to Zhao Peng, and said with a hint of teasing, Look at you, you're nothing like the young master of the Zhao family in Kyoto. If your old man saw you, he'd give you a good beating. You're a disgrace to the Zhao family. Zhao Peng caught the jade as if it were a priceless treasure, carefully tucking it into his robes as if it were some rare gem, afraid of damaging it in the slightest. After settling it in, he turned to Yi Feng and said, Brother Feng, don't underestimate this jade. Although it can't compare to those 3 top-grade jades, if you were to sell it on the market, it would definitely be considered first-rate, worth at least tens of millions. Yilin, who had been dozing off, instantly woke up upon hearing this, her eyes shining as she leaned closer to Zhao Peng and asked, Then how much is my red jade worth? Zhao Peng frowned and pondered for a moment, then replied, Well, I really can't say for sure, but it's definitely no less than 100 million Chinese yuan. Seeing Yilin's eyes sparkling with greed, her mind solely focused on money, Yi Feng quickly interrupted her reverie and suggested they go out for dinner. Sure enough, food was always Yilin's top priority. She had been preoccupied with the value of the jade just moments before, but now she had completely forgotten about it and eagerly pulled the 2 of them towards the hotel restaurant. The 3 entered the restaurant. Although they had long since missed the peak dining hours, the place was still bustling and crowded. A waiter enthusiastically led them to an empty table. Yilin eagerly picked up the tablet the waiter offered, tapping away rapidly before handing it to Yi Feng and Zhao Peng. The 2 quickly glanced at it, and then returned it to the waiter. Seeing their reactions, Yilin asked suspiciously, Brother Zhao Peng, aren't you hungry? Yi Feng's forehead creased with annoyance. He said helplessly, You've ordered almost enough for 5 people. What else can we order? If you don't finish this, I'll deal with you. At this moment, Zhao Peng finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, when he felt Yilin's murderous gaze, he immediately suppressed his laughter and explained. Yilin, don't overthink it. I'm not making fun of your enormous appetite. I just suddenly remembered that my dog had puppies, so I'm especially happy. Hearing this, a barely perceptible blush appeared on Yilin's cheeks. Soon afterward, the waiters began to bring the dishes to the table. The three of them ate and chatted, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. Just as they were immersed in the delicious food and pleasant conversation, a familiar figure suddenly entered Yi Feng's field of vision. It was none other than his extremely materialistic ex-girlfriend, Mengyu, whom he had broken up with long ago. Mengyu was dressed in a luxury brand outfit, arm in arm with a middle-aged man, walking towards an empty table next to them. At the same time, Mengyu noticed Yi Feng and stared at him defiantly. The middle-aged man seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere and asked Mengyu in a low voice. Darling, do you know them? Mengyu's face showed disdain as she replied. Just some guy I dumped. Don't worry, darling, you're the only one in my heart. Upon hearing this, Yilin immediately pouted and muttered, I knew it. The air suddenly smelled so bad. Oh, a vixen has appeared. Mengyu's face instantly darkened. She angrily pointed at Yilin and cursed. You little bitch, how dare you insult me? Then, as if she had suffered a great injustice, she suddenly threw herself into the middle-aged man's arms. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Feng and his companions with a stern expression, his voice icy as he said, I am Liu Fuda, chairman of the Hong Kong Fuda Group. You greenhorns, don't be so arrogant. The sea in Macau is deep. One wrong step and you'll be eaten alive. Hey, little beauty, how about coming over for a drink with me? If you're willing, I can buy you all sorts of designer bags, guaranteed to make you linger and never tire of them. Hearing Liu Fuda's words, Yilin was furious. She thought to herself, this fat bastard dares to have designs on me. She grabbed a water glass from the table and without hesitation, splashed it at him. Caught off guard and soaked to the bone, Liu Fuda instantly flew into a rage. He never expected anyone to dare splash him with water. He was, after all, a super-rich man with assets worth hundreds of billions. Just as he angrily raised his hand to teach Yilin a lesson, Zhao Peng suddenly stood up and kicked him to the ground. Liu Fuda clutched his chest in pain, his face extremely grim. He glared fiercely at Zhao Peng, his eyes seeming to want to tear Zhao Peng to pieces on the spot. Seeing this, Mengyu rushed forward anxiously, pulled Liu Fuda to his feet, and asked with concern, Darling, are you all right? Are you hurt? Then, her eyes widened with anger, she turned to Yi Feng and scolded. Yi Feng, you've really gotten yourself into big trouble this time. Don't think that just because you have a little money you can be so arrogant and domineering. Compared to our chairman Liu, you're not even worth an ant. Just wait and see how you'll be severely punished. Yi Feng slowly stood up, his eyes coldly fixed on the couple before him. He never expected Liu Fuda to dare openly harass his sister, and even attempt to assault her. If he didn't teach him a lesson today, this man would likely become even more brazen in the future. Therefore, Yi Feng strode towards them and said coldly, Mengyu, even now you're still so vain and foolish. I had almost forgotten about you, but you still insist on appearing before me in my way. As for you, Liu Fuda, if you really want revenge, then bring it on. I'll be waiting for you. However, the consequences will likely be more than you can bear. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng secretly channeled a wisp of spiritual energy and silently injected it into Liu Fuda's body. This wisp of spiritual energy quickly traveled through Liu Fuda's meridians, precisely destroying one of the key meridians. From that moment on, Liu Fuda forever lost his manhood. Zhao Peng, grinning and boasting to Yilin about his impressive kick, saw Yi Feng teaching the two a lesson and quickly joined in, saying provocatively, Liu Fuda, right? I'm Zhao Peng. Come and get your revenge if you dare. If I even flinch, I'll change my surname to yours. Liu Fuda knew he was done for this time, but he could only wait until he got back to find another way to get revenge. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength to barely get up from the ground, uttered a few threatening words, and then grabbed Mengyu and hurriedly left. As soon as they returned to the room, Mengyu began to sob. Darling, how dare they treat you like that? We absolutely can't let them get away with this. We must teach them a lesson. Lu Fuda was equally enraged. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Don't worry, I'll avenge this. I'll definitely make them pay. But for now, help me calm down." Hearing this, a fleeting, almost imperceptible look of disgust crossed Meng Yu's face, but she quickly regained her charming and alluring demeanor and knelt down to serve Lu Fuda. However, no matter how hard she tried to seduce him, Lu Fuda remained unresponsive. Lu Fuda's face grew increasingly dark, turning as black as charcoal, and he forcefully shoved Meng Yu away. He was utterly bewildered. His body had always been healthy, so why had he suddenly become like this? Meanwhile, Yilin said to Yifeng with a guilty conscience, "Brother, was I too impulsive? I've caused you trouble." Yifeng gently stroked her head, comforting her. Lin, you didn't do anything wrong. People like this need to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they'll think you're easy to bully and become even more aggressive. Hearing her brother's words, Yilin's gloom vanished instantly. She gripped Yifeng's hand tightly and said excitedly, "Brother, let's go shopping tomorrow. I heard the Macau City shopping center is huge." Her words were full of anticipation. At this moment, Zhao Peng interjected, "If we're going shopping, I think Hong Kong City is better. It's a famous shopping paradise. Not only does it have a wide variety of goods, but it also gets the latest fashion trends first." His eyes gleamed as he spoke. Yilin's eyes lit up at Zhao Peng's words, and she looked at Yifeng with longing, seemingly awaiting his decision. Yifeng couldn't bear to disappoint his sister, so he readily agreed to their suggestion. And so, the three of them decided to take the ferry to Hong Kong City early the next morning for a shopping trip. Afterwards, the three returned to their respective rooms. Yifeng sat on the edge of his bed, took out his phone, and sent Li Xiaona a message. "Xiaona, have you told your parents about us? When would be a good time for me to visit?" At that moment, Li Xiaona, already back in her dorm, was lying in bed looking at her phone. When she saw Yifeng's message, a sweet smile appeared on her lips. She quickly replied, "Brother Feng, let's go home together after my exams. My mom has been looking forward to meeting you." Her words were filled with joy. Receiving Li Xiaona's reply, Yifeng finally felt relieved. He was also extremely happy to learn that his parents had agreed to his visit. "What do your aunt and uncle like? It's my first time visiting. If I come empty-handed, won't my future mother-in-law kick me out?" Li Xiaona blushed instantly at Yifeng's use of the term future mother-in-law. After thinking for a moment, she replied, "You have to choose that yourself. If you don't choose well, you won't be able to marry such a cute wife like me, hee hee. Brother Feng, I'm going to study now. You think about what gift to buy." Seeing Li Xiaona grinning foolishly while holding her phone, her roommates knew she was definitely chatting with Yifeng again. Li Bingbing teased, "Oh, our Xiaona's thinking about men. I think you should just marry Senior Yifeng now. You can get married in college anyway." Shernan chimed in, "I think our Xiaona's already been won over by Senior Yifeng. She didn't come back to the dorm several times before. She must have been out having some alone time with him." Li Xiaona's face immediately turned bright red at their teasing. Although she and Yifeng hadn't crossed that line yet, she already considered herself Yifeng's. "Don't think like that, it's really not what you think," Li Xiaona retorted, her face flushed. Sun Jingjing playfully replied, "Oh dear, explanations are just cover-ups, and cover-ups are the truth. Xiaona, look at your face, it's as red as an apple, hee hee hee." After a round of playful banter, the dorm returned to silence. Meanwhile, Yifeng was quite conflicted. After all, this was his first time meeting his future mother-in-law, and what gift would be both appropriate and pleasing to her? After careful consideration, he decided that this gift absolutely could not be perfunctory. It seemed he would have to carefully choose one when they went to Hong Kong tomorrow. The next morning, urged repeatedly by Yilin, the three of them arrived at the pier early and boarded a ferry to Hong Kong. About half an hour later, they arrived safely at their destination, Hong Kong. They then hailed a taxi and headed towards Harbor City, Hong Kong's most famous shopping destination. At Hong Kong's Central Hospital, Lu Fuda sat with a grim expression in front of an elderly man. The elderly man was Wu Mingxian, Hong Kong's most renowned urologist. Since his manhood had failed him yesterday, he had rushed back to Hong Kong early this morning, but there had still been no reaction. Wu Mingxian frowned, carefully examining the test report in his hand. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. "Mr. Liu, according to this report, all your bodily functions are normal. There's nothing wrong. Think about it, could it be due to overworking lately, or too much psychological stress?" Lu Fuda pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, he had been indulging in sensual pleasures with the alluring Mengyu recently, and had certainly gone too far. In that case, he would need to exercise more restraint in the future. However, despite this thought, the deep-seated worry in his heart did not dissipate. He felt that this situation was unusual. Although he was getting older and occasionally felt his strength was failing, he was certainly not completely unresponsive. "Mr. Wu, are you really sure everything is all right? I feel something's off this time. Perhaps you could prescribe some special medication?" Lu Fuda pleaded, his face full of suspicion. Wu Mingxian shook his head helplessly, pondering to himself. These so-called miracle drugs might be fast-acting, but the damage they could cause to the body shouldn't be underestimated. Faced with Lu Fuda's repeated insistence, Wu Mingxian finally had no choice but to reluctantly prescribe some miracle drugs. However, he also warned Lu Fuda to use them with extreme caution. Yifeng, Yilin, and Zhao Peng arrived at Harbor City shopping mall together. As soon as they stepped into Harbor City, Yilin was captivated by the magnificent decor. Ornate chandeliers hung from the ceiling, dazzling and eye-catching. The walls were covered with exquisite wallpaper, the patterns delicate and artistic. The floors were paved with smooth marble, reflecting a bright light. Everything was so enchanting, as if she were in a dream world. "Brother, I'm going to shop by myself, hee. You should hurry up and pick out some gifts for Sister Xiao now," Yulin said excitedly, then dashed into the mall like a cheerful little bird. Yifeng was a little worried about letting his younger sister wander around alone, fearing she might cause trouble again. So, he turned to Zhao Peng beside him and said, "Zhao Peng, you should go and keep an eye on Linlin, make sure she doesn't get into any trouble. I'll wander around a bit more myself." After making his arrangements, Yifeng began to stroll alone through the vast shopping mall. He admired the dazzling array of goods while pondering what gift would best express his respect and sincerity towards Xiaona's parents. As he walked, Yifeng happened upon a shop called Hong Kong and China Nutrition Products Store. The store was open, displaying a wide variety of nutritional supplements and health products. Just as he hesitated whether to go in, a shop assistant noticed him and proactively approached him, greeting him warmly. "Hello, sir! Welcome to Hong Kong and China Nutrition Products Store. We have a variety of rare nutritional supplements and high-quality health products to meet the needs of different people. Whether it's a gift to show love to your parents, or a gift to express your feelings to your girlfriend, it's a great choice. Is there anything you're looking for? Or can I recommend a few suitable products based on your requirements?" the shop assistant said with a smile. Seeing the shop assistant's enthusiasm, Yifeng said, "I'm thinking of buying some gifts for my future in-laws. Could you recommend some?" The shop assistant's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing Yifeng wanted to buy gifts for his future in-laws. He smiled warmly and said, "Sir, that's very thoughtful of you. We have many gifts suitable for elders, such as fine teas, high-end health products, and exquisite handicrafts. If your in-laws enjoy tea, our Longjing or Pu'er teas would be excellent choices. If they value health, we have a wide variety of health products to meet different needs. If they enjoy collecting, our handicrafts are also very unique and valuable." After a moment's thought, Yifeng said, "Could you recommend some high-end nutritional supplements?" Seeing Yifeng deep in thought, the saleswoman knew he was a capable young man who wouldn't be careless when choosing a gift. So, she began recommending some high-end nutritional supplements. Sir, if you're looking for high-end nutritional supplements, we have several excellent options. First, we have an imported fish oil supplement rich in omega-3 fatty acids, which are very beneficial for cardiovascular health. Second, we also have a bird's nest product. Bird's nest is a natural tonic that nourishes yin and kidneys, and beautifies the skin. It's very popular with the wealthy and celebrities. Yi Feng, after hearing the saleswoman's introduction, couldn't help but feel tempted. Without hesitation, Yi Feng told the shop assistant, "Give me 5 of each of those nutritional supplements, and teas you just introduced." It turned out that Yi Feng not only wanted to prepare gifts for his parents-in-law, but also planned to bring one each back for his own parents and girlfriend, Li Xiaona, as a token of his affection. Upon hearing this, the shop assistant's face immediately lit up with delight. After all, closing such a big sale would certainly earn her a substantial commission. So, she respectfully said to Yi Feng, "Yes, sir, please wait here a moment, while I wrap these gifts beautifully for you." Yi Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. After paying, he left the store amidst the shop assistant's enthusiastic farewell. Stepping out of the store, Yi Feng looked around and, finding no one paying attention, quickly went to a quiet, secluded corner. With a thought, he stored all the gifts into his system space. Relieved, he then swaggered off into the street. Meanwhile, in another corner of the mall, Yilin was immersed in the joy of a shopping spree. Zhao Peng, accompanying her, was in dire straits. He was covered in all sorts of shopping bags, practically a walking display. Zhao Peng looked at Yilin with a mournful expression, almost pleading. "My dear lady, haven't we bought enough? I really don't have any more room to hang anything else." Hearing Zhao Peng's words, Yilin couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the numerous shopping bags hanging from his shoulders, she felt it was a bit excessive. So, she nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's go rest for a bit," Yilin said. The two found a rest area and sat down. Yilin began organizing her purchases. She picked up a shopping bag containing a pretty dress she had just bought, then looked at the shoes she had just bought, and nodded with satisfaction. After a while, as if remembering something important, Yilin suddenly stood up, put the shopping bags on the ground, and walked back without hesitation. Sitting beside her, Zhao Peng was completely bewildered, thinking to himself, "Is this young lady really planning to take the entire mall home?" Not long after, Yilin came running back excitedly, carrying 2 large bags, muttering, "Oh dear, I almost forgot the latest Chanel suit. Luckily, there are 2 left. I'll keep one for myself and give the other to Xiaona, hee. Okay, let's hurry and find my brother. I wonder what treasures he picked out." Just then, Yi Feng finished shopping and was about to put his Patek Philippe watch, LV belt, and wallet into his system space. This time, he had really gone all out, buying dozens of luxury watches, over a dozen belts, and wallets. These were all carefully selected, intending to give them as gifts to relatives and friends in the future. Just as Yi Feng stepped out of that unnoticed corner, he bumped right into Yilin and Zhao Peng walking towards him. Yilin frowned, her eyes filled with doubt and suspicion, staring intently at Yi Feng. She questioned, "Brother, what are you doing here? Did you follow this pretty girl here?" Upon hearing this, 3 black lines appeared on Yi Feng's forehead. He muttered to himself, "Does my little sister really think I'm such a worthless person?" He helplessly spread his hands, explaining with a wry smile, "I thought this was the restroom, so I came in to take a look. Who knew it was an emergency exit?" Yilin's suspicions remained unresolved. Instead, she turned her gaze to Yi Feng, whose hands were empty and pressed. "Brother, you've been wandering around for ages and haven't bought anything? Look at Zhao Peng, he's carrying a whole bunch of stuff for me." She pointed to Zhao Peng beside her. Zhao Peng was covered in shopping bags of all sizes, looking like a human clothes hanger. Yi Feng, suppressing a laugh, replied calmly, "I already had the shop assistant mail everything back to Shanghai. Carrying so many things is such a hassle." Seeing Yilin about to press further, Yi Feng quickly changed the subject, saying, "You should hurry up and get your things mailed too. Look at Zhao Peng, all those bags, don't you feel sorry for him?" With that, Yi Feng used his divine sense to quickly scan the surroundings, searching for nearby shops that could mail items, and led the two of them away. Upon arrival, they were warmly received by the store staff and quickly completed all the mailing procedures. Just then, Zhao Peng received a call from Beijing. His father's anxious voice came through the phone, urging him to return home immediately. Zhao Peng said gravely, "Brother Feng Yilin, I'm so sorry, there's an urgent matter at home, I must return to Beijing immediately." Yi Feng nodded slightly and said, "It's all right, contact me anytime if needed." With that, Zhao Peng dashed off like an arrow to Hong Kong airport, boarded the earliest flight, and sped towards Beijing like a bird. Watching Zhao Peng walk away, Yilin's initial excitement vanished instantly. She turned to Yi Feng beside her and whispered, "Brother, why don't we go back to Shanghai? I suddenly miss Sister Xiaona so much." Yi Feng silently nodded in agreement. Then, the siblings embarked on their journey back to Shanghai. Meanwhile, Lu Fuda had also learned of the situation. Enraged, he led his men aggressively towards the Harbor City shopping center. Unfortunately, they were too late. By the time they arrived, Yi Feng and the other two had vanished without a trace. Perhaps for Lu Fuda, this was a stroke of luck. Had he truly encountered Yi Feng, he would likely have been filled with regret. Turning our attention back to the Zhao family in Kyoto, the patriarch, Zhao Jianxi, stared intently at his eldest son, Zhao Xingyu, and asked in a low voice, "Is the information you received reliable?" "Father, please rest assured, this information is absolutely true. My younger brother had a conflict with Han Shaoqing in Shanghai. Although the Han family tried their best to suppress the news, the fact that Han Shaoqing had a severed arm and was later cured by Elder Qi was still leaked by my spies within the Han family." Zhao Xingyu replied earnestly. Zhao Jianxi nodded slightly in agreement, then said solemnly, "All right, we'll wait for Xiaopeng's return before making a final decision. The most important thing right now is to closely monitor the Han family's every move. We must not let our guard down and must guard against any retaliatory actions they might take." At that moment, Shanghai International Airport was bustling with people. Yi Feng and Yilin had just disembarked from their plane. Just as they were about to hail a taxi to return, a woman suddenly blocked their path. Yi Feng looked up and, upon closer inspection, realized the woman looked familiar. It was Xie Shaoqing from the brothel. Xie Shaoqing greeted Yi Feng with a beaming smile, saying, "Young Master Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. My mistress has long admired your talent, and has specially sent me to invite you to a gathering. I humbly request that you do me the honor." Yi Feng pondered to himself. Ever since witnessing Zhao Peng's transformation after being bewitched, he had begun to suspect that Hua Linger might also be a cultivator. Determined to find out, he decided to go along with Xie Shaoqing's request, sending Yilin back to the Cloud Villa first while he himself left with Xie Shaoqing. About half an hour later, the two arrived at a secluded villa on the outskirts of the city. Hua Linger had been waiting there for some time. Upon seeing Yi Feng arrive as promised, she quickly bowed and said sweetly, "Young Master Yi, your presence is a great honor. I am delighted that you have come inside so we can have a proper discussion." With that, she personally led Yi Feng into the house. As the two entered the room, just as Hua Linger was about to speak, Yi Feng suddenly interrupted her. "Miss Hua, since you specifically invited me here, you must have already investigated my situation beforehand. We are all straightforward people, so let's not beat around the bush. Just say what you need to say directly." Seeing Yi Feng's straightforwardness, Hua Linger stopped her feigned pleasantries. She smiled slightly and said, "I have always greatly admired and respected your talent, young Master Yi. It would be wonderful if you could serve as our sex representative in the Huaxia region. However, after some in-depth investigation, I discovered that you are likely also a powerful martial artist. I'm truly sorry, I was blind to your abilities before. Please forgive me. May I ask what your current cultivation level is?" Yi Feng quickly scanned Hua Linger's entire body with his divine sense. As he had expected, this woman was indeed a genuine cultivator, and her cultivation level had already reached the peak of the qi refining stage. It seemed he might be able to glean some information about the cultivation world from her. I just recently successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage, Yifeng replied calmly. Hua Linger was greatly surprised upon hearing this. She had initially thought Yifeng was just an ordinary martial artist, but she hadn't expected him to be a cultivator as well, and already at the foundation establishment stage. Such talent was truly rare, and recruiting him into the sect would greatly enhance its strength. Therefore, Hua Linger sincerely said to Yifeng, "Young Master Yi, I am deeply impressed by your extraordinary talent today. On behalf of the 100 Flowers sect, I solemnly invite you to serve as an honorary elder of our sect. What do you say?" Yifeng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked the system in his mind. "System, if I purchase the position of honorary elder of the 100 Flowers sect, would that be considered a consumption? Also, if I use spirit stones to pay for the position, would I receive a corresponding cashback?" The system quickly replied, "Host, please rest assured, purchasing a position falls under the category of consumption. As for the consumption of spirit stones, you will also receive a cashback. Specifically, you will receive 1 point for every 1 low-grade spirit stone spent, 100 points for every 1 mid-grade spirit stone spent, and so on." Hearing the system's reply, Yifeng smiled with satisfaction. He had finally gotten the answer he wanted and could now make his decision with confidence. He then ended the conversation with the system and turned his gaze back to Hua Linger. "Miss Hua, do you think positions in your sect are for sale? For example, how many spirit stones are required for an elder?" "How many spirit stones are required for a supreme elder?" Upon hearing this, Hua Linger was struck dumb, frozen in place. She couldn't understand what Yifeng meant. He wouldn't accept a free honorary elder position. Did he intend to buy it with spirit stones? "Young Master Yi, our sect has never sold any positions before. I am truly unaware of this." Yifeng, however, said nonchalantly, "Then you can contact the sect. I'll offer 30, no, I'll offer 50 top-grade spirit stones to purchase the position of honorary supreme elder." Hua Linger was utterly shocked. As the holy maiden of the 100 Flowers sect, her annual cultivation resources amounted to a mere 50 mid-grade spirit stones, while Yifeng had offered 50 top-grade spirit stones in a single offer. Was he insane? Wouldn't it be better for him to use so many spirit stones himself? Under Yifeng's constant urging, she hurriedly contacted the 100 Flowers sect master, explained the situation, and then anxiously awaited the sect's decision. The atmosphere in the 100 Flowers sect's council hall was heavy. Sect Master Huali and the elders sat together, discussing a matter with serious expressions. "Sect Master, this is truly unbelievable. Leaving aside that foundation establishment cultivator who's only in his early 20s, just those 50 top-grade spirit stones, how is that possible? Our entire sect's reserve of top-grade spirit stones is only that much." An elder frowned, his tone full of doubt. Another elder chimed in. "Indeed, Sect Master, while high-grade spirit stones might be somewhat believable, top-grade spirit stones, it's truly unimaginable." At this moment, Huali slowly stood up, her gaze sweeping over each elder present, before calmly saying, "Elders, even I myself don't entirely believe it. But if he can truly produce 50 top-grade spirit stones, then we might as well bestow upon him the position of honorary supreme elder. If he cannot, granting him the title of honorary elder is not unreasonable. After all, such a genius, even if he cannot provide substantial help, will not be a great loss to our sect. On the contrary, it will help improve the overall strength of the sect." After careful consideration and heated discussion, all the elders ultimately agreed with Huali's proposal and decided to convey this message to Hua Linger. Upon receiving the news, Hua Linger dared not delay for a moment and immediately found Yifeng to tell him the good news. "Young Master Yi, the sect has agreed to your previous suggestion. As long as you contribute 50 top-grade spirit stones to the sect master will personally bestow upon you the title of honorary supreme elder." Upon hearing this news, Yifeng was overjoyed, but worried that Hua Linger might suddenly change her mind. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to take out 50 top-grade spirit stones from his system space and quickly handed them to Hua Linger. After all, this wasn't just 50 spirit stones, it represented a huge sum of points. Just then, a pleasant voice rang in Yifeng's mind. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully spent 50 top-grade spirit stones and received a reward of 50 million points." Yifeng's face immediately lit up with joy, his mood exceptionally pleasant. So many points meant he could finally buy many of the things he'd longed for. Hua Linger, watching Yifeng's beaming smile, couldn't help but chuckle herself. She'd never imagined that the usually elegant and dignified young Master Yi could have such an innocent and adorable side. Then, Hua Linger said to Yifeng, "Young Master Yi, now that the sect has agreed to your conditions, when would be a convenient time for you to visit? Firstly, you could meet the sect disciples and get acquainted with them. Secondly, you could collect your identity token." Yifeng pondered for a moment before replying, "I've been quite busy lately and haven't been able to find the time. I'll definitely let you know when I have some free time." At that very moment, Xiao Peng had arrived at his residence in the capital. The moment he stepped inside, his older brother, Zhao Xingyu, grabbed his arm and dragged him straight towards their father. "Brother, what happened? Why is Dad so anxious to get me back? I haven't caused any trouble lately, nor have I squandered any money." Zhao Xingyu's face was grave, his expression tense as he replied, "You haven't caused any trouble? Then did Han Shaoqing injure himself? Stop talking nonsense, father is waiting to ask you." The two hurried to Zhao Jianxi's study, standing respectfully to one side, afraid of disturbing their father who was busy writing calligraphy. Zhao Jianxi examined his newly completed calligraphy masterpiece, a look of satisfaction on his face, and then asked calmly, "Xiao Peng, tell me truthfully about your conflict with Han Shaoqing." Seeing his father's serious expression, Xiao Peng knew he couldn't hide the truth any longer. He recounted his trip to the brothel with Yifeng and his sister, his encounter with Hua Linger, and how Han Shaoqing's men attacked Yilin but were defeated and crippled by Yifeng's guards. Zhao Jianxi was deeply shocked by the story. A Grand Master-level guard? Yifeng's background was terrifying. Han Shaoqing was lucky not to be killed on the spot. A kind smile bloomed on his face as he softly said, "Xiao Peng, what's your relationship with Yifeng like? Invite him over sometime." Xiao Peng proudly pulled out a piece of icy jade from his pocket, boasting, "My relationship with Brother Feng is rock solid. This jade was a gift from him. If you hadn't called to urge me back, Brother Feng, Yilin, and I would have stayed in Hong Kong for another 2 days." Watching Xiao Peng smugly gloating, Zhao Xingyu couldn't help but chuckle. This kid was truly a lucky fool, managing to befriend such a remarkable figure. Should he learn to squander money like him in the future? Meanwhile, Yifeng had returned to his cloud villa in Shanghai. He was browsing the system shop in his study, as if exploring an endless treasure trove. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that spirit stones could also be purchased in the shop, and the exchange rate was 1:100. That was incredibly cost-effective. It seemed he could exchange spirit stones for even more points in the future. Finally, without hesitation, he exchanged for a spatial core and 500 top-grade spirit stones, spending a total of 6 million points. Other items were also tempting, but he didn't need them for the time being, so he didn't exchange them. System used the space core to upgrade the system space. Yifeng murmured, "Host, the system space upgrade has begun and is expected to take 12 hours. The system space will be unavailable during this time." With that cold, electronic voice, Yifeng knew all he had to do was wait patiently. However, he didn't intend to just wait idly. After the system space upgrade began, Yifeng left the study. Passing through the living room, he called out to Yilin, and the siblings chatted and laughed as they walked towards the dining room. At this moment, the dining room was filled with an enticing aroma. It turned out that Bai Jia had already instructed the servants to prepare a sumptuous dinner. The table full of exquisite and delicious dishes made Yilin's mouth water. She rushed to the table and began to feast. Yifeng stood to the side, watching his younger sister wolf down her food, a doting smile spreading across his face. He thought to himself, "This girl is a real little foodie. She forgets everything else the moment she sees something delicious. What's even more amazing is that no matter how much she eats, she never gains weight. Lin, eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Be careful not to choke. Look at the way you eat, how will you ever get married?" Yi Feng teased, half-jokingly. However, Yilin paid no attention to her brother's words, muttering indistinctly as she ate, "Humph, if I can't get married I won't. Anyway, I still have my brother and sister Xiaona, you can support me, hee. Then, she picked up another piece of braised pork and stuffed it into her mouth, eating with relish. After the siblings finished their meal, Yilin went upstairs to rest, while Yifeng felt the urge to go for a walk. Since acquiring this system, he hadn't strolled the streets like this in a long time. Now, under the dim glow of the street lights, he wandered aimlessly, his gaze sweeping over the figures still bustling about. Not long ago, he himself was among these ordinary people, relentlessly striving for a better life. But things were different now. He now possessed immeasurable wealth and had successfully entered the realm of cultivation, transcending the mundane and surpassing everyone else. Unconsciously, Yi Feng had reached the old woman selling snacks at a roadside stall. Seeing Yi Feng approach, the old woman's face lit up with a kind and friendly smile, and she softly asked, "Young man, what would you like to eat?" Yi Feng smiled slightly and replied, "Grandma, could you please cook a few skewers for me?" The old woman readily agreed, pointing to a small stool beside the stall, and warmly invited, "Young man, please sit down and wait a moment. I'll bring them to you as soon as they're ready." A short while later, the old woman returned with a beaming smile, gently placing a large bowl in front of Yi Feng, and said softly, "Young man, if you're not full, just tell Grandma, and I'll cook some more for you. Don't worry, it's on me, no extra charge. Young people like you face so much pressure these days, and your wages aren't high. Grandma may not have much skill, but ensuring you have a full meal is no problem." Looking at the steaming hot pot in front of him, Yi Feng ate slowly. Though not particularly delicious, it warmed his heart. Watching Yi Feng finish his spicy hot pot, the old woman beamed with joy. However, this harmonious scene was ruthlessly shattered by several menacing-looking men. 3 heavily made-up, ferocious-looking youths, like hungry tigers, dragged a boy who looked about 16 years old, a student, to the stall. One of them, his face contorted with rage, roared menacingly, "Grandma Wei, your Wei Ziyuan just scratched my back. I won't try to extort you, just 2,000 yuan. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Seeing Wei Ziyuan in such a sorry state, Grandma Wei cried out anxiously, "Don't hurt my grandson. I'm willing to compensate you for your losses." Before she finished speaking, she quickly reached into her bosom, pulled out a faded handkerchief, and carefully unfolded it. One of the young men, quick as a flash, snatched the handkerchief and began carefully counting the banknotes inside. However, when he discovered the total was only a little over 300, he was instantly enraged. "Old woman, how dare you play tricks on me? Humph, looks like I'll have to teach your grandson a lesson." With that, he raised his foot and kicked Wei Ziyuan hard in the stomach. A piercing scream rang out, sending chills down everyone's spine. At that critical moment, Yi Feng had decisively intervened. The young man, as if struck by an invisible force, immediately clutched his leg and collapsed to the ground. Yi Feng slowly got up and looked at Wei Ziyuan, saying, "All right, now tell me what happened." Seeing this, Wei Ziyuan quickly explained to his grandmother and Yi Feng, "Grandma, sir, it's not like what they're saying. I didn't scratch their car at all. I was riding my bike home when they deliberately knocked me down, beat me up, and forcibly brought me here." At this moment, another young man glared fiercely at Yi Feng, gritting his teeth. "You brat, if you know what's good for you, don't meddle, or don't blame me for taking care of you too." Seeing that Yi Feng didn't react, the two immediately lunged at him, swinging their fists. However, in an instant Yi Feng's figure flashed, and the two men were struck as if by an invisible force, flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Wei Ziyuan, watching from the side, was dumbfounded, secretly thinking, could this be the legendary martial arts master? He had always been fond of martial arts novels and had dreamed since childhood of becoming a peerless master, eradicating all injustice in the world. Yifeng's face was ashen as he coldly rebuked the three young men. Get out of here now! If you dare to cause trouble again, don't blame me for making sure you can never get up again. Seeing Yifeng drive away the three men, Granny Wei hurriedly pulled Wei Ziyuan forward to express her gratitude. At this moment, Wei Ziyuan, his face full of anticipation, asked, Brother Yi, could you take me as your disciple and teach me martial arts? Yifeng was taken aback, thinking that Wei Ziyuan was indeed an interesting person, actually wanting to become his disciple. He knew he was a cultivator, and not just anyone could embark on the path of cultivation. So he asked the system, is there any way to check if someone is suitable for cultivation? Host, you can test someone's cultivation aptitude for just 100 points. Hearing the system's reply, Yifeng pondered briefly and decided to test Wei Ziyuan's potential before making any decisions. He then gave the command, System, please test whether Wei Ziyuan has the aptitude for cultivation. A moment later, the system provided the result. Name, Wei Ziyuan. Talent, superior. Comprehension, superior. Luck, superior. Seeing Wei Ziyuan's exceptional talent, Yifeng secretly thought that taking on such a disciple for fun might not be a bad idea. At this moment, Wei Ziyuan stared intently at Yifeng, his heart filled with trepidation and anticipation. He knew that this mysterious figure before him might be the key to changing his destiny, so he dared not be negligent in the slightest. Finally, after a period of silence, Yifeng spoke solemnly. Are you truly determined to become my disciple? Upon hearing this, Wei Ziyuan nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at rice, indicating that he would absolutely not miss this rare opportunity. All right, since you are so sincere and determined to become my disciple, then I will accept you as my apprentice. Yifeng agreed with a smile. Wei Ziyuan was so excited that he danced with joy, jumping up and down like a child. As it was getting late, Yifeng left Wei Ziyuan his contact information, telling him that he had some matters to attend to and would come back to teach him cultivation after everything was settled. After speaking, Yifeng turned and strolled towards the Cloud Villa. Left behind, Wei Ziyuan was still immersed in joy. He tightly grasped his grandmother's hand, excitedly exclaiming, Grandma, do you know? I finally have a master! From now on, I can learn powerful martial arts and protect you. His words were filled with anticipation and hope for the future. Grandma Wei looked at her grandson with loving eyes, tears glistening in her gaze. She smiled slightly but didn't reply. She understood that this child had finally grown up and begun to understand responsibility and commitment. Perhaps this was fate's best arrangement. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yifeng rose early. Today was Li Xiaona's last day of exams, and he secretly planned a unique surprise for her. Yifeng strolled to the garage, his gaze sweeping over the parked cars before finally settling on the luxurious Cullinan. The engine roared, and the car sped off like a wild horse, heading towards a nearby flower shop. As soon as he entered the flower shop, the young and beautiful owner greeted him with a beaming smile, asking, Young man, what kind of flowers would you like? Yifeng readily replied, Red roses, I'll fill the trunk of my car. Seeing Yifeng's enormous demand, the shop owner quickly called her boyfriend, who was busy in the back of the shop, to help. The two worked together, meticulously arranging the car full of roses. After much effort, they finally completed the task. They cleverly used the vibrant red roses to create a lifelike heart shape in the trunk. Yifeng admired his masterpiece, quite satisfied. He then gently placed the eternal heart necklace, which he had won at a charity auction, atop the heart-shaped roses, paid, and drove off towards Shanghai University. It was during exam time, and the campus was relatively quiet. Yifeng slowly drove to Li Xiaona's dormitory building, quietly waiting for her arrival. Half an hour passed, and the area outside the exam hall gradually became lively as students began to emerge from the classrooms in twos and threes. Among the crowd, a familiar figure caught Yi Feng's attention. It was Li Xiaona, who had just finished her exam. A bright smile graced her face as she walked briskly towards Yi Feng. "Brother Feng, it's so great to see you after the exams!" Li Xiaona exclaimed joyfully. Looking at the radiant girl before him, Yi Feng smiled gently and led her to the back of the car. "I have a little gift for you," he said, gently opening the trunk. The trunk slowly rose, revealing a meticulously crafted heart-shaped bouquet. Vibrant red roses clustered into a heart shape, emitting a captivating fragrance. Li Xiaona's eyes widened, her face filled with surprise and emotion. She couldn't help but throw herself into Yi Feng's arms, hugging him tightly. "Brother Feng, thank you! I really love this gift!" Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Yi Feng whispered in Li Xiaona's ear. "Don't rush, look closer, there's another surprise inside." Li Xiaona loosened her hold slightly and turned her gaze back to the beautiful bouquet of roses. She carefully examined each petal, and suddenly her eyes fixed on the center of the flower. There, hidden, was a dazzling necklace. The necklace was indeed the heart of eternity. Li Xiaona could hardly believe her eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand, too excited to speak. Li Xiaona's roommates, standing nearby, witnessed this scene, their eyes filled with envy. They silently took out their phones and recorded this beautiful and heartwarming moment, not wanting to disturb the two immersed in happiness. Yi Feng, a faint smile playing on his lips and a hint of tenderness and anticipation in his eyes, softly said to Li Xiaona, "Xiaona, shouldn't you go back to your dorm and get ready? After all, you're on vacation now. It's time to introduce me to my future in-laws." Li Xiaona's cheeks instantly flushed a vibrant, sunset-like blush, as alluring as a ripe apple. She shyly lowered her head, avoiding Yi Feng's gaze, and then, like a startled deer, fled back to her dorm. As soon as she entered, she eagerly took out her phone and sent a message to her mother, informing her that Yi Feng would be visiting today. Then, she quickly packed her belongings. Yang Qin, upon receiving her daughter's message, was overjoyed. She immediately notified her husband, Li Changlin, urging him to take leave and return home as soon as possible. She herself hurriedly went out to the market to buy groceries. Several neighbors in the community garden were quite surprised to see Yang Qin out grocery shopping so early. Curious, they asked, "Yang Qin, are you having guests today? Why are you buying groceries so early?" Yang Qin smiled broadly and replied happily, "Yes, Xiaona's boyfriend is coming today. I have to prepare well, I can't neglect him." However, after Yang Qin left, the neighbors began to whisper among themselves. "Look at Yang Qin's smug face. If her future son-in-law is an old man, let's see if she'll still be smiling. That's right, sending such an expensive car, he's probably a wealthy older man." Meanwhile, Li Xiaona quickly tidied herself up, gracefully went downstairs to Yi Feng, and said with a slight smile, "I drove here too. I'll send you the address. Let's have a race to see who gets there first. Hee hee." Her words were full of confidence and playfulness. Immediately afterward, the two drove off towards Tianhe residential area. Halfway there, Yi Feng spotted a stylish liquor and tobacco shop by the roadside and immediately parked and went inside. After carefully selecting his purchases, he bought 2 cases of premium Matai liquor and 10 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes. When Yi Feng finally arrived at Tianhe residential area, he found Li Xiaona already waiting there. She was standing there, looking around anxiously, seemingly eagerly anticipating his arrival. Seeing Yi Feng appear, Li Xiaona immediately flashed a sly smile and said coquettishly, "Brother Feng, you lost the competition this time. But it's okay, come on, let's go home together." With that, she took the large bag of Zhonghua cigarettes that Yi Feng had taken from the back seat of the car, while Yi Feng carried the 2 cases of Matai liquor, and they walked together towards Li Xiaona's house. As they arrived at their doorstep, Li Xiaona noticed that Yi Feng seemed a little uneasy, so she asked with concern, "Brother Feng, are you feeling all right? Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Feng's face showed a hint of nervousness, and he stammered, No, it's just that it's my first time meeting your parents, so I'm a little nervous." Just then, the door slowly opened, and Yang Qin greeted them with a beaming smile. She said warmly, "Xiao Na, why aren't you inviting Yi Feng in? Yi Feng, don't be so reserved, relax." She then ushered Yi Feng inside. Once inside, Yang Qin quickly brought out a plate of fresh fruit and offered it to Yi Feng, urging him to try some. Then, she gently took Li Xiaona's hand and led her into the kitchen, whispering, "Don't forget what I told you last time." Li Xiaona looked blank, blinking her big eyes, and asked, "Mom, what did you ask me to do? I really can't remember." Yang Qin sighed helplessly, patted Li Xiaona's shoulder, and reminded her, "Didn't I tell you to take Yi Feng for a walk around our neighborhood, especially to the garden? That will shut up those gossipy people and prevent them from spreading rumors." Li Xiaona returned to the living room, plopped down on the sofa, and recounted to Yi Feng what her mother had just said. Yi Feng listened, suppressing a laugh, inwardly muttering, "It's just a car gift to Xiaona. How did it become such a big deal? Xiaona, how about we go for a walk? We can show those people I'm not some old man. Besides, there are still some gifts in the car we haven't taken out yet," Yi Feng suggested. The two walked to the car together. Yi Feng took the gifts out of his system space and placed them on the back seat. Then, he opened the car door, first taking out a package of tea and nutritional supplements and handing them to Li Xiaona, while keeping 2 other packages for himself. Next, he pulled out 2 Patek Philippe watches worth millions from his system space and stuffed them into his pocket. "Xiaona, this one is for you. These 2 are for my future in-laws. Hey, let's go for a stroll in the community garden," Yi Feng said to Li Xiaona with a smile. At that moment, a group of middle-aged women were chatting idly in the community garden. Seeing Yi Feng and Li Xiaona approaching from afar, their spirits lifted. "Oh, Xiaona, is this your boyfriend?" one of the women asked first. Li Xiaona tightly grasped Yi Feng's hand, introducing him to everyone with great joy. "Hello, ladies. This is my boyfriend, Yi Feng. He came to visit me today." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Wow, look at all these gifts he brought. They're really valuable. Xiaona, your boyfriend is so good to you. Even that luxury car you drive was a gift from him, wasn't it?" Hearing this, Li Xiaona's face immediately lit up with a bright smile, and she replied coquettishly, "Oh dear, I actually told him I didn't want them, but Brother Feng just wouldn't listen and insisted on giving them to me." As she spoke, a look of happiness and satisfaction spread across her face. Just then, Yi Feng politely greeted the elders present. "Hello, aunties. We'll head back now. It wouldn't be right to keep our elders waiting." With that, he and Li Xiaona turned and walked towards their home. After the two left, the surrounding women began to whisper and murmur amongst themselves. "TSK, TSK, TSK, the Li family is really lucky. They found such a handsome and wealthy young man as their son-in-law." Absolutely. And the key is, he's incredibly generous, willing to spend money on Xiaona. However, just as everyone was discussing this enthusiastically, the woman with a mole on her lips suddenly interrupted, saying in a strange tone, "Don't put it so nicely. Although he's not a senile old man, in my opinion, this relationship might not last. In today's society, how many rich people aren't fickle and prone to infidelity? It's bound to run into problems in the long run." She then rolled her eyes, expressing her disdain. The two entered the house together, just in time to run into Li Changlin, who had taken leave and arrived early. He was coming out of the kitchen and upon seeing Yi Feng greeted him with a beaming smile, expressing great satisfaction with the pile of gifts Yi Feng had brought. "Xiao Feng, it's good you're here. Why did you bring so many things? Don't spend money like this in the future, just come straight home, don't bring anything." Yi Feng was incredibly anxious at that moment. After all, as the saying goes, a daughter is her father's sweetheart from a past life and his warm little angel in this life. Therefore, he was constantly worried that Li's father would dislike him and give him a cold shoulder. "Uncle, this is my first time visiting you and Auntie. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I took the liberty of bringing extra gifts," Yi Feng quickly explained. Just then, Yang Qin hurried over, took the gift from Yi Feng, and said with a beaming smile, "You two sit for a moment, the food will be on the table soon." Chanlin, don't just stand there, come and give me a hand, we can chat while we eat later. Before long, a large table full of delicious dishes was ready. Everyone took their seats, the atmosphere harmonious and pleasant. At this moment, Li Chanlin turned to Yang Qin with slight hesitation and asked softly, My dear wife, Xiao Feng is visiting our home today. How about I have a couple of sips of wine? Yang Qin glared at Li Chanlin, then said, For Xiao Feng's sake, I'll let you have a little wine today, but absolutely no overindulging. Her tone was slightly reproachful, but her eyes revealed concern. Hearing this, Li Chanlin immediately stood up, excitedly taking a bottle of his treasured mutai from the cabinet and carefully opening it. Then, he expertly poured Yi Feng a full glass first, then filled his own. At this moment, the table was filled with the rich aroma of wine. Yang Qin kept putting food on Yi Feng's plate, each dish a carefully prepared delicacy. Watching Yi Feng eat with relish, she was incredibly happy, as if she could see a picture of a blissful future together. Xiao Feng, don't be shy. Tell Auntie what you like to eat, and I'll get it for you. Xiaona, don't just eat by yourself, take care of Xiao Feng too, Yang Qin said happily. Li Chanlin smiled, raised his glass, and gently clinked it with Yi Feng's before drinking it down. He said with emotion, Xiao Feng, Xiaona is a rather introverted child, and sometimes she's not good at expressing her feelings. Even when she's unhappy, she might keep it to herself. So I hope you can be more tolerant and understanding of her in the future. Actually, we parents are really happy that you two are together. A long time ago, Xiaona often mentioned you to me. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Li Chanlin's eyes as he finished speaking. Yang Qin looked at the father and daughter before her and couldn't help but sigh. Well, it's true what they say, a daughter is her father's sweetheart from a past life. She doesn't even tell me her innermost thoughts anymore. Her words carried a hint of reproach and disappointment. Seeing this, Li Chanlin quickly comforted her. Oh dear, my dear wife, don't worry about these details. But Xiao Feng, what are your thoughts on things between you two? He looked at Yi Feng, his eyes full of concern. Yi Feng answered attentively. Uncle, Aunt Xiaona is on summer vacation now. I plan to take her to Tianjin to visit my parents. What do you two think? He then waited quietly for Li Chanlin and Yang Qin's response. At that moment, Li Chanlin and Yang Qin exchanged a glance and said in unison, We have no objections. As long as you two discuss it, it's fine. Their tone was very gentle, revealing their respect and trust for their children. Standing to the side, Li Xiaona's cheeks were already flushed, her eyes filled with happiness and sweetness. She gazed silently at Yi Feng, her shy and adorable appearance evoking feelings of tenderness. Afterwards, Li Chanlin and Yang Qin inquired with great interest about Yi Feng's family situation. Facing the elders' concerned and curious gazes, Yi Feng remained composed, patiently and meticulously answering each question. The atmosphere was exceptionally relaxed and pleasant, as intimate as a family. Time passed quietly, and as expected, Li Chanlin gradually became intoxicated by the wine. Seeing this, Yang Qin gave her husband a helpless glare, then carefully helped him into the room to rest. Witnessing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. After all, it was rather inappropriate to have his future father-in-law become drunk and out of control on their first meeting. He looked at Li Xiaona with an innocent expression and softly asked, Xiaona, will Auntie be angry about this? Maybe I should slip away quickly. Li Xiaona smiled slightly and reassured him. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Even though my mom always nags Dad, she actually cares about him a lot. They're the typical love-hate couple. Hearing this, Yi Feng felt a little relieved, but also became curious about the couple's unique way of getting along. Then, Yi Feng took 2 exquisite Patek Philippe watches from his pocket, handed them to Li Xiaona, and instructed. These are gifts I specially chose for Uncle and Aunt. I hope they like them. Please pass them on. It's getting late, I should go home. With that, he smiled and said goodbye to Li Xiaona, then turned and left. Back in his car, Yi Feng circulated his spiritual energy throughout his meridians, instantly dispelling the effects of the alcohol and leaving him perfectly sober. He started the car and sped towards the Cloud Villa. Upon arriving home, Yilin immediately huffed and puffed as she saw Yifeng. "Brother, where did you go having fun today? How dare you leave me all alone?" "Humph!" Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle at his sister's angry expression, explaining. "I visited your sister Xiaona's parents today. It probably wasn't appropriate to bring you to such a formal occasion. Besides, you were still in bed when I left." Although Yilin understood that such an event wasn't suitable for her, she refused to back down, arguing. "Humph, it's definitely your fault. I don't care, you have to make it up to me. You have to take me out for a big meal." Yifeng nodded helplessly, thinking that his sister was quite the little glutton. "All right, Lin, I'm planning to go back to Tianjin in a couple of days. You should make some preparations in advance," Yifeng said to Yilin. Yilin asked suspiciously. "We're doing just fine here, why do we suddenly have to go back? Did something happen at home?" Yifeng quickly shook his head, reassuring her. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. We just want to take Xiaona home to meet our parents." A glint suddenly flashed in Yilin's eyes. She was secretly delighted to learn that Xiaona would be going too. She thought, "This is going to be fun. I need to tell my mom right away so she can make all the necessary preparations." "Brother, you've been busy all day, you must be exhausted. Go and rest, I won't bother you anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed back to her room like a cheerful little bird. Yifeng watched his younger sister's departing figure, feeling utterly bewildered. This little girl's way of thinking was truly unique. One second she was clamoring for a sumptuous meal, and the next she was a considerate and caring older sister, urging him to rest. After entering her room, Yilin eagerly picked up her phone and dialed her mother's number. Before Yilin could even speak, Wang Meijuan's deafening roar came from the other end of the phone. "You heartless brat! You've been gone so long, and only now you think to call me! What, do you think you're all grown up now? Believe me or not, I'll make soup out of your wings." Hearing her mother's fierce scolding, Yilin, standing beside the phone, couldn't help but tremble slightly, but quickly put on a fawning smile and replied ingratiatingly. "Oh dear, Mom, don't be so quick to scold me. I have some important information about my brother, would you like to hear it?" Wang Meiwan said nonchalantly. "Your brother has always been sensible since he was little. What could he possibly be doing? It's you've always been a troublemaker." Her tone carried a hint of reproach, but mostly it was doting affection for her daughter. Yilin looked utterly dejected, muttering to herself, "I'm so lively and cute, how could I be a troublemaker? At most, I'm just a little restless." She made a face at the air as she thought this. Then, Yilin excitedly announced, "Mom, I have some amazing news. My brother is coming back to Tianjin these few days, and he's bringing my future sister-in-law with him." Surprised? Unexpected? Upon hearing this, Wang Meiwan initially didn't react much. "It's just coming home. What's the big deal? It's not like he's never been back before." "Wait, what did you just say? Your brother is bringing your future sister-in-law back?" Her voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Yes. Mom, you'd better get ready to welcome your future daughter-in-law," Yulin said cheerfully on the other end of the phone. However, before Yulin could finish speaking, Wang Meiwan eagerly called out, Old Ji! Our son is bringing his girlfriend home." Then came a flurry of noise, as if Wang Meiwan was frantically trying to share the good news with Ye's father. Yulin listened to the fading voice on the phone, shook her head helplessly, and sighed inwardly. "Mom is so old, yet still so impulsive. I guess I definitely inherited her personality." With that, she gently hung up the phone, a happy smile involuntarily spreading across her lips. Meanwhile, Wang Meiwan arrived at the villa's courtyard, overjoyed. Seeing Yi Yuanhai tending to the plants, she excitedly exclaimed, "Old Ji! Fantastic news! Our son is bringing his girlfriend home." Hearing this, Yi Yuanhai immediately dropped his tools and excitedly replied, "Really? Haha, that's wonderful! Our little pig is finally starting to graze on the cabbage. Tell me, what day are they coming back? Wang Meiwan was amused, but suddenly realized she had been so excited that she had forgotten to ask Yi Lin about the specific date of her son's return. She slapped her forehead, then laughed and said, "Oh dear, what a forgetful thing! They didn't say exactly when they'd be back, but it should be in the next few days. Right, let's hurry to the mall and buy some new clothes. Also, I need to get a beauty treatment and dress up nicely to welcome my future daughter-in-law. After they get back, we'll tidy up the room. By the way, Lao Yi, what do you think about preparing a room for them? That way, we can hold our precious grandson sooner." As she said this, Wang Meijuan's face was filled with a happy and expectant smile. Yi Feng was unaware that Yi Lin had already told his mother about his plan to bring his girlfriend home, and he was eagerly anticipating a surprise for her. The next day, Yi Feng lazily got out of bed near noon. He quickly tidied himself and headed straight to Qingji Building. Upon arriving at the building, the security guard, recognizing the company's big boss, quickly let him through. After entering the elevator and arriving at his company, Yi Feng suddenly felt a gaze fixed on him. He turned around and saw Wang Chao staring at him with a resentful expression. Yi Feng was surprised. Several days had passed, and Wang Chao was still working as a cleaner. It seemed Shen Haoyue's promise to make him do cleaning for a month was true. "Third brother, how have you been? Have you adjusted yet?" Wang Chao asked with a worried expression, sighing. "Fourth brother, I'm almost driven to death. Do you think I can adapt? Tormented? How could this be? Didn't they know Wang Chao was one of their men?" Just then, a shout rang out. "Wang Chao, how dare you slack off? Get over here and clean the reception room. You're so clueless, you deserve to be a cleaner at your age." Hearing this, Yi Feng's face instantly darkened. Wang Chao merely patted him on the shoulder, remained silent, and walked towards the reception room with a mop in hand. Yi Feng returned to the elevator, pressed a button for the 23rd floor, and headed straight for Shen Haoyue's office. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, the secretary saw Yi Feng and quickly came forward to greet him, leading him into the office. Inside the office, Shen Haoyue was talking with Fang Mingwei when she saw Yi Feng's angry expression. She quickly asked, "Mr. Yi, what brings you to the company today? You look unhappy. What happened?" Yi Feng said, "How is the takeover of the Fang family's assets progressing? Also, has 90% of the Fang family's assets been donated to charity?" Shen Haoyue replied, "The Fang family's assets are still being taken over, and as for charitable donations, they've just begun. By the way, Mr. Yi, I'd like Mingwei to join the company as vice president. What do you think?" Yi Feng didn't answer but said to Fang Mingwei, "Go back and tell old Master Fang a message. Ask him if he wants money or his life. Let him choose. Now you can leave." Fang Mingwei felt a chill run down her spine. She didn't dare to argue and quickly left. She needed to report to the old man. Yi Feng turned to Shen Haoyue and said coldly, "Shen Haoyue, what's going on with Wang Chao? Although I agreed to give you full control of the company and allowed Wang Chao to work as a cleaner for a month, a mere receptionist dared to yell at him and make sarcastic remarks about my brother. I want to ask you, is this what you intended?" Shen Haoyue now understood why he was so angry. It was because of Wang Chao. "Mr. Yi, I'm truly sorry. It was my oversight. I will punish those people." Yi Feng gave her a deep look and said, "All relevant personnel are fired. No matter who they are. Remember, I don't care how much money this company makes. I don't care even if it loses everything. As for the vice president, I will arrange for someone to come and represent me in the company. Also, I am very disappointed in your current performance." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left without hesitation, heading straight for the office area downstairs. His gaze quickly locked onto Wang Chao, and he strode forward to grab him, intending to leave. However, before they even reached the elevator, they were intercepted by someone. "Wang Chao, you've got some nerve. Daring to leave your post without permission, are you perhaps not planning to continue working here? Believe me, I'll fire you right now." A sharp, piercing rebuke suddenly rang out. This sudden scene was witnessed by Shin Haoyue, who was rushing over. Without a word, she stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to the woman's face. The woman's face was filled with shock and disbelief as she glared at Shin Haoyue and roared, "Cousin, you actually hit me for a stinky cleaning lady?" Yi Feng stared at Shin Haoyue expressionlessly, coldly replying, "So these are people from your Shin family? Humph, I'll give you 3 days to purge all these Shin family parasites from the company. As for the vacant positions, directly commission a headhunting firm to recruit talent with 3 times the salary. I will personally explain this to Brother Shin." Before he finished speaking, he grabbed Wang Chao again and left the scene without looking back. The two went downstairs. Yi Feng first told Wang Chao to wait for him in the car, while he picked up the phone and called Shin Haoren. "Brother Shin, I just went to Huanyu Investment Company and found many relatives of the Shin family, acting very arrogantly. Did you arrange this?" Shin Haoren was somewhat embarrassed, as he had indeed arranged everything. "Brother Yi, I'm truly sorry. The company was short-staffed at the time, so I transferred some people there. If you have any complaints, you can replace them at any time. It's all my fault for not thinking things through. I hope you'll forgive me." Seeing Shin Haoren's sincere apology, Yi Feng didn't press the matter further and simply nodded silently. He then opened the system shop and used 2,000 points to redeem a 5-star business genius, naming him Yi Hongfei. Immediately afterward, Yi Feng issued an order for Yi Hongfei to take up the position of vice president at Huanyu Investment. After completing these arrangements, Yi Feng turned and returned to his car. "Third brother, why didn't you tell me about the grievance you suffered this time?" Yi Feng asked from inside the car. However, Wang Chao responded nonchalantly, "It's not worth nagging you about such a small thing. Although I'm a bit ostracized at work, the salary isn't low. They probably think I must have offended someone by being assigned to cleaning, so they're trying to curry favor with Shin Haoyue and deliberately making things difficult for me. Actually, this matter has little to do with Shin Haoyue." Yi Feng nodded slightly in agreement, and after pondering it for a moment, he stopped worrying about it. Then, he turned to Wang Chao and said, "Third brother, a man named Yi Hongfei will be coming this afternoon to take over as the company's vice president. From now on, he'll be mentoring you. I have some miscellaneous things to take care of. If you run into any trouble, feel free to call me anytime. Let's not be estranged, okay?" With that, Yi Feng got out of the car, opened the trunk, and took out an LV belt and a delicate wallet, handing them to Wang Chao with a smile, saying, "I went to Hong Kong a few days ago, and I brought back 2 little trinkets for you." Wang Chao happily accepted the gifts, teasingly saying, "Hey, fourth brother, you've improved. You actually know to bring me gifts. Since you're so well-behaved and sensible, go find your little girlfriend and have some fun." Yi Feng had barely left when his phone rang abruptly. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Zhang Jiwei, calling from Tianjin. "Brother Zhang, what brings you here today?" Yi Feng asked with a smile. Zhang Jiwei was silent for a moment on the other end of the line, then slowly said, "Brother Yi, old Qian is in trouble, and it's very serious. He specifically told me not to tell you, but after much consideration, I thought I should let you know and see if I can help." Hearing this, Yi Feng frowned deeply. Qian Zhongwen was a powerful figure in Tianjin. Generally, nothing could stump him. It seemed this matter was definitely no small thing. "Brother Zhang, what exactly happened? Has the authorities intervened?" Yi Feng asked anxiously. Zhang Jiwei replied, "It's not that bad. I don't know the specifics, but I heard it's related to martial artists." Now Yi Feng was even more worried. It seemed he had to rush back to Tianjin to ask Brother Qian in person to find out the truth. "Brother Zhang, I understand. I'll head back to Tianjin immediately." With that, Yi Feng hung up the phone and immediately contacted Li Xiaona and Yi Lin, preparing to depart at once. After a flight of more than 2 hours, Yi Feng and his group of 3 finally arrived at Tianjin International Airport. Upon disembarking, Yi Feng arranged for Yi Lin to take Li Xiaona home to rest, while he rushed to the Donghu Hotel. Concerned about Qian Zhongwen's safety, Yi Feng hurried straight to his office. When he pushed open the door, he was surprised to find Zhang Jiwei there as well. Qian Zhongwen's face showed astonishment upon seeing Yi Feng's sudden appearance. "Brother Yi, shouldn't you be in Shanghai? Why are you suddenly back here?" Qian Zhongwen asked. Yi Feng stared at the haggard-looking Qian Zhongwen and asked with concern. "Brother Qian, if Brother Zhang hadn't told me, I'd still be completely in the dark. Tell me what happened." Qian Zhongwen glared helplessly at Zhang Jiwei, sighed deeply, and slowly said, "Alas, Brother Yi, you know, I used to be a well-known figure in the underworld, but now I've encountered a bolt from the blue. Gu Feihu, the son of the enemy I once eliminated, has come seeking revenge. What's worse, that kid has transformed into a powerful martial artist, already reaching the early stage of inner strength, while I myself have only just touched the external strength level. If it weren't for Brother Wuhan's chance intervention last time, I'd probably be dead already." After hearing the story, Yi Feng frowned and pondered for a moment before decisively saying, "Brother Qian, don't worry. The most important task right now is to find this person. Leave the rest to me." With that, Yi Feng took his leave. After all, Li Xiaona was still at home, and he didn't know how things were going with her mother. After Yi Feng left, Qian Zhongwen immediately mobilized all his connections to search for Gu Feihu's whereabouts. At this moment, Zhang Jiwei gently patted his shoulder, comforting him. "Old Qian, with Brother Ye's help this time, you can rest assured." However, Qian Zhongwen sighed deeply and replied, "I'm just afraid it will cause trouble for Brother Yi. In my opinion, Gu Feihu is very likely backed by some mysterious sect. If that's the case, I'm afraid even Brother Yi will be implicated." Meanwhile, as Yi Feng stepped into his home, he immediately saw his mother staring at him with a stern face, and his heart panicked. Did his mother dislike Li Xiaona? Or had some conflict occurred between them? Just as he was about to ask, Wang Meiwan spoke first, scolding, "You brat! How could you do such a thing? Xiaona came all the way from Shanghai, and you disappeared without a trace as soon as you got off the plane. I'll teach you a lesson today." Just then, Li Xiaona heard a noise outside and curiously went out. When she saw Wang Meiwan about to reprimand Yi Feng, she quickly called out, "Auntie." Upon hearing the voice, Wang Meiwan stiffened abruptly, her previously stern expression vanishing instantly, replaced by a kind and gentle smile. She turned to Li Xiaona and said softly, "Xiaona, you should go and rest for a while. This brat is really outrageous. How could he let you come alone on your first visit? If he keeps doing this, things will get out of control. So this time, he has to be taught a lesson." Li Xiaona quickly explained for Yi Feng, "Auntie, please don't be angry. Brother Feng already told me beforehand that he really had things to take care of. And he specifically told Yi Lin to take good care of me." Wang Meiwan glared at Yi Feng and said irritably, "Humph. I'll let you off the hook today because Xiaona pleaded for you. Xiaona, if he ever bullies you again, just tell Auntie, and I'll teach him a lesson." With that, she grabbed Li Xiaona's hand tightly and turned to walk towards the room. Yi Feng, left standing there, looked bewildered and at a loss. Yi Lin, standing nearby, watched him gleefully, laughing. "Ha ha, brother, now you finally get to taste what it's like when Mom scolds me, right? Hee hee." Yi Feng didn't respond to Yi Lin. He had been worried about whether his mother liked Xiaona. However, judging from the current situation, his mother seemed quite satisfied with Xiaona. "Brother, where should we eat tonight? Mom didn't prepare any food." "Hee hee, how about we consider the Donghu Hotel?" Yi Lin suggested playfully. Yi Feng nodded in agreement, and quickly picked up his phone to start arranging dinner. Just then, Yi Yuanhai rushed home. As soon as he entered, he eagerly asked Yi Feng, "Where's my future daughter-in-law? Tell me quickly." Yi Lin couldn't help but chuckle, replying, "Mom dragged me into her room for a chat." Yi Yuanhai grumbled somewhat discontentedly. "Your mother, really, why did she have to go back to the room to talk? I rushed back, and I haven't even seen my future daughter-in-law yet. All right, I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going to go change my clothes." Watching her father go into the room, Yi Lin finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Brother, with Sister Xiaona here, your status at home has plummeted. Ha ha! In the room, Wang Meiwan held Li Xiaona's hand tightly, saying earnestly, Xiaona, you're the first girl Xiaofeng has ever brought home. It's obvious he really likes you. If only you graduated today, I could help you plan your wedding, and then I could hold my chubby grandson soon. Hearing this, Li Xiaona lowered her head shyly, her cheeks flushed like the evening glow. She knew in her heart that Wang Meiwan was very satisfied with her, but discussing having children now seemed a bit premature. Wang Meiwan continued, I heard from that clever girl Yi Lin that Xiaofeng has already visited your parents. What did they think about it? Li Xiaona replied softly. Well, my parents like Fengji quite a bit, they don't have any objections. Wang Meiwan smiled and nodded, then said, That's good. After you return to Shanghai, your uncle and I will visit your parents together, so both sets of parents can meet and discuss your relationship. Just then, Yilin pushed open the door and walked in, excitedly shouting, Mom, Xiaona, my brother has already booked a table at the Donghu Hotel, we should head out. The group drove to the Donghu Hotel. After the car stopped, the door opened, and Yi Feng and his family stepped out. At this moment, Chen Tai, the hotel manager who had been waiting at the entrance, immediately went to greet them. Mr. Yi, everything is ready. Please follow me, Chen Tai said respectfully, leading Yi Feng and his family into the hotel. Upon entering the spacious and bright private room, everyone took their seats. Chen Tai quietly left the room and went to the kitchen to instruct the chefs to speed up the serving. Soon, one exquisite and delicious dish after another was placed on the table. Yilin stared longingly at the food on the table, about to reach for her chopsticks to dig in, when she was startled by her mother Wang Meijuan's stern gaze. She could only sheepishly withdraw her hand, pitifully gazing at the table full of delicacies. Wang Meiwan, a bright smile on her face, turned to Li Xiaona and said, Xiaona, try this braised pork belly. It's a famous dish in Tianjin. And this 8 treasures tofu is also a local specialty. Li Xiaona carefully picked up a piece of braised pork belly and placed it in her bowl, then took a small bite. Instantly, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Wow, I thought such fatty meat would be greasy, but it's not greasy at all. It's so delicious! As Li Xiaona exclaimed in admiration, Yi Feng explained, Of course. According to records, this is a specialty dish of a royal chef during the late Qin dynasty. It requires more than 10 steps to prepare and is one of Tianjin's intangible cultural heritages. Seeing Li Xiaona begin to eat, Yilin's large, watery eyes immediately became pitiful. She pouted and asked her mother in a coquettish manner, Mom, can I eat now? Upon receiving an affirmative answer, a bright smile instantly bloomed on her face, and she eagerly began to wolf down her food. This adorable and amusing scene made everyone present burst into laughter. Wang Meiwan kept piling food into Li Xiaona's bowl, urging her to eat more. Faced with such warm hospitality, Li Xiaona was flattered and quickly thanked her, saying shyly, Thank you, Auntie, that's enough. I really can't eat that much. However, Wang Meiwan didn't mind, smiling and comforting her. It's okay, eat more. Don't worry about gaining weight. Being a little chubby will make you prettier and look more blessed. Just then, a crisp knock came at the door, which opened in response. Qian Zhongwen, Zhang Jiwei, and Yi Wuhan entered together. As soon as they entered, Qian Zhongwen went straight to Yi Feng and said with a hearty laugh, Brother Yi, I just heard from Chen Tai that you were here, so I came to see you. Is this young and beautiful girl your girlfriend? Yi Feng quickly stood up and politely replied, Brothers, today is my girlfriend's first visit. Perhaps I could stay a little longer this afternoon, Brother Qian? Upon hearing this, Qian Zhongwen readily laughed and replied, Haha, no problem at all. Since this is your sister-in-law's first visit, I won't bother you any longer. This meal is on my tab, please enjoy yourselves and order whatever you like. With that, he nodded slightly to everyone and turned to leave. A little while later, Yi Feng looked at his mother and Li Xiaona and said softly, Mom, Xiaona, please enjoy your meal. No need to rush. I'll go say hello to Brother Qian. With that, Yi Feng quietly got up and left the private room. Reaching the door of Qian Zhongwen's office, Yi Feng pushed it open. As soon as he stepped inside, he heard a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, I knew it. Brother, you would definitely come looking for us," Qian Zhongwen said with a loud laugh. At this moment, Yi Wuhan also laughed, echoing, "Yes, Brother Qian really knows my brother well. But even if you guess right, there's no reward." As he spoke, Yi Wuhan waved to Yi Feng at the door, gesturing for him to come in and take a seat. Yi Feng strode into the room, sat down on the sofa, and asked Yi Wuhan, "Brother Wuhan, where's Niu Niu? Why didn't she come with you this time?" Before Yi Wuhan could answer, Zhang Jiwei eagerly interjected. "Hee, Niu Niu is with her godmother right now, Wuhan's pretty little secretary." "Ha ha." Yi Feng smiled slightly and said softly, "Brother Wuhan, it seems you've come to your senses. That's good. Someone will take care of you and Niu Niu from now on. People should always look forward, they can't always be stuck in the past." Hearing this, Yi Wuhan blushed slightly and awkwardly explained, "Yi Feng, don't meddle. There's nothing wrong. It's just that Niu Niu likes Shaolin. I don't have any feelings for her." Seeing this, Qian Zhongwen couldn't help but tease, "Wuhan, since Niu Niu likes her so much, why don't you give it a try? After all, it's all worth it for the child. Besides, I think Lin Wanqiu is really great. She's beautiful and very caring towards Niu Niu. You could consider it." However, Yi Wuhan didn't respond, simply sitting there quietly, without saying a word. Yi Feng knew that Yi Wuhan still couldn't forget his deceased wife, so he changed the subject. "Brother Qian, have you found any clues about Gu Feihu's whereabouts?" Qian Zhongwen frowned slightly, shook his head, and replied, "There's been no progress yet. Since that day, that guy seems to have vanished into thin air. There's been absolutely no news about him." Yi Feng frowned, pondering to himself. He couldn't stay in Jincheng for long, but if he left, he feared Qian Zhongwen might meet with misfortune. After much deliberation, he decided that if he really had to leave, he would have to arrange for a shadow guard. For now, he'd give him a basic defensive talisman. Having made up his mind, Yi Feng calmly reached into his coat pocket, actually retrieving a basic defensive talisman from his system space, and handed it to Qian Zhongwen. Qian Zhongwen, full of suspicion, took the talisman. After examining it for a moment, he asked, puzzled, "Brother Yi, why did you give me this talisman?" Yi Feng quickly explained, "This isn't just a talisman, it's something that can save your life in a critical moment. It can withstand attacks from a Grand Master for up to 10 minutes. Hearing this, Yi Wuhan and Zhang Jiwei, standing nearby, widened their eyes, staring intently at Yi Feng, their gazes seemingly saying, "What about ours? Hurry up and give them to us." Reluctantly, Yi Feng took out the remaining 4 talismans, saying, "These are all, you can divide them among yourselves." Finally, after some discussion, Yi Wuhan took one, while Qian Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei each received 2. Yi Feng took out 2 more bottles of pills from his storage bag, one a spirit-gathering pill and the other a breakthrough pill, and handed them to Yi Wuhan. After explaining the effects of each pill in detail, he turned to Qian Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei and said, "These 2 pills are not suitable for you too, so I won't give them to you. Brother Wuhan, you should find a quiet place to prepare for your breakthrough. I'll be going now." After speaking, Yi Feng turned and went back to the private room. As soon as they entered, Yi Lin eagerly greeted them. "Brother, we've been waiting for you for ages. Let's go home early." So, the family of 4 left the Donghu Hotel and returned home. Once home, Yi Lin, without a word, grabbed Li Xiaona and tried to lead her to her room. At this moment, Wang Meiwan quickly stopped them, saying, "Xiao Feng, it's still early. Why don't you take Xiaona for a walk by Donghu Lake and enjoy the scenery?" Hearing this, Yi Lin instantly perked up and quickly chimed in. Yes, brother, let's go to Happy Valley together. I really want to ride the roller coaster." However, Wang Meiwan coughed twice, then said to Yi Lin with a serious expression, "Xiao Lin, Mom has something to tell you. Come back to the room with me first." After the 2 left, Wang Meiwan said to Yi Lin irritably, You little brat, you're such a troublemaker. Couldn't you let your brother and Xiaona be alone for a while? Why did you have to meddle? You have no sense of propriety at all, just like your father, not like me at all. Yi Yuanhai, standing to the side, muttered helplessly. Why are you like this when things are good, but like me when things are bad? I'm just an innocent bystander getting shot. After leaving the villa, Yi Feng asked softly, Xiaona, would you like to go to the amusement park? Or shall we go for a walk by the lake? Li Xiaona thought for a moment and replied, Brother Feng, let's go for a walk by the lake. Since Xiaona wanted to go to the lake, Yi Feng didn't drive. Instead, he held her hand tightly and they walked slowly towards the lake. As night fell, the two walked hand in hand, gazing at their reflections on the lake's surface. Li Xiaona took out her phone, snapped a picture of the water, and said with a smile, Brother Feng, I'm reminded of a poem. The moon in the sea is the moon in the sky. The person before me is the person in my heart. Yi Feng hugged her waist tightly and said, No one else is in my sight. You are everywhere. The two stood side by side, their gaze fixed on the shimmering, faintly glowing surface of the lake. They leaned on each other quietly, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. Just then, a soft, slightly timid voice broke the tranquility. Big brother, big sister, buy a flower! Li Xiaona knelt down at the sound. Gazing at the adorable little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, and asked with a friendly smile, Little sister, it's so dark, why are you selling flowers here all alone? The little girl gently shook her head, pointing to a man setting up a stall not far away, and softly replied, I came with my dad. Dad once told me that only the happiest people can have these beautiful flowers, so I decided to run here and try my luck. Looking into the little girl's expectant and longing eyes, Li Xiaona felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Without hesitation, she bought a vibrant red rose and handed it to Yi Feng. The little girl danced with excitement, running away joyfully, shouting back, Great! I've sold 3 flowers now. If I sell 96 more, Mom will come back. Li Xiaona was deeply moved by the little girl's innocent words, and her eyes gradually welled up with tears. She silently watched the little girl's retreating figure. She slowly stood up, her gaze fixed on Yi Feng, and softly said, Brother Feng, I once read a passage that said only 0.01% of boys receive flowers, and many people only receive their first bouquet at their funeral. Now I give you this rose, hoping we can hold hands like this and stay together for life. At this moment, Yi Feng was filled with emotion. He hugged Li Xiaona tightly and whispered, Thank God for letting me meet such a wonderful person like you. I am also grateful for your heartfelt love for me, which has allowed me to experience the beauty and wonder of love. Li Xiaona tilted her head slightly, gazing tenderly at Yi Feng, her lips parting slightly. Brother Feng, please kiss me. Yi Feng lowered his head and pressed closer, kissing her deeply with all his might, as if time itself had stood still. In that instant, their eyes saw only each other. After a long while, they finally parted. Li Xiaona shyly looked around and saw a crowd of onlookers. Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly pulled Yi Feng away. Once away from the crowd, Li Xiaona saw Yi Feng watching her with a smile and said coquettishly, Brother Feng, you actually laughed at me. Humph! I'll punish you properly. How about this, you have to carry me home. Yi Feng leaned down slightly, and Li Xiaona nimbly leaped onto his back, leaning gently against him. The tender touch from behind sent a jolt through Yi Feng's heart, rippling his soul. His steps slowed unconsciously, as if time itself had slowed, and he slowly made his way home. At that moment, he wished this stretch of road could be longer. When they arrived home, Li Xiaona blushed and said softly, Brother Feng, please put me down quickly. It would be so embarrassing if Uncle and Aunt saw us like this. Hearing this, Yi Feng, though reluctant, carefully placed her gently on the ground. Then, the two entered the villa together. As soon as they stepped inside, Yilin swiftly grabbed Li Xiaona and dragged her into her room without a word. Meanwhile, in a dark, damp, musty basement in Jincheng City, a burly, muscular man was drinking alone, looking dejected. This man was named Gu Feihu. A few days ago, he went to seek revenge on Qian Zhongwen but unfortunately encountered Yi Wuhan. Not only did he fail to avenge himself, but he was also seriously injured. Since then, he had been hiding in this dark and gloomy place to recover. Just then, a soft footstep sounded outside the basement door. Gu Feihu instantly became alert, his eyes sharpening like a hawk's. His right hand swiftly reached for the incredibly sharp dagger on the table, gripping the hilt tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the closed door. As the footsteps drew closer, Gu Feihu's heart pounded faster, his tension rising steadily. Finally, the door slowly opened, and a radiant, energetic old man appeared before him. Gu Feihu exclaimed with delight, "Master! Why have you come in person?" This old man was Gu Feihu's mentor, Jiang Linhe, one of the 5 elders of Kongyu Valley. Jiang Linhe casually tossed a rejuvenation pill to Gu Feihu, instructing, "Take this pill quickly to heal your injuries. I'll wait for you outside." He turned and left as soon as he finished speaking. Gu Feihu knew time was of the essence and dared not delay. He immediately swallowed the pill, then sat cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. About half an hour later, he felt his body had fully recovered, even stronger than before. He eagerly got up to find Jiang Linhe. Arriving at a pavilion in the residential area, he saw Jiang Linhe sitting quietly with his eyes closed. Gu Feihu, who had rushed over, dared not disturb him and stood ramrod straight, waiting for him to awaken. Not long after, Jiang Linhe finally opened his eyes and asked, "Feihu, tell me, how exactly did you get injured?" Gu Feihu respectfully responded and then recounted the entire incident in detail. After listening, Jiang Linhe admonished him, "In the future, never act so rashly and impulsively. You must thoroughly understand your opponent's strengths and weaknesses, plan carefully before acting, and strive for a fatal blow. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to settle this matter." Inside the Donghu villa, Yi Feng lay flat on the soft, comfortable bed, pondering why Yi Lin had pulled Li Xiaona into the room. Driven by curiosity, he decided to use his divine sense to observe their actions in the room. When his divine sense scanned the room where the 2 women were, Yi Feng saw Yi Lin holding a thick photo album, flipping through each page and explaining the photos in detail to Li Xiaona. "Xiaona, look at this picture. This was taken when my brother was in high school, during summer vacation, when he went on a trip with his classmates. I begged and pleaded to come along. Do you see that pretty girl standing next to him? Her name is Molly, and now she's an enviable flight attendant, but she's always secretly in love with my brother. She even mustered up the courage to confess to him, but unfortunately, she was cruelly rejected." Hearing this, Li Xiaona couldn't help but ask softly, Lin, are there many people who like Fengji?" Yi Lin's face beamed with pride as she answered smugly, "Of course. From childhood to adulthood, countless people have liked my brother. Those girls have brought me all sorts of delicious food to find out about him. The most memorable time was when a girl gave me a whole box of chocolates, just asking me to pass on a love letter she wrote to my brother." Li Xiaona laughed so hard she nearly fell over. "You're really selling out your brother for food. Did you even send that letter?" Yi Lin's lips curled into a smug smile. Of course not. If he really got together with that girl, wouldn't that cut off my source of income? I'm not that stupid." Hearing this, Li Xiaona laughed even harder, almost breathless. Rubbing her stomach, she said, "You little brat, how many suitors have you ruined for Brother Feng? Luckily, you were still in Tianjin when Brother Feng and I were dating, otherwise you would have broken us up long ago." With that, she lunged at Yi Lin, brandishing her claws. After a period of playful banter, Li Xiaona suddenly quieted down and asked thoughtfully, "Yi Lin, do you know what Fengji usually likes?" Yi Lin frowned, thought carefully for a moment, then shook her head and said, I can't really think of anything he particularly likes. I always felt he was a pretty boring person, and a super straight guy. The first time he took me to visit Shanghai University, I actually had to remind him to buy you flowers. Good heavens, I really don't understand how someone as clueless as him managed to win you over." At this moment, Yi Lin seemed to have thought of something and said playfully, "Xiaona, I saw that Mom only cleaned one room, hee hee. Looks like you'll have to sleep with your brother tonight. If you beg me now, I might consider letting you sleep here, hee hee. Li Xiaona's cheeks flushed crimson like ripe apples, her eyes revealing a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. She stood frozen, motionless like a statue, until Yilin waved her hand in front of her eyes several times, at which point she snapped out of her daze. You little rascal, always teasing me! How could Auntie have made such an arrangement? You must have been making things up, Li Xiaona said. Yilin gazed at the blushing Li Xiaona with interest, a sly smile playing on her lips. I think you're secretly hoping to share a bed with my brother. Otherwise, why are you blushing? Hee hee. Sister Xiaona, your thoughts aren't so innocent, you're so embarrassing. As the two were playfully joking, Wang Meiwan pushed open the door and stepped into the room, her face beaming with a warm smile. She looked tenderly at Li Xiaona and said softly, Xiaona, your room is all ready, it's right across from Xiaofeng's. If you're tired, you can go and rest any time. Tomorrow, Xiaofeng can show you around. As for Yilin, you should also go to bed early. Remember to register at driving school tomorrow and work hard to get your driver's license this summer. Yilin still held a sliver of hope, wanting to try and go out and play with them, but just as she was about to speak, she met Wang Meijuan's stern gaze, forcing her to swallow the words she was about to say. Helpless, Yilin could only reply with a heart full of grievance. Okay, Mom, I know. I won't disturb my brother and Xiaona's time together. Her voice was clearly filled with disappointment. Wang Meiwan seemed quite satisfied with Yilin's answer, nodding slightly before turning and leaving. Watching her mother's departing figure, Yilin said to Li Xiaona with a troubled expression, Xiaona, since that's the case, you should go find my brother. I need some time to be alone. Li Xiaona smiled and comforted her. I think Andy makes a good point. You need to get your driver's license as soon as possible. After all, Brother Feng promised to give you a car once you get your license. So don't be sad anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Xiaona turned and went back to her room. As she passed Yifeng's door, she deliberately glanced inside, and their eyes met. After their eyes met, she went into the room without hesitation and closed the door behind her. Inside the room, Yifeng gently patted the bedside, gesturing for Li Xiaona to sit down. Li Xiaona obediently went to the bedside and sat down, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at Yifeng's passionate and ardent gaze. Li Xiaona gently closed her eyes, quietly waiting for Yifeng's passionate kiss. However, time passed, and nothing happened. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity, she slowly opened her eyes, only to see Yifeng tiptoeing towards the door. Just then, Yifeng suddenly pushed the door open, and Yilin stumbled and tumbled into the room. Yilin, disheveled and embarrassed, brushed the dust off her clothes and explained, Brother, Sister Xiaona, don't misunderstand. I just saw a little ant crawl into the room, so I was trying to catch it. Isn't that a good enough reason? Yifeng glared at her and said irritably, Come on. I think you're the big ant that likes to eavesdrop. Get back here, you're just causing trouble. Yilin scratched her head sheepishly and said with a grin, I'll go now, you guys continue, hee hee. Then she dashed away. Li Xiaona, blushing deeply, wished she could disappear into the ground. She quickly stood up and fled back to her room. Looking at the empty room, Yifeng could only sigh helplessly. Other people's sisters knew how to create opportunities for their brothers, but his sister was a troublemaker who loved to ruin things. The next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Wang Meiwan went out to buy breakfast. She was carrying the steaming breakfast to the table when she bumped into Li Xiaona, who was coming to help. She quickly waved her hand to stop her, saying, Xiaona, don't bother, let me do it. Go and call Xiaofeng and Linlin down for breakfast. Just then, Yifeng finished washing up and was walking downstairs. Hearing his mother's words, a slight smile appeared on his lips as he said, Mom, don't expect Linlin to get up early. She's always a late sleeper and late riser. Let's start eating first, don't wait for her. With that, he went straight to the dining table. Looking at the table laden with a dazzling array of breakfast items, Yi Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Mom, how much did you buy?" Even if there were 5 more yilins, they probably couldn't finish all this. Wang Meiwan smiled broadly at her son's words and explained, "I didn't know what Xiaona liked to eat, so I bought a little of everything. Xiaona, come and sit down. Do you like tofu pudding or soy milk? Oh, by the way, you might not be used to this millet porridge, but you can try it." Yi Feng nodded and chimed in, "Xiaona, you should try these jianbingguizi and egg guizi too, they're really delicious. But this de bingwan, I guess you might not like it, so I'll finish this one first." With that, Yi Feng picked up a de bingwan and started eating it heartily. Wang Meiwan, sitting beside them, watched the two with a pleased smile. She gently patted Xiaona's hand and softly instructed, "After you finish eating, have Xiao Feng take you out for a walk. Staying cooped up at home all the time isn't good. Getting some fresh air is good for your health." However, before Yi Feng could speak, a sudden phone call rang. Yi Feng picked up his phone. The screen showed Xian Zhongwen calling. A hint of doubt welled up in his heart, but he quickly answered the call anyway. Xian Zhongwen's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Yi, it's bad. Gu Feifu has shown up. He challenged me to a dilapidated building in the suburbs to settle our score. He was injured by Wuhan last time, and I didn't expect him to come back so quickly. He's probably brought powerful help." Yi Feng's heart tightened. He knew this situation was serious. Since the other party dared to provoke him again, they must have something to rely on. But no matter what, he couldn't let Qian Zhongwen face such danger alone. "Brother Qian, don't panic. I'll be there right away. Remember, don't go alone. We'll talk about everything after I get there," Yi Feng said, already standing up, ready to leave. After hanging up, he looked apologetically at Li Xiaona and said, "Xiaona, I'm so sorry, I probably can't accompany you today." Li Xiaona naturally understood Yi Feng. She looked at him gently and softly instructed, "Brother Feng, go ahead with peace of mind, but remember to come back soon." Yi Feng didn't dare delay a moment, and hurried to the Donghu Hotel. Upon entering, he saw Zhang Jiwei and Yi Wuhan there as well. However, Yi Feng didn't exchange pleasantries with them. He went straight to Qian Zhongwen and eagerly asked, "Brother Qian, have you seen Gu Feihu yet?" Qian Zhongwen slowly shook his head and replied solemnly, "Not yet. This morning, the front desk delivered a letter from Gu Feihu." With that, he handed the mysterious envelope to Yi Feng. Yi Feng quickly opened the envelope and carefully read its contents. After reading it, he looked up, his eyes resolute, and said to the group, "Brother Qian, there's no time to lose, let's set off immediately. With me by your side, you don't need to worry." Just as the group was about to leave the hotel, Yi Feng suddenly turned to Zhang Jiwei, who also wanted to go, and earnestly advised, "Brother Zhang, this operation is fraught with uncertainty and quite dangerous. With your current abilities, it's more prudent for you to stay and wait for our news." Zhang Jiwei knew he was just an ordinary person, and even if he went, he probably wouldn't be able to make a difference, so he obediently nodded and no longer insisted on going. On the way to the agreed location, Yi Feng suddenly asked, "Brother Qian, did you take the talisman I gave you yesterday with you?" Hearing Yi Feng's question, Qian Zhongwen nodded and replied, "Don't worry, I carry both talismans with me at all times. After all, these are life-saving items. I wouldn't dare leave them lying around. By the way, Wuhan, did you give that talisman to Niu Niu?" Yi Wuhan nodded silently, indicating that he had. Yesterday, after taking the pill, he successfully broke through to the Grand Master realm. Now, his strength had greatly increased, and ordinary people could hardly pose a threat to him, so he gave the talisman to Niu Niu. At this moment, Qian Zhongwen took out a talisman from his pocket and handed it to Yi Wuhan, saying, "Wuhan, I know you're very strong now, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Take this talisman first. It'll be good if you encounter danger. Don't be polite with me, you can return it to me after this is over. But you can't go back on your word then, haha." Faced with Qian Zhongwen's kindness, Yi Wuhan didn't refuse and readily accepted the talisman. The three finally arrived at the agreed-upon abandoned building. The surrounding area was desolate and looked extremely dilapidated. Yifeng muttered to himself, "I really don't know which idiot would choose to develop a building in a place like this. It's obviously going to lose money." Yifeng's gaze slowly swept around, finally settling on two figures on the rooftop. He thought to himself, "These two guys are really crazy. Why did they have to go up to the roof? Is the air better up there? Hey! Come down here!" Yifeng shouted at the top of his lungs. At this moment, the master and apprentice upstairs responded, "Come on up." Yifeng shrugged helplessly and called out again, "Sorry, I have a fear of heights. I really can't go up. If you're not coming down, we're leaving." With that, he turned to leave. Hearing this, the master and apprentice exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, "Who is this guy? He has absolutely no martial arts demeanor. He's practically a scoundrel." Helpless, they had no choice but to obediently go downstairs, as they didn't want to waste their time and energy. Once the master and apprentice reached the bottom, Yifeng said, "Old sir, what can I do for you? Let's draw up a line, and we can discuss it." Jiang Linhe was stunned. He never expected this young man to call him Grandpa. He was the fifth elder of Kongyu Valley, a man of immense prestige, and everyone treated him with utmost respect. To be treated so rudely by a mere brat today infuriated him. Jiang Linhe, veins bulging, pointed at Yifeng and stammered, You. Yifeng feigned realization and said, "Grandpa, so you stutter? Don't worry, speak slowly. If you can't, we can add each other on WeChat? By the way, you can type, right?" Qian Zhongwen and Yi Wuhan, standing nearby, were trying hard to suppress their laughter. They couldn't help but secretly admire Yi Wuhan. This brother Yi is truly a rare talent. At this moment, Jiang Linhe could no longer suppress his surging anger. His eyes widened in fury, and he slammed his palm down at Yifeng. Feeling a sharp gust of wind, Yifeng swiftly dodged to the side, then pointed at Jiang Linhe and shouted, "Hey! You old geezer! You ambushed me! Take this, my regretful dragon technique." Hearing this, Jiang Linhe's heart tightened. He quickly retreated, assuming a defensive stance. However, he waited for a long time, but Yifeng never launched any attack. At this moment, Yifeng put on an innocent expression, scratched his head, and explained, "Old man, I was just saying that casually. It doesn't mean I'll actually use that move. Look how nervous you are. Don't get angry so easily, or you'll get a stroke. You're driving me crazy. You brat. Today I'm going all out, I'm going to have a showdown with you." Jiang Linhe roared angrily, and then pounced on Yifeng like a tiger once again. Seeing this, Yifeng showed no fear and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Taste my 7-star Chaos Palm, Shatter Star!" Before his words even finished, he had already swung his palm, aiming straight for Jiang Linhe's chest. Jiang Linhe secretly thought to himself that the person in front of him was just playing tricks and deceiving him, but he didn't become wary. Instead, he charged forward without hesitation. In an instant, the two of them simultaneously swung their palms, striking each other heavily, and then both were sent flying backward. Yifeng struggled to his feet, gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, then said mockingly, "Old man, I'm really sorry I do know that move. Surprised? Unexpected, aren't you?" At this moment, Jiang Linhe finally couldn't suppress his anger, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Whether this was due to the injury from the previous palm strike or from being enraged by Yifeng, it was impossible to know. Just as Jiang Linhe was about to charge forward again, Gu Feihu quickly intervened, saying, "Master, please calm down. Don't act impulsively. This person is clearly deliberately provoking and angering you. Don't fall into his trap." Seeing Jiang Linhe's emotions gradually calm down, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. In fact, during their initial encounter, he had already sensed that the other party was slightly stronger. A direct confrontation would certainly be difficult to win. Only by finding a way to provoke him would he have a chance. Although he had many backup plans, Qian Zhongwen was in danger. Old man, how about we make a deal? Upon hearing this, Jiang Linhe revealed a disdainful smile, then snorted coldly and said arrogantly, A deal? I am the 5th elder of Kongyu Valley. How could I make a deal with just anyone? Who do you think you are? Not some Tom, Dick, or Harry can stand on equal footing with me. Hearing this, Yi Feng frowned, thinking to himself, This old man is really arrogant. However, he didn't show it, but instead subtly reached into his robes and quietly took out the intermediate-level attack talisman he had received as a reward from the system. Then, he waved a few times demonstratively at Jiang Linhe. Old man, see this? This is a good thing. Sometimes my hands tremble uncontrollably, and if I accidentally throw it and hurt the surrounding flowers and plants, that wouldn't be good. Otherwise, hee. Yi Feng looked at Jiang Linhe with a mischievous grin. Jiang Linhe sensed the powerful spiritual energy contained in the talisman, and his expression instantly turned serious. He hurriedly pulled Gu Feihu beside him, taking several steps back, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. After Yi Feng put the talisman away, Jiang Linhe immediately put on a fawning smile, his tone becoming much gentler, and said, Young friend, please forgive my rudeness just now. I think your suggestion is very good. We can indeed talk about a trade. After all, protecting these flowers and plants is also very important. Yi Feng was somewhat taken aback looking at Jiang Linhe, whose face was full of obsequiousness. He thought to himself, This old guy is truly something else. With that thick skin and quick wit, no wonder he's an elder. He's truly mastered the art of being flexible and adaptable. At that moment, Yi Feng casually pointed to a few neatly arranged bricks to the side. He said to Jiang Linhe, Grandpa, don't stand so far away from me. We have to shout to be heard. Why don't you come over here and sit down to chat? Upon hearing this, Jiang Linhe's lips twitched slightly, and he muttered to himself, They actually want me to sit on a brick? I'm the 5th elder, how can I be treated so undignifiedly? At least give me a cushion to sit on. Despite his dissatisfaction, Jiang Linhe still went over and sat down. Seeing this, Yi Feng continued, Old man, this is really no big deal. It's just that my brother Qian killed Gu Feihu's father. Putting aside whether they are related by blood or not, even if they were father and son, so what? Anyway, it wasn't my brother Qian who killed him, and the henchman who did it is already dead. How about this? I'll offer 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones as compensation, and we'll settle this grudge here. How about that? Of course, I can also offer 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, as long as you personally take care of Gu Feihu. Jiang Linhe stared at Yi Feng with suspicion, pondering to himself, What is this kid thinking? The hatred for someone who killed my father is irreconcilable, yet he claims the killer might not be my biological father, and now he even wants to buy my disciple's life. But those 2,000 high-grade spirit stones are indeed tempting. But if word gets out, won't people think I killed my disciple for the spirit stones? Where will I put my face then? After some internal struggle, Jiang Linhe finally spoke. Young friend, you are absolutely right, but it's simply impossible for this old man to personally deal with Flying Tiger. How about we settle this feud with 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng slowly stood up, pretending to return to the carriage. However, in reality, he successfully exchanged 100 high-grade spirit stones from the system shop. Then, he put these high-grade spirit stones into a tattered, cracked plastic bag and returned to hand it to Jiang Linhe. Old sir, to be honest, I don't have that many mid-grade spirit stones on me, so I can only use these high-grade spirit stones instead. Jiang Linhe inwardly groaned upon seeing this. He never expected this young man to so casually put such precious high-grade spirit stones into such a tattered plastic bag. And the plastic bag was even torn. If his disciple had done such a thing, he would have slapped him so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Young friend, now that this matter is settled, we, master and disciple, shall take our leave. If you have the time in the future, you are welcome to visit my empty valley. Just mention my name, Jiang Linhe. With that, he pulled the displeased Gu Feihu away. After the two had gone, Gu Feihu muttered in a low voice, "Master, how can I not avenge my father's death? Leaving like this, I am truly unwilling." Jiang Linhe was well aware of his thoughts, but if they were to fight again today, neither master nor disciple would likely escape. "Feihu, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you. You saw the talisman that brat had just used. It could easily kill us both. This matter needs careful consideration. However, without a good plan to deal with that brat, we must not act rashly." At the same time, a huge weight was lifted from Qian Zhongwen's heart. Being secretly watched by a master of internal energy was no easy task. "Brother Yi, thank you so much for your help this time. I'll treat you to a good drink later." Qian Zhongwen looked at Yi Feng with gratitude, his eyes full of sincerity. Yi Feng smiled and waved his hand, replying calmly, "Brother Qian, you're too kind. It was just a small favor, nothing to mention. Besides, my mom specifically arranged for me to take my girlfriend out today, so I'm really sorry I can't join you for drinks. But speaking of which, in my opinion, Gu Feihu probably won't let this go so easily. He shouldn't attack you again until he has enough strength to deal with me." Qian Zhongwen nodded in understanding and didn't say anything more. Afterwards, the three of them returned to the Donghu Hotel together. Upon arriving at their destination, Yi Feng drove straight back to the Cloud Villa. When Yi Feng arrived home, he parked the car, got out, and carefully straightened his slightly wrinkled clothes before gently pushing open the door and entering the house. As soon as he entered, Li Xiaona greeted him with a bright smile, asking with concern, "Brother Feng, is everything settled? Did everything go smoothly?" Yi Feng nodded slightly and replied softly, "Yes. It's all right. Although there were a few minor troubles along the way, overall it went relatively smoothly. Oh, by the way, where did that girl Yilin go?" Li Xiaona smiled gently and explained, "Lin? Her aunt is urging her to register for driving school. She should be home soon." Just then, Wang Meiwan, hearing the commotion, came out of her room and into the living room. Seeing his mother, Yi Feng asked, "Mom, Dad's been away from home all the time lately. Where has he been?" Wang Meiwan glared at her son and said irritably, "It's all your fault. You insisted your dad manage that lousy flower farm. He practically lives there now. If I didn't know his personality, I'd suspect he's keeping another mistress. You, while Yilin's not around, hurry up and take Xiaona out for a stroll, don't just stay cooped up at home." Yi Feng, somewhat embarrassed by his mother's words, scratched his head and quickly pulled Li Xiaona out of the house. At the door, Yi Feng turned to Li Xiaona and asked, "Xiaona, should we go to the amusement park or stroll around the pedestrian street?" Li Xiaona thought for a moment and replied, "Brother Feng, how about we go to the pedestrian street? I've heard that Tianjin's pedestrian street is known as the World Expo, haha. After we're done, we can ride the famous Tianjin Eye Ferris wheel." Yi Feng took her hand and led her to the Aston Martin 177. Smiling, he opened the door and said, "Beautiful Ms. Li, your personal driver is here. I'm sure you'll be satisfied today." Li Xiaona smiled and replied happily, "Mr. Yi, today is all up to you. If you perform well, I'll give you a reward." Yi Feng carefully helped Li Xiaona into the car, then sped towards the city. His mind was filled with the reward she had mentioned, brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Upon arriving at their destination, unable to contain his excitement, Yi Feng finally spoke. "Xiaona, could you give me a little hint about what kind of reward it is?" Li Xiaona's lips curved into a slight smile, and then she gracefully lifted the cuff of her jeans. Yi Feng's gaze was instantly drawn to it, his heart pounding involuntarily. Panty stockings. His eyes burned with intense passion, and he thought to himself, "I must do everything in my power to satisfy Xiaona today, I really want to touch them myself." Li Xiaona noticed Yi Feng's change in expression and deliberately teased him coquettishly. "Brother Feng, if you perform well today, I might allow you to touch my beautiful legs, But don't turn into a pervert so quickly." Yi Feng took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited heart, and confidently replied, "Don't worry, I'll definitely make you satisfied today." The two got off the car, and Yifeng immediately spotted a tandem bicycle rental stand ahead. Without hesitation, he took Li Xiaona's hand and they walked towards it. Xiaona, what do you think about us riding around on bicycles? If you're worried about getting too tired, there are also horse-drawn carriages available over there. Li Xiaona thought for a moment, then replied, Brother Feng, I think we should ride bicycles. That way, we can not only wander around as we please, but also stop to take pictures whenever we want. Remember to take really beautiful pictures of me. The two carefully selected a tandem bicycle to ride side by side. Yifeng carefully helped Li Xiaona onto the seat, then turned and walked to the other side, easily jumping and settling onto the bicycle himself. Then, they leisurely began pedaling, slowly moving forward. Brother Feng, look! There's a wishing well over there. Let's go check it out. Upon arriving at the wishing well, Li Xiaona eagerly opened her handbag, rummaged through it for a while, and finally found a coin. She happily tossed it into the well, then closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and silently prayed. I pray that God will bless Brother Feng and me to be happy forever, without any arguments. And that we will have a son and a daughter, a well-behaved and adorable boy and a sweet and lovely girl, hee. When she opened her eyes, Yifeng immediately leaned closer and asked curiously, Xiaona, what did you wish for? Can you tell me a little bit? Li Xiaona's cheeks flushed a shy blush like the evening glow, and she said softly, Oh dear, I won't tell you. It won't work if I tell you. Her melodious voice carried a hint of playfulness and mystery, which only intensified Yifeng's curiosity. Seeing this, Yifeng knew that asking any further would be futile, so he stopped pressing the matter. A slight smile of indulgence appeared on his lips as he silently gazed at the quirky girl before him, while simultaneously pulling out his phone from his pocket and snapping several beautiful photos of her. The two then strolled side by side, walking forward. Before long, they came to a lifelike sculpture. Li Xiaona blinked her bright eyes, asking suspiciously, Brother Feng, do you know who this statue is? Yifeng paused for a moment, then quickly pulled out his phone to check some information. He then patiently explained to Li Xiaona, This statue depicts Marco Polo, a modern-day Italian. He visited China during the Yuan dynasty and wrote the famous travels of Marco Polo. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaona's eyes lit up, her face beaming with excitement. She danced with joy, exclaiming, Brother Feng, you have no idea. I'm an absolute master at marksman games, incredibly skilled. Yifeng sighed and rubbed his forehead, secretly thinking that he hadn't expected the seemingly quiet and well-behaved Xiaona to be such a hardcore gamer. He quickly changed the subject, suggesting, Xiaona, look, there's a cold drink shop over there. Want to go in and sit down? Or what would you like to drink? I'll go buy it for you. Li Xiaona's cheeks flushed a shy blush. She softly told Yifeng, Brother Feng, could you please buy me a hot milk tea? I'm on my period today, so I can't drink anything cold. Yifeng immediately understood and rushed off to buy a steaming cup of milk tea, while also choosing a refreshing iced Americano for himself. He handed the warm milk tea to Li Xiaona and asked with concern, Xiaona, if you're not feeling well, why don't we just go home and rest? Li Xiaona wrinkled her nose slightly, took a delightful sip of the sweet milk tea, and then playfully replied, No way. I still want to ride the Ferris wheel, otherwise your long-awaited reward will be ruined, hee. As soon as she finished speaking, she skipped back to the tandem bike like a cheerful little deer. Watching her receding figure, Yifeng couldn't help but smile happily. He quickly started running to catch up. After returning the tandem bike, the two walked excitedly towards the Tianjin Ferris wheel. A long queue had already formed beneath it. Perhaps because it was a holiday, most of the people in the crowd were loving couples. However, none of this bothered Yifeng. Before long, he used his considerable wealth to acquire 2 tickets. He walked up to Li Xiaona, elegantly waved the tickets in his hand, and softly asked, This beautiful and charming Ms. Li, would I have the honor of riding this Ferris wheel with you and enjoying the captivating scenery of Tianjin? Li Xiaona, seeing this, beamed with delight, quickly stepped forward, affectionately took Yifeng's arm, and playfully replied, Oh dear, since Mr. Yi is so kind as to extend this invitation, how could I, a humble woman, refuse? Hee hee. And so, the two boarded the Ferris wheel together. As the Ferris wheel slowly ascended, Li Xiaona nestled quietly in Yi Feng's arms like a little bird, leisurely admiring the scenery outside the window. Because the Tianjin Eye stands precisely on a magnificent bridge spanning the river, the beautiful scenery along the river bank can be taken in at a glance. Just then, Li Xiaona suddenly pointed to another bridge not far away and asked curiously, "Brother Feng, look at all those people gathered over there, did something happen?" Yi Feng looked in the direction she was pointing and, sure enough, saw a large crowd gathered there. He pondered for a moment, then a thought struck him, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. "That's not an accident. You must have seen it on short videos before, right? That's Tianjin's newly upgraded 6A level scenic spot, the Diving Grandpa." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaona's eyes lit up immediately. She shook Yi Feng's arm expectantly, pleading in a coquettish tone, "Brother Feng, let's go take a look later, okay?" Her voice was filled with boundless excitement and curiosity. Yi Feng gently pulled her into his arms, stroking her slender waist, and softly replied, "I'll do whatever you want today. Wherever you want to go, I'll go with you, hee hee. By the way, Xiaona, guess what? Are all those couples queuing down there tourists from out of town, or locals?" Li Xiaona blinked her bright eyes, thought for a moment, and replied, "I think it's probably both, but I feel like there are more local couples." Yi Feng reached out and gently pinched her cute little nose, laughing as he retorted, "Haha, you're wrong this time. Those couples down there are mostly tourists from out of town." Li Xiaona looked at Yi Feng with suspicion, asking in bewilderment, "How is that possible? Brother Feng, how did you know?" Her words were full of confusion and curiosity. Yi Feng said mysteriously, "There's a strange curse circulating among the locals of Tianjin. It's said that any couple who rides the Tianjin Eye will eventually break up. So the people of Tianjin have given it a special name, the breakup wheel. Everyone says that if you're not truly in love, it's best not to try to challenge this curse." Li Xiaona's face paled upon hearing this, and she asked weakly, "Will it be too late for us to go down now?" Her trembling appearance made Yi Feng burst into laughter. He had only meant it as a joke, but he hadn't expected her to be so superstitious. So, he quickly reassured her. "Don't be afraid, baby, our love is invincible. If you're really worried, how about we secretly take out our household registration books and get our marriage certificate first? That way, you'll feel better, right?" Seeing Li Xiaona nod earnestly in agreement, Yi Feng was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Did Xiaona really plan to go home and steal her household registration book? If her parents found out, wouldn't he look like a villain who had seduced an innocent young girl? Just then, the Ferris wheel had slowly completed one rotation. Yi Feng carefully lifted Li Xiaona from her seat. "Xiaona, let's go see the Diving Grandpa now." Li Xiaona's eyes lit up at this, and she nodded, her face beaming with anticipation. She took Yi Feng's hand, and the two walked together towards the crowd not far away. The surrounding scenery seemed to lose its color, leaving only the two of them, hand in hand, moving towards their shared goal. They weaved through the bustling crowd to the bridge railing. Below, on a protruding platform, stood an elderly man in red swimming trunks, preparing to dive. Li Xiaona excitedly pointed at the man and exclaimed, "Look, that's the Diving Grandpa." Yi Feng looked in the direction she was pointing and saw the old man leaning slightly forward, his hands gripping the railing tightly, his eyes resolute and focused. He took a deep breath, then leaped, his body tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing steadily on the water's surface. Li Xiaona stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wow, this is amazing! I've only ever seen diving on TV before, and now I'm seeing it live. It's so cool!" She turned to Yi Feng, whose gaze was fixed on a young man walking towards the platform. Li Xiaona asked curiously, "Brother Feng, do you know that person?" Yi Feng smiled and replied, "I know him, but he probably doesn't know me. He's the world diving champion. Chonga. I never expected him to be here today." Li Xiaona excitedly pointed to a spot not far away and shouted, "Brother Feng, look over there. There's someone in a frog costume getting ready to jump. And over there, there's another one in a floral cotton padded jacket. He doesn't even feel hot." At this moment, people jumped into the river one after another, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, a truly spectacular scene. At this moment, the divers were no longer concerned with technique. They were simply enjoying the moment. Caught up in the joyful atmosphere, Li Xiaona couldn't help but shout at the top of her lungs. "Brother Feng, Tianjin truly lives up to its name as the city of humor. It's practically an ocean of joy. No wonder it has the lowest depression rate in the country. In an environment like this, who could possibly become depressed?" Yi Feng laughed heartily. "That's right. When people are happy, their appetites improve, and they eat everything with gusto. That's why Tianjin has the highest obesity rate in the country. Brother Feng, look over there." Li Xiaona pointed to a stall not far away. "That old man selling candied hawthorns. His candied hawthorns look so delicious. Let's go buy one." Yi Feng followed her finger and indeed saw an old man selling candied hawthorns. His stall was filled with colorful candied hawthorns, each one emitting an enticing aroma. He nodded and smiled at Li Xiaona, saying, "Okay, let's go buy a candied hawthorn to try." The two weaved through the crowd to the old man's stall. Li Xiaona excitedly picked out the largest candied hawthorn and handed it to the old man. He skillfully wrapped it up and handed it to her. Li Xiaona took a bite of the candied hawthorn, the sweet taste filling her mouth. She closed her eyes, savoring the wonderful flavor. Then she opened her eyes, looked at Yi Feng, and said, "Brother Feng, you should try this candied hawthorn too. It's really delicious." Yi Feng took the candied hawthorn and took a bite as well. He nodded and smiled, saying, "Yes, it's really delicious. But Xiaona, do you know? The reason why the candied hawthorns in Tianjin are so delicious, besides the old man's skill, is also because the air here is filled with a joyful atmosphere." Hearing his words, Li Xiaona burst into laughter. Pointing to the surrounding crowd, she said, "Yes, everyone here is so happy, even the air feels sweet." Yi Feng, watching the overjoyed Li Xiaona, softly asked, "Beautiful Miss Li, seeing how happy you are today, you must be very satisfied with my performance. When are you going to give me my reward?" Hearing Yi Feng's words, Li Xiaona blushed slightly and said reproachfully, "Brother Feng, why are you always thinking about this? Let's talk about it when we get home." Yi Feng tried to calm his surging emotions, tightly holding Li Xiaona's small hand and saying, "It's getting late, we should go home, otherwise Mom will definitely worry." Li Xiaona smiled slightly, playfully replying, You, stop using auntie as an excuse. I see right through you, you big pervert." Despite her teasing tone, Li Xiaona obediently followed Yi Feng into the car and drove away. With the sound of the engine starting, their wonderful and fulfilling day trip came to an end. When they arrived at the Cloud Villa, they found Yilin sitting on the sofa, looking resentful and sulking, while Wang Meiwan, beaming with joy, rushed forward and warmly greeted Li Xiaona, taking her hands and showering her with concern. Yi Feng leisurely sat down on the sofa and jokingly teased, "Hey Lin, who are you sulking with? Did the driving school think you're ugly and turn you away?" Hearing this, Yilin instantly stood up, indignantly retorting, "That wretched brother of yours. All you do is tease and joke with me. I'm a peerless beauty, possessing a face that could topple kingdoms and shame the moon and flowers. How could they not accept me? I was really looking forward to you taking Xiaona to Happy Valley today, and I was going to rush over to meet you after I registered. Who would have thought I'd end up spending the whole day alone?" Yi Feng struggled to suppress the urge to laugh out loud. If they had actually gone to Happy Valley today, this wonderful time for two would definitely have been ruined by this mischievous girl. Just then, Yi Yuanhai returned home. As soon as Wang Meiwan saw him enter, she couldn't help but complain. "All you do is fiddle with your lousy flowers. You used to help me with chores on my days off, but now you're nowhere to be seen. Should I give you a model worker award?" Yi Yuanhai gave an embarrassed smile and explained, "Meiwan, you know, gardening is my only hobby. And guess what? My precious Prunus armoniaca actually bloomed today. However, before he could finish, Wang Meiwan interrupted him rudely. All right, stop talking. I have something important to discuss with you. Come over to the sofa. Yi Feng, seeing his parents approach, quickly moved aside, wondering to himself what his mother wanted to announce. After everyone was seated, Wang Meiwan continued, Xiaofeng, when you return to Shanghai, your father and I plan to visit Xiaona's parents to finalize your engagement. Yi Feng turned to look at the stunningly beautiful Li Xiaona beside him and nodded slightly in agreement, saying, Okay, Mom, I have no objection. Once Xiaona and I have discussed the specific time, we can set off. This way, you and Dad can also take the opportunity to explore Shanghai. Hearing this, Yilin couldn't hide her joy and excitedly interjected. That's fantastic. Mom and Dad, let me be your tour guide and show you around. I can also see the house my brother gave me, hee. Just then, Yifeng's phone rang again. He casually took out his phone. The screen showed a call from Zhao Peng. After pressing the answer button, Zhao Peng's excited voice immediately came through. Hey, brother Feng, I heard you're back in Tianjin. Ha, why don't you come to Kyoto and visit me for a few days? My dad specifically told me to invite you to our Chao family home. Yi Feng thought for a moment, realizing he had nothing else to attend to, and readily agreed. No problem, I'll be there on time tomorrow morning. I'm eager to see the legendary spendthrift from Kyoto. Ha! Brother Feng, don't worry at all. I guarantee you'll be amazed. Hee, I'll call my old man now to let him know. You go ahead and get busy, Brother Feng. After hanging up, Yilin's eyes lit up immediately, and she excitedly leaned over to ask, Brother, is it that Zhao Peng? I really want to go. And I've never been to Kyoto before. Seeing this, Wang Meiwan couldn't help but roll her eyes and said irritably, You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't our whole family go to Kyoto together when you were little? You were even clamoring for Peking duck back then. Yilin was taken aback for a moment, then started to whine and plead. Oh, Mom, I don't remember any of that when I was little. Besides, that was so long ago. Brother, please take me with you. You're the best brother in the world. Yi Feng was completely helpless with his mischievous sister and reluctantly said, Okay, stop shaking me like that. If you keep shaking me like this, you'll shake my bones apart. Let's go together tomorrow, alright? Tianjin and Kyoto aren't far apart, but driving there might take a long time due to potential traffic jams. After careful consideration, they finally chose to travel by high-speed rail, a more convenient mode of transportation. The next day, as dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight appeared, Yilin rushed to Yifeng's door and pounded on it. Brother! Get up quickly, or we'll miss the high-speed train. Hearing his sister's anxious cries, Yi Feng, though somewhat reluctant, could only quickly get up, dress, and wash up. After all, this little lazybones, who usually loved to sleep in until the afternoon, became unusually excited and eager when it came to going out. After a hurried wash, Yi Feng was quickly dragged out of the house by Yilin. Looking at the still sleepy-eyed Li Xiaona, the two couldn't help but exchange a wry smile, secretly sighing that they really couldn't do anything with her. Then, the three of them hailed a ride-hailing car and headed straight to the high-speed train station. They arrived at their destination quickly, without saying a word. Upon entering the high-speed rail station, Yilin volunteered to retrieve the tickets, successfully collecting the ones she had booked in advance the previous night. They then smoothly passed through security and boarded the train bound for Kyoto. About half an hour later, the train arrived in Kyoto on time. As soon as she got off, Yilin immediately pulled out her phone and dialed Zhao Peng's number. Hey, Zhao Peng? This young lady has arrived safely at Kyoto South Station. Where are you now? Hurry up and come pick me up. Her words revealed barely concealed excitement. Zhao Peng, still half asleep, received the call, his mind blank, completely unaware of what was happening. He glanced blankly at the clock on the wall, puzzled. It was only a little past 7 in the morning. How could they be here so early? Yilin, why are you here so early? I thought you wouldn't arrive until around 10. Don't worry, I'll be right there. With that, Zhao Peng quickly washed his face and hurried towards Kyoto's South Station. Meanwhile, Yilin was angrily complaining to Yifeng and Li Xiaona. That lazybones Zhao Peng! The sun's already high in the sky, and he's still in bed. Humph! Wait till he gets here, I'll teach him a lesson. Xiaona, what do you think about making him treat us to roast duck? Oh, and braised pork offal, fried liver, hot pot, noodles with soybean paste, doji. Well, forget about doji, the taste is just unbearable. Li Xiaona, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh out loud. They say everyone in Tianjin is a master of crosstalk, and that's absolutely true. Lin, you're not punishing Zhao Peng, you're just listing dishes. Ha! Hearing Li Xiaona's words, Yilin scratched her head a little embarrassed, realizing she'd just been craving something and blurted out all the things she wanted to eat. But that was fine too. It gave her more reasons to punish Zhao Peng. Thinking this, Yilin secretly rejoiced, eagerly anticipating Zhao Peng's arrival. About 40 minutes later, Zhao Peng rushed over. Before he could even speak, Yilin put her hands on her hips and said aggressively, You, Zhao Peng! You've kept us waiting for so long. Are you going to accept a beating or a punishment? Zhao Peng was also quite embarrassed. After all, he was the one who invited Yifeng and the others, and he hadn't been a good host, making them wait so long. This time it's all my fault for not being well prepared. I'm willing to accept punishment, Yilin. You can punish me however you want, I won't say a word. Hearing this, Yilin's face revealed a sly smile, and she deliberately coughed twice before speaking. Zhao Peng, since you apologize so sincerely, then I'll be magnanimous and forgive you this time. However, punishment is still necessary. How about you treat us all to some Peking duck? Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng waved his hand dismissively, replying, Oh dear! I thought it would be some serious punishment. It's just that you want roast duck. That's easy, I can treat you to as many as you want. Even if you only take a small bite of one, it's perfectly fine. Then, Zhao Peng invited everyone to his car and turned to Yifeng, saying, Brother Feng, let's go to the hotel first. After I settle you all in, we'll go to my house together at noon for a proper welcome feast. Yifeng smiled and nodded in agreement, half-jokingly teasing. Haha, I'll follow your arrangements. I'm really looking forward to your plans, you tycoon. The group entered the Longwan Hotel together. The hotel manager, seeing Zhao Peng from afar, immediately came running over with a beaming smile to greet him. Young master, what brings you here today? Please feel free to give your orders. I've been holding on to that cozy, romantic double room you reserved for you. Zhao Peng's face flushed red with embarrassment. He coughed awkwardly twice and hurriedly retorted, Hey, what do you mean? I don't understand at all. My older brother came all the way from out of town to Kyoto today. Hurry up and prepare a luxurious presidential suite for me. Then, Zhao Peng lowered his voice and secretly asked Yifeng, Brother Feng, why don't you and your wife experience our double room together? Then let Yilin enjoy the presidential suite by herself, how about that? Yifeng was tempted by this suggestion. However, when he remembered that Xiao Na's period hadn't ended, he had no choice but to abandon the idea. Forget it, no need for that. We can all stay in the presidential suite. Oh, by the way, I think I heard you say you've reserved a double room for couples long term? Hey, you're really something. But remember to take care of yourself, don't overindulge. Ha! Zhao Peng replied proudly. Hee, I'm in great shape, practically invincible, unstoppable. The hotel manager hurried over to Zhao Peng and said softly, Young master, your room has been arranged. I'll lead you and your friends there. He gestured for them to follow and led them to the VIP elevator. Zhao Peng beckoned to them to follow, and the group entered the elevator, heading straight to the top floor, the luxury suites. Upon arrival, the hotel manager respectfully led them to their suite, then bowed slightly and withdrew from the room. Yilin and Li Xiaona went to choose their preferred rooms. Zhao Peng, seeing Yifeng still standing there, smiled and said, Brother Feng, you two rest for a while. I'll go tell my family we've arrived at the hotel. I'll wait for you in the lobby at noon, and then we'll go to my place together." With that, Zhao Peng turned and left. After Zhao Peng left, Yi Feng casually chose a room and went inside. He lay on the comfortable, soft bed, but a feeling lingered that he had forgotten something important. Just as he was pondering this, Li Xiaona suddenly entered the room, and he suddenly remembered. He had completely forgotten about the reward he had promised yesterday. At this moment, Yi Feng's eyes were filled with longing and eagerness as he stared directly at Li Xiaona, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. He teased, "Xiaona, did you come here just to give me that reward that's supposed to be mine?" Li Xiaona's pretty face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She blushed and playfully scolded, "Brother Feng, you're so annoying. You're always thinking about those things. It's your fault for not wanting it yesterday. The reward has expired, hee hee." Yi Feng didn't press the matter further. His divine sense detected Yi Lin walking towards them. This little girl always caused trouble at crucial moments. It seemed he couldn't take her out to play next time. Yi Lin pushed open the door, grinning. "Xiao Na, I knew you were here with my brother. Hee hee, you two might as well live together." Yi Feng rolled his eyes at her and said, "You knew and still came in. Looks like I can't let you come with me when I go out anymore. I'll have Mom keep an eye on you at home, so you won't always cause trouble." Yi Lin wrinkled her small nose slightly, a feigned fierce expression on her face. She said coquettishly, "Humph. You dare not let me come along. This young lady is going to stick with you no matter what. Let's see what you can do to me, and make you, this annoying brother, furious." Before she finished speaking, she tightly grabbed Li Xiaona beside her and walked out of the room without looking back. Yi Feng watched their departing figures, shaking his head with a helpless wry smile. It seemed he would have to teach this girl a lesson. Then he gently clicked on the system interface, entered the system shop, and successfully redeemed 1,000-year-old ginseng. He planned to give this ginseng as a gift when visiting the Xiao family. "System, why do I feel like your presence has been getting weaker and weaker lately?" Yi Feng suddenly muttered to himself. "Host, it's not that this system's presence has decreased, but rather that you yourself have become increasingly lazy. You lack both ambition and the spirit to look down upon the heavens and dominate the world." The system responded mercilessly. "What's wrong with being a carefree, lazy bum? You can do whatever you want every day, living a comfortable and carefree life. This is the kind of life I've always dreamed of, and now that I've achieved it, I should enjoy it to the fullest," Yi Feng retorted nonchalantly. Faced with Yi Feng's words, the system was speechless for a moment. "Hey, system, why are you suddenly so quiet? Did it freeze?" Seeing that the system hadn't responded for a while, Yi Feng couldn't help but tease it. "I'm too lazy to communicate with you, you unambitious lazy bum," the system replied irritably. As noon approached, Yi Feng slowly rose and left the room. He casually placed the 1,000-year-old ginseng into a tote bag bearing the Longwan Hotel logo, then softly called to the two women to come downstairs to the hotel lobby. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Zhao Peng spotted them from afar and immediately waved. Once the three were close, he led them to the luxurious Maybach parked in front of the hotel, and the car sped off towards the Zhao family residence. About 20 minutes later, the Maybach came to a smooth stop in front of a magnificent courtyard house. On either side of the entrance, a pair of lifelike, imposing stone lions stood proudly, as if guarding this ancient and solemn mansion. Seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Zhao Peng secretly rejoiced. A proud look spread across his face as he exaggeratedly introduced the place to Yi Feng. "Brother Feng, please come in. The scenery inside is breathtaking, truly exceptional." With that, he personally pushed open the courtyard gate, inviting everyone inside. Zhao Peng led the group through the ornately decorated gate, through winding corridors, to a spacious courtyard. The artificial hills and flowing water, along with the swaying bamboo beside the winding stream, created a tranquil, secluded paradise. "Brother Feng, look at this courtyard. Isn't it more tasteful than those high-rise buildings outside?" Zhao Peng proudly exclaimed. Yi Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful." Even the air here feels so fresh. Zhao Peng continued to lead everyone on a tour of the various rooms, each exquisitely and elegantly furnished with top-quality furniture. Finally, he led them to a study, its bookshelves overflowing with books of all kinds, from classic to modern. "This is my father's favorite place," Zhao Peng said, pouring everyone a cup of fragrant tea. "He can read, enjoy tea, and savor the peace and quiet here." Yilin picked up her teacup, took a sip, and exclaimed, "This tea is wonderful! Everything here is so comfortable and relaxing." Zhao Peng smiled smugly. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, with a serious expression, strode up to Zhao Peng, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Young master, the banquet is ready. Please take your seats with your friends. The master is eagerly awaiting your arrival." Zhao Peng nodded slightly, indicating he understood, then turned to Yi Feng and said, "Brother Feng, my father has prepared a banquet. Why don't we go over now?" Hearing this, Yi Lin's face lit up with excitement, and she eagerly interjected, "Then let's hurry! Hee, Zhao Peng, just so you know, this time you won't be punished." So, led by Zhao Peng, the group crossed the courtyard and headed straight for the main hall of the courtyard house. As soon as they stepped into the main hall, they saw Xiao Jianxi sitting in the main seat. Seeing everyone arrive, he quickly stood up, beaming, and greeted them warmly, saying, "Oh my, it is a great honor to have Mr. Yi grace my humble abode with his presence today. Please have a seat." After everyone was seated, Yi Feng gently placed the bag bearing the Longwan Hotel logo on the table and smiled at Xiao Jianxi, saying, "Uncle Zhao, this is my first visit, and I've prepared a small gift. I hope you won't find it offensive." Zhao Peng, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed the bag and, filled with curiosity, couldn't help but ask, "Brother Feng, what treasure is in here? You even used my hotel's bag." Yi Feng scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and explained with a smile, "It contains 1,000-year-old ginseng. I saw a bag in the hotel room and just put it in." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jianxi's eyes lit up. He immediately took the bag and carefully removed the incomparably precious 1,000-year-old ginseng. He held it gently, as if it were a rare treasure, and then placed it in an exquisite rosewood box on a nearby table. However, when he saw the few broken roots remaining in the bag, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret and heartache. Zhao Peng, equally curious, couldn't resist picking up the bag Zhao Jianxi had put down and carefully rummaging through it. Finally, he found a small piece of root through a gap in the bag and, without hesitation, put it in his mouth and chewed it. It's not as miraculous as the legends say. I didn't feel anything special after eating it," Zhao Peng said, shaking his head in confusion. But before he could finish speaking, a surprising scene unfolded. 2 jets of bright red blood suddenly gushed from his nostrils like a fountain. Everyone present was stunned by this unexpected sight, their eyes wide with astonishment. Seeing this, Yi Feng was alarmed and quickly stepped forward, channeling a stream of spiritual energy into Zhao Peng's body to help him absorb the powerful medicinal properties of the 1,000-year-old ginseng. After some effort, Zhao Peng gradually calmed down, and the nosebleed stopped. Yilin, witnessing all of this, turned pale with fright. She secretly resolved never to eat anything carelessly again, especially anything given to her by her brother. After all, she didn't want to end up like Zhao Peng, experiencing a nosebleed fountain. After quickly changing out of his blood-stained clothes, Zhao Peng returned to the table and sat down. All eyes were on him, making him feel slightly embarrassed. "Why are you all staring at me like that? I feel absolutely fantastic right now. Dad, shall we start eating?" Zhao Peng said, scratching his head and laughing. However, before Zhao Jianxi could respond, Yilin eagerly reached for some food with her chopsticks. At that moment, Yi Feng's expression suddenly changed, and his powerful divine sense surged towards Yilin like a tidal wave. Yilin's face turned deathly pale instantly, her hand slipped, and the chopsticks fell to the table. Yi Feng turned to Zhao Jianxi with a slight apology and said, "Uncle Zhao, I'm truly sorry. My younger sister is young and ignorant, and her behavior was somewhat inappropriate. I hope you will forgive her." Zhao Jianxi, also keenly aware of the fleeting fluctuation of Yi Feng's spiritual consciousness, was deeply shocked and quickly replied. Mr. Yi, please don't take it to heart. Today is purely a gathering of friends. There's no need to be so formal. Everyone, please stop staring and start eating. At this moment, everyone at the table picked up their chopsticks and began to eat, but Yilin remained sitting there blankly, as if she hadn't yet come to her senses. When she finally came to her senses, her face was full of grievance as she stared directly at Yi Feng. Li Xiaona, noticing this, quickly got up to comfort her. Yi Feng gently tugged at Li Xiaona's sleeve, signaling her to ignore Yilin. Seeing Yilin just staring at him expectantly without touching her food, he couldn't help but coldly say, If you don't want to eat, you can leave now. At this moment, Xiao Peng quickly stepped in to smooth things over, smiling and raising his glass to Yi Feng, saying, Brother Feng, come on, let's have a drink. Let me tell you, ever since I saw Hua Linger in Shanghai, those spoiled brats in Kyoto have practically worshipped me. The two clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Mentioning Hua Linger, Yi Feng couldn't help but recall her invitation to return to the 100 Flowers sect. It seemed it was time to go. Perhaps he could even earn some points. Zhao Jianxi also raised his glass to thank Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, thanks to your righteous help last time, otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been harmed. He then downed his drink in one gulp. Yi Feng picked up his wine glass, took a small sip, and then replied with a smile. Uncle Zhao, you're too kind. Zhao Peng and I are good buddies. It's only natural to help a friend in need, so please don't take it to heart. By the way, has the Han family caused any trouble for the Zhao family because of this? Zhao Jianxi readily replied. No, not at all. In fact, since this incident, the competition between the Han family and our Zhao family has decreased considerably. I also heard that they specifically invited Qi Yuan Shan, known as the National Medical Master, to heal Han Shaoqing's arm. Hearing this, Yi Feng simply nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Since the injury was already healed, he didn't care about anything else. However, if the Han family dared to provoke him again, then he wouldn't hold back. It wouldn't just be about an arm then. Afterwards, Zhao Jianxi toasted Yi Feng again, instructed Zhao Peng to treat everyone well, and then left the banquet. At this moment, Yilin suddenly started sobbing, pouting and saying pitifully, Brother, you were so mean just now. Seeing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but snort coldly, and sternly lectured her. Look at you, so spineless! I think I've spoiled you rotten, now you don't even know the rules. If you continue to be so willful and reckless, believe me, I'll send you abroad alone. Yilin's body trembled slightly, and she shrank back into the seat behind her. Her beautiful eyes revealed grievance and fear, her lips trembling, but she dared not say another word. Yi Feng was equally uninterested at this moment, so he gestured for Zhao Peng to take the three of them back to their hotel. As they stepped into the hotel lobby, a graceful and alluring woman rushed towards them like a whirlwind. She said in a coquettish voice, Young Master Peng, why haven't you contacted me lately? If I hadn't learned from a friend that you were here today, I probably wouldn't have been able to find you. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Zhao Peng's face. He quickly glanced at Yi Feng, then pulled the woman aside and whispered, Baby, go to the room and wait for me. I'll come down to find you after I take my friend to his room. Before he finished speaking, he lightly patted the woman's round, firm buttocks. After entering the suite, Yi Feng called out to Zhao Peng, who was about to turn and leave, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Look at you, so eager. He teased. You'd better take it easy later. Zhao Peng grinned sheepishly and replied, Brother Feng, it's not that I'm in a hurry, it's just that the ginseng medicine is too strong. I'm bursting with energy. I have to go now. With that, he rushed towards the door. Yi Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he watched Zhao Peng's retreating figure before turning and returning to his room. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and used his divine sense to probe Yilin's room. As expected, he found Li Xiaona gently comforting the sobbing Yi Lin. At this moment, Yilin was filled with grievances and resentment, constantly complaining to Li Xiaona, That annoying brother, how dare he bully me? I didn't do anything wrong. Wah, Sister Xiaona, you're the only one who's ever been good to me. I'll never talk to him again. Li Xiaona looked helplessly at her future sister-in-law, who was throwing a tantrum, and said earnestly, Yilin, haven't you noticed the changes in yourself lately? Before, although you were a bit mischievous, you were still cute and sensible. But now you've become somewhat willful and capricious. Brother Feng is scolding you, not just because of what happened today. You've changed so much these past few days. If you can't deeply reflect on your own problems, sooner or later even your good friends will leave you one by one. As soon as Li Xiaona finished speaking, she got up and left the room, leaving Yilin alone sitting on the edge of the bed, hoping she could calm down and think things through. Seeing this, Yifeng silently withdrew his divine sense. He knew that Li Xiaona was probably heading towards his room right now. Sure enough, not long after, Li Xiaona gently pushed open the door. She sat quietly beside Yifeng and said softly, Brother Feng, don't be angry. I've already talked to Lin Lin, and she's realized her problem. Yifeng sighed helplessly and said, This girl is really spoiled. If she's not properly disciplined, who knows what she'll become in the future? Yifeng shook his head vigorously, trying to stop thinking about it. He pulled Li Xiaona tightly into his arms and asked softly, Xiaona, have you told your aunt and uncle about my parents going to Shanghai? Li Xiaona shook her head playfully and said coquettishly, Not yet, don't be so impatient. I'll tell them tonight, hee. Brother Feng, do you still want the reward you promised? I'm already here. She then deliberately moved closer to Yifeng. Yifeng's eyes lit up instantly, his gaze fixed intently on the slightly blushing beauty before him, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. With a gentle pull, they both fell onto the incredibly soft bed. Like a hungry wolf, Yifeng eagerly kissed her alluring red lips, his hands also reaching for her high, firm breasts. Li Xiaona let out a soft moan, her trembling eyelashes fueling his excitement. His hands gradually moved down, roaming freely over her full hips and long, smooth legs. Just as he was about to touch that mysterious triangle, Li Xiaona suddenly struggled, her alluring eyes gazing at him shyly as she whispered, Brother Feng, my period hasn't ended yet. Yifeng suppressed his burning desire, gradually regaining his composure. His eyes filled with deep affection, he gently kissed Li Xiaona's forehead and said tenderly, Xiaona, I really love you. Since you entered my life, I've realized that love can be so sweet and beautiful. Li Xiaona gazed at him with equal affection, responding with a passionate and lingering kiss. Just then, Zhao Ping's shouts suddenly came from outside the presidential suite. Brother Feng! Have you guys rested enough? I found a fantastic place, want to go with you. Hearing the voice, Li Xiaona hurriedly straightened her slightly wrinkled clothes, then, like a startled deer, quickly ran back to her room. Watching Li Xiaona's departing figure, a happy smile involuntarily appeared on Yifeng's face. Then, he got out of bed, walked to the door, and opened it. Zhao Peng stood at the door, his face flushed and brimming with energy, excitedly shouting to Yifeng, Brother Feng, that ginseng was incredibly nourishing. You can't even imagine how much fun I had just slaughtered. Do you have any extra ginseng? Can I have another one? Yifeng's lips curled into a slightly mocking smile. Hey, didn't I just send one over to your family? If you need ginseng, why don't you just secretly take your dad's? Hearing this, Zhao Peng shuddered. He knew very well that if he dared to touch that ginseng, his father would beat him half to death. Zhao Peng quickly changed the subject, asking, Brother Feng, where are your wife and Yilin? We're ready to go. Yifeng walked to Li Xiaona's door, gently pushed it open, and peeked inside, asking, Xiaona, hurry up and get ready, we're leaving. Li Xiaona sat on the edge of the bed, shook her head slightly, and softly replied, Brother Feng, you two go ahead. I want to stay here with Yilin. Have fun, and be happy. Yifeng understood Li Xiaona's decision and didn't insist that she go with him. He silently left the room and departed with Zhao Peng. After they left, Zhao Peng suddenly wore a mysterious expression, leaned close to Yifeng, and whispered, Brother Feng, since your wife and Yilin aren't going, why don't we go somewhere else? I guarantee you'll be satisfied. His eyes held a hint of cunning, as if he had some special plan he was hiding from Yifeng. Yifeng didn't care at all. It didn't matter to him where they went, so he simply let it be. The night in Kyoto was filled with flashing neon lights, and the neon signs of bars stood out prominently in the darkness. Xiaopeng led Yifeng into a bar called Night Without End, and upon entering, they were immediately surrounded by deafening music. As soon as the bar manager saw Xiaopeng approaching, he greeted him with a beaming smile and a fawning bow, saying, "Oh my, Mr. Zhao, what a great honor! Please come in, please have a seat. Your booth has been prepared for you for a long time." He then personally led Xiaopeng to the booth. After the two sat down in their booth, Xiaopeng immediately became boisterous, shouting to the manager, "My brother Feng is here today, we have to treat him well. Bring out the dragon set. Get the atmosphere team ready too. Make sure my brother Feng has a blast tonight." Amidst a piercing shriek from the DJ, the stage lights suddenly focused. A group of beautiful women in sexy bikinis slowly walked onto the stage, each carrying a bottle of wine, swaying their bodies seductively as they approached Xiaopeng and Yifeng's booth. Seeing this, Xiaopeng's excitement grew even higher. He turned to Yifeng excitedly and said, "Brother Feng, do you think this is grand enough? If you're not satisfied, I'll rearrange it. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." However, Yifeng didn't seem particularly interested in the scene. After all, it was his first time in such a place, and he was mostly there out of curiosity. As the music quickened, the women in sexy bikinis began to dance. They swayed their bodies, moving alluringly towards the booth where Xiaopeng and Yifeng were. Xiaopeng watched them, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He raised his glass, gestured to the women, and then downed it in one gulp. Yifeng sat quietly to the side, watching it all unfold. He wasn't particularly moved, he simply found it all rather novel and interesting. Just then, a woman with a graceful figure walked up to Xiaopeng. Smiling, she said to him, "Young Master Zhao, you look so handsome. May I buy you a drink?" Xiaopeng was overjoyed. He nodded and then raised his glass with the woman. Afterwards, the woman grabbed Xiaopeng and dragged him onto the dance floor without a word. The music was deafening, the colorful lights flashed incessantly, and people danced freely, enjoying the vibrant atmosphere. Meanwhile, several sexy bikini-clad women surrounded Yifeng. They swayed their hips, their eyes filled with affection, intentionally or unintentionally touching him. One of the women was particularly bold. Her ample breasts were barely concealed, her deep cleavage almost touching Yifeng's face. Another woman sat directly on Yifeng's lap, gently rubbing his leg. Faced with such enthusiastic and unrestrained behavior, Yifeng appeared somewhat embarrassed and at a loss. Then, the woman sitting on his lap said coquettishly, "Handsome, don't be so serious. We're out having fun. Here, let me toast. You." She then handed Yifeng a glass of wine. Without hesitation, Yifeng took the glass, tilted his head back, and downed it in one gulp, his movements swift and decisive. The other bikini-clad beauties, seeing this, all looked on with admiration and raised their glasses to drink with him. Immediately afterward, Yifeng was forcibly pulled onto the dance floor by this group of passionate women, and a fiery, captivating dance ensued. Just then, Xiaopeng returned to his booth. He watched Yifeng dancing freely on the dance floor, a knowing smile on his face. Then, Xiaopeng raised his glass, downed it with gusto, and pulled the stunning bikini-clad woman beside him tightly into his arms. However, just as the atmosphere reached its climax, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, who's being so arrogant? It's Xiaopeng, you ignorant spendthrift." The speaker was none other than Chu Mufeng, the second young master of the capital's most prestigious family. Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Peng's eyes sharpened instantly. He coldly replied, "Chu Mufeng, years have passed, and your foul mouth hasn't changed a bit." Chu Mufeng sneered and continued, "You useless fellow, you've only met Hua Linga once, and look how smug you are. Let me tell you, if you've got the guts, let's have a contest. Manager, prepare a set of 9 dragons offering joy. Let this spendthrift see what real grandeur is. The manager's eyes flashed with delight. That's a full 9 sets of 9 dragons offering joy. Today he's sure to make a fortune. He immediately waved excitedly, signaling his subordinates to prepare. Chu Mufeng's lips curled into a slight, contemptuous smile. After glancing briefly at Zhao Peng, he turned to the middle-aged man behind him and said softly, President Liu, please take a seat. Let's not let some worthless people spoil our mood. At this moment, the middle-aged man, Lu Fuda, glared fiercely at Zhao Peng, his heart filled with resentment. Recalling the humiliating kick Zhao Peng had inflicted on him in Macau, the memory still haunted him, leaving him impotent and unable to perform sexually. Despite seeking medical help everywhere, he had seen no improvement, and his hatred for Zhao Peng and Yi Feng was extreme. Chu Mufeng noticed Lu Fuda's unusual expression and, with suspicion, asked curiously, Mr. Lu, is there some kind of entanglement between you and Zhao Peng? Lu Fuda gritted his teeth and replied resentfully, It's precisely because of him that I have no choice but to seek your help, second young Master Chu. Chu Mufeng immediately understood. Lu Fuda's willingness to spend a fortune to find the old physician chief for treatment stemmed from Zhao Peng. Mr. Lu, please calm down and take a seat. This young man has an extraordinary background. Dealing with him will likely not be easy. Chu Mufeng calmly advised. Lu Fuda knew very well that anyone who could banter with Chu Mufeng must have an extraordinary background, so he had to think carefully and act cautiously. At this moment, Zhao Peng arrogantly glared at Lu Fuda. After all, this was Beijing, unlike Hong Kong where there were fewer considerations. If things really got heated, Zhao Peng was absolutely confident he could easily crush his opponent. As the DJ's voice rang out again, a huge thank you to young Master Chu from Kyoto for successfully launching the 9 Dragons Bring Joy event. We wish young Master Chu a prosperous future and a bright future. Now let's all celebrate together. Hearing the DJ's words, Yi Feng returned to his booth. Seeing Zhao Peng's unpleasant expression, he asked, What's wrong? Zhao Peng pouted and replied, Brother Feng, the guy sitting next to me is Chu Mufeng from the Chu family, and the other one is Lu Fuda from Hong Kong. They seem to be deliberately trying to mess with me today. I just opened a bottle of de Shilong, and he immediately ordered a Jiolong Xianxi. Isn't he obviously trying to outdo me? Yi Feng slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on the young man. Yes, this person must be Chu Mufeng. Just as he noticed Lu Fuda staring fiercely at him, a mocking smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. This scene, in Lu Fuda's eyes, seemed like a great insult. His eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead, and he roared angrily. What the hell are you laughing at? Try laughing again if you dare. Believe me, I'll kill you in a minute. Faced with Lu Fuda's angry rebuke, Yi Feng merely chuckled dismissively, then responded with a cold and mocking tone. You dare to challenge me? You're nothing but a presumptuous clown. Someone like you dares to come to a bar? I bet your thing is already useless. Before he finished speaking, Lu Fuda's face instantly turned extremely gloomy, as black as the bottom of a pot. He abruptly stood up from his seat, his index finger almost poking Yi Feng's nose, roaring furiously. You brat, watch your mouth. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never know your place. Seeing the situation turning sour, Zhao Peng quickly stood up and stepped in front of Yi Feng without hesitation. His eyes were icy cold as he stared intently at Lu Fuda, warning. What do you want? Don't think we're afraid of you. If you dare to lay a finger on my brother Feng, I guarantee you won't leave Kyoto alive. Chu Mufeng stepped forward, grabbing Lu Fuda, who was about to explode in anger. His eyes were icy as he stared directly at Yi Feng, his tone cold as he said, In my memory, there doesn't seem to be anyone like you in Beijing. To be able to associate with someone like Zhao Peng, you must be an arrogant, wasteful playboy. This is Beijing. I advise you to tone it down and keep a low profile. Yi Feng was unfazed. A slight, disdainful smile played on his lips as he replied, "Low profile? Heh, fine, then I'll show you what true humility is." He then gestured for Zhao Peng to call the manager, and ordered a bottle of Ace of Spades to be served at every table except Chu Mufeng's. After doing this, Yi Feng turned to Chu Mufeng with a mocking grin and said provocatively, "Young Master Chu, why don't you also show some of the manners befitting a noble scion of Beijing?" At this moment, Chu Mufeng's face turned extremely ugly. He never expected that Yi Feng would be so bold as to provoke him to his face. He was simply asking for trouble. "Kid, listen up, I have bad news for you. You've completely enraged me. And you too, Zhao Peng. Just wait to bear my wrath and revenge." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Mufeng forcefully pulled Lu Fuda away, turning angrily to leave. Watching the two men's departing figures, Zhao Peng spat in the direction they left with utter contempt, then sneered disdainfully. "That Chu Lao heir, always putting on airs like a rich young master, it's utterly disgusting. If it weren't for the Chu family as his backing, he'd be nothing but a useless piece of trash." Yi Feng found this amusing and looked at Zhao Peng with a half-smile, teasingly saying, "Oh ho, you speak so righteously, don't you? Aren't you relying on the Zhao family's power yourself?" Zhao Peng, taken aback by Yi Feng's comment, scratched his head instinctively, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He stammered, "Hee. Brother Feng, don't tease me. Your words almost choked me. I openly admit I'm a spendthrift playboy, but that guy absolutely refuses to admit it." Yi Feng nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, compared to other wealthy young men, Zhao Peng lacked the arrogance often associated with such figures. Otherwise, the two of them probably wouldn't have become friends. "All right, since that's the case, let's put that aside for now and enjoy some good wine," Yi Feng said, raising his glass to clink with Zhao Peng's. At this moment, the group of beautiful women in sexy bikinis returned to the booth, filling the air with their cheerful chatter and laughter, creating a lively and joyful atmosphere. Afterwards, the two continued to enjoy themselves for a while. Seeing that Zhao Peng was still enthusiastic and seemed reluctant to leave, Yi Feng said goodbye and went back to the hotel to rest. In a villa in Kyoto, Chu Mufeng sat in his study, his face ashen. His brows were furrowed, and he gripped a document tightly in his hand. The atmosphere in the study was extremely oppressive, and the moonlight streaming through the window cast a somber glow on him. Chu Mufeng stared intently at Lu Fuda, who sat across from him, and said seriously, "Mr. Lu, this Yi Feng is definitely not an ordinary person. According to the information we have so far, he actually controls a large company called Huanyu Investment, whose business covers Tianjin and Shanghai, and its scale is staggering, reaching an astonishing trillion level." Hearing this, Lu Fuda was secretly shocked. He had spent 30 years weathering storms and striving relentlessly, achieving a smooth path to grow his Fuda Group to its current scale of 200 billion. How could this young man, barely in his 20s, possess such enormous wealth? Filled with doubt and confusion, Lu Fuda cautiously probed, "Young Master Chu, could this information be inaccurate?" Chu Mufeng sighed helplessly and replied, "Alas, how I wish all of this were a lie. But to tell you the truth, this information was painstakingly gathered by expending a great deal of family resources and connections. Moreover, as far as I know, all the funds he possesses originate from overseas. Therefore, I strongly suspect that he is likely a representative of a foreign conglomerate in China. Fortunately, we haven't yet discovered any connection between him and the government, which gives us an opportunity." After hearing this, Lu Fuda felt somewhat relieved. If the other party didn't have any official backing, things would be easier to handle. At this moment, his mind was filled with Yi Feng's trillion-dollar fortune, and a strong desire and impulse welled up within him. "Young Master Chu, since this guy has no official backing, such a huge and tempting piece of meat is right in front of us. Why don't we find a way to swallow it all?" Lu Fuda excitedly suggested. Chu Mufeng's lips curled into a sly smile as he replied, "Haha, that's what I was thinking too, Mr. Lu. Let me take you to meet Elder Qi tomorrow, and then we can discuss the specific plan in detail. Furthermore, I need to investigate further to see if he has any other rivals. If so, we can join forces to deal with him. Otherwise, if our two families try to take this big piece of meat by ourselves, it might arouse envy and jealousy from others. Lu Fuda nodded in agreement with a smile, saying, All right, then I'll trouble young Master Chu to make the arrangements. I'll take my leave now, and look forward to discussing important matters with you again tomorrow. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, who had returned to the hotel's presidential suite, secretly observed the situation inside using his powerful divine sense. When he discovered Li Xiaona was in Yi Lin's room, he immediately slipped into his own room without a sound. He needed to quickly wash off the strong perfume lingering on his body, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to her later. He hurried into the bathroom, as if afraid of being discovered, and impatiently turned on the shower. Water poured down, splashing against his firm muscles. He adjusted the water temperature until it felt just right before meticulously cleaning his body. He rubbed the areas that might have absorbed the perfume scent repeatedly, as if trying to expel every last trace. He vigorously rubbed his skin, silently praying that the strong fragrance would disappear with the water. Finally, when he could no longer detect the faint perfume, he nodded with relief, acknowledging his efforts. Then, he changed into a set of loose, comfortable pajamas and returned to his bedroom, satisfied. At that moment, a slight noise came from the previously quiet room. Li Xiaona pushed open the door and, upon stepping out, caught a faint, almost imperceptible scent of perfume in the air. Her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of suspicion in her eyes, and she headed straight for the bathroom to investigate. Once inside, her gaze fell on the clothes hanging to one side, and she sniffed them closely, confirming that the fragrance was indeed coming from them. Then, Li Xiaona stormed into Yi Feng's room, grabbed his ear without a word, and demanded playfully, You heartless bastard! Your clothes are covered in perfume. Tell me honestly, where have you and Zhao Peng been gallivanting off to? Faced with this sudden accusation, Yi Feng immediately felt embarrassed. He inwardly groaned, having focused solely on washing away the lingering odor from his body, completely ignoring the fragrance still clinging to his clothes. Now, he could only brace himself and try to explain. Yi Feng's lips twitched slightly as he tried to maintain his composure, speaking in what he thought was a very calm tone. Xiao Na, can you be a little gentler? It really hurts. Don't worry, let me explain, okay? Actually, it was Zhao Peng who insisted on dragging me to the bar. I really didn't do anything. I swear to God, I've been keeping my chastity for you, otherwise why would I have come back to you so soon, right? You have to believe me. Yi Feng muttered to himself. Aren't they saying that women in love become silly? Why is my Xiao Na as shrewd as a reincarnated Sherlock Holmes? Zhao Peng, you're the one who has to take the blame for this. Who told you to drag me to a place like that? At that moment, Zhao Peng, who was partying in the bar, suddenly sneezed loudly. He rubbed his nose and muttered, Could someone be secretly missing me? Oh well, never mind. Look at all these beautiful women around me. It seems I can unleash my charm and sweep the whole place tonight. At this moment, Li Xiaona was still staring intently at Yi Feng, her gaze seemingly trying to pierce his face, searching for any unusual clue. However, when she saw that Yi Feng's expression was normal, her doubts lessened slightly. She released her grip on Yi Feng's ear and said softly, Brother Feng, I was just worried you'd be corrupted by the outside world. Besides, what's wrong with me? Hee, I'm going back to my room now. With that, she turned and lightly prepared to leave. Yi Feng flashed forward, appearing in the doorway like a ghost. He lightly kicked the door shut. Then, he strode forward, swept Li Xiaona up in his arms, and tossed her onto the soft bed like a sandbag. He then leaped onto her, pinning her beneath him. Xiao Na, you can't escape today, so just let me enjoy you. Yi Feng's lips curled into a wicked smile, his eyes fixed predatorily on the beauty beneath him. Li Xiaona's cheeks flushed crimson, her face radiant with shyness. She playfully scolded, Brother Feng, you're so naughty! But no matter how hard you try, it's all in vain, my period hasn't ended yet. Hearing this, Yifeng's smile deepened. His narrow eyes gleamed with mischief as he stared intently at Li Xiaona's alluring red lips. Li Xiaona naturally understood his intentions, and blushed slightly, but still nodded gently in acquiescence. Thus, the two gradually fell into a passionate yet awkward entanglement. The next morning, Lu Fuda, unable to contain his excitement, rushed to Chu Mufing's villa. However, when he learned that Chu Mufing was still asleep, although he felt a little dissatisfied, he dared not utter a word of complaint, and could only sit anxiously in the living room, waiting silently. About an hour and a half later, Chu Mufing finally leisurely came downstairs. Upon seeing him, Lu Fuda immediately stood up, eagerly rushing forward, repeatedly saying, "Young Master Chu, let's get going quickly! I can't wait for my little brother to regain its former glory." Chu Mufing slightly turned his head, glancing at Lu Fuda out of the corner of his eye. A slight smile played on his lips as he said calmly, "Mr. Lu, please calm down. Since I've already promised to take you to see Elder Qi, I naturally won't go back on my word." Lu Fuda cursed inwardly, but dared not show it, as he needed Chu Mufing's help at this moment. Helpless, he forced a smile and said, "Young Master Chu, you must understand my feelings. This concerns my happiness for the rest of my life. Don't worry. As long as we can see Elder Qi, I will definitely deliver the 100 million Chinese yuan I promised you in full." Hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Chu Mufing's face. He waved his hand, feigning magnanimity, and said, "Mr. Lu, you're being too polite. Do you think I, Chu Mufing, am the kind of person who only cares about money? Seeing how anxious you are, let's set off now." 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Old Master Qi's courtyard house. After being announced, they were led into Old Master Qi's reception room. Upon entering, Chu Mufing greeted Qi Yuanshan with a fawning expression. "Grandpa Qi, long time no see. You look much more energetic, you're getting younger and younger." Qi Yuanshan chuckled and replied, "Mufing, what brings you to visit me today? How is your grandfather? I haven't seen him for quite some time." Chu Mufing answered respectfully, "I am very grateful for Grandpa Qi's concern for my grandfather. He is currently in good health. The real reason for my visit today is to earnestly request Grandpa Qi to use his miraculous healing skills to save my friend." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Fuda hurriedly stepped forward, gently placed the carefully prepared gift on the table, and said respectfully, "Mr. Qi, my name is Lu Fuda. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Qi Yuanshan stared at Lu Fuda with a suspicious look and asked, "Mr. Lu, you look rosy and energetic. You don't seem to be troubled by illness at all. Could it be—" Lu Fuda sighed deeply and told the truth. "To be honest, Mr. Qi, since recently, I have inexplicably lost my male function. I have sought medical treatment everywhere, but to no avail. Desperate, I have come here seeking your help, earnestly requesting your personal assistance to save me from this dire situation." Qi Yuanshan understood Lu Fuda's feelings and led him into a quiet room for a thorough examination. After the examination, Qi Yuanshan returned to the reception room. He gazed at Chu Mufing, his tone as calm as a still lake, and said, "Mufing, have your friend take the gifts back." Lu Fuda's heart tightened, and he hurriedly said, "Elder Qi, is there something I haven't done well enough? Please enlighten me, Elder Qi. I came here with utmost sincerity, begging you to save me." Qi Yuanshan sighed and said, "It's not that I'm unwilling to treat you, but your lower body meridians are severed. I am powerless to save you unless you can find a healer in Huichen Valley." Lu Fuda hurriedly asked, "Elder Qi, please tell me the location of Huichen Valley. I am willing to pay half of my fortune, just to be saved." Qi Yuanshan's face showed a look of reminiscence as he slowly said, "I only encountered a disciple from Huichen Valley who came out for training when I was young. As for his exact location, I have no idea. Mr. Lu, please leave." Upon hearing the news, Lu Fuda was struck dumb, as if all his strength had been drained from his body. He sat there blankly, his eyes vacant, his heart filled with despair and helplessness. Rejuvenation Valley, a name he had never heard of before, had now become his only lifeline. However, Chi Yuan-chan's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing any hope in his heart. He didn't know where Rejuvenation Valley was, nor how to find it. He even began to doubt whether such a magical place truly existed in this world. He slowly stood up and walked out of Chi Yuan-chan's courtyard. The sunlight outside was blinding and piercing, making him feel dizzy. Chi Yuan-chan watched the two figures leave and murmured, "Another martial artist's trick. It seems this world is about to descend into chaos again." Outside the courtyard, Lu Fuda's initially bewildered expression gradually turned ferocious, eventually escalating into a state of madness. He glared at Chu Mufing behind him, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Young Master Chu, rest assured. I'll have someone transfer that 100 million renminbi immediately. Those damned Yi Feng and Zhao Peng. I will definitely not let you two get away with this." Chu Mufing nodded slightly in agreement. He never expected that Lu Fuda's little brother would be harmed by a martial artist. This meant that Yi Feng seemed to be hiding some mysterious identity that even he didn't know. Now, should he continue to take action against Huanyu Investment? This was no longer a decision he could make alone. "Mr. Lu, this incident involves martial artists, and the situation is very complicated. I must report to the family, and my father will make the final decision. I will inform you immediately of any new information." After saying this, Chu Mufing turned and left without looking back. Watching Chu Mufing's retreating figure, Lu Fuda was filled with resentment and unwillingness. However, if the Chu family chose to abandon their offensive against Yi Feng, his chances of revenge on his own were simply a pipe dream, utterly futile. Just then, Yi Feng looked down at Li Xiaona in his arms and murmured softly, "To have someone like this, my life is complete." His gaze was filled with deep affection and doting tenderness. Li Xiaona was awakened by Yi Feng's voice. She groggily raised her head and asked indistinctly, "Brother Feng, what are you saying?" Her voice was languid and confused. Just as Yi Feng was about to lean down and kiss her, he suddenly heard Li Xiaona let out a soft exclamation. "Ouch, Brother Feng, you're pressing on my hair!" Yi Feng was immediately embarrassed and quickly stood up, gently helping Li Xiaona up, and said softly, "Sorry, my darling, did I hurt you? Let's go wash up together." Li Xiaona playfully blinked her eyes and said coquettishly, "Brother Feng, I want you to carry me there, hee. Remember to give me a princess carry." Her tone revealed endless charm and cuteness. Without hesitation, Yi Feng pulled her tightly into his arms and strode towards the washroom. After entering the washroom, the two quickly finished washing up. Then, hand in hand, they went to the living room. Yilin was sitting quietly on the sofa. When she saw Yi Feng walk in, she panicked and quickly lowered her head, saying in a low voice, "Brother, I know I was wrong, I'm really sorry." Yi Feng slowly walked to Yilin's side and sat down, asking calmly, "Then do you know what you did wrong?" Yilin nodded gently and replied, "Ever since my brother took me to Shanghai, my whole mindset has changed. Perhaps it's because seeing him become wealthy has inflated my vanity. As a result, I've become arrogant and rude, no longer caring about others' feelings, only thinking about satisfying my own desires." Yi Feng listened, a relieved smile appearing on his face. He said earnestly, "I hope you can truly understand what you're saying, and not just pay lip service. Look at Mom and Dad, although they have considerable wealth, their mindset remains excellent, and they haven't changed because of it. Finally, let me give you a piece of advice. If virtue doesn't match one's position, disaster will surely follow. If one's wealth doesn't match one's character, loss will surely follow. The highest good is like water, which benefits all things and does not contend. If virtue is greater than gain, there will surely be gain. If gain is greater than virtue, there will surely be loss. I hope you understand." At this moment, Li Xiaona stepped forward, took Yi Lin's hand, and comforted her. "Okay, Lin. Brother Feng has forgiven you. Don't be unhappy anymore." Yi Lin's mood had brightened considerably, and her lively and playful nature was gradually returning. She winked at Li Xiaona and teased, Xiona, I just saw you coming out of my brother's room. Hee, could it be that last night you. She deliberately dragged out the words, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Li Xiaona's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and retorted without backing down. Yes, just as you thought. So what? Any complaints? Even if you have any, it's no use. Come on, call me sister-in-law so I can hear it. Her words carried a touch of boldness and straightforwardness. Yi Lin hadn't expected Li Xiaona to admit it so frankly, and felt a little uncomfortable. She suspected there must have been a secret between them last night. So she quickly composed herself, flashed a sweet smile, and called out in a sweet voice. Sister-in-law, my dearest sister-in-law, when are you planning to give me a cute little nephew or niece? I, Yi Dehua, would gladly do anything for you. Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh heartily, teasingly saying, Come on, with your personality, you'll probably spoil the child rotten. He shook his head and chuckled as he spoke, seemingly full of helplessness towards Yi Lin. Yi Lin scratched her head somewhat embarrassedly, secretly thinking that if things continued like this, she might spoil the child into an unruly little tyrant. So she quickly changed the subject. Brother, and my dearest sister-in-law, can you take me out to play today? Staying in the hotel all day is so boring. Hearing his sister's words, Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh, replying, You're such a playful little rascal. But by now, Xiao Peng should be up too. Let this local expert help us arrange the itinerary. After all, Beijing is his familiar territory. With that, Yi Feng took out his phone and dialed Xiao Peng's number. On the other end of the line came Xiao Peng's excited voice. Brother Feng, you have no idea how carefree I've been since you left yesterday. I've been incredibly dashing and spirited. Last night I took on several men in a row, winning every single one. I'm even thinking of secretly going home to get my dad's ginseng to nourish myself. Hearing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but cough a few times, inwardly groaning. If he'd known it would turn out like this, he would have just taken them out to play. Why bother asking this troublesome guy for help? As he thought this, he glanced at Li Xiaona beside him out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that Li Xiaona wasn't paying attention to him today, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Xiao Peng, all right, stop talking about your glorious achievements. Tell me quickly, what interesting places are there in Kyoto? Take us there later. Yi Feng interrupted impatiently. Xiao Peng hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, well, will your wife and Yi Lin be coming along? Yi Feng rolled his eyes and retorted irritably. What? Are you planning to find some shabby, rundown place to fool me if they don't come? Hey, of course not. Brother Feng, don't worry. Since your wife and Yi Lin are coming too, I definitely need to think carefully and arrange some reliable and fun activities. By the way, it's almost noon now. How about I come pick you up and we grab a bite to eat together? Xiao Peng quickly patted his chest to assure him. Yi Feng had no objection to this, tacitly agreeing before hanging up the phone. He then turned to the two women beside him and instructed. Xiao Peng will be coming to pick up the three of us soon. You two should get ready a bit. Meanwhile, far away in the Fang family mansion in Shanghai, Fang Hongye had just received a mysterious phone call. He was currently deeply troubled, facing this difficult choice and utterly at a loss for what to do. After much hesitation, he decided to have a servant convey a message to Mingwei, saying he had something important to discuss and requesting her immediate presence. The servant nodded understandingly, acknowledged the message, and hurriedly left. Shortly afterward, Fang Mingwei rushed over. Seeing Fang Hongye's serious expression, she quickly said, Father, what brings you here? Fang Hongye frowned and said, The Chu family in Kyoto has sent word that they want us to join forces to deal with Mr. Yi. This matter is of great importance, and I am really struggling to make a decision. That's why I called you here to discuss it with us and see what choice our family should make. Upon hearing this, Fang Mingwei also lowered her head in deep thought, silently calculating the pros and cons of this matter. After a long while, she finally raised her head, looking firmly at Fang Hongye, and said, Father, in my opinion, Our Fong family has absolutely no effective bargaining chips to contend with Mr. Yi. Even if the Chu family ultimately wins a great victory, we will probably only be able to watch helplessly, and may not even get a share of the spoils. The Fong family is really not suited to get involved in such a conflict right now. Fan Hongye seemed to have all his strength drained away instantly, slumping weakly into his chair, and echoed in a low voice. Yes, you're right. The Fong family has long since lost the capital and strength to participate in the struggle. Enough. I'll just reply to the Chu family as soon as possible, indicating that we have no intention of getting involved. However, Fang Minghua quickly interrupted, saying, Father, please wait. In my opinion, given Mr. Ye's character, if we can secretly provide him with some support and assistance, we might receive unexpected rewards. Fan Hongye's previously dull eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately became excited and eagerly said to Fang Minghua, Minghua, quickly tell your father what you really think. Fan Minghua knew that this opportunity was of great significance to the Fang family, concerning whether they could regain their former glory. Therefore, she unreservedly revealed her carefully considered plan. Father, Fang Minghua said, in my opinion, we might as well pretend to agree to the Chu family's request first, and then find a way to pass on some important information to Mr. Yi. However, this matter is of utmost importance, and we must not let anyone else in the family know about it, lest the secret leak out. Fan Hongye frowned slightly, his face full of suspicion, and asked, The Chu family is very shrewd. If we just agree verbally without taking any real action, how can they easily believe us? Fan Minghua smiled slightly and replied confidently, Father, don't be hasty. What the Chu family values is nothing more than our family's connections in Shanghai. But don't forget, there's also the Qin family in Shanghai, and they have a close relationship with Mr. Yi. As long as we use a little trick and join forces with the Qin family to put on a good show, we can naturally make the Chu family fall into a trap. As for the specific details, I'll discuss them with Hao Yue later. Upon hearing this, Fan Hongye smiled with satisfaction and nodded slightly in agreement. Yes, Minghua, you are absolutely right. In that case, we will proceed according to your plan. Remember, be extremely careful in your actions and do not let the Chu family notice any clues. Fan Minghua replied solemnly. Father, please rest assured, I will certainly not fail in my mission. With that, she resolutely turned and left, leaving Fan Hongye watching her receding figure, letting out a long sigh. He secretly pondered that if his daughter truly had the ability to revive the Fang family, then perhaps the position of head of the Fang family could be handed over to her in the future. Having made up his mind, Fan Hongye immediately took out his phone and dialed the Chu family's number, conveying that the Fang family had agreed to their conditions. Meanwhile, Zhao Peng also arrived at the entrance of the Longwan Hotel. Upon seeing Yi Feng and his group appear, he immediately stepped forward to greet them. Brother Feng, sister-in-law, and Yi Lin, let's get in the car first. We didn't get to eat Peking duck yesterday, so let's go to Quanjude and have a good feast today. Yi Lin, hearing this, happily chimed in. Zhao Peng, you really keep your word. Hee, actually, I've been craving Quanjude's Peking duck for ages. Zhao Peng said smugly. Yi Lin, you should ask around. Even though I, Zhao Peng, am a spendthrift, my reputation is top-notch, absolutely reliable. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Zhao Peng became even more smug and continued. All right, everyone stop laughing, get in the car quickly, let's go. Everyone got into the car, and Zhao Peng started it, driving slowly out of the hotel. Along the way, Zhao Peng frequently praised Quanjude's roast duck, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Finally, the car arrived at Quanjude. After getting out, everyone was captivated by the scene before them. The restaurant was bustling with people, a lively atmosphere. Zhao Peng led everyone to their reserved table and ordered several signature dishes, the most eye-catching of which was the roast duck. Not long after, a waiter brought a plate of fragrant, steaming roast duck to the table. Yilin eagerly picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of glistening duck meat from the plate, and put it in her mouth, chewing carefully before slowly swallowing. A satisfied expression immediately appeared on her beautiful face, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! This roast duck is absolutely delicious! The meat is incredibly tender and juicy, and the skin is crispy but not greasy. It truly lives up to its reputation." Sitting nearby, Li Xiaona also quickly reached for her chopsticks and took a piece to taste. In an instant, her previously dull eyes brightened, and she nodded repeatedly in praise, exclaiming, "It really is delicious! This is much better than anything I've had elsewhere." Seeing the two so engrossed in their meal, Zhao Peng was secretly pleased, a look of pride and satisfaction spreading across his face. He smiled broadly and said heartily to Yilin and Li Xiaona, "Haha, since you both think it's delicious, I'll order 2 more. Enjoy yourselves today." At this moment, Yi Feng also casually picked up a thin, almost translucent spring pancake, skillfully wrapped 2 slices of roast duck meat around it, and then began to eat with relish. After finishing, he wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and turned to Zhao Peng, asking, "Zhao Peng, what are our plans for the rest of the trip?" Zhao Peng pondered for a moment and replied, How about we visit the Great Wall? Or perhaps the Forbidden City would be a good option. Of course, if you're interested in royal gardens, the Summer Palace would be an excellent choice. Ultimately, it's up to you to decide where to go." After a moment's thought, Yilin replied, "I actually want to go to all of these places, but time is limited, so I'm afraid I can only choose one." "Xiao Na, you should make the decision." Li Xiaona pondered for a while, then said firmly, "As the saying goes, he who has not climbed the Great Wall is not a true hero. Why don't we go to the Great Wall?" Hearing their discussion, Yi Feng decisively made the decision. "Okay, it's settled then. We'll go to the Great Wall together later." Not long after, the waiter brought the freshly sliced roast duck to the table. Yilin and Li Xiaona immediately began to devour it again. Yi Feng, however, took a sip of tea and slowly said, "Zhao Peng, you always squander money so recklessly, not caring at all about your reputation. Haven't you ever thought about becoming the head of the Zhao family? If you have that idea, I can lend you a hand." Zhao Peng hurriedly waved his hands, repeatedly declining. "Brother Feng, please don't joke with me. I'm not one of those seemingly unassuming, spoiled young masters from novels. I just like to have fun. I really don't have any grand ambitions. Besides, I don't have my older brother's shrewd business acumen, nor do I have the ability to manage family affairs. And we brothers have a very good relationship. It would be good for him to be the head of the family in the future. Living such a free and easy life now, doing whatever I want, is so pleasant and carefree. I can't be bothered with those troublesome things." Yilin, who was intently eating roast duck with her head down, looked up after hearing Zhao Peng's words, gave him a thumbs up, and exclaimed, "Zhao Peng, I didn't expect you to be so carefree and easygoing. Actually, my dream is similar to yours, to be a lazy bum with plenty to eat and drink, without a care in the world." Zhao Peng smiled slightly and replied in a teasing tone, "Haha, well, we're quite different. My goal is to become a high-class lazy bum who can eat meat to his heart's content, drink wine to his heart's content, and enjoy himself to the fullest. Much better than an ordinary person like you." Yilin, unconvinced, pouted and muttered, "TCH, after all that talk, aren't we all just salted fish in the end? What's so great about that? We're all the same." She then buried her head in her roast duck. At this moment, Yi Feng, who had been quietly sipping tea nearby, finally couldn't help but laugh. He put down his teacup, looked at the 2 lively characters, and jokingly said, "You two, since you've both decided to be salted fish, then stop comparing yourselves. I think everyone's eaten enough, so why don't we set off now?" And so, the group left the famous Quanjude restaurant, heading enthusiastically towards the magnificent Great Wall. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, their songs rising and falling, their mood exceptionally cheerful and enjoying this wonderful and joyful time to the fullest. At the foot of the Great Wall, they were awestruck by its majestic grandeur, and eagerly took out their phones to capture this unforgettable moment. Yilin, in particular, excitedly waved her arms and exclaimed, "Wow, this is the Great Wall. It's so breathtaking. We must walk along it properly and feel the historical weight of this magnificent structure. They wound their way up the Great Wall, feeling the weight and vicissitudes of history. The scenery along the way unfolded like a scroll painting, breathtaking and invigorating. They frequently stopped to take photos, preserving these beautiful memories. At the summit of the Great Wall, they looked down at the distant mountains and villages, feeling the magnificence of nature and the greatness of humankind. Yifeng remarked with emotion, "Standing here, I feel as if I can sense the bravery and lofty aspirations of the ancient warriors. They built this immortal miracle with their blood, sweat, and lives, leaving us with a precious cultural heritage." Li Xiana exclaimed, "Yes, this Great Wall is not only the pride of China, but also a world treasure. We should cherish it, protect it, and let more people appreciate its splendor." Yulin smiled and excitedly called out to the two people in front of her, "Brother, sister Xiaona, let me take another picture of you two together. You two can get a little closer." Hearing her sister's words, Yifeng walked behind Li Xiaona without hesitation and gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Their heads tilted slightly, close together, as if time had stood still at that moment. Just then, Yulin pressed the shutter button, capturing this beautiful and heartwarming moment. Looking at the perfect family photo in the camera, Yulin was overjoyed. She couldn't wait to send the photo to her mother, Wang Meiwan, in Tianjin, with the message, "Mom, look how loving my brother and Xiaona are. Hee, and I have a little secret to tell you. They stayed together last night, so maybe you'll be able to hold your adorable grandson soon." At that very moment, Wang Meiwan, busy tidying up her room in Tianjin, was incredibly excited upon receiving her daughter Yilin's message. She even forgot about the vacuum cleaner she was holding, tossing it aside and quickly replying, "Xiaolin, you must keep a close eye on your brother and Xiaona for me. Since that's the case, we need to arrange our trip to Shanghai right away." Her words were filled with anticipation, and Yifeng stared suspiciously at Yilin, who was covering her mouth and chuckling, and asked curiously, "Hey, you little rascal, are you plotting something again?" Yilin playfully made a face at him, then replied with a grin, "No way. I just sent Mom a picture, brother, look, judging from Mom's reply, we're going to Shanghai soon." Yifeng laughed and replied, "That's perfect. We're going sooner or later anyway. If Xiaona hadn't graduated yet, we would have been married already." Hearing this, Zhao Peng couldn't help but chime in, "Brother Feng, I'm so envious. When will I ever find a girlfriend as good as your wife?" Yifeng, seeing this, chuckled and teased Zhao Peng, "Come on, stop pretending. You change girlfriends faster than you change clothes. Why are you worried about not finding one?" Zhao Peng put on a pitiful look and mumbled an explanation, "Brother Feng, don't make fun of me. It's all just a joke. My life's important matters aren't my own to decide. People from families like mine are bound to have arranged marriages." Seeing everyone fall silent, Yilin quickly stepped in to break the awkward silence, suggesting, "How about we take a group photo together? It'll be a good memory." Everyone readily agreed. Just as they were immersed in the joyful atmosphere, a massive conspiracy targeting Yifeng was quietly unfolding. Yifeng, at this moment, was completely unaware of it. Meanwhile, in the Chu family mansion in Beijing, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Chu Xiaotian sat firmly in the main seat, his gaze fixed intently on Han Fuli before him, and asked in a serious tone, "Patriarch Han, the Fang family of Shanghai has already agreed to join forces against Yifeng, and even Mr. Liu from Hong Kong has contacted several local powerful families to prepare for a joint attack. Why is your Han family still so hesitant? Has your family truly fallen so low that you can only swallow your anger when your heir suffers the humiliation of losing an arm?" Faced with Chu Xiaotian's questioning, Han Fuli's face darkened considerably. He took a deep breath and replied, "Patriarch Chu, that Yifeng possesses at least the cultivation of a Grand Master. If you have a way to deal with him, my Han family will certainly do everything in our power to help." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaotian burst into laughter and turned to Chu Mufeng beside him, instructing, "In that case, Mufeng, why don't you explain everything in detail to Patriarch Han? Chu Mufeng respectfully said to Han Fuli. Patriarch Han, you may not know this, but my elder brother, Chu Muyun, is about to return to Kyoto to report for duty and join the Dragon Soaring Squad. He has already reported to the 9th Bureau of China. If Yi Feng dares to attack someone who isn't a martial artist, he will definitely be surrounded and annihilated. The 9th Bureau has a Golden Core martial arts expert in charge. Han Fuli asked suspiciously. Are you really sure the 9th Bureau will intervene? Chu Mufeng laughed loudly. Patriarch Han, rest assured, a high-ranking member of the 9th Bureau will put pressure on Yi Feng today. Han Fuli frowned and pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded in agreement. If Yi Feng truly cannot personally intervene, then my Han family is willing to join in. Chu Xiaotian laughed heartily, then confidently replied. Patriarch Han, rest assured, you will absolutely not regret the decision you made today. At this moment, the Council Hall of the 9th Bureau in Kyoto, a national institution in China specifically responsible for handling martial artists and mysterious events, was already packed with people. Zhong Lichuan sat steadily in the main seat, lightly tapping the table with his fingers to signal everyone to quiet down. He said sternly, Please be quiet, everyone. I have gathered you here today to discuss an important matter. Recently, signs of activity from reclusive sects have been discovered throughout China. Although there haven't been any major battles between martial artists yet, we must remain highly vigilant and keep a close watch on things. If necessary, we must issue a stern warning to these sects and not allow their actions to disrupt the normal lives of ordinary people. Seated at the head of the table, Mu Changqing, the captain of the Dragon Hidden Squad, looked troubled and complained to Zhong Lichuan with a wry smile. Director Zhong, the number of martial artists emerging is increasing daily, and our current manpower is severely stretched. Zhong Lichuan frowned slightly and said, I know the situation is difficult, but we need to ensure the safety of the people as much as possible. I will allocate more manpower to support your work as soon as possible. Mu Changqing nodded gratefully and continued. In addition, we have also received reports of some mysterious events, some of which seem to be supernatural phenomena. Although we cannot yet confirm whether they are related to these sects, we need to investigate. Zhong Lichuan nodded, indicating his understanding. Okay, I will have the relevant departments cooperate. Report to me promptly if there are any new developments. Shang Wenhong, the captain of the Dragon Soaring Squad, who was seated next to him, stood up and said seriously. Director Zhong, according to the report given by Chu Muyun, who was just transferred to our Dragon Soaring Squad from the Northwest Theater Command, a martial artist named Yi Feng seems to have reached the Grand Master realm and has even attacked Han Xiaoqing of the Han family. Should our Dragon Soaring Squad take action in this situation? Zhong Lichuan frowned slightly, lost in thought. After a moment, he replied, For now, Longting shouldn't get involved in this matter. Your most important task is to focus on training the newly recruited members from each war zone. As for this Yi Feng, Changqing, go and give him a proper warning, and while you're at it, investigate his background. If he's of good character and trustworthy, you might as well try inviting him to join your Longing. Hearing Zhong Lichuan's arrangement, Mu Changqing smiled with delight. After all, Grand Master-level martial artists are extremely rare. If they could successfully recruit such a talent into their team, the team's overall strength would be greatly enhanced. Don't worry, Director Zhong! After I've investigated thoroughly, I'll personally handle this matter immediately. Mu Changqing readily agreed, secretly looking forward to meeting the mysterious Yi Feng. After the meeting, Zhong Lichuan returned to his office, focusing intently on his work. He knew that although the current situation was relatively stable, he had a nagging feeling that a storm was brewing. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and his 3 companions left the Great Wall and returned to the Longwan Hotel. Seeing everyone return to their rooms, Zhao Peng, like a cunning rabbit, quickly went to his own double room. It turned out he had already arranged a meeting with the beautiful woman he'd met at the bar. Preparing for a fierce encounter. While Yi Feng and the others entered the suite, Yi Lin, perhaps feeling tired, had already gone to her room to rest. Yi Feng, however, pulled Li Xiaona close and whispered in her ear. Darling, how about we take a bath together? Hearing this, Li Xiaona's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She playfully scolded. You're so annoying! You big pervert, I don't want to go with you. I'd better go back to my room. With that, she turned to leave. Just as Yifeng reached out to stop Li Xiaona, a crisp cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw Shen Haoyue's name on the screen, so he answered without hesitation. Hello, Haoyue, calling so late. Is something wrong? Yifeng asked. Shen Haoyue's tone on the other end of the phone sounded quite urgent. Mr. Yi, Fan Mingwei just sent over some important news. She says the Chu and Han families of Kyoto, along with the Fan family of Shanghai, have joined forces, along with several groups from Hong Kong. They're preparing to attack One Yu Investment. Hearing this, Yifeng's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. These guys were simply overestimating themselves. He hadn't even gone to provoke them yet, and they dared to form an alliance to deal with him. However, what surprised him most was Fang Mingwei. She actually leaked such crucial information to him. It seemed this woman was quite something. Oh, what exactly does Fang Mingwei mean? Since her family has already decided to join, why would she specifically reveal such important information to us? Yifeng frowned, speaking softly. Shen Haoyue pondered for a moment and said, Fang Mingyue's actions are actually quite deliberate. Although her Fang family has outwardly joined the opposing camp, they are actually secretly communicating with us. In other words, the Fang family wants to help us through this method. Of course, this undoubtedly involves some strategy and cunning. As for us, we need to cooperate with the Fang family to put on a good show. Yifeng nodded in agreement. He thought to himself, Fang Mingwei is truly a cunning and clever person. In this way, she can show friendliness to us while avoiding angering the other major forces on the surface. It's a double win. Go and convey to Fang Mingwei that I agree to her plan, and I will remember this favor. In the future, the Fang family can develop and expand its strength in a normal manner. In addition, Huan Yu Investment will also provide the Fang family with certain support. However, the Fang family must fulfill its promise to invest 90% of its assets in charity. As for the specific implementation and operation, you should know the ins and outs better than I do. Anyway, I only care about the final result, and I won't ask too many questions or interfere with the details of the process. Yifeng said with a slight smile. Shen Haoyue, beaming, said to Yifeng, Mr. Yi, please rest assured, I will convey your words to Fang Mingwei truthfully. I firmly believe that she will be overjoyed when she hears this good news. Yifeng smiled slightly and replied, Yes, don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. If you encounter any financial problems, please contact me anytime. With that, Shen Haoyue ended the call and turned to face Fang Mingwei beside him. Fang Mingwei looked at Shen Haoyue with joy, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. She said softly, Haoyue, thank you so much. The Fang family finally has hope for a resurgence. She then solemnly promised, Please tell Mr. Yi that the Fang family will always stand firmly by his side. Right now, I can't wait to rush home and tell my father this good news. After saying goodbye to Shen Haoyue, Fang Mingwei hurriedly left. Meanwhile, Yifeng was leisurely soaking in the bathtub, his thoughts already far away. He secretly vowed to teach those families a lesson, to make them suffer. Just as he was lost in thought, the bathroom door was slowly pushed open without warning. Li Xiaona, her cheeks flushed, wearing a loose bathrobe, walked into the bathroom with a slightly shy air. Her appearance caught Yifeng off guard, but he quickly regained his composure. He gazed at the charming and shy Li Xiaona before him, a strange emotion welling up within him. However, in this delicate atmosphere, both remained silent, seemingly waiting for the other to break the ice. Li Xiaona's voice trembled slightly as she said, Brother Feng, didn't you say you wanted to take a bath together? I've come to find you now, aren't you going to invite me? As she spoke, her eyes revealed a complex mix of expectation and shyness. Upon hearing this, Yifeng didn't hesitate to reach out and pull Li Xiaona into the bathtub. Their bodies instantly pressed together, as if there were no distance between them. He looked down at the delicate, lovely, and charming Li Xiaona in his arms and whispered, "Little lamb, the big bad wolf is going to devour you today." What followed was a passionate and intense moment, the details of which are difficult to describe. After it all, Li Xiaona curled up in Yifeng's broad, warm embrace like a docile kitten. She felt completely exhausted, as if all her energy had been drained in the passionate encounter. She looked up at Yifeng, who still seemed unsatisfied, and said softly, "Brother Feng, Xiaona is yours now, so you must treat me well from now on." Yifeng gently picked her up, took a towel and carefully dried her body, replying, "That's only natural. From now on, I will treat you with all my heart. How about we return to Tianjin tomorrow, pick up Mom and Dad, and then head to Shanghai together, so our elders can formally meet?" Li Xiaona simply nodded in agreement, then let Yifeng carry her back to their room to rest. The two lay on the soft bed. Yifeng gazed at her face, flushed like a ripe apple, and couldn't help but kiss her. After their lips parted, Li Xiaona felt Yifeng's renewed vitality and pleaded softly, "Brother Feng, please spare me, I have no strength left." Yifeng suppressed the surging impulse within him. After all, how could Xiaona, experiencing love for the first time, withstand such torment? He gently pulled her into his arms, and together they drifted into a sweet dream. At dawn, a faint ray of morning light streamed through the window into the 9th Bureau's office. Mu Changqing sat upright at his desk, staring intently at Yifeng's file in his hand, muttering to himself, "It's truly perplexing. This person was clearly just an ordinary guy before. How could he have amassed such a huge fortune in such a short time, and even broken through to the Grand Master realm? Yifeng must be hiding many secrets. I just wonder if he has any connections with foreign forces. It seems I must find an opportunity to meet with him as soon as possible." With that, Mu Changqing rose and left the office, speeding towards the Dragon Bay Hotel. At the same moment, Yifeng slowly woke up. He gazed quietly at Li Xiaona, who was fast asleep beside him, and a strong emotional surge welled up in his heart. Just as he was about to take action, his keen senses suddenly detected a martial arts master approaching from outside the presidential suite. So, Yifeng carefully withdrew his arm from under Li Xiaona's head, quickly put on a nightgown, and stepped towards the door. When he sensed the person standing at the door, Yifeng slowly pushed it open and asked, "May I ask what brings you here?" Mu Changqing's heart skipped a beat. He knew he was now a peak Grand Master, only a step away from the great Grand Master realm, yet he hadn't expected Yifeng to detect his presence. It seemed his previous assessment of Yifeng's strength had been inaccurate. He composed himself and said, "I am Mu Changqing, the current captain of the Dragon Shadow Squad of the 9th Bureau of the China Security Bureau. I apologize for disturbing you. Would it be possible for us to move downstairs for a more detailed discussion?" Upon seeing that the visitor was actually a member of the Chinese government, Yifeng's tense nerves finally relaxed, as he harbored deep emotional ties to China. He replied, "Please wait a moment while I go back to my room to change." With that, he turned and returned to his room. Shortly afterward, Yifeng reappeared, dressed in neat and appropriate attire, and followed Mu Changqing to a reception room downstairs. After the two were seated, Mu Changqing didn't waste any more time and went straight to the point, asking Yifeng, "Yifeng, according to the intelligence we obtained from the Chu family, you once attacked Han Shaoqing of the Han family. Is this true?" Yifeng nodded slightly in agreement and said, "Indeed. Back in Shanghai, that Han Shaoqing dared to order his martial artists to attack my sister. Naturally, I wouldn't stand idly by, so I ordered my guards to cripple one of his arms. Actually, not taking his life was already showing mercy and being more than merciful." Hearing this, Mu Changqing cursed inwardly. What kind of people were the Chu family doing? They hadn't even mentioned such crucial information. And Han Shaoqing was far too arrogant and domineering, daring to attack the family of a Grand Master. He was lucky he wasn't killed. Well, Yifeng, I really didn't know about this before. Han Shaoqing dared to attack your family, so crippling his arm was his own fault, he deserved it. I'm here today mainly to remind you that martial artists shouldn't easily attack ordinary people. However, if the other party provokes trouble first, then that's a different story. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. If martial artists could use violence against ordinary people at will, wouldn't the whole of China be plunged into chaos? Captain Mu, please rest assured, I would never attack ordinary people without reason. There's no need to worry about that. Also, could you please explain this so-called Ninth Bureau in detail? Upon hearing Yi Feng's question, Mu Changqing's expression turned solemn and serious. He said in a deep voice, "The Ninth Bureau is unlike any other department. It reports directly to the top leader and shoulders an important mission. We mainly focus on dealing with martial artists and mysterious events within the country, while also dealing with various threats from abroad. As for more specific details, I'm afraid I cannot reveal too much. Please forgive me. Oh, by the way, Yi Feng, I'd like to know what realm you are currently at. Would you be interested in joining the Dragon Shadow Squad that I lead?" Yi Feng held deep respect and admiration for the Ninth Bureau, which maintained national stability and protected the people's peace. However, considering his own free-spirited and unrestrained personality, he found it difficult to accept joining such an organization. Therefore, he replied tactfully, "Captain Mu, in my opinion, I'm probably at the Grand Master level. As for joining the Dragon Shadow Squad, I'm afraid I should pass. I'm a free spirit and have never been comfortable with too many constraints. However, please rest assured, as a proud Chinese, if there's ever a need for me in the future, I will do my utmost and never refuse." Although he had long anticipated that Yi Feng might possess extraordinary strength, Mu Changqing was still incredibly shocked to hear him confirm it with his own ears. Immediately afterward, Mu Changqing couldn't help but express deep regret regarding Yi Feng's refusal to join the Dragon Shadow Squad. However, he was gratified that Yi Feng's firm words revealed his strong sense of belonging to China. "Yi Feng, since that's the case, I won't force you. If your thoughts change in the future, you can contact me at any time. Also, the information provided by the Chu family this time seems to be withheld. They are probably secretly plotting against you, so please be very careful. Well then, I'll take my leave." Watching Mu Changqing walk away, Yi Feng's fondness for him grew stronger. He turned and stepped into his room. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Xiaona sitting up sleepily in bed, rubbing her eyes and asking sweetly, "Brother Feng, why are you up so early? I didn't see you after I woke up. I thought you'd gotten your way and run away." Hee hee hee. Before she finished speaking, Yi Feng darted forward and pulled her into his arms, their lips meeting in a passionate kiss. After a lingering kiss, Yi Feng smacked his lips and said with a smile, So sweet." Li Xiaona blushed instantly, gently pushing Yi Feng's shoulder and scolding, "Ugh, you're so annoying! I haven't brushed my teeth yet." Yi Feng, however, didn't seem to mind, replying with a mischievous grin, "So what? I want to taste the most authentic and pure version of you. Go wash up, and once Yilin wakes up, we'll head back to Tianjin." Watching her graceful figure heading to the restroom to wash up, Yi Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, a sly glint in his eyes. He quietly reached out and gently patted her round, full buttocks. Li Xiaona let out a soft gasp, her body trembling slightly. Then, like a startled deer, she quickened her pace and rushed into the restroom without looking back. Yi Feng stood there, watching her fleeing figure in a flustered state, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Around noon, Yi Feng and his two companions boarded the high-speed train back to Tianjin. As soon as they were seated, Yilin eagerly took out her phone and sent a message to her mother, Wang Meiwan. "Mom, we're on the high-speed train back to Tianjin now. We'll be home in about an hour. Hee, my brother said we're going to Shanghai tomorrow." Receiving her daughter's message, Wang Meiwan smiled with relief and quickly replied, "Xiaolin, you need to be smart too. If anything happens, remember to tell Mom immediately. By the way, I saw on the news that universities seem to allow students to get married now, is that right?" Yilin quickly replied, "Yes, Mom, as long as he's of legal age." "But do you really want my brother and Xiaona to get married right now?" Wang Meiwan retorted irritably. This is none of your business. Go away! Okay, I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to hurry up and pack my bags. With that, she ignored Yi Lin and dialed her husband, Yi Yuanhai's, number, informing him of the travel arrangements before busily packing. Meanwhile, in the distant city of Shanghai, the Fang family welcomed a mysterious young visitor. This person was none other than the renowned Chu Mufeng. In the spacious and brightly lit reception room of the Fang family home, Fang Hongye greeted everyone with a beaming smile. "Oh my, young Master Chu, your presence is an immense honor for our Fang family." However, in response to Fang Hongye's enthusiastic greetings, Chu Mufeng merely smiled coldly and replied without any politeness. "Old Master Fang, let's stop with the pretense. Everyone knows that our funds have already been fully received. Now it's your Fang family's turn to show your appreciation, isn't it?" A cold glint flashed in Fang Hongye's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. He slowly said, "Young Master Chu is quite right, but I am getting old and my energy is limited. My daughter Mingwei will assist you with the specifics. I am feeling a bit tired, so I will take my leave now." Before he finished speaking, he turned and left. Seeing this, Fang Mingwei smiled slightly and said softly, "My father is not in good health. I hope young Master Chu will be understanding. If there is anything the Fang family can do for you, please feel free to speak freely." Chu Mufeng became even more arrogant upon hearing this, and said disdainfully to Fang Mingwei, "Humph, what can your Fang family accomplish besides those so-called connections? Well then, you should first try to get the authorities to cause some trouble for Huanyu investment." Fang Mingwei nodded slightly in agreement and replied, "Young Master Chu, please rest assured, I will immediately begin arranging the relevant matters. Also, if you have any subsequent plans or needs, please let me know at any time so that I can make full preparations and fully cooperate with your actions." Chu Mufeng's face revealed a smug expression, and he said confidently, "First, you must find a way to throw Huanyu investment into chaos. Next, I will launch a suppression offensive against the companies they have acquired, and when the time is right, I will buy them out at a low price. Oh, by the way, I suppose there are still many members of your Fang family within the Fang group that Yifeng acquired, right? Why not mobilize them to take some action and create some negative impact?" After learning of Chu Mufeng's initial plan, Fang Mingwei flattered him obsequiously. "Young Master Chu's plan is brilliant. This time, we're sure to successfully acquire the entire Huanyu investment. But I wonder what benefits my Fang family will receive after it's done." However, Chu Mufeng secretly thought, "Your Fang family dares to dream of getting anything in return? If it weren't for your family's remaining connections, given your current impoverished state, how could you possibly be qualified to cooperate with me?" He pondered this inwardly, but outwardly remained calm, saying, "As long as the Fang family can demonstrate its value, the corresponding rewards will naturally be substantial. Let's act quickly. As for other aspects, there's no need to worry too much. All right, I have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." With that, Chu Mufeng turned and left. As his figure receded into the distance and disappeared from sight, Fang Mingyue's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a gloomy expression. She knew all too well that the Fang family was utterly insignificant in Chu Mufeng's eyes, practically negligible. Fortunately, she hadn't genuinely cooperated, otherwise she would not only have gained nothing, but could even have been implicated and wiped out. Fang Mingwei acted decisively, summoning her subordinates without hesitation to begin meticulously planning a response to Huanyu investment. Once everything was arranged, she immediately called Shen Haoyue, detailing the entire plan in its entirety. Upon receiving the news, Shen Haoyue, equally undeterred, immediately began implementing targeted strategic deployments. Simultaneously, she proactively contacted the Qin family, seeking their assistance and cooperation. At this moment, Yi Feng and his group had arrived at the Donghu villa. As soon as they stepped inside, Wang Meiwan eagerly rushed to greet them, completely ignoring Yi Lin who was running towards her. Instead, she grabbed Li Xiaona's hand and showered her with concern. Yi Feng, witnessing all this, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He turned to the neglected Yi Lin and teased, "Haha, how does it feel to be ignored by Mom? Feeling pretty grumpy, little sister. Hearing her brother's words, Yilin pouted and retorted without backing down. TCH, what's so funny? You're no better than me, just like everyone else, and you still have the nerve to laugh at me, humph. With that, she turned and stormed into her room. Watching his mother and Xiaona chatting animatedly, Yifeng briefly greeted them and then headed to the Donghu Hotel on his own. On the way, he called Yi Wuhan and Zhang Jiwei, arranging to meet them at Qian Ji's place. Not long after, Yifeng arrived at Qian Zhongwen's office. Upon seeing Yifeng, Qian Zhongwen warmly poured him a cup of hot tea and then asked with a smile, "Oh, Brother Yi, what brings you here today?" Yifeng didn't beat around the bush, picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp, then replied directly, "I do have something to inform everyone. Let's discuss it together when Brother Zhang and Brother Wuhan arrive." Not long after, Zhang Jiwei and Yi Wuhan hurriedly arrived at Qian Zhongwen's office. Upon entering, Zhang Jiwei looked at the three people before him and asked with a puzzled expression, "Brother Yi, what has happened that made you summon us so urgently?" Yifeng nodded slightly and then answered directly. "Recently, the Chu and Han families in Kyoto, along with several companies in Hong Kong, have joined forces to launch an attack against me. You should be very careful to avoid being implicated." Upon hearing this, Qian Zhongwen, Zhang Jiwei, and Yi Wuhan's expressions instantly turned serious. They knew that even dealing with any one of these families alone would be difficult, let alone the fact that these families and companies had chosen to form an alliance against Yifeng. Qian Zhongwen took a deep breath and said firmly, "Brother Yi, rest assured, if there's anything I can do to help, just ask. I, Qian Zhongwen, will absolutely do my duty." Zhang Jiwei immediately chimed in. "That's right. Although these opponents are indeed powerful, we will never easily succumb to their pressure." Seeing the deep loyalty between the two men, Yifeng felt a surge of warmth in his heart, his gratitude overflowing. "Thank you both for your support, brothers," he said. "But rest assured, I've already devised a plan to deal with the current situation. If you encounter any attacks, be sure to notify me immediately." The two men nodded in agreement. Qian Zhongwen then added, "Brother Yi, you must be extra careful. Those forces will undoubtedly target you first, so don't worry too much about us." Yifeng nodded in agreement and replied, "I predict they'll focus their attention on my Huanyu investment in Shanghai. As for Tianjin, there's nothing to worry about for now. Brother Wuhan, if they attempt to acquire one of our companies, we must prevent them from driving down the stock price. If they run out of funds, contact me immediately. We must find a way to tie up their funds, and when the time is right, we can launch a counterattack and take them over." Yi Wuhan nodded without hesitation, replying, "Brother Yi, please rest assured, I will definitely hold on to their funds tightly." At this moment, Qian Zhongwen, seeing that the discussion had become quite clear, asked, "Brother Yi, how many days do you plan to stay in Tianjin this time? If you have enough time, how about we get together for a drink?" Yifeng knew he would be returning to Shanghai tomorrow and probably wouldn't be back for a while. So he readily replied, "All right, then I'll trouble Brother Qian to arrange tonight's gathering. And Brother Wuhan, don't forget to invite Lin Wanqiu and Nio tonight. I've only heard Brother Qian mention them, but I haven't met them yet." Hearing this, a barely perceptible blush appeared on Yi Wuhan's face, and he said somewhat helplessly, "Hey Yifeng, you've become mischievous, you've even learned to joke with me. Okay, I'll have her bring Nio along tonight. You should also remember to bring your mysterious girlfriend along." Yifeng's lips curled into a sly smile as he replied, "Don't worry, absolutely no problem. But honestly, Brother Qian, we've known each other for a long time, but I don't think I've ever actually met your wife." Qian Zhongwen sighed softly, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Your sister-in-law took my 2 children and settled in the United States, across the ocean. I have too many enemies from the past. I really can't leave them here. It's more peaceful for them to live abroad, so they don't have to live in constant fear with me." He then gazed silently into the distance, seemingly lost in thought about his family. Looking at Qian Zhongwen's worried face, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. He gently comforted him. Brother Qian, I think your wife and child will understand your good intentions. When you have time, be sure to visit them. Hearing this, Qian Zhongwen nodded slightly in agreement. Then he sighed and said, Ah, yes. Actually, I miss them very much too. It's just that I've been too busy lately and haven't been able to get away. By the way, Brother Yi, you should know that the situation on the US side isn't very stable, right? There are always shooting incidents. Although I've arranged for special protection, it's better to be safe than sorry. So I wanted to ask you, do you still have any of those magical talismans? Yi Feng laughed heartily, saying with a hint of mockery. Oh, Brother Qian, so you've been planning this all along? But coincidentally, I just got a new batch. He pretended to reach into his jacket pocket, but actually quickly exchanged 30 basic defensive talismans through the system shop and neatly arranged them on the table. Then Yi Feng continued, There are 30 talismans here. You can divide them up and prepare one for each of your close friends, just in case. His tone was full of concern and sincerity, making everyone feel his concern for his friend's safety. Zhang Zhiwei saw Qian Zhongwen grab the talismans and quickly stepped forward, shouting, Old Qian, what are you doing? Brother, you said before that we should split these talismans equally. How can you try to keep them all for yourself? Yu Wuhan chimed in. That's right, Old Qian. I've already broken through to the Grand Master realm. Hey, if we really fight over them, do you think you can keep even one talisman? Hearing this, Qian Zhongwen turned to look at him, frowning, and said, Wuhan, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Since you're already a Grand Master, what do you need these talismans for? Is there some other use for them? Yu Wuhan shrugged helplessly and replied, I don't really need them myself, but Nio and Shaolin might need them. All right, stop dawdling. Hurry up and take out the talismans so we can all share them. Zhang Jiwei nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yeah, Lao Qian, hurry up. 10 talismans each, let's be quick. Faced with their urging, Qian Zhongwen seemed somewhat reluctant, but ultimately took out 20 talismans from his pocket and handed 10 to each of them. Yi Feng, watching this scene, couldn't help but laugh. Then he greeted everyone. Then I'll be leaving now. I'll bring Xiaona to visit you all again tonight. With that, he turned and left out. Yi Feng didn't immediately return to the Donghu villa after leaving, but instead traveled to the Tianjin flower base. Using his powerful divine sense, he scanned his surroundings and quickly discovered that Yi Yuanhai was currently in the greenhouse meticulously tending to a precious orchid. So, Yi Feng walked lightly towards the greenhouse. Yi Feng cautiously reached the greenhouse door, then peeked out to carefully observe Yi Yuanhai. He saw Yi Yuanhai completely absorbed in watering the orchid, his movements skillful and gentle, as if he were holding not a potted plant, but a rare treasure. Watching his father so engrossed in his work, Yi Feng suddenly had a mischievous thought. Without hesitation, he crept up behind Yi Yuanhai and, catching him off guard, slapped him hard on the shoulder. The sudden blow startled the unsuspecting Yi Yuanhai, causing him to flinch and lose control of the watering can, which hurtled towards the orchid pot. Fortunately, Yi Feng reacted quickly, rushing forward and catching the pot just as it hit the ground. Seeing his beloved orchid nearly destroyed, Yi Yuanhai was furious and about to yell at him, but upon recognizing Yi Feng, he chuckled helplessly and scolded. You little rascal, you really scared me. If you had really damaged my orchid, I'd teach you a lesson. Yi Feng replied with a grin. Dad, do you think I, your own son, am less important than a potted plant? Our whole family is going to Shanghai tomorrow, so you'd better arrange for someone to take care of these precious plants. After saying that, the two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere immediately became much more relaxed and harmonious. Hearing his son's words, Yi Yuanhai felt a surge of joy. A slight smile played on his lips as he teased. You little rascal, this time in Shanghai, your mother and I plan to personally settle things between you and Xiaona. Xiaona is a really nice girl, you'd better treat her well. If I find out you dare to bully her, see how I deal with you. Hearing his father's words, Yi Feng subconsciously touched his ear, a sly smile spreading across his face. he replied. Dad, you can rest assured. As the saying goes, like father, like son. I'll definitely be like you in the future, a man afraid of his wife. As for who bullies whom, that's really hard to say. Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud after saying that. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuanhai's face flushed crimson. He glared at Yi Feng, deliberately putting on a stern face and feigning anger, saying, Hey! You little brat, you've grown wings, haven't you? How dare you joke with me? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of my wife. I'm clearly just worried about your mother. All right, get out of here now. You've been making me angry all day. I have some things to take care of. I'll go home after I've settled everything. Seeing his father's embarrassment, Yi Feng knew it wasn't wise to tease him any further, so he said goodbye and turned to leave. Back at the Donghu villa, Yi Feng found the house empty, which puzzled him. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, Strange, why isn't anyone home? Then, he picked up his phone and dialed Li Xiaona's number. Hey Xiaona, why is everyone home? Where did you all go? Li Xiaona couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly replying, What's wrong? Even someone as capable as Brother Feng is afraid to be home alone? Hee, don't worry, Andy took me out for a beauty treatment, and Yilin went to driving school. But don't worry too much, we'll probably be home in about an hour. Hearing this, Yi Feng felt slightly comforted, but still couldn't help showing a hint of grievance. He sighed and said, Okay then, I'll wait for you guys at home. Oh, by the way, there's a party tonight, do you need me to come with you? Li Xiaona sweetly replied, Okay, I know, wait for me at home. The two chatted casually for a few more minutes before hanging up. Yi Feng put down his phone, turned, and went into his room. He took out 3 spirit-gathering pills from his system space, swallowed them without hesitation, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began cultivating. Meanwhile, Mu Changqing arrived at Zhong Lichuan's office. Seeing that Zhong Lichuan was focused on reading documents, Mu Changqing wisely chose not to disturb him, and instead poured himself a cup of hot tea, leisurely savoring it. After some time, Zhong Lichuan finally finished his work. He looked up at Mu Changqing, who was leisurely sipping tea across from him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Hey, he said, you really don't consider yourself an outsider. I haven't even had a sip of my tea, and you're already enjoying it. All right, tell me, what brings you here? Mu Changqing said seriously. Director Zhong, I've already dealt with Yi Feng. Based on my assessment, his strength has probably reached the Grand Master level. Moreover, judging from the intelligence the Chu family gave us, they've clearly been intentionally concealing some important information. In fact, Yi Feng didn't attack Han Shaoqing without reason, it was to protect his sister. Hearing this, Zhong Lichuan was utterly astonished. A young man in his 20s possessing such profound martial arts skills, becoming a Grand Master? This was simply unbelievable. Zhong Lichuan, who considered himself exceptionally talented, had only just reached this level after decades of arduous training. Zhong Lichuan tried to calm himself down and then asked, So, what is Yi Feng's attitude towards our 9th Bureau? Have you tried to invite him to join us? Mu Changqing replied, His attitude towards us is quite friendly. Although he politely declined my invitation, stating that he did not wish to join the 9th Bureau, he promised that if the country encounters difficulties or needs his help, he will not stand idly by and will step forward without hesitation. Zhong Lichuan nodded and said, As long as he has his country in his heart, that's all that matters. Otherwise, if such a peerless master were to oppose us, it would bring endless trouble. Yi Feng, who was in a deep state of cultivation, suddenly sensed his mother and Li Xiaona returning home. He slowly suppressed his aura and stopped cultivating. He quietly felt the surging spiritual energy within his body, and a secret joy welled up inside him. If things continued this way, perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could attempt to break through to the coveted golden core realm. Unable to contain his excitement, Yi Feng left his room and went downstairs to the living room. Turning to Wang Meiwan, he said, Mom, we're going to a party later, so we won't be having dinner at home tonight. Wang Meiwan responded with a warm and friendly smile. Okay, you two have fun, but don't forget to come home early. We have to leave for Shanghai tomorrow morning. Without hesitation, Yi Feng took Li Xiaona's hand, turned, and left. They quickly got into their car and sped towards the Donghu Hotel. At this moment, Qian Zhongwen was sitting in the private room, joking and teasing Yi Wuhan. Niu, meanwhile, stayed obediently to the side, happily playing with Lin Wenqiu. When Yi Feng and Li Xiaona entered the private room, Niu immediately ran over, her face beaming with excitement. She rushed towards Yi Feng, shouting excitedly, "Brother Yi Feng, Niu hasn't seen you in so long!" Then she turned her gaze to Li Xiaona, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and continued, "Wow, this sister is so beautiful! Sister, are you Brother Yi Feng's wife?" Yi Feng smiled and hugged Niu tightly, saying affectionately, "You little rascal, you have such a sweet tongue." "That's right, she is my wife. From now on, you have to call her sister-in-law." Niu squealed excitedly. "Hello, sister-in-law. Brother Yi Feng, I have a little secret to tell you, Niu has a mother now. Hee hee." Yi Feng followed the direction she was pointing and saw a beautiful woman with a gentle and refined demeanor standing there, smiling and nodding slightly. Yi Feng gently placed Niu aside, then walked towards Yi Wuhan, a playful smile on his face, and said softly, "Brother Wuhan, you're truly blessed. You must let me know when you have your happy occasion." Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhan's cheeks flushed almost imperceptibly, and he replied somewhat embarrassedly, "Don't talk nonsense. Shaolin is just Niu's godmother. There's really nothing special between us." His voice was somewhat low, as if trying to hide his embarrassment. At this moment, Qian Zhongwen chimed in, his tone slightly teasing. "Wuhan, don't blame me for being nosy. She's a young and beautiful girl, taking such good care of Niu. Do you really believe she has no feelings for you at all? I think you should seize the opportunity now, before you regret it." Yi Feng nodded, agreeing with Qian Zhongwen, and then advised, "I think Brother Qian makes a lot of sense, Brother Wuhan. Don't you really have any feelings for Lin Wenqiu at all? Actually, you just can't get over your own conscience." Yi Wuhan listened silently to their advice, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. On one side was his deceased wife, whose deep affection he could never forget. On the other was the kind and lovely Lin Wenqiu, who was now by his side. His heart felt like it was being pulled between two opposing forces, a painful and agonizing struggle. Seeing this, Yi Feng and Qian Zhongwen didn't say anything more, but instead went to chat with Zhang Jiwei, who had just arrived. Yi Feng looked at Zhang Jiwei curiously and asked, "Brother Zhang, why didn't you bring your wife? Did something hold her up?" Zhang Jiwei shook his head helplessly and replied with a wry smile, "Sigh, don't even mention it. My unlucky woman went on a trip with her girlfriends. It's such a headache. But speaking of which, what's wrong with Wuhan? He seems a bit off." Qian Zhongwen, standing nearby, quickly explained, "Brother Yi and I were just trying to persuade him to accept Lin Wenqiu, but feelings take time to think and decide. So right now, he's probably still pondering what to choose." Zhang Jiwei's eyes lit up, and an idea struck him. He smiled and said, "How about I give him another hand?" With that, he quickly pulled a lollipop from his pocket and walked towards Niu. Reaching Niu's side, Zhang Jiwei bent down and whispered a few words in her ear. Then, Zhang Jiwei returned to his original position, saying smugly, "Hee hee, just you wait and see, Wuhan's matter is almost certainly going to succeed today." Before he finished speaking, Niu ran towards Yi Wuhan like a cheerful little bird. When she reached him, Niu blinked her innocent big eyes, looked up at him, and asked in her childish voice, "Daddy, are you unhappy because Niu likes godmother?" Yi Wuhan, who had been hesitating, suddenly snapped out of his reverie upon hearing his daughter Niu's words, and replied with a doting smile, "My dear, as long as Niu is happy, Daddy is happy too." The innocent and adorable Niu climbed into Yi Wuhan's broad, warm embrace like a little monkey, blinking her bright, sparkling eyes as she looked up at her father. In her sweet, childish voice, she said, "Daddy, Niu loves her godmother so much, If only Godmother could be my mom and live with us forever. Every time I see other kids with their moms and dads, I'm so envious. Hearing Nyo-Nyo's words, the hardened defenses deep within Yi Woohen's heart crumbled instantly. At that moment, he finally made his decision. A slight smile played on his lips as he gently said to Nyo-Nyo, "Since it's Nyo-Nyo's wish, then Daddy has absolutely no objection." As soon as he finished speaking, Nyo-Nyo cheered excitedly. "Yay! That's great!" Then, like a happy little bird, she ran to Lin Wanchio's side. At this moment, Yi Woohen regained his former charm, walking up to Yi Feng and the others with a smile. He waved his hand generously and said, "Everyone's here! Brother Qian, let's dig in!" Yi Feng and Qian Zhongwen, seeing this, gave Zhang Jiwei a thumbs up in perfect unison. Then, Qian Zhongwen began arranging for the servers to bring out the dishes. After everyone was seated, one delicious dish after another was served. Qian Zhongwen joked to Yi Feng and Yi Woohen, "Brothers Yi, why don't you introduce us to the beauties beside you?" Yi Feng generously took Li Xiaona's hand and said, "Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Li Xiaona. I hope you brothers will take good care of her in the future." After Yi Feng and Lin Wanchio sat down, everyone's eyes turned intently to Yi Woohen. Having come to terms with things, Yi Woohen nonchalantly took Lin Wanchio's hand and said, "This is my girlfriend, Lin Wanchio. Thank you so much, Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, and Yi Feng. If it weren't for you all, I might have lost such a wonderful girl." Lin Wanchio, standing beside him, struggled to hold back her tears of emotion. She had carried immense pressure for this moment, and now that her wish had finally come true, she could only choke out a "Thank you." Upon hearing their self-introductions, Qian Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei simultaneously raised their glasses, brimming with wine, and said in unison, "Greetings, my dear sisters-in-law. We, as your elder brothers, warmly welcome you both and sincerely wish you both a loving and lasting marriage." With that, they downed their drinks in one gulp. At that moment, Li Xiaona and Lin Wanchio were completely immersed in the warm hospitality and heartfelt blessings of the crowd. Sweet and happy smiles involuntarily appeared on their beautiful faces. Then, the two women gracefully raised their hands, gently touched their glasses, and took a small sip of juice, savoring the precious warmth and joy it contained. The innocent, lively, and adorable little girl was like an elf fallen to earth, adding much laughter and joy to the gathering. She imitated the adults' toasting gestures with such earnestness that her endearing clumsy expressions were hilarious, even though she was only drinking a simple glass of juice. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere, Qian Zhongwen was delighted. He turned to Yi Woohen with a smile, raised his glass, and teased him. "Woohen, today's an opportunity is rare. You must drink a few more cups, otherwise how can you repay the three of us brothers for our good intentions? If you get too drunk to walk later, it's all right, just stay here. I've given the orders, and I've prepared a spacious and comfortable room for you, ensuring the three of you sleep soundly." "Ha!" Yi Woohen showed no fear. His eyes gently glanced at Lin Wanchio beside him, whose cheeks were flushed like the sunset. Then, he steadily raised his glass and said in a loud voice, "Excellent! Let's drink to our heart's content today, until we're completely drunk." Before he finished speaking, he tilted his head back and downed the wine in one gulp. Witnessing this, Qian Zhongwen smiled with satisfaction. He then turned to Yi Feng, beaming, and said, "Yi Feng, don't just sit there. Hurry up and have a few more drinks with Woohen. He's won the heart of his beauty today." Yi Feng, hearing this, smiled and finished a drink with Yi Woohen. At this moment, Nyo-Nyo, sitting to the side, holding a juice bottle, excitedly exclaimed, "Daddy, I want to toast you too. From now on, Nyo-Nyo finally has a mom. Nyo-Nyo is so happy." Yi Woohen gazed at Nyo-Nyo nestled in Lin Wanchio's arms, his eyes slightly reddening. The last trace of hesitation deep within him vanished instantly, replaced by unwavering resolve. He resolutely raised his glass and solemnly declared, "Wanchio, Nyo-Nyo, let us raise our glasses together. I, Yi Woohen, hereby swear that I will never betray you in this lifetime." Yi Feng said to Yi Wuhan with a teasing expression. Brother Wuhan, why don't you hurry up and get your marriage certificate? When are you planning to hold your wedding? I've prepared a very generous gift for you. Yi Wuhan laughed heartily and replied. If Wanqiu has no objections, then let's just get our marriage certificate tomorrow. As for a wedding, we both feel it's unnecessary. Wanqiu is an orphan with no parents, and I don't have any relatives left. Let's just treat this gathering as a banquet. Hearing Yi Wuhan's words, everyone toasted him again. After several rounds of toasting, everyone was more or less tipsy, so they decided to end the gathering there, giving Yi Wuhan and Lin Wanqiu some time alone. After personally escorting Yi Wuhan back to his room, Yi Feng secretly exchanged a pill from the system and put it in his pocket. Yi Wuhan, still half asleep, noticed something extra in his pocket and mumbled. Brother Yi, what was that thing you slipped into my pocket? Yi Feng smiled and replied. This is a wedding gift for you, a youth-preserving pill. Have your wife take it when we get back. After seeing Yi Wuhan back to his room, Yi Feng and Li Xiaona returned to the Donghu villa. As soon as they entered, Wang Meiwan greeted them. Smelling the strong smell of alcohol on Yi Feng, she couldn't help but complain. You brat, how much did you drink? Don't you know we're going to Shanghai tomorrow? Old Yi, hurry up and take your son to the bathroom, make him wash off that smell of alcohol. Wang Meijuan's scolding jolted Yi Feng back to his senses. He subconsciously touched his nose, a slightly embarrassed smile appearing on his face. He then swayed as he straightened up, politely declining his father's offer to help him, and staggered into the bathroom alone. Once inside, Yi Feng took a deep breath, circulating his spiritual energy to dispel the lingering smell of alcohol. He then turned on the shower, letting the warm water wash over his body, enjoying the comforting sensation. While showering, Yi Feng's thoughts drifted aimlessly. He thought about the party that evening, the hardships Yi Wuhan and Lin Wanqiu had endured, and his own future with Li Xiaona. Various thoughts swirled and intertwined in his mind, leaving him momentarily lost in thought. Yi Feng's thoughts were only pulled back to reality when Li Xiaona walked in with a clean set of pajamas and gently placed it on the clothes rack. He turned to look at Li Xiaona, a slight smile playing on his lips, and winked mischievously at her. A blush immediately spread across Li Xiaona's face. She softly scolded him, then ran out of the bathroom like a startled fawn. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqiu gently patted Nio Nio, murmuring softly like a loving mother. Soon Nio Nio drifted off to sleep. Looking at Yi Wuhan lying soundly asleep on the bed, a sweet smile appeared on Lin Wanqiu's lips. After helping him remove his clothes, Lin Wanqiu went to the bathroom, fetched a basin of hot water, wrung out a towel soaked in the hot water, and began to gently wipe Yi Wuhan's muscular body. Lin Wanqiu's movements were gentle and meticulous. She carefully wiped Yi Wuhan's body as if she were handling a precious piece of porcelain. The steam from the hot water filled the air, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Her gaze frequently fell on Yi Wuhan's strong physique, a warm current welling up in her heart. She recalled his earlier acceptance and promises, those sweet and joyful moments seemingly still vivid in her mind. Wuhan, you finally belong to me, Lin Wanqiu murmured softly, a happy smile spreading across her face. She knew that from this day forward, they would walk hand in hand through every moment of their lives, through storms and sunshine, they would remain steadfastly together. After washing himself clean, Yi Feng put on the pajamas Li Xiaona had given him and went to the living room. Seeing Wang Meiwan busy at work, he asked, Mom, do you think it's better if we go directly to Xiaona's house tomorrow, or should I arrange a hotel in advance? Wang Meiwan stopped what she was doing, raised her hand, and slapped Yi Feng on the head, replying irritably, We're going there specifically to visit Xiaona's parents. There's no reason for us to meet them at a hotel. It wouldn't be good if people thought we were using our status to put on airs. Yi Feng rubbed his sore head and chuckled sheepishly. Mom's right. I'm just inexperienced. You're so thoughtful, truly the head of our family. Sitting nearby, Yi Yuanhai overheard the mother and son's conversation and couldn't help but cough twice, seemingly emphasizing his role as the head of the household. Wang Meiwan turned to Yi Yuanhai, her eyes sharp, and retorted, What? Old Yi, do you disagree with what our son just said? Seeing this, Yi Yuanhai immediately put on a fawning smile and hurriedly explained. Meiwan, how could I dare to have any objections? I completely agree with my son. Our family can do without anyone, but we absolutely cannot do without you, our pillar of strength. He then gave Wang Meiwan a thumbs up in praise and affirmation. Wang Meiwan smiled with satisfaction, nodded, and chuckled softly. You're quite sensible. Xiao Feng, you should go upstairs and rest too. Keep trying, and try your best to let Mom hold her big, healthy grandson soon. Seeing his mother's frankness, Yi Feng blushed and quickly turned and ran into his room. The next morning, the whole family boarded a flight to Shanghai. In the Tianhe residential complex in Shanghai, Li Changlin had taken the day off work to welcome his future in-laws. Li Changlin and Yang Qin's home was bustling with activity. Li Changlin, having taken the day off work, was busy preparing for their arrival. He wore a clean, crisp shirt and dark trousers, looking both dignified and elegant. Yang Qin wore a beautiful dress and light makeup, appearing both graceful and poised. The living room was spotless, the furniture neatly arranged. On the coffee table sat a plate of washed fruit and various nuts, next to a pot of freshly brewed tea, emitting a delicate aroma. After finishing her work, Yang Qin said to Li Changlin, Changlin, I wonder if Xiao Feng and his family have arrived yet. I think we should go to the airport to pick them up ourselves. Waiting here is making me really anxious. Li Changlin smiled slightly and replied, Just sit here and rest for a while. Xiaona will definitely let us know when they arrive. Li Changlin's words relieved Yang Qin a little, but she still couldn't help but walk to the window every now and then to look into the distance. Suddenly, Yang Qin's phone rang. It was a message from Li Xiaona. Mom and Dad, we've arrived in Shanghai and are on our way to Tianhe residential area. We expect to arrive in 30 minutes. Upon seeing the message, Yang Qin excitedly exclaimed, Changlin, they're almost here. Li Changlin smiled and said softly, I can hear you. Try to keep your voice down, you're getting too excited. The Yi Feng family, who had just disembarked, loaded the local specialties they brought from Tianjin into the car Bai Jie had prepared beforehand, and then drove towards Tianhe residential area. About half an hour later, they arrived safely at their destination. Yi Feng parked the car, and the whole family, carrying gifts, headed straight for Li Xiaona's house. Yang Qin, who was looking out the window upstairs, saw Yi Feng's family arrive and quickly pulled Li Changlin downstairs to greet them. Li Xiaona, seeing her parents appear, quickly stepped forward to introduce them. Mom and Dad, this is Brother Feng's parents, Yi Yuanhai and Wang Meiwan, and his sister Yi Lin. Then she turned to Yi Feng's parents and said, Uncle and Aunt, these are my parents, Li Changlin and Yang Qin. Yang Qin warmly shook Wang Meijuan's hand, smiling broadly, and said, Welcome, welcome. You've come all this way and even brought gifts, you're too kind. Please come in. She then enthusiastically led Yi Feng's family into the house. Once inside, Yang Qin warmly invited Yi Feng's family to sit down and personally pour tea. Li Xiaona helped out, and the two sets of parents began chatting casually, the atmosphere gradually becoming harmonious. Seeing that the time was right, Wang Meiwan smiled and said softly, My dear in-law, the main reason we've come is to talk to you about those two children. Xiaona, to be honest, her father and I really adore her. However, considering that Xiaona hasn't graduated yet, we're thinking of this. We'll finalize the marriage first, and then hold the wedding ceremony after she successfully completes her studies. This way, we can avoid gossip and idle chatter, right? Yang Qin, hearing this, also replied with a kind smile. Oh dear, actually, my husband and I are also very satisfied with Xiao Feng. I must say, your idea is indeed very thoughtful and appropriate, and we, of course, wholeheartedly support it. After all, this will give the children a stable and secure future. Hearing Yang Qin's decisive and generous reply, Wang Meiwan and her husband Yi Yuanhai both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Wang Meiwan reached into her pocket, pulled out a bank card, and gently placed it in Yang Qin's palm, saying softly, My dear in-laws, please don't refuse. The money in this card is specially prepared as betrothal money for Shiona. Although our marriage is basically settled, we still need to observe proper etiquette. We can't let such a well-behaved, sensible, and lovable girl like Shiona suffer." Seeing that Wang Meiwan had put it so clearly, Yang Qin felt too embarrassed to refuse any longer and happily accepted the money, secretly planning to return it to the young couple intact when they officially got married. Seeing that they had finished talking about the children, Li Changlin said, "It's almost lunchtime. I've reserved a private room at a restaurant near the entrance. Why don't we eat and chat? It'll also be a celebration for the two kids." Hearing her husband's words, Yang Qin smiled and gestured to everyone, then led them towards the restaurant. Since the destination wasn't far, the two families decided to take a walk. As they passed the community garden, a group of gossipy middle-aged women saw Yang Qin leading her large family and curiously gathered around, asking, "Yang Qin, do you have guests? Or relatives?"